Chapter 1, Traveling Through Time for 10 Years, the Government Sends a Wife. I traveled through time and space for 10 years, and I never expected that I would end up being sent a wife by the government. Inside the room, Sumu looked at the lit candles on the cake and sighed silently. Today is his 18th birthday, and he has been in this world for exactly 10 years. This is Blue Star. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived, alien races rose, and monsters ran rampant. My grandfather was the owner of a small martial arts school in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and my parents were military warriors. It can be considered a well-off family. Unfortunately, when he was a child, his grandfather died of illness, and his parents also died in the battle to quell the alien invasion of the demon abyss. Since then, my predecessor became an orphan and lived on government relief. It was not until he was 8 years old and died of a serious illness that Sumu traveled through time and took over this body. Sumu was also an orphan on Earth. He traveled to a strange world and had nothing to worry about. But he had traveled through time for a full 10 years without any system, any golden finger, or even any talent for martial arts. In the era of spiritual energy revival, monsters are rampant and humans are rebuilding civilization in the ruins. In this situation, ordinary people are like ants and can only wait for the government to assign them wives, becoming reproductive machines and raising the next generation. I finally got to live my life again. Am I going to live it like this? Sumu looked at his palm, feeling unwilling. Sumu, it's time to go on a blind date. Just as he was thinking about it, the voice of his childhood friend Fatty Lin came from outside. I heard that this batch of blind date candidates are all from Shinlong College. They are of very high quality. Be quick and get it. Hearing this, Sumu didn't even bother to eat his birthday cake. He picked up his coat, put it on, and went out. Since the Great Destruction, humans have been slaughtered by monsters and beasts, and the population has dropped drastically, with only 1 in 100 left. In order to continue human civilization, the government stipulates that men and women who have not awakened their martial arts talents or have low martial arts talents must be forced to marry at the age of 18. Even if you don't have a partner, you will still be arranged to go on blind dates. This is a birth plan to fight against alien races and monsters. If this generation is not capable, they will quickly get married and have children to raise the next generation. Certainly. There are also government incentives. As long as you get married, you can receive a subsidy of 30,000 yuan. Having 1 son brings honor to the whole family. Having 2 sons brings glory to the country. Having 3 or more sons will award the 3rd-class Medal of Merit. If you do not get married, you will be punished and a single tax of 10,000 yuan will be levied every year. This is not just the case with Xia country, but with all major countries on the Blue Star. In order to continue the human race, every possible means have been used. Thinking all the way, Sumu soon arrived at Bohemia Square with Fatty Lin. This is a blind date square built by the government, where blind date activities are organized every month. The Civil Affairs Bureau has also arranged staff here, and as long as the 2 people are attracted to each other, a marriage certificate can be issued on the spot. When we arrived at the square, it was already crowded with people. Most of the blind date candidates this time are from Shinlong Academy. As one of the 4 major martial arts academies in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Shinlong Academy has a profound foundation and has trained countless warriors. Logically speaking, any student who can enter the Shinlong Academy has a good talent for martial arts and would not be sent here to be forced to get married. But in fact, the reason why these girls were brought to this blind date square was obviously because they lacked martial arts talent and were expelled from the Shinlong Academy. This group of blind dates are all the 3rd batch of young people of marriageable age who have reached adulthood in Suzhou and Hangzhou this month. Among them, there are 137 females and 114 males. The name I read below, step forward. Those who fail to show up will be deemed to have given up. A middle-aged man in a suit spoke. In this era, there are fewer monks and more meat, but monogamy is still practiced. Soon, Sumu's name was called. He walked forward and looked at the women. I have to say that these students who were eliminated from Shinlong Academy do have very good temperaments. Spiritual energy nourishes people. Even if one does not have enough talent in martial arts, one will become more refined if one lives in a martial arts academy all day long. Sumu and the others looked at them one by one, and the girls opposite were also screening them one by one. Although blind dates are mandatory, marriage also requires willingness. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, no one forces you to do it. It's all about free love. Suanqing, she actually came for a blind date too. Was she eliminated from Shinlong Academy? This is impossible. Isn't she the genius school beauty of Shinlong Academy? Suddenly, someone in the male group exclaimed. The person next to him immediately laughed and said, "You are out of date." Although Suanqing is the genius school beauty of Shinlong Academy, she suddenly lost all her spiritual energy half a year ago. Her martial arts talent is rated as low level. Shinlong Academy spent a lot of elixirs and spirit stones on her, but it was still useless, so they gave up. That doesn't make sense. She is from the Su family, one of the 4 great families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. She wouldn't be forced to go on a blind date, right? The Su family? Hearing this, the man sneered. Last week, the Su family announced that she would be expelled from the family. Even the Su family has given up? It seems there is something fishy going on here. We are not in a position to inquire about the affairs of a large family. From my perspective, Suanqing is in a lot of trouble. We should stay away from her, lest we get involved in the trouble. That's true. Suanqing is beautiful, but our lives are more important after all. What a pity. I thought I would have a chance to choose her as my wife. Everyone was talking about it. Suanqing was wearing a white dress. Listening to people's discussions, her face turned pale and her eyes looked a little dazed, as if she was about to faint. Quiet. At this time, the middle-aged man in a suit glared at the crowd of people who were talking, and then announced, "The blind date ceremony begins now. I choose Shui Fei. I choose Wang Jing. I choose Su Xiao. I choose Su Mu. I choose Su Mu too." After a few minutes, some people started to make their choices. Among the men, Su Mu won the favor of 29 girls because of his handsome appearance. Among the girls, most of them were selected, except the school beauty named Suanqing, who was ignored. It is human nature to seek good fortune and avoid harm. Suanqing became a disabled person and was expelled from the Su family. No one wanted to be dragged down by her. Congratulations to Lin Xiang and Zhao Shui for their successful marriage. The warrior in the suit smiled and said, "I hope you can bring glory to the country and give birth to triplets next year." Hearing this, Su Mu looked at his childhood friend Fatty Lin, and then at Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui has a slightly dark skin, but her facial features are still very regular, and her butt is big, so she should be able to give birth to a child. Then, one couple after another successfully held hands. Su Mu was not in a hurry, he was still observing. Although Suanqing was very beautiful, she obviously had a lot of troubles. He is just an ordinary person who doesn't even have any talent for martial arts. If he is with such a person, it will only bring disaster. Soon, dozens of couples successfully held hands. And Suanqing was deliberately ignored by everyone. "Su Mu, who is your choice?" At this time, the middle-aged man in a suit came to Su Mu and asked. At this time, Su Mu was the only man on the field who had not made a choice. And there are more than 40 women. 29 of them chose him. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he would be able to get married today. Su Mu looked among the many women, thought for a moment, and was about to speak when he suddenly heard someone exclaim. Subconsciously looking in the direction of the sound, I saw Suanqing's body limp and fall to the ground. Only then did I realize that the white clothes on her upper body had been soaked in blood at some point. "She's hurt." The middle-aged man in a suit frowned and looked at everyone. "Who has healing pills?" Everyone was silent. No one would take out precious healing medicine to save a disabled person. Suanqing was seriously injured. Even if she doesn't die, she will probably be disabled. She can only marry a beggar or a criminal in the future. Someone sighed. Everyone sighed and some felt sorry for it. However, despite this, no one stepped forward to help. Seeing that everyone was indifferent, Su Mu looked at Suanqing lying on the ground and couldn't help but touch the small jade bottle around his neck. This is the only valuable thing his grandfather left him. It contains a second-grade healing elixir, the rejuvenation pill. This medicine can cure Suanqing's injuries. Only. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Su Mu shook his head. Although he wanted to rescue her, his mind told him that standing up at this moment would only bring trouble to himself. However, at this moment, 2 mechanical voices suddenly sounded in my mind. Ice Phoenix Divine Body detected not awakened, investment critical hit rebate system activated, investment available. Heaven Swallowing Holy Body Awakening detected, investment available. Investment crit rebate system? Is this, the system coming? Su Mu's palm trembled and he stood there in a daze. Chapter 2 Investment Returns, Suanqing. Investment critical rebate system. The host can invest in a target with destiny. After the investment is successful, he will receive a random critical hit rebate of up to 10,000 times. The complete process of successful investment: the host gives the item to the target, and after the target uses it, he can immediately get a critical hit rebate. It's not an illusion. After 10 years, my golden finger as a time traveler is finally here. Listening to the mechanical sound in his mind, Sumu became excited. As he often stayed up late to read novels in his previous life, he was naturally familiar with the existence of systems. During the past 10 years, Sumu tried his best, but he still could not see any hope of becoming a warrior. To be honest, he was almost discouraged. And now, he finally saw the dawn of takeoff. Investment rebate, up to 10,000 times return. What is there to hesitate about? Sumu looked forward at Suanqing, who was lying on the ground, biting her lips, with a pale face. In his sight, above the other party's head, there was a system prompt subtitle that read Ice Phoenix Divine Body Not Awakened, Investment Available. What surprised Sumu was that on this subtitle, there was another hint, Heaven Devouring Holy Body Awakening, Investable. Suanqing is obviously just one person. How could she have two different physiques? Moreover, it would have been fine if the Ice Phoenix Divine Body had not awakened, but the Heaven Devouring Holy Body had already awakened. Although he had never seen information about these two body types in his school textbooks. But since the Heaven Devouring Holy Body is a holy body, why was Suanqing eliminated from the Shinlong Academy? Are all the teachers at Shinlong Academy blind? Forget it, let us invest first. Sumu shook his head. While he was thinking about it, no one offered a helping hand to Suanqing. Seeing Suanqing closing her eyes in despair as everyone looked on coldly, Sumu no longer hesitated and stood up decisively. For you. Sumu took out the rejuvenation pill and handed it to Suanqing. Second grade elixir, rejuvenation pill. Just by smelling the fragrance of the elixir, Suanqing felt a glimmer of life appearing in her broken body. She stared at Sumu blankly, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. At the same time, the people around stared at the rejuvenation pill, and several people exclaimed on the spot. This color and fragrance is actually the rejuvenation pill? Rejuvenation pill, this is a second grade pill, the market price is at least over 100,000. Is Sumu crazy? He actually gave it to Suanqing like this? He must have fallen for Suanqing, right? How stupid. No matter how beautiful Suanqing is, she is just a useless person. If I had the rejuvenation pill, I would exchange it for an awakening stone and give it a try. Maybe I can awaken my martial arts talent and become a martial artist. How stupid. You are still young, you can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. Seeing Sumu taking out the second grade rejuvenation pill, many people present sighed in regret. I feel it's not worth it for this second grade rejuvenation pill. In their opinion, Suanqing was just a useless person. It was a complete waste to spend such good elixirs to treat her, which might also cause hostility from the Su family. Some people stared at the second grade rejuvenation pill with flickering eyes. It seemed as if he was thinking about something in his mind. But no matter what others think, it will not affect Sumu's decision. He squatted down and helped Suanqing up. Seeing that the other party was staring at him blankly for some reason, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't be stunned, this is a second grade rejuvenation pill, open your mouth. As he said that, Sumu forced the rejuvenation pill into her mouth. The rejuvenation pill is indeed a second grade healing pill, and its effect can be said to be immediate. Almost instantly, Suanqing's originally pale face turned rosy again and she let out a faint moan. Her body is also recovering rapidly from her injuries. According to Sumu's guess, it wouldn't be long before she would be able to stand up. Thank you. Suanqing opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide and stared at Sumu closely, as if she wanted to remember his figure in her mind forever. No one knows how desperate she was before. Half a year ago, she was still a favored daughter of Shinlong Academy, but for some unknown reason, her body had problems and her strength decreased instead of increasing. At first, the teachers and elders in the family were quite worried and spent a lot of resources trying to save her. But as they invested more and more resources and saw no results, they gradually lost their patience. It wasn't until 3 months later that she was completely abandoned. If it were just this, Suanqing would not be in despair. However, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. A week ago, her parents suddenly disappeared while exploring a secret place. After a search, they were officially determined to have died. The night the news came, the elder of the family forcibly dug out the awakened God-given bone in her body and transplanted it to her cousin. The so-called God-given bones. As the name suggests, these bones are blessed by the gods and can give the owner powerful potential for martial arts practice. There are very few people in the world who possess God-given bones, 1 in billions. The God-given bone in Suanqing's body was the foundation for her to become a favored daughter of heaven. She never expected that her parents had just died and her clan leader cousin, who usually loved her very much, would be so impatient to turn against her and forcibly dig out her God-given bones overnight. Moreover, her uncle openly lied that she seduced her cousin, and used this as an excuse to expel her from the family. She was penniless, and her injuries from having her God-given bones forcibly dug out had never been effectively treated, so her condition continued to worsen. In order to survive, Suanqing needs to find a partner so that she can receive government benefits, so she has no choice but to go out on blind dates. Unexpectedly, during the blind date, the injuries on his body suddenly flared up. There were many people in the square, but they all just stood by and watched, and no one was willing to help. In the half-minute when she collapsed, Suanqing had never felt that time was so long. She had never felt so desperate before. Just when she had given up and was ready to face death, or even become a disabled person and only be able to marry a criminal or a beggar, she didn't expect a man to stand up. He gave the precious elixir to himself. Suanqing looked steadily at the man in front of her. The sun's rays shine behind it, giving it a layer of golden glow, making it look hazy and dreamy. Is this a dying dream? If this is a dream, I really hope I will never wake up from it. Suanqing thought so as she felt the warmth quickly returning to her body. During the week when her bones were dug out, she experienced the fickleness of human nature. She regarded this sudden ray of light as the last straw of life after drowning, and she wanted to hold on to it greedily. Don't want to miss it at all. Chapter 3, 10 times the critical strike, get the certificate on the spot. Investment successful, rewards are being settled. As the pill was put into Suanqing's mouth, a prompt sounded in Su Mu's mind. At the same time, Lin Xiang came over and looked at Suanqing, frowning and said, I say, Suanqing, you are indeed a great beauty, but my brother gave you the precious second-grade rejuvenation pill, and you just said thank you and that's it? He and Su Mu grew up together. Not blood brothers, but better than blood brothers. Therefore, Lin Xiang knew very well how difficult Su Mu's life had been since his parents and grandfather passed away one after another. How much money must have been spent to be able to get a second-grade rejuvenation pill? Just a verbal thank you and that's it? I am penniless now and I really don't know how to repay you. Suanqing said weakly. If you don't have money, then just give me your body. Lin Xiang pouted. As soon as the words fell, Suanqing's face turned red instantly. She really didn't think about it in this regard at first, but now that Lin Xiang reminded her of it, she subconsciously made the connection. Being able to rescue others in times of crisis shows that one must be a good person. Judging from his appearance, he is also very handsome. If I choose him as my husband, it seems, it's not unacceptable. Ha, that's enough, your attitude is almost written on your face, no need to say anything more. Lin Xiang grinned, then touched Su Mu's shoulder again. Old Su, do you want this wife? I've already made it clear for you. She agrees. As long as you ask, you two can get the marriage certificate on the spot. In Lin Xiang's opinion, Su Mu must have set his sights on Suanqing since he had invested so much money. This is normal. There are many handsome men and beautiful women in Shinlong Academy. The fact that Suanqing was named the school belle is enough to prove how terrifyingly attractive she is to the opposite sex. If I didn't have self-awareness, I would probably not be able to control my feelings. So as a brother, he had to stand up and give Su Mu an assist. However, at this moment, Su Mu didn't hear what Lin Xiang was saying at all. All his attention is focused on investment returns. Congratulations to the host for the successful investment. This investment triggers a tenfold critical rebate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 second-grade Qi and blood pills, 3 second-grade concentration pills, 2 second-grade rejuvenation pills, 1 second-grade blood rage pill, and 1 second-grade detoxification pill. The items have been automatically placed in the system space and can be used at any time. Consume 1 second-grade rejuvenation pill and you will get 10 pills of the same grade. This is not simply a tenfold increase. You know. The market price of a second-grade rejuvenation pill is 100,000, while second-grade pills such as the spirit concentrating pill have a higher market value, at least over 180,000. Su Mu estimated that the total value of these 10 second-grade pills was at least over 1,500,000. This is still a tenfold return on investment. If I'm a little luckier, I can trigger a 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold reward. That would be a huge bonanza. Sumu couldn't help but feel his heart surge as he thought about this. Lao Su, what are you daydreaming about? Seeing Sumu in a daze, Lin Xiang patted his shoulder and said, I asked you if you want a wife, just give me a word. And Sumu finally came to his senses. But before he could say anything, several girls nearby couldn't help themselves. Lin Xiang, please don't harm Sumu. Although Suanqing is as pretty as a fairy, she is not in good health and looks sickly. With so many people choosing Sumu, he must be crazy to choose Suanqing. That's right. Although I don't understand why Sumu gave the precious rejuvenation pill to Suanqing, just think of him as a good person who feels sorry for the other person. But pity doesn't mean acceptance. You, Lin Xiang, and Sumu are brothers, so why would you want to harm him? Sumu, you don't want your future wife to be a sickly woman, do you? Choose me, I can give you 10 sons. You can choose me too. What's the point of being pretty? Suanqing was injured so badly that she couldn't even stand up just now. Who knows if she can give birth? Sumu, you have to think carefully. Everyone talked at once. They all had their eyes on Sumu, and none of them had found a match yet, so naturally they didn't want to be snatched away by Suanqing. The boys also started to make a fuss. They didn't dare to get Suanqing, nor did they want to see Sumu get her. Hearing these words, Suanqing stared at Sumu nervously. I finally made up my mind, but Sumu hasn't responded yet. Is it because he is disliked? She was afraid that Sumu's next words would be a rejection. Sumu, what do you think? The man in a suit who hosted the blind date ceremony asked impatiently, don't waste time. Make your decision quickly. Under everyone's attention, Sumu looked into Suanqing's eyes. The two sides looked at each other for a long time. He saw that Suanqing was shy and nervous, but she didn't show any resistance, so he instantly felt relieved. My choice is Suanqing. Different times, different circumstances. Before binding the system, Sumu was still a little hesitant. Although Suanqing has grown up to his own aesthetic standards in every aspect, he understands that beauty without the ability to protect it is a sin. Originally, he was weak, and marrying Suanqing would only bring him endless troubles. Beauty is a disaster, this is a truth that has been passed down since ancient times. But now, with the investment rebate system, Sumu couldn't wait to lock her up on the spot. As for the troubles that may arise in the future? As long as you develop fast enough, there won't be any trouble. Good. Not everyone dares to get married right away after falling in love with each other on a blind date. The man in the suit looked at Sumu with appreciation, then looked at Suanqing. Suanqing, what is your choice? Suanqing blushed, and without hesitation, she nodded and said, I am willing to. In that case, come here to get the certificate. The man in the suit said happily. Having completed another marriage target, he probably could leave work early today. The blind date activity is over. Sumu and Suanqing each held a small red notebook. It is worth mentioning that good brother Lin Xiang and his partner Zhao Shui also got their marriage certificate. In his own words, he, Lin Xiang, has never been inferior to anyone in his life. Let us compete with Sumu to see who can create a villain sooner. This made Suanqing's face turn red. Sumu smiled knowingly. This was probably the strange desire to win among men. Half an hour later, Sumu took Suanqing back to his home. Although Sumu lived in poverty and relied on government relief to survive, the place he lived in was not bad. The house is located on the shore of East Lake, a famous scenic spot in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It is a small high-rise building with 4 bedrooms covering an area of 160 square meters. This was the inheritance his grandfather earned from running a martial arts school in his early years. Although the family later incurred a lot of debts due to poor management and all other properties were sold or mortgaged, the house was still preserved. After bringing Suanqing back home, Sumu couldn't wait to take out another rejuvenation pill. Your injury doesn't seem to have fully healed yet? Come on, take another one. Chapter 4, Failure of the Card System Bug, Physical Holy Water. When returning from the blind date square, Sumu discovered that Suanqing still looked a little weak. And the purpose of taking out the rejuvenation pill now is of course to fix the system bug. Sumu wanted to try whether the items rewarded by the system could be used to invest in Suanqing. That would be great if we could. In the future, she won't have to leave her house and won't have to worry about having nothing to invest in her. This, Sumu, the rejuvenation pill can only alleviate my injuries, but it can't completely heal them. Suanqing hesitated for a moment and told the truth. Her greatest injury was caused by the digging out of her God-given bones, which had already damaged her origin. Although the second great elixir, the rejuvenating pill, was very effective, it could not cure this type of injury. She didn't want Su Mu to waste money like this. As he finished speaking, he carefully looked at Su Mu's face, fearing that he would be disliked. After all, before in the blind date square, those girls who were jealous of Su Mu called him a sickly boy one by one. She didn't know whether Su Mu was too obsessed with this and ignored this point, and whether he regretted it now. I feel uneasy. Even the rejuvenation pills can't completely cure it? Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then showed an indifferent expression. It doesn't matter, it's good to relieve the injury, eat it. He didn't ask too many questions. After all, they were already a couple and would know the truth sooner or later. Hearing this, Suanqing felt warm in her heart. Su Mu did not despise himself. But she hesitated for a while, then shook her head. Forget it, the rejuvenation pill is very expensive, I can handle it myself. You're my wife, just use it if it's given to you, no need to be polite to me. Before Suanqing could finish her words, Su Mu stuffed the rejuvenation pill into her mouth. The next second, Suanqing's face suddenly turned red. I don't know if it's because she is shy or the rejuvenation pill is taking effect. Su Mu didn't have time to pay attention, because at this moment, the system prompt sound in his mind appeared again. Investment failed. Warning. This system's reward items cannot be used directly for reinvestment goals. Card system bug plan failed. Su Mu felt a little disappointed, but then he thought that the reward he had received before was real. Not being able to use system rewards to continue investing is just a trivial matter. Besides, if it can't be used directly for reinvestment purposes, then why not use it indirectly? All you need to do is sell these pills and buy other things to invest in, and you can exploit the loopholes in the system. The more Su Mu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So he immediately said, stay at home for now. I have something to do and will be back later. After saying that, Su Mu pushed open the door and walked out in a hurry without waiting for Suanqing to answer. Suanqing Road. This is a pedestrian street dedicated to selling spiritual practice resources. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ming hurried here. He found the largest treasure pavilion shop on the street and took out all the remaining 9 second grade pills. These are for sale. One price. 1.7 million. Do you want them? The maximum I can give is 900,000. 1.6 million. 1 million. 1.2 million, deal. After some bargaining with the boss, Su Mu got a satisfactory remuneration. The market price and the repurchase price are different. He sold the remaining 9 second grade pills for an average of 130,000 each, which was not a loss. Young man, with such a large sum of money coming into your account, aren't you going to spend it? I have everything in my store, is there anything you need? The boss showed a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face and began to sell the store's goods to Su Mu, trying to empty his newly wealthy pockets. In fact, there was no need for him to promote it, as Su Mu was planning to make some purchases himself. Let me see for myself. Su Mu rejected his boss's recommendation and started walking around the store. The treasure pavilion shop is very large, covering an area of at least 2,000 square meters. It has areas for displaying martial arts skills, equipment, pills, and other merchandise. Su Mu simply ignored the martial arts area and the equipment area. These two types of items are very good, but the balance in my wallet is limited, and Suanqing also needs to recover from her injuries, so I can't use them for the time being. Investment is investment, but you also have to consider what the other party needs. Therefore, Su Mu felt that it would be better to give priority to items such as elixirs that have quick effects. Buy one each of the second-grade Qi and Blood pill, the Concentration pill, and the Rejuvenation pill. If you sell and then buy again, that wouldn't be considered direct investment, right? I won't say much about the effects of the Rejuvenation pill. Qi and Blood pills can increase the body's Qi and Blood, and mind-concentrating pills can increase mental strength. These two are common pills used by wealthy warriors when practicing. The Blood Rage pill obtained previously is a pill used in combat scenarios, which can increase the user's strength to a certain extent in a short period of time. But the side effect is that after the effect of the drug wears off, you will enter a period of weakness. As the name suggests, detoxification pills can detoxify. Both of these elixirs are currently useless to Suanqing and Su Mu, so he did not buy them back. After packing up the 3 bottles of pills, Su Mu walked towards the comprehensive area again. Low-level awakening stone. He saw at a glance that it was one of the best-selling items in the comprehensive area. A low-level awakening stone, whose function is to give the user a certain probability of awakening martial arts talent. Each low-level awakening stone can only be used once. The method of use is to absorb the energy inside the stone. Regardless of whether the talent can be awakened or not, the awakening stone will be useless after it is used up. Once, Sumu gritted his teeth and bought two, but unfortunately both failed to awaken. His wallet was now full, but he stood in front of the awakening stone, took a glance and left without any desire to buy anything. Joke. During the mortal stage before becoming a warrior, and before entering a certain advanced realm of the warrior stage, most people can only awaken one martial arts talent. I would be a fool to use the awakening stone again. What if you awaken a crappy talent? Isn't it great to get rebates from the investment system? The maximum critical strike rebate is 10,000 times. As long as you can trigger the rebate related to martial arts talent once, you will surely awaken a powerful martial arts talent. Of course, the most important thing is that Suanqing already has a talent for martial arts. Low-level awakening stones have no effect on her, and medium and high-level awakening stones that can awaken already awakened talents again are rare items and are not available here. Even if there is, Sumu can't afford it at the moment. Unfortunately, there is no star god pill here that can awaken special physiques. Sumu shook his head secretly. Compared with martial arts talent, he hopes to awaken Suanqing's Ice Phoenix divine body. The most direct way to awaken one's physique is to get a star god pill, but star god pill is a 5th grade elixir, and there may not be many of them in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou market. Ha! There is actually holy water for physical fitness, what a good thing! Sumu looked at a thumb-sized bottle filled with azure blue liquid, and his heart suddenly moved. He had learned about the holy water of physical fitness from his school textbooks. It could greatly enhance the physical fitness of the user, and long-term use could even lead to physical awakening. Equivalent to a low-level substitute for the star god pill. It's just a bit expensive. Just one small bottle is priced at 750,000. No problem, I'll buy it. Chapter 5, 100-fold critical hit rebate, physical essence. 3 pills, with a total price of 400,000, plus 750,000 for physical water, a total of 1.15 million. The boss generously knocked off the decimal point and only asked for 1.1 million. Now the 1.2 million that Sumu had just obtained was instantly reduced to only 100,000. After paying the money, the owner of Jinbao Pavilion suspected that he had some serious illness. Who would sell a pill and then buy back a pill of the same type at a higher price? If he hadn't been sure that the 9 pills Sumu had sold earlier were all genuine second-grade products, he would have almost called the police. But the boss changed his mind. The more fools like this, the better. If it's something that both of us agreed to, why call the police? Sumu, who was treated as a fool, left quietly with 3 pills and a bottle of holy water. The public security in Suzhou and Hangzhou is very good and it is a national civilized city. Sumu returned home safely. After opening the door, I was immediately surprised by the scene in front of me. He was a bit lazy and had lived alone for many years, so his house looked like a doghouse and was rather messy. However, at this time, the floor is spotless and the furniture is clean and tidy. The dirty clothes that had been taken off for several days and were planned to be put into the washing machine together were also washed and put on the clothes hangers to cool. Even the dishes in the kitchen that we were too lazy to wash last night were now fresh and new. If he hadn't lived here for more than 10 years, Sumu would have thought he had walked into the wrong door. Is this still my home? Sumu, you're back. Suanqing, who was making a fire and cooking in the kitchen, stuck her head out and greeted him with a smile. It's obvious that Suanqing cleaned the room when I left. What did you call me? Husband. Suanqing's face turned red instantly. Old husband. She spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Oh, that's right. Sumu was in a very good mood. Which man can withstand the test of having a beautiful wife who is also willing to take the initiative to do housework? Originally, in Sumu's mind, Suanqing was more like a tool to get system rewards. The feeling is really different now, this is a real wife. Wife, you used to be the direct descendant of the Su family. I didn't expect you could do housework? I'm not a delicate young lady. What's the big deal about being able to do housework? Besides, I'm a 1-star warrior in the Foundation establishment realm. I have plenty of skills. Suanqing said proudly. A 1-star warrior in the Foundation establishment realm. Sumu felt deeply moved. He was indeed a former genius. In this world, there are 9 realms of martial arts. From low to high, they are body forging, foundation building, spiritual platform, star sea, supernatural powers, venerable, great sage, creation, and god of war. Each realm is further divided into 9 small realms, from 1 star to 9 stars. Many of the new students enrolled in Shinlong Academy are only at the body tempering stage. Suanqing's strength began to decline half a year ago, and she is still a 1-star warrior at the foundation establishment stage. This shows how amazing her talent was in the past. My wife is awesome. After expressing his feelings, Sumu did not hesitate to praise. After all, he now has a system, and the better his wife's talent, the better his rewards will be in the future. Listening to Sumu's praise, Suanqing didn't say anything, but her ears turned red. My wife is so capable, as her husband, I can't let her down. Sumu chuckled, took out 3 bottles of elixirs in holy water, and handed them to Suanqing. Use these elixirs in holy water. I hope you can recover soon. Looking at the chi and blood pills, rejuvenation pills, mind concentrating pills and physical conditioning potions in front of her, Suanqing was stunned. Su, husband, where did these things come from? Suanqing asked hesitantly. She was confused before. On the way back, Sumu's good brother Lin Xiang once said that the second great rejuvenation pill was Sumu's most precious item. But as soon as he got home, he took out another one. And now, he took out 3 precious pills of the same quality, plus a rare item like physical holy water. All of these are worth more than 1 million. Doesn't Sumu live on relief money? These are not things you should consider. Just tell me whether you like it or not. Sumu asked arrogantly. Like. Suanqing nodded, then hesitated and said, but. No buts, just like it. These are nothing. In the future, you will find that your husband is also very capable. Sumu waved his hand and said nonchalantly. There will be many more investment opportunities in the future. Do I need to explain them one by one? That is so tiring. So he thought he should instill a concept in Suanqing. She has plenty of resources and there is no need to be restricted. Just use them. As for why so rich? Don't ask. If you ask, I saved it secretly in the past. Okay, let me prepare dinner. Go use up the pills first and go practice. Sumu interrupted Suanqing's attempt to get to the bottom of the matter. It's getting late. I went on a blind date in the afternoon, and then went out to buy and sell medicinal pills. I was busy for 3 or 4 hours, and now it's almost 7 o'clock. He was originally going to celebrate his birthday alone at noon and didn't even have time to cut the cake. It's just right for me to make a few more dishes and spend a wonderful night alone with Suanqing. Although he is lazy, he is still a good cook after living 2 lives. Then I'll leave it to you, old husband. Suanqing left the kitchen in a daze. When she walked into the bedroom, she suddenly pursed her lips and her eyes became moist. These are tears of joy. It had been a long time since anyone had given her this warm feeling since she received the news of her parents' death. I was so touched. Sumu, husband. I must recover my strength, and then I will protect you for the rest of my life. Suanqing choked for a long time and swore silently in her heart. She knew that Sumu had no talent for martial arts and would be an ordinary person his whole life, so she swore this. Little did he know that Sumu was thinking the same thing at this moment. Because the moment Suanqing formally accepted his gift, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 2nd grade chi and blood pill. This investment triggers a 10-fold crit rebate, and the reward is a 3rd grade boiling blood pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 2nd grade concentrating spirit pill. This investment triggers a 10-fold critical strike rebate. Reward, a 3rd grade breaking extreme pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 2nd grade rejuvenation pill. This investment triggers a 20-fold critical hit rebate. Rewards, 1 3rd grade vitality pill and 1 3rd grade foundation building pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in diluting the physical holy water. This investment triggers a 100-fold critical rebate. Reward, 1 set of physical essence. The items have been automatically placed in the system space and can be used at any time. It's just as I guessed. I can sell the resources rewarded by the system and buy more, and then I can continue investing. Sumu was overjoyed. And the next second, when he finished reading all the reward contents, he was even more surprised. Needless to say, the 4 third-grade pills are all very precious, and each one is worth at least 500,000. But what surprised him the most was the physical essence. Without saying anything, Sumu immediately took it out from the system space and drank it down his stomach. In an instant, a surge of power filled his body. Chapter 6: Entering the Warrior. The so-called physical essence is an extremely rare treasure, which has the effect of cleansing the marrow and increasing chi in blood. The physical holy water is actually just a diluted version of the physical essence. It is said that one portion of physical essence can be diluted into hundreds of portions of physical holy water. However, even so, a bottle of physical holy water can still be sold at a sky-high price of 750,000. Get to the bottom of it. It's just that this thing is too rare and its effect is too powerful. Even after being diluted, it still has a great effect on improving the physical fitness of warriors. At first, Sumu thought about exchanging this bottle of physical essence for a commodity of equal value and using it to continue investing in his wife Suanqing. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a second before he denied it. The reason is simple: my strength is too low. The value of the physical essence is 100 times that of the physical holy water. Once it appears, it will definitely be snatched away by all major forces. If an ordinary person takes it out, it would be like a child carrying gold walking in a busy market. Once you are targeted by someone with bad intentions, the consequences can be imagined. Although Suzhou and Hangzhou's public security is considered first class in the country, in this era of advanced martial arts where many people possess extraordinary abilities, using force to break the law is not particularly uncommon. Therefore, Sumu decided to use this bottle of physical essence on himself. Only if you are strong enough can you prevent disasters before they happen. Now. As he drank the Constitution essence, he immediately felt the blood and energy in his body surging, and his muscles and meridians all over his body made subtle explosions, and a surge of power covered his whole body. In an instant, all the fatigue was swept away, and the whole person seemed to be freed from invisible shackles. Gently clenching his fists and feeling unprecedented power filling his body, Sumu could not hide his inner excitement. Call up the system. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared in sight. Name: Sumu. Realm: 1-star body forging realm. Talent: last. Constitution: none. Martial arts: none. I actually entered the bodybuilding stage and became a warrior. And it allowed me, an ordinary person, to successfully acquire the talent for martial arts practice? Sumu widened his eyes. From a mortal to a warrior, this was an unattainable dream that he had endured countless days and nights of suffering but could not achieve. He never expected that a small bottle of physical essence could help him do it. What's more, it also gave him the talent to practice martial arts. You know, the talent for martial arts is innate. If a person is born without qualifications, then if he does not have the opportunity in the future, he will never be able to obtain it. What he possesses now is only the lowest level of martial arts talent. But this is a transformation from nothing to something. It is a pursuit that countless ordinary people can hardly achieve in their entire lives. It's worthy of being called the physical essence. Sumu was amazed. He finally understood why the physical essence was strictly controlled by the government and major forces. I would rather dilute it than take it out directly. This effect is really too amazing. Just as Sumu was extremely surprised. In the next room, Suanqing was in a state of emotional breakdown. The rejuvenation pill is a healing pill. She has already used 2 today and she was reluctant to use the 3rd one. The 2nd-grade mind concentrating pill can increase mental strength, but she is not in a hurry in this regard for the time being. She will first solve the physical problem and then consider cultivating mental strength. So, after Suanqing returned to the room, she only used the qi and blood pill and the holy water to dilute her physical condition. She had never lacked these 2 types of cultivation resources before. But after being abandoned by the school and family elders 3 months ago, they have rarely been used. And in the week since she was kicked out of the Su family, she had even had trouble surviving, so naturally she couldn't afford it. So, now after taking it, she is still very much looking forward to it. But the scene that made her feel familiar and desperate appeared again like a maggot that was eating away at her bones. The dual medicinal effects of the physical holy water and the qi and blood pill did not produce the slightest effect. There seemed to be an invisible black hole hidden in her body, completely absorbing all the effects of the medicine. This situation occurred half a year ago. It was precisely because of this that she fell from being a favored girl to being a waste expelled from the Shinlong Academy. Why? Why on earth? Suanqing couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. I finally crawled out of the desperate situation and saw a glimmer of hope, but this damn body is still so disappointing. What's wrong, wife? Sumu heard the crying sound and hurried over. Seeing that Suanqing didn't say anything and just kept covering her face and sobbing, he sat down beside her quietly and held her in his arms. Don't keep anything in your heart, tell me and we will face it together, Sumu said with a sigh. Although he just met Suanqing today. But from other people's discussions, we also know that she went from being a pampered girl to being expelled from school and expelled from her family. Now, his body had suffered injuries that even the second-grade rejuvenation pills could not heal. After the series of heavy blows, he must have suffered a lot of injustice. Sumu had thought about having a good talk with her after the investment was completed, but he didn't expect that after just a few minutes of not seeing her, she, who had originally looked happy, suddenly broke down emotionally. Sumu. Suanqing buried her head in Sumu's chest, tears streaming down her face. She had indeed been holding it in for a long time, and hadn't met anyone worthy of talking to for a long time. I'm used to bearing everything alone in silence. Listening to Sumu's gentle voice at this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. Sumu, Suanqing, whose psychological defenses collapsed, told Sumu about her physical problems and family experiences with tears in her eyes. Sumu stared at her quietly, touching her head from time to comfort her. His expression looked calm as water, but huge waves were gradually rising in his heart. Suanqing was abandoned by the teachers of Shinlong Academy, but Sumu did not blame those teachers. After all, they tried their best and tried to save her. Although Suanqing was treated with indifference and exclusion by her classmates and ridiculed by young people of the same generation in the family, Sumu remained relatively calm. It is human nature to look down on the powerful and praise the weak. But when Jiang Ming heard Suanqing say that on the night her parents died, the head of the Su family sent people to dig out the God-given bones in her body overnight, and then expelled her from the family with a despicable excuse because she was seriously injured, his anger suddenly rose. Is this still a human being? He ignored even his blood relatives and was worse than an animal. But when he finally heard Suanqing explain why she was crying, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Grievances can be comforted and hatred can be soothed. When I become strong enough in the future, I will take my wife to the Su family to ask for an explanation. But what should we do about Suanqing's health problems? The teachers at Shinlong Academy used various methods to check for 3 months but could not find the specific cause. Sumu did not think that he was more capable than those teachers. Chapter 7, Your husband is very capable. Sumu, thank you for the warmth you brought me. But I'm a useless person now. If I continue to stay here, I will only become a burden to you. Looking at the silent Sumu, Suanqing suddenly said. After talking it out, she felt clear-headed. If I continue to stay with Sumu, it will only bring trouble to Sumu. Of course, she was reluctant to give up Sumu, the man who brought new hope to her desperate life. But now that she has come to her senses, she chooses to resist her instinct. Because Suanqing knew that as long as her health problems were not resolved, she would be killed by her family at any time in the future. She knew her second uncle, the head of the Su family, very well. Their methods are ruthless, and they often say if we don't take action, then it's fine. But once we take action, we will cut the weeds completely and prevent future troubles. Such a person will most likely not let me go. Now that I am still alive, I am probably afraid of bad influence, and I am considered a useless person, so I choose to wait silently for a while. But the other party will never let her go on like this. Perhaps one day, the killer sent by the other party will arrive, and then Sumu, as her husband, will definitely be implicated. Suanqing didn't want Sumu to die because of her. Therefore, even though she was extremely reluctant, she had to leave. So, Sumu, I have to leave you. When she said this, Suanqing's voice was trembling and her heart seemed to be bleeding. But the next second, her head was hit hard by Sumu. Don't let your imagination run wild about whether it's a burden or not. Sumu said unhappily, isn't it just the Su family? Isn't it just that you have health problems? It's not a big deal, just leave it to me. The Su family does have a huge influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. But so what? No matter how powerful the Su family is, they cannot compare to the country. He had just registered his marriage with Suanqing, but he died the next moment. The government will definitely investigate. Therefore, he concluded that the Su family would never dare to cause trouble immediately. As long as he is given enough time to develop, Sumu is not afraid of the Su family. As for Su Wanqing's physical problem, although the exact cause is still unknown, it doesn't matter. With the system in hand, I will be able to help her solve it one day. Nothing else to say. Just provide her with holy water for physical fitness every day. If that doesn't work, then find a way to get a star god pill to awaken the Ice Phoenix divine body in her body. Then Su Wanqing will be able to become a genius again immediately. If the problem still cannot be solved by then, I will have a certain ability to protect myself. So there is no need to worry at all. Even putting all these aside, Sumu would never give up on Su Wanqing. Firstly, investing in the critical hit rebate system requires finding a target with destiny to invest in, and currently I can only invest in Su Wanqing. Secondly, Su Wanqing is his wife. If he abandons her because of risks that have not yet come, would he still be a man? Sumu asked himself if he could do it. Sumu, aren't you afraid? Hearing Sumu's decisive answer, Su Wanqing said hesitantly, my second uncle. Su Tianxiang, he is a one-star warrior in the Lingtai realm. What happened to the Lingtai realm warriors? I've told you before that your husband is very capable. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'll take care of everything. Sumu patted his chest and said confidently. To be honest, he was a little panicked when he heard that Su Wanqing's uncle was a Lingtai realm warrior, but as a man, he had to be tough. Especially as a man like me who has obtained the system, I am no less than anyone. A small bottle of physical essence can transform him from a useless person with no martial arts aptitude into a martial artist at the bodybuilding stage. If he works harder, it won't be long before he can protect himself. Sumu, you may not know how terrifying a warrior in the Lingtai realm is. Shut up. I said, call me husband. Su Wanqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sumu. Seeing her face start to turn red again, Sumu said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not trying to be brave. You don't know me yet, so it's normal to feel unsure, but time will prove everything. Sumu calmly comforted Su Wanqing, trying to dispel her unfounded worries. However, as we were talking, I suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Su Wanqing lay in his arms, staring at him intently, her gaze becoming blurred at some point. When Sumu lowered his head and noticed this, suddenly, her head moved closer. She couldn't help herself and left at the first sign of emotion. Sumu's eyes widened. Looking at Su Wanqing, who suddenly turned into an ostrich after her impulse, how could I indulge her? Decisively bow your head. This time, it was Su Wanqing who was speechless. Half an hour later, two disheveled people came out of the bedroom. Sumu didn't do anything else. He did want to, but Su Wanqing was very shy. Plus, when Sumu saw the horrific scar on her abdomen where the God-given bone was removed, he calmed down out of heartache. The two returned to the kitchen, and the dishes they had cooked were all cold. No one was in the mood to make it again, they just heated it up casually. During the meal, they opened the birthday cake that had not been touched at noon. Sumu lit the candle again, and they enjoyed a candlelight dinner together. And just when the two of them were getting along warmly. At the same time, in the Su family compound, Su Tianxiang, the current head of the Su family, couldn't help laughing when he looked at all the information about Sumu handed over by his subordinates. He's not even a body-tempering warrior, and my good niece found such a loser. She's a proud daughter of heaven, what a fool. His younger brother Su Tianliang shook his head and said, this guy is not simple. I received news tonight that there was an extra 100,000 yuan in his bank card. After careful investigation, I found that he sold 9 second-grade pills at the Treasure Pavilion this afternoon. As one of the upper-class families in the city of Suzhou and Hangzhou, Sumu's experience and his move to the Treasure Pavilion could not be hidden from anyone with ulterior motives. Of course, other interested people would not care about a small person like him. But the Su family is different. They will keep an eye on everyone who is close to Su Wanqing. It's just 9 second-grade pills. Maybe they are the inheritance left by this kid's parents and grandfather. Su Tianxiang said nonchalantly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. But our good niece is really charming. Even though she's living on the streets, there are still people who actively stick to her and spend all their family fortunes to give her cultivation resources. What a pity, his brain is a little bit not so good. Su Tianliang laughed and said, I heard that this guy first sold 9 pills at a low price, and then bought back 3 at a higher price. Do you think this is funny? Su Tianxiang also laughed out loud when he heard this. But then, his expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, hasn't the trace of the sister-in-law been found yet? No. Su Tianliang shook his head. What a pity. How come she didn't die in the misty forest like our eldest brother, but managed to escape back? Su Tianxiang sighed, thought for a moment, and said with a cold look in his eyes, "It seems that we can't let our good niece go. Send someone to keep a close watch on her. In a few days, if the good sister-in-law still doesn't show up, we will make her and that cheap husband suffer a little bit. See if the sister-in-law can still hide." Chapter 8. If I say yes, then it must be yes. You're awake. I've already prepared breakfast. Egg porridge and scallion pancakes are still hot. Let's eat together. As soon as he got up early the next morning, Sumu saw a steaming breakfast on the dining table in the living room. Suanqing was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. Sumu felt warm in his heart. Is this the feeling of having a wife? They didn't sleep in the same bed last night. The main reason is that Sumu is young and full of energy, and he is afraid that he can't control himself. Suanqing's injuries had not yet healed and she could not bear it. But he didn't expect that when he woke up, Suanqing had prepared breakfast for him. This is so virtuous. He had been living alone every day since his parents passed away unexpectedly 8 years ago. This was the first time in all these years that someone specially made breakfast for him. Sumu, feeling very happy, simply brushed his teeth and washed his face, then sat down at the table. Before I had time to enjoy my wife's cooking, the cell phone rang. What? Going to work at Shinlong Academy? Report before 2 o'clock this afternoon? The person on the other end of the phone was the government worker who presided over the blind date ceremony yesterday. Notify Sumu to report to Shinlong College in the afternoon and ask him to go to work. Sumu was mentally prepared for the government to arrange a job for him. In today's special era, although the country attaches importance to fertility rate, it does not keep parasites. It is true that young people of marriageable age who have successfully found a match can receive government welfare benefits after they get married, but there is a prerequisite: they must accept the government's job arrangements. Warriors have their own jobs, and ordinary people are also cogs in society. They must do their part to build a beautiful home together. But what he didn't expect was that he was arranged to go to Shinlong Academy. That's a martial arts academy. What can he, who currently has no talent, do there? Certainly. If you have connections or can prove that you can make a living without following the government's work arrangements, you can refuse the job arrangement. A second-grade pill can be sold for 200,000. Sumu is not short of money now and had no plans to go out to work. But this was arranged by the government. After thinking for a moment, he decided to agree. There are 3 reasons. First of all, you need a reasonable source of income. If one relies solely on selling pills to make a living, it is not a big problem to sell a few or a dozen pills, and one can use the excuse that they are inheritance left by family members. But it won't work if elixirs or other treasures appear too many times in the future. My parents and grandfather were not rich people when they were alive, so where did they get so much inheritance? In this world, although there is no crime of having huge amounts of property of unknown origin, it is not a good thing if it is noticed by someone with ulterior motives. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Although it is a small job and may not bring much income, it can bring him an advantage that other jobs cannot match. A reasonable way to become stronger. What's more, he was in Shinlong Academy, and was influenced by the school's learning environment. He could learn some martial arts secretly, become a warrior, and then become stronger step by step. That makes sense, right? When your strength improves, it's normal to go out hunting monsters or something during your vacation and earn a higher income, right? The last and most important reason. As one of the 4 major martial arts academies in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Shinlong Academy is the only official public academy. Once you become one of the staff members, it is equivalent to being under official protection. In other words, it is equivalent to having a system. After Sumu heard what Suanqing said about the Su family last night, although he appeared to be indifferent, he was still very alert in his heart. But as long as he goes to work at Shinlong Academy, even if the Su family wants to take action, they must consider the risks. Of course, if the Su family is really determined, there is nothing we can do. But on the surface, he is still an ordinary person, and his wife is a useless person. Both husband and wife are useless. The Su family must consider whether it is worth it to leave a bad impression on the authorities for the sake of these 2 little people, right? No matter how powerful the Su family is, it is only a family with influence within the city of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and cannot be compared with the state apparatus. The same thing. Just give yourself some stable time for development, that's enough. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Sumu felt that going to work at Shinlong Academy was not a bad thing. For ordinary people, this is something they can't even ask for. He was probably able to get this job because the government took into consideration the fact that his parents sacrificed their lives for the country. Sumu. Do you really want to work at Shinlong Academy? After Suanqing heard this, she looked obviously nervous and asked hesitantly. Because of her injury, the government has not arranged any job for her yet. Don't be nervous, it's just work. Maybe one day when your injuries recover, your talent will return, and Shinlong Academy will ask you to come back. By then, you will be a student at Shinlong Academy, and I will be working at Shinlong Academy, so we can be together forever. Sumu said with a smile. Is there any chance that my talent will come back? Suanqing was in a low mood. Believe me, if I say yes, then it must be yes. Sumu said in a doting voice. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Helping Suanqing recover is just a matter of time. Looking at Sumu's gentle smile, Suanqing's depressed mood also improved a little. She continued, Hubby, I once had some suitors in the Warrior Academy. When you are at work, don't reveal the information about our marriage. I am afraid it will cause you trouble. Suanqing had bright eyes, white teeth, and a face as rosy as a peach. She was once a favored daughter of heaven in the martial arts world, so naturally she had no shortage of bootlickers. Sumu understood that she was just worried that if he went to work at Shinlong Academy, he would be troubled by those bootlickers. Okay, I got it. Sumu nodded and agreed. He would not take the initiative to disclose his relationship with Suanqing. I have just entered the bodybuilding stage and am still very weak, so naturally I have to survive and develop. After having breakfast with Suanqing, Sumu left home and took a taxi to the treasure pavilion again. Because of the Su family, he felt a sense of urgency and needed to become stronger as soon as possible. And continuing to buy resources and invest in my wife Suanqing is the fastest way to become stronger. The owner of Treasure Pavilion was very enthusiastic when he saw him. But unfortunately, this time Sumu had no intention of selling the 4 third-grade pills he had obtained last night. First of all, you need to be low-key. Secondly, he was not planning to spend like crazy like he did last night. Pills are something you can't take often. Pills are also medicine, and all medicine is poisonous. Sumu didn't plan to buy any more chi and blood pills and mind-concentrating pills. They had no effect on Suanqing anyway. He picked out a rejuvenation pill, thinking of saving it for Suanqing as a backup, and then headed towards the martial arts area. To be a qualified warrior, it is not enough to have a certain realm, one must also have martial arts skills. Otherwise, they will not be able to exert their due combat effectiveness. What is more important is that after having an in-depth chat with Suanqing last night, Sumu discovered a new way to use the system. Items used for investment do not necessarily need to be used by Suanqing. As long as she accepts it, my investment will be considered a success and I will get the system reward. Chapter 9, I want this boiling blood pill. Suanqing discovered this after she saved the second rejuvenation pill Sumu gave her last night and did not take it, but she still received a rebate from the system. Based on this situation, Sumu planned to buy a martial arts book as a gift for her. According to the current investment rebate rules, the types of system investments and rebate items seem to be the same. In other words, if Sumu gave her martial arts, then what she could get would also be higher martial arts. The only difference is that the type of martial arts returned may be random. Therefore, Jiang Ming planned to buy a few more books so that he could choose the most suitable one for practice when the time comes. First-class martial arts, Changchun Fist, Lingfeng Kick, Swift Wind Sword Technique. Second-grade martial arts technique, The Art of Eternal Life. Okay, let's buy 10 copies first. Sumu spent half an hour carefully selecting 10 martial arts secrets books. There are a large number of martial arts secrets in the Treasure Pavilion, but most of them are of the first grade, and only a few are of the second grade. There is not a single one with second-grade martial arts or above. The 3 categories of items, martial arts, elixirs, and weapons, are divided into grades 1 to 9 from low to high quality. Sumu had heard of martial arts above the 9th rank, but given his social status, he was not yet qualified to know the relevant information. Compared to the other 2 items, martial arts are cheaper. After all, this thing is just like a book, and it can be printed in thousands or tens of thousands of copies. Therefore, the price is mostly tens or hundreds of yuan per book. Even a second-grade martial art can be purchased for only 7 or 8,000 yuan. Only. Although martial arts are cheap, you will have to pay a higher price if you want to learn them. This is just like the knowledge in textbooks. It is useless to figure it out by yourself. Must be led by a teacher. Among the 10 martial arts books Su Mu bought, 7 were first-grade martial arts and 3 were second-grade martial arts, and the total cost was just over 20,000 yuan. It covers 4 types: fists and feet, weapons, body movements, and body training. Among them, the second-grade martial art, the everlasting life technique, is a martial art that strengthens the body and enhances the body's recovery and self-healing abilities. The reason for careful selection is that investment is investment, and I also have to consider whether my wife Suanqing has the need. The art of everlasting life was specially chosen for Suanqing. Because her divine bone was dug out, her injuries were severe and could not be healed by ordinary treatments. This martial art with self-healing ability could be practiced by her. After choosing the martial arts, Su Mu took another look at the equipment area of the treasure pavilion. A good weapon is also a must-have item to increase a warrior's strength. The elixirs and martial arts together cost more than 100,000 yuan, which drained all his money. However, he still had third-grade elixirs from investment rebates, which made Su Mu confident, so he thought about choosing a weapon. At this moment, a piece of soft armor emitting a hazy white light attracted his attention. "Brother, you have a good eye." At this time, the owner of Jinbao Pavilion, who had been secretly observing the movements of Su Mu, the big fat sheep, thought that the opportunity had come and immediately came over to make a sales pitch. "This soft armor just arrived in the store this morning. It's called the Heavenly Silk Armor and is a third-grade protective gear. It is made of silk spit out by the second-level demon beast Snow Mountain Silkworm. It is as light as a feather, comfortable, tough and close-fitting, strong and durable. Its defensive effect is much stronger than the best bulletproof vest on the market. Moreover, it is the work of Qin Feng, a famous weapon refiner in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Although it is a practice piece, its quality is beyond doubt. You know, Master Qin Feng's works are rarely circulated in the market. We at Jinbao Pavilion spent a lot of money to get it from our peers. It's a rare opportunity, and you will make a profit if you buy it. Shanghui only needs 2 million. Brother, do you want to consider buying it? Equipment is much less valuable than elixirs. Especially non-weapon equipment below the 3rd grade. This is because warriors believe that only when they are strong can they be truly strong. At least the vast majority of warriors in the body tempering and foundation building stages will at most choose a weapon that suits them, and they don't care about protective gear at all. In their view, wearing it will only hinder their mobility. Only warriors who have reached the foundation building stage will pay attention to protective equipment. Because it is too difficult to improve one's basic strength when reaching that level of strength, relying on external equipment is a very effective and common method. This natural silk armor is an exception. Generally, protective gear below the 3rd grade is bulky metal armor. The natural silk armor is light and has strong protective capabilities, making it definitely a rare item on the market. Su Mu was somewhat moved. "I want it. I want it." As soon as he opened his mouth, a unanimous voice came from behind him. When I turned around, I saw 3 young people, 1 man and 2 women, who had come in. One of the leading girls. She has shoulder-length black hair and regular facial features. Although not as pretty as his wife Suanqing, she can also be considered a beauty. He has a very cold temperament, and looks like he doesn't allow strangers to approach him. The girl next to her had a ponytail and was not very pretty, but she looked very lively and was also a pretty girl. The man behind the 2 women was a bit worse. He looked quite handsome, about 30% as handsome as Su Mu, but his temperament was not very good and his eyes were wandering. "My lady, I'm sorry, but there is only one piece of heavenly silk armor, and this guy came here first. How about you take a look at something else?" The boss of Jinbao Pavilion is very particular about doing business. Although the 3 new young men are obviously from wealthy families, Su Mu, the big fat sheep, is not bad either. The main reason was that Su Mu left such a deep impression on him last night. He easily earned hundreds of thousands of dollars. Of course, this is also because the treasure pavilion has a national background and the prices of its products are fixed. If it were a private store, the owner might even dare to hold an auction on the spot if there was competition. "No, boss, do you know how to do business?" Before the 2 girls could say anything, the young man behind them thought he had caught the opportunity to show off and couldn't help but say, "This guy is wearing cheap clothes and looks like a poor guy. Can he afford 2 million? This." The owner of the treasure pavilion was stunned and looked at Su Mu hesitantly. He only thought that the other party was a big fat sheep and wanted to make more money from him, but he ignored the value of the Tianquan silk armor. The price tag of this thing is 2 million. The 9 second grade pills that the other party bought last night were only worth 1,200,000, and he spent 1,100,000 on the spot. Does he still have money to buy it today? Sumu silently took out a boiling blood pill from a glass bottle from his pocket. This thing is an advanced version of the qi and blood pill. Its effect is several times that of the qi and blood pill, and it is easily absorbed by the body. Third grade elixir, boiling blood pill. This quality is simply perfect. The owner of the treasure pavilion had a sharp eye. After taking a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise. Third grade elixirs are rarely seen in his shop. This thing is much more attractive than the heavenly silk armor. 2,200,000, I want this boiling blood pill. After the treasure pavilion owner finished speaking, the cold girl spoke again. But this time, her eyes fell on the boiling blood pill. Chapter 10 Yi Shuiwei. It's not good to intercept in front of me, little girl, isn't it? The owner of the treasure pavilion's face turned cold. The prices for pills in his shop are basically fixed. The price of a third-grade boiling blood pill is 2 million, but if it is resold, it can at least add another 2 or 300,000. The most important thing is that the boiling blood pill is different from equipment and protective gear. This thing is a cultivation resource, it is very popular and there is no problem selling it. He doesn't care whether the girl in front of him is pretty or not. As long as it affects making money, I will never agree to it. Why are you talking so loudly? Do you know that the person standing in front of you is the daughter of the chairman of Longquan Group, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Shuiwei? Please pay attention to your attitude. Believe it or not, I can make you unemployed in a minute. The male classmate following Yi Shuiwei and the other girl immediately stood up and scolded them. As soon as the words Longquan Group came out, the owner of Jinbao Pavilion immediately shut up. There is no other reason. Longquan Group is a giant in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Although it is a private enterprise, it has a lot of cooperation with the government. It is not something that a small or medium-sized boss like him can mess with. The Yi family, as the holding family of Longquan Group, is also ranked among the top families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. With all these identities combined, he can't afford to offend anyone. Yi Shuiwei frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Xiafei, shut up. She was in a good mood today. She finally had a day off and went shopping with her bestie. But Xiafei stuck to her like a dogskin plaster. The Xia family is one of the important partners that the Yi family has made recently. Yi Shuiwei chooses to treat him politely because of her good family education, but she finds that Xiafei is like a nouveau riche, arrogant and domineering, which makes her feel disgusted. Originally I just wanted to deal with it calmly and let him give up on his own. But I didn't expect that he would go too far and even use her name to bully others. Yeah, I'm just helping you, how can you blame me? Xiafei widened his eyes and defended himself in a frustrated manner. You shouldn't call me yeah. To tell you the truth, don't show up in front of me again. It's annoying to look at you. Yi Shuiwei said coldly. But she knew what the other party's intention was in approaching her. If it weren't for the relationship between the two elders, he would have been scolded long ago. Now my patience has reached its limit, so I might as well make it clear. It should have been done a long time ago. Yi Shuiwei's best friend Tian Xiaoxiao angrily said, Xiafei, don't think we don't know. When Yaya didn't transfer to Shinlong College, I don't know how many girls were harmed by your glorious deeds. Why, you can't catch up with Suanqing, so you turn around and pretend to pester my Shuiwei? You're dreaming. Get lost. Xiafei's face flushed, and he said angrily, Okay, I'll get out. Things change over time, I'll tell my mom, and we'll see. After saying that, he turned and left. Before leaving, he glared at Sumu fiercely. Sumu almost sprained his waist because of his dirty words in the previous second, and was dumbfounded the next second. If you're not my buddy, I'm just quietly eating a melon, why are you glaring at me? Is there still law and justice? Sorry boss, we didn't mean to threaten you. How about this, classmate, you sell this boiling blood pill to the boss, and then the boss can transfer it to me, okay? Yi Shuiwei didn't even look at the toady Xiafei who was driven away by anger, and spoke to the owner of Jinbao Pavilion and Sumu. There is an air of wealth and grandeur in his words. She really wanted the boiling blood pill in Sumu's hand. There are not many third-grade boiling blood pills on the market. Although as the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Shuiwei has no shortage of such things, but when she comes across them she will buy some and save them for her brothers and sisters. Compared to the heavenly silk armor that she had decided to buy on a whim, the boiling blood pill was more attractive to her. No, Miss Yi is too polite. Just make the deal with me and don't worry about me. The owner of the treasure pavilion shook his head like a rattle. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew Yi Shuyue's identity, he didn't dare to make this dirty money. Thank you, boss. Classmate, what do you say? No problem. Sumu agreed immediately. The boiling blood pill is for sale, so it doesn't matter who you sell it to. It can be sold for an extra 200,000, only a fool would refuse. What's more, he had heard of the reputation of Longquan Group and the Yi family. The other party was no weaker than the Su family. Therefore, Sumu not only wanted to sell the boiling blood pill to her, he also planned to seize this opportunity that he encountered by chance. Well, let me add your contact information. Don't get me wrong, I'm already married. It's mainly just to discuss some business. By the way, the classmate CFA who left just now looked at me with a bit of hostility. I'm just an ordinary citizen. What if he retaliates against me? Classmate Yi, you know. Sumu took the opportunity to speak. Good. Yi Shuyue nodded. To be honest, when she first heard Sumu wanted to add a friend, she was quite disgusted. But after listening to it, this aversion disappeared. Sumu is married, so she doesn't have to worry about him harassing her. Besides, CFA was indeed a trouble. Based on Yi Shuyue's understanding of him, he was petty-minded and might vent his anger on the handsome young man in front of him. As for business, Yi Shuyue didn't take it too seriously. Little did she know that this was the real reason why Sumu shamelessly added her as a friend. If you want to invest in your wife Suanqing, you must find a way to sell the resources that receive system rebates. Don't show off your wealth. He had no intention of hanging himself on a tree in the treasure pavilion. This wealthy lady named Yi, who has no shortage of money, may be a good partner in the future. Although Yi Shuyue was a girl, she was decisive and efficient. She transferred 2.2 million yuan to Sumu on the spot, then put away the boiling blood pill and left with her best friend contentedly. Under the resentful gaze of the owner of the treasure pavilion, Sumu transferred another 2 million to him, took the heavenly silk armor, the second-grade rejuvenation pill and 10 martial arts books, and happily set out on the journey home. On the way, he also went to a nearby supermarket and bought nearly 20,000 yuan worth of food. The main reason why he spent so much money was because he bought 5 kilograms of meat from the first-level monster red flame rabbit. We got married in a hurry yesterday and didn't have anything good to eat, so we must celebrate today. At 10:30 in the morning, Sumu opened the door of his house. Wife, I'm back. Honey, why did you buy so many things? Suanqing came forward and was a little surprised to see Sumu carrying a lot of bags in his hands. We're getting married, let's celebrate. Hubby, you're so nice. Sumu hugged Suanqing for a while, and then put the ingredients in the kitchen and refrigerator. Then he took out the things he bought from the treasure pavilion. Honey, these are for you. Ah. Looking at the 10 martial arts secrets manuals, rejuvenation pills, and the obviously priceless heavenly silk armor placed in front of her, Suanqing was stunned. Especially the heavenly silk armor, which she estimated to cost at least 1 million. Suanqing stared at Sumu blankly. She now really believed that her cheap husband Sumu was not an ordinary person. Chapter 11, Successful Investment and Great Accomplishment. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the second-grade rejuvenation pill. This investment triggers a 15-fold critical strike rebate, rewards 1 3rd-grade foundation building pill, 3 2nd-grade chi and blood pills, 1 2nd-grade detoxification pill, and 1 2nd-grade rejuvenation pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 3rd-grade heavenly silk armor. This investment triggers a 10-fold crit rebate, and the reward is a 4th-grade thunderblade. Unfortunately, the host's investment in the 1st-grade martial arts Changchun fist failed. Reward, none. Unfortunately, the host failed to invest in the 1st-grade martial arts scale sword technique. Reward, none. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 2nd-grade martial arts skill, the everlasting life skill. This investment triggers a 40-fold crit rebate, and the reward is the great accomplishment of the everlasting life skill. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Sumu was surprised and happy. All the things were given to Suanqing. And the result was the same as what he had guessed last night. For the 2 items like rejuvenation pill and heavenly silk armor, if Suanqing accepted his investment, it would be an immediate success. But why is there only 1 book out of 10 martial arts books that gives me a rebate? Sumu didn't have time to think about the reason. Because now his face also turned red. The blood in the body surged, and a surging and warm force flowed into every part of the body. At the same time, a memory emerged in the mind. It was in a pitch-black space, where a man was meditating quietly, day after day, year after year. Apart from running the endless qigong in his body, he did nothing else. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying aura surged from the man, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the picture shattered. It turned into streams of light and poured into Su Mu's body. In an instant, he felt that he had gained a very deep understanding of the art of everlasting life, as if he had been immersed in it for decades. After a long while, Su Mu finally calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. Eternal Life Skill Level 2. Realm, Da Shang. Martial Arts Effect: circulate qi and blood along the unique meridians, greatly enhance physical fitness and greatly improve the body's self-repair ability. Non-fatal and disabling injuries can be quickly self-healed. When practiced to perfection, you can gain the ability to regenerate broken limbs. A martial art is divided into 6 levels according to the practitioner's level of mastery: entry, proficient, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. The art of eternal life is not a killing type of martial art, but its effect is more inclined to enhance physical fitness. Su Mu currently has no idea about the self-repairing ability brought about by the great accomplishment realm of everlasting life, but the effect of enhancing his physical fitness makes him feel that his physical fitness has increased significantly. He took a look at his own panel by the way. Name, Su Mu. Realm, Body Forging Realm 2-star. Martial Arts Talent, lowest. Constitution, none. Martial Arts, Endless Life Skill Great Mastery. Another breakthrough. Su Mu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. A warrior in the bodybuilding realm must exercise and sharpen his muscles and bones through various means to enhance his basic physical qualities. One of the functions of the everlasting life skill is to enhance physical fitness and advance to the 2nd star of the body tempering realm. This is a direct feedback after mastering this martial art and entering the great perfection realm. Next, Su Mu can continue to practice this martial art in his daily life, become stronger and enter a higher realm of martial arts. Hubby, I can't use these martial arts secrets. I can practice the life-giving skill, which may help my injuries. As for the others, you should give them up. Suanqing briefly looked through the 10 martial arts books one by one for a moment, then said to Su Mu with a troubled look on her face. She didn't ask Su Mu where he got the money to buy so many things. After all, she discovered it last night. Su Mu didn't want to answer this question because he had his own secrets. She could accept the other things obediently, but she really couldn't use the martial arts, especially the offensive ones. Human energy is limited. Even if her body recovered, she would not be able to spend time practicing the other 9 martial arts. After hearing what Suanqing said, Su Mu also understood why only the investment in Shangshang Buxigang was successful. It seems that the condition for a successful investment is not only to get the wife's acceptance, but also to be something she can use. But it's not a big problem. Having the power of everlasting life is enough to make Su Mu happy, and he can invest more slowly in the future. I won't return it. It's just a small amount of money. Keep it at home for now and use it as martial arts teaching materials for our children in the future. Su Mu said nonchalantly. Things are different now. He is no longer the young man who used to be frugal with food and drink. Be rich and be willful. On the other side, Suanqing didn't speak. His face looked like a ripe apple. There was no way. They had only known each other for 1 day, and she was still very shy. She couldn't suddenly drive away like some old couples did when they had a disagreement. It's getting late. Wait here. I'll let you taste my cooking at noon. Su Mu felt hungry and walked into the kitchen. An hour later, a large table full of dishes was ready. I have to say that the red flame rabbit is worthy of being a first-level monster. Its meat is very delicious and its qi and blood content is quite high. Su Mu could usually eat 3 pounds of meat in one meal, but now that he had become a 2-star bodybuilding warrior, he only ate a little over 1 pound and felt a little bloated. The remaining red flame rabbit meat was all eaten by Suanqing. Don't be fooled by her thin body. She is 1.65 meters tall and weighs only 90 kilograms, but there is nothing she can do about it, as all warriors are big gluttons. As a 1-star warrior in the Foundation establishment realm, she only ate about 4 kilograms, which was considered a poor appetite today. After eating and drinking, Suanqing cleaned the house, while Su Mu rested for a while until his good brother Lin Xiang and his wife Lin Shui came knocking on the door and asked him to go to Shinlong Academy together. The government also assigned jobs to the couple. Like Su Mu, Lin Xiang also worked at Shinlong College, while Lin Shui went to Xuanwu College next to Shinlong College to work as a librarian. Su Mu, I heard that most of our successful blind dates were arranged to work in the 4 major colleges. The work isn't tiring, and we get a high salary every month. We're so lucky. High-level martial arts academies like Shinlong Academy have large spirit-gathering arrays, which help the martial arts students there train more efficiently. I searched online and found that many martial arts academy staff have been influenced by them, awakened their martial arts talents, and become martial artists. Do you think I have a chance to become a warrior? It would be great if I could become a warrior. You don't know, my wife Zhao Shui is a 1-star warrior in the body tempering realm. Warriors have extremely strong stamina. Last night, my legs are still a little weak now, hee. However, we brothers may not be able to work in Shinlong Academy, because there are still tests. If we are rejected, the government will arrange other jobs for us. I hope we can pass the test. Lin Xiang is a chatterbox and he talks non-stop when he gets excited. Su Mu smiled but said nothing. Soon, they arrived at the Shinlong Academy. Chapter 12 Dragon Academy. Shinlong Academy. This college, one of the 4 major colleges covering an area of more than 2,000 acres in the center of Suzhou and Hangzhou, where every inch of land is valuable, is firmly protected by a light golden defense shield. Today is a rest day, but there are almost no people at the entrance of Shinlong Academy. Today's martial arts students are very competitive and few of them really come out to relax on their days off. However, when Su Mu and Lin Xiang arrived here, they found a special group of people gathered at the door. There were about 30 of them, most of them were men around their age, and their faces looked familiar. There is no doubt that they were all people who went on a blind date yesterday like them. Because they were assigned to work in Shinlong College, they arrived here before 2 o'clock. Su Yang, what position are you going to apply for? I want to be a security guard, so I can save myself 40 years of detours. I also want to be a security guard. I just need to guard the gate. It's easy. I'd like to be an office clerk, protected from the elements, and the monthly salary is said to be 8,000 yuan. It would be great if I could be selected. My partner and I want to be cleaners. It's a bit tiring, but it doesn't require any brainpower and we won't make mistakes. It's said that if you make a mistake at Shinlong Academy, the problem will be very serious. I don't ask for any position, as long as I can find a job. Everyone gathered together and discussed excitedly. Su Mu listened quietly for a while. It was the first time for everyone to work, and they were discussing job benefits and fantasizing about the future. At this moment, a tall and thin young man suddenly spoke up and poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. Do you really think working at Shinlong Academy is a good job? Let me tell you, my neighbor's brother's cousin works at Shinlong Academy, so I know a piece of news that few people know. A week ago, 6 night watch staff members at Shinlong Academy died. All of them died in tragic ways. Their bodies were horrible to look at. It is said that they were killed by some kind of monster that ripped out their hearts. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was stunned. 2 well-informed people immediately stood up to refute. Don't talk nonsense. Why have I never heard of any ordinary staff member dying unnatural deaths before? That's right, look at this protective formation. It not only protects the academy, but also has a detection function. It can detect every corner of the academy. If there is any danger, the school's top management will definitely be able to detect it in the first place. Facing the doubts of these 2 people, the tall and thin man snorted coldly, what do you know? The 6 night watchman died in mysterious circumstances. The Shinlong Academy has not yet found the murderer. How could the news be spread in such a short time? The courtyard protection formation is powerful, but the problem is that it requires the burning of spiritual stones to maintain it, and it is not activated every day. Now that we have encountered a special event, it will definitely be turned off after a while. Also, some of you may think that now that the investigation is over, you are safe. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. There is no way a small ordinary staff member will be in danger, right? But I want to tell you, if there really is an evil person who sets his sights on the Shinlong Academy, then that person must be a powerful warrior. Ordinary people don't have the courage or the ability to do so, so if we encounter these people, I don't need to explain what will happen to us, right? No explanation really needed. The gap in strength between ordinary people and warriors is too huge, like an insurmountable chasm. If you really encounter a warrior with ulterior motives, it will be a situation where there is almost no chance of survival. Combined with the two sentences spoken by the tall and thin man before, many people at the scene couldn't help but feel like backing out. That makes sense. Working at Shinlong Academy is comfortable, but it seems very dangerous, right? I'm still a little skeptical. The teachers and students of Shinlong Academy are all powerful warriors. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. How dangerous can ordinary employees be? It's better to be safe than sorry. I thought about it and decided to go to the factory to screw in screws. It may be tiring, but at least it's safe enough. I think so too. Why don't we leave? The government will keep arranging jobs for us in the next 2 days anyway. We might as well find a safer place. People are in chaos. Soon, several people left, and the rest began to feel uneasy. Sumu, why don't we go too? Lin Xiang came close to Sumu, looking anxious. Don't be fooled. Sumu laughed and reminded, look, that guy said so much, it seems extremely dangerous, so why did he come? Government allocations are allocations, but the salaries of various positions at Shinlong College vary, and competition for good positions is fierce. Since there is a need for competition, then we need to see who is better. If we can scare off some competitors, won't our chances of getting a good job be greater? After he finished speaking, Lin Xiang was stunned. Sumu's voice was not small, and several people around who heard it were also stunned. The tall and thin young man who was speaking happened to be among them. His face suddenly changed and he looked at Sumu with dangerous eyes. Looking at the tall and thin man's unusual expression at this moment, who wouldn't understand what he was planning? They've started plotting before we even enter Shinlong Academy. How insidious. Everyone looked at him with some anger. The tall and thin man snorted coldly when he realized that his plan had been exposed. As far as I know, there are only 6 best positions in Shinlong Academy this time. I scared away 4 competitors with just a few words. You should thank me. After hearing this, those people thought about it and it seemed to be true. Although some people were annoyed by his little calculations, they also silently agreed with what he said. Too many monks and too little meat. 4 people were scared off, and the competitive pressure became much less, which is indeed a good thing. Pa. Suddenly, a round of applause appeared among the crowd. I saw a young man about 30 years old walking out from the protective shield inside the Shinlong Academy with an admiring look on his face. He had a dark brown scar on his face that extended from under his left eye to the corner of his mouth, and he was wearing a black uniform. At first glance, they are obviously staff members of Shinlong Academy. Wonderful, very wonderful. Excellent strategies and cool heads. I'm glad to have you two in this group. We have some good talents coming to our Shinlong Academy this time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yu. I'm one of the second-year tutors at Shinlong Academy and also the head of the Academy Security Department. The scarred young man, Zhang Yu, said lightly. He had just heard the tall and thin man's plan inside the Shinlong Academy's defense shield and felt very relieved. I won't say any more words. Let me get straight to the point. I'm here to select security staff. Those who want to compete for the Academy's security positions, follow me now and take the assessment. Chapter 13 Alchemy Master Lu Qingfeng. There were a total of 13 people following Supervisor Zhang Yu. Among them, Lin Xiang thought for a moment and followed Zhang Yu. And Sumu originally planned to follow. After all, being a patrolling security guard is really good. Just like what the brother said before, it is equivalent to avoiding 40 years of detour, and the salary is not low. Less work and more money. In the entire Shinlong Academy, security guards are in high demand. But just as Sumu was about to leave, someone stopped him. Your name is Sumu, right? Don't fight with them for the security post. Come with me. There's something good waiting for you. A staff member came over. It was the person in charge of Shinlong Academy who was at the blind date that day. Good thing? Hearing this, Sumu was stunned for a moment. This was his first time at Shinlong Academy and he didn't know the Academy's leaders. What good thing could possibly happen to him? Hello, I want to ask, where are we going? Sumu asked. You'll know when you get there. The man said with a mysterious expression. Seeing this, Sumu thought about it and decided to follow. The two were walking one in front of the other. When they passed by the playground, they saw Zhang Yu leading a group of people to assess security posts. Although Lin Xiang is fat, his physique is not bad. For him, being a security guard is indeed a good thing. If he and his wife have a baby next year, he will be happy. Sumu has been traveling through this high-level martial arts world for 10 years and doesn't have many friends, but Lin Xiang is one of them. Naturally, he hopes that he can get what he wants. No conversation along the way. Soon, the two came to a building. When Sumu saw the words Resources Department written on it, his eyes widened. Suanqing once said that the Resources Department of Shinlong Academy is very special. It stores the Academy's elixirs, martial arts, and various training resources. Are you going to let me work in the Resources Department? Sumu felt a little excited. If he could really work in the Resources Department, he would have the opportunity to come into contact with elixirs, skills, and martial arts, and then he could replace some elixirs quietly. Use the pills rewarded by the system to exchange for the pills from the Resources Department. This saves the step of selling the pills yourself, reduces the risk of property exposure, and increases efficiency. It's not just pills. If there are identical equipment, martial arts secrets, and other items, they can be swapped without anyone noticing. Of course, whether this operation can be carried out specifically requires further exploration. But first I have to seize this opportunity to work in the Resources Department. He only brought me here, there is no competition. Does he really want to assign this job to me? But this shouldn't be the case. I don't know the leaders of Shinlong Academy. How could such a good thing happen to me? Sumu was a little confused. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Sumu followed the man's footsteps and walked into the Resources Department building. This resource department is very grand, and has its own formation to protect it. As soon as he walked in, Sumu smelled the fragrance of some medicinal herbs. He felt relaxed all over, as if he had become lighter. The spiritual energy here is also extremely rich, far beyond what is outside. Arrive! Just as Sumu was thinking, the man in front of him stopped. Sumu looked up and saw a solid wooden door in front of them with 3 big words Alchemy Room engraved on the side. From today on, you will work here, the man said with a smile. Alchemy Room? Sumu said in surprise, but I don't know how to make pills. I am only responsible for bringing you here, and you will know the rest when you go in. The man smiled, turned, and left. But then, Sumu heard him mumbling something to himself. This kid is so lucky that he was sent to the alchemy room as an apprentice. Does he have the talent to be an alchemist? No wonder he was able to casually take out a second-grade elixir that day. He really has a background. Although the voice was small, Sumu heard it clearly. This made him even more shocked. He was actually arranged to be an alchemy apprentice here. You know, alchemist is the most respected profession. A most ordinary first-grade alchemist is more popular than a warrior at the foundation building stage. There are countless people around the world who want to learn alchemy, but unfortunately they are blocked outside because they have no talent or connections for alchemy. And in Shinlong Academy, the most popular position is also that of an alchemy apprentice. Sumu never expected that such a position that was almost impossible to get would fall on him. But I don't seem to have any talent for alchemy. Why would Shinlong Academy arrange for me to come here? Sumu was puzzled. However, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Since he was specifically asked to come, he had no choice. At worst, you can take the test, and if you fail, you can look for other jobs. Even if you lose all the positions, it doesn't matter. You can just go home and lie down with your wife. Thinking of this, Sumu calmed down. He pushed open the door of the alchemy room, and immediately, a strong aroma of medicinal herbs and elixirs hit him in the face. You're here? Suddenly, a powerful voice came from inside. Then, the lights suddenly turned on. He saw an old man in his 60s, looking at him with a smile. Looking at the old man's appearance, Sumu was stunned at first, and then a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Isn't this his grandfather's friend? Sumu had seen a photo of 2 people among the collections left by his grandfather. Although his grandfather and the other person were very young at that time, Sumu could vaguely tell that the old man in front of him was the one in the photo. It seems that you recognized me. Formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Qingfeng, and I was once a friend of your grandfather. I promised him that I would take care of you after you came of age and got married. From today on, you will work here. In addition to classifying some medicinal materials and elixirs, I also learned to make elixirs. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. Hearing this, Sumu was immediately delighted. Is there such a good thing? That's what I wanted. He originally thought that there would be an assessment and had even thought of a way out if he failed the assessment, but he didn't expect that he would be appointed directly. "Thank you, Grandpa Lu." Su Mu thanked him on the spot. He didn't care about being an alchemist apprentice or this job, but he could easily exchange pills here. This is exactly the position he needs most. Then, Lu Qingfeng took out 2 slightly worn books and gave them to him. One book records all medicinal materials, and the other records the experience of alchemy. In addition, a bunch of keys was taken out. It is the key to the door of the alchemy room and all the rooms in the resources department. "Su Mu, this is all I can do for you for now. Firstly, it's because of your grandfather, and secondly, it's because your parents were once students of Shinlong Academy. They are heroes who sacrificed their lives for their country. Having you come here is also considered as taking care of the descendants of heroes. But remember, you must be an upright person. The things in here are indeed very tempting, but if you steal from the company, I can't protect you. No, I won't let you go either. In the next period of time, I will go into seclusion to strive to become a 5th-grade alchemist. Please don't let me and your grandfather down." Lu Qingfeng continued. Su Mu nodded heavily. "With the system in hand, is there any need to steal elixirs? Just replace it directly." Moreover, he learned from Suanqing that the things in the resources department can be directly exchanged as long as you have treasures of equal value. Chapter 14, Alchemy Apprentice, Envy of Everyone. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingfeng, Su Mu walked out of the resources department building happily. Originally he planned to take a walk around the resources department, but since it was his first day there, he decided to keep a low profile. Anyway, I have already joined the resources department and become an alchemy apprentice. From now on, this place will be like my own home and I can come here whenever I want. There is no need to rush. Thinking about how he could get resources to invest in his wife in the future, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. A man who loves his wife will not have too bad luck. Is this the bad luck that has arrived? Thinking all the way, Su Mu walked to the playground. First, I got first place, ha 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 ha. On the playground, it seemed that the test had just ended, and Lin Xiang was shouting excitedly. It was just for a security job. If you didn't know, you would think he had made a fortune. I didn't expect you to get first place. The tall and thin man walked up to Lin Xiang and asked with a grim expression. He finished third. This result is embarrassing. The working conditions of security guards in the security department can be good or bad. The top 2 have the right to choose their own garrison locations. For example, the resource department guard is the best position in the security department. The 3rd to 6th people can only wait passively for arrangements, and most likely they will join the most tiring patrol. Unless someone in the top 2 gives up their own selection. Let's make friends. I'll give you this 1st-grade blood boosting pill, and let me have the right to choose my own position, okay? The tall and thin man looked at Lin Xiang and put forward his conditions. I won't change. Lin Xiang answered without hesitation and very straightforwardly. Although the 1st-grade blood boosting pill is worth about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, when Lin Xiang came, he had already learned from his wife Zhao Shui that the security guard conditions in the resources department were the best and the salary was the highest. In comparison, this pill is nothing. If you think it's too little, I can add more. Everything can be discussed. Wang Liwei opened his mouth and wanted to raise the price, but was interrupted by his supervisor Zhang Yu. The top 6 places have been announced, the assessment is over. Those who are eliminated will leave on their own accord. The top 6 will follow me. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, everyone else left dejectedly, except Lin Xiang and others, who were extremely excited and happy. Brother Mu, I'm so happy that I can become the resource department guard. By the way, how are you, what is your job? Lin Xiang asked excitedly. Alchemy apprentice. As soon as Su Mu said this, everyone stared at him with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Even Zhang Yu, the head of the security department, was shocked. Alchemy apprentice? You know. The entire Shinlong Academy has not recruited any alchemy apprentices for many years. Most of the pills in the academy, except those purchased from the market, were personally made by Master Lu Qingfeng. As a 4th-rank alchemist, Lu Qingfeng had an extremely respected status. There were countless people who wanted to become his disciples, but he always rejected them on the grounds that he wanted to concentrate on studying alchemy. Why did he accept Su Mu as his alchemy apprentice this time? It's incredible. Alchemy apprentice. My goodness, Brother Mu, you are so awesome. Lin Xiang looked shocked. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "This is a coincidence. I can be a security guard in the resources department, and you, Brother Mu, are a student in the alchemy room of the resources department. We can go to get off work together." Su Mu smiled and nodded. "Your name is Su Mu, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yu. You are all new here. If you encounter any problems in the academy, you can come to me." At this time, Zhang Yu came over and said with a warm smile. Su Mu stretched out his hand and shook it. Apparently, he heard about his status as an alchemist's apprentice and wanted to show his goodwill. But this guy doesn't look bad. As he said, he is a newcomer and it is inevitable that he will encounter minor troubles. It is very beneficial for him to know the head of the security department. Reporting to the supervisor, "I want to go to the resources department." At this time, Lin Xiang said directly. Zhang Yu looked at him, then looked at Su Mu, and nodded. "You are the first choice, so you are the priority." "Thank you, sir," Lin Xiang said excitedly. After the words fell, everyone looked at them with envy again. Only Wang Liwei's eyes became gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, others also chose their positions. "Okay, if there's no problem, sign the contract. Your captain will come to pick you up next, so don't move around." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called his subordinates. Soon, the contract was placed in front of everyone. The salary is clear, the contract period is 3 years, there is no probation period, and a one-time compensation of 1 million will be paid in case of breach of contract. A very conscientious contract. Everyone signed without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, each team leader came forward to lead the people. After watching Lin Xiang leave, Su Mu turned and left. It can be seen that his identity as an alchemy apprentice is much better than that of a security guard. This can be seen from Zhang Yu's attitude just now. No wonder. The profession of alchemist is rare, and they are extremely rare in the whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Now Su Mu is an apprentice in alchemy. If he can become an alchemist in the future, not only the security guards, but even the teachers in the academy will come to make friends with him. Just like Lu Qingfeng. As a 4th-rank alchemist, he has a very high prestige in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou. No matter where he goes, he is basically a VIP. This time he chose to go into seclusion to strive to become a 5th-grade alchemist. Once he enters the 5th-grade ranks, it is no exaggeration to say that countless people from the entire Jiangnan area will come to visit him. Even the imperial capital would send people here specially. Su Mu was also looking forward to him reaching the 5th level, so that he could ask him to refine 5th-level pills for Suanqing in the future. As long as the investment for the 5th-grade elixir is successful, you can rely on the system to give you a 10 or 20-fold reward, and you will make a fortune. It's exciting just to think about it. But that's still a long way off. For now, we have to seize the present moment. Let's find someone to exchange pills with first. Su Mu came back to his senses and let out a long breath. He looked at the time and it was already past 4 in the afternoon, so he took out his cell phone and found Yi Shuyue's chat interface. "Miss Yi, I have a 3rd-grade foundation building pill and a 3rd-grade ultimate breaking pill here. Are you interested?" This was the reason why Su Mu added Yi Shuyue as a friend. The eldest daughter of the Yi family has a large family and a great fortune, so she shouldn't care about these little things. By selling the elixir to her, there would be no need to worry about exposing one's wealth, thus greatly reducing the risk. Although we can also go to the resources department to exchange it later, more friends mean more paths. More places to exchange things will provide more opportunities. What's more? What if the resources department doesn't have what he wants? The Yi family is very powerful, so we can make good use of it. Chapter 15 Yi Shuyue's surprise deal. "Mom, I really hate CFA, can you please stop trying to persuade me? I don't want to listen. Please don't involve me in your previous generation's business relationship, okay? If you continue to persuade me, I will be rude to CFA at school tomorrow. CFA is only at the 1-star level in the body tempering realm, while I'm already at the 3-star level in the foundation establishment realm. Do you think I dare?" Humph. In the Yi family compound, Yi Shuyue hung up the phone on her mother angrily. I felt even more disdainful of CFA's shamelessness. She never expected that the other party would actually go to find her mother. What a shameless person it takes to do such a thing. After being rejected by me, instead of reflecting on herself, she used the pressure from her elders to continue pestering me. Nausea. Yi Shuiyue stamped her feet in disgust. At this moment, the phone rang again. Still trying to persuade me, this is the person from the daytime? Yi Shuiyue thought her mother sent her a message to persuade her, but when she picked up her phone, she saw that it was a friend she added in the treasure pavilion during the day. 3rd grade foundation building pills and ultimate breaking pills. He actually has such good stuff in his hands? Yi Shuiyue's eyes lit up. The functions of the foundation establishment pill and the boiling blood pill are similar, and both are resources for cultivation. However, the foundation establishment pill can only be used by warriors at the foundation establishment stage, and its effect is much stronger than the boiling blood pill. The Poji Dan is also a good thing. In the practice of martial arts, it is inevitable to encounter bottlenecks. With the breaking extreme pill, when one reaches a bottleneck in cultivation below the foundation establishment stage, it can play a very good auxiliary role and help break through the bottleneck. Right now, Yi Shuiyue is at the peak of the 3 stars in the foundation establishment realm and has been stuck at this stage for a while. I used 2 3rd grade breakthrough pills, but it was still a little short. If there is one more, I think we can break through successfully. However, since the Poji pill is a relatively rare type of elixir, the Yi family cannot buy too many of it with their financial resources. The young people in the family share it, and she can get 2 a month. She still has a long way to go in the foundation establishment stage, so how could she miss the wild breaking extreme pill? Interested? 2,400,000 each, I want them all. Yi Shuiyue quickly typed a reply. Otherwise, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Without some money, it is impossible to go further in martial arts. But what Yi Shuiyue didn't expect was that the other party did not intend to sell it this time, but to exchange it. I have 2 foundation building pills, 1 extreme breaking pill, 3 blood chi pills, and 1 detoxification pill. I want to exchange them for 4 vitality pills. Do you want to do it? Looking at the message sent by the other party, Yi Shuiyue was stunned for a moment. What is the vitality pill? It is an enhanced version of the 2nd grade rejuvenation pill, specifically used to treat injuries. The family also distributed them, but Yi Shuiyue seldom participated in battles, so naturally he didn't need them. Therefore, she still has no less than 10 vitality pills stored in her small treasury. Exchanging the unused pills for 3 3rd grade pills and 4 2nd grade pills was a huge profit in her opinion. Why do you need so many vitality pills? Are you injured? Yi Shuiyue did not agree immediately, but asked cautiously. It's not for my own use, so why don't you change it? Change? Where are you? Since the other party didn't want to answer, Yi Shuiyue sensibly stopped asking. I'm at the gate of Shinlong Academy. Wait for me, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After replying to the message, Yi Shuiyue hurriedly left the Yi family compound. Her home is only about 10 kilometers away from Shinlong College. Soon, she arrived at the gate of Shinlong College and saw Sumu looking around at first sight. Su, classmate, I'm here. Yi Shuiyue greeted him with a smile. The embarrassing thing was that she forgot Sumu's name and only remembered that his surname was Su. Sumu didn't care and directly took out the bottle of medicine he had prepared. The pills are all here, check them out. Okay, here are 4 vitality pills. Yi Shuiyue was also very decisive. She took out the vitality pill she had prepared and handed it to Sumu. Sumu opened a medicine bottle and smelled it. The aroma of the medicine is refreshing and invigorates my spirits. In addition, the other party was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, so there was no suspicion. Is the pill okay? Seeing Yi Shuiyue smile after the inspection, Sumu asked in a friendly manner. No problem, they are all top-grade pills. Yi Shuiyue said sincerely. That's not meant as a compliment. There is also a gap between 3rd grade and 3rd grade elixirs. After her inspection, the 4 pills Sumu took out were of the best quality she had ever seen of the same type. Absolutely perfect. This must be the work of some master of alchemy. Student Su, do you still have these pills? Yi Shuiyue asked expectantly. It's rare to come across foundation establishment pills and extreme breaking pills of such good quality, the more the better. Sumu saw that Yi Shuiyue was satisfied, so he said, I don't have any for now. If I need it, I will find you to exchange it again. In addition, please don't tell anyone else about our transaction, okay? The reason for looking for Yi Shuiyue to do business is to keep the wealth as hidden as possible. Therefore Sumu specifically reminded her. Don't worry, classmate Su, the deal between us will not be told to any third person. Yi Shuiyue nodded. If there isn't any at the moment, doesn't that mean there will be some in the future? In that case, she would definitely be willing to keep it a secret for him, as he said. Okay, then, happy cooperation? It's a pleasure to work with you. Sumu and Yi Shuiwa shook hands gently, and both of them showed a satisfied look on their faces. Before they parted, Sumu seemed to remember something and turned to her and said, "By the way, my name is Sumu. I'm not a student, but an alchemy apprentice who just joined the Shinlong Academy today. Don't call me classmate Su anymore." When they met in the morning, Sumu knew that Yi Shuiwa was a student of Shinlong Academy. Rather than being exposed later, it is better to point it out at the beginning. Alchemy apprentice? Yi Shuiwei was stunned. As an alchemy apprentice, how can you produce 3 third-grade pills? No, including the boiling blood pills that I collected before, that makes 4 third-grade pills, and 4 second-grade pills. Is this something a mere alchemy apprentice can come up with? She was very confused, but after Sumu finished speaking, he left without looking back. Just started working today? Interesting. Yi Shuiwa looked at Sumu's leaving back, a hint of curiosity appearing in her eyes. Honey, I'm back. Honey, I've already prepared dinner. Then let's eat first, and then we'll give you a surprise. When he returned home, Sumu felt warm in his heart when he saw the table full of food prepared by Suanqing. Who can not love such a beautiful wife who is also good at housework? So after dinner, Jiang Ming immediately took out 4 vitality pills and handed them to her. The moment she saw the pill, Suanqing was stunned. Chapter 16 triggers 100 times critical strike, small enlightenment pill. Honey, what is this? Suanqing looked at the 4 vitality pills in her hand, and her mind went blank in an instant. Happy? No, her first feeling was panic. Sumu, please don't do anything illegal. As a former favored daughter of heaven, Suanqing was naturally familiar with the vitality pill. So she knew clearly how precious this thing was. Even when she was at the Su family, she could only receive 1 a month. It's okay that Sumu took out rejuvenation pills, blood and chi pills and so on in the past 2 days, but where did this third-grade pill come from? And there are 4 of them at once? So Suanqing subconsciously thought that Sumu might have done something bad for her. Especially since he went to work at Shinlong Academy today, could he have stolen the pills from the resources department? Thinking of this, her face turned pale. I told you to stop imagining that. Sumu frowned, feeling a little warm in his heart, thinking that his wife was caring about him. However, the source of the third-grade elixir does need some explanation, otherwise she will definitely be worried all the time. Use your little brain. How can I, an ordinary person, get 4 vitality pills even if it is illegal? Don't let your imagination run wild. I still want to grow old with you and have lots of kids. How could I possibly go astray? Don't worry, you will gradually understand what a third-grade elixir is. Even if it's a 9th-grade elixir, I have the ability to get it. Also, you just called me by my name, didn't you? No, we have to set a rule in our house. If you call me by my name once, I will spank you, starting now. Sumu extended his hand without hesitation. Bang! Suwan's cheeks were flushed. After this incident, she finally felt relieved from the anxiety that had been in her throat. After thinking about it carefully, I still don't understand why my husband could get so many vitality pills. But this kind of precious elixir is definitely not something that ordinary people can get by breaking the law. Moreover, the cultivation resources sealed in the resource department of Shinlong Academy are monitored by formations, so even a warrior in the foundation establishment stage cannot steal them without anyone noticing. Sumu was even more impossible. No matter where they came from, it would be a waste to use them all on me. I only need 1. Suanqing said again. She had used the vitality pill before, but it could not solve the problem of her strength decreasing instead of increasing. As for the injury of having the God-given bones dug out, because the body's origin has been damaged, it is difficult to completely heal it simply by external forces. So this afternoon, she had been silently practicing the everlasting life technique, trying to see if she could use this technique to enhance her self-healing ability to relieve her injuries or heal herself. Faced with her suggestion that she only wanted to accept 1 vitality pill, Sumu solved the problem with just 1 sentence. Just take it if you give it to me. Okay, Su, husband. Suanqing nodded and kissed Sumu on the face. Thank you, husband. That's right. Sumu benefited greatly from it. At the same time, as Suanqing accepted 4 vitality pills, the rebate reminder message finally appeared in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the third-grade Vitality Pill. This investment triggers a double critical strike rebate, rewards, 1 third-grade Vitality Pill and 1 third-grade Foundation Building Pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the third-grade Vitality Pill. This investment triggers a 1x crit rebate, reward, a third-grade Purification Pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the third-grade Vitality Pill. This investment triggers a 1x crit rebate, reward, a third-grade Blood Rage Pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the third-grade Vitality Pill. This investment triggers a 100-fold critical hit rebate, and the reward is a 5th-grade Small Enlightenment Pill. 5th-grade Elixir? At first Su was a little confused. How come he got double or even 100% critical hit rebate for 3 consecutive times? But the 4th 100-fold rebate was so successful that he was overjoyed. So the first 3 times were all cushions, right? He gave 4 Vitality Pills to Suanqing, and the next moment he had 4 third-grade pills and a 5th-grade pill. Delicious. The Small Enlightenment Pill is made from the essence of the 3rd-level high-level monster Twisted Tree Demon, supplemented by a large amount of rare materials. After taking it, the user's martial arts comprehension will be greatly improved within a short period of time, and practicing martial arts will be several times more effective with half the effort, and the martial arts aptitude will be raised to a higher level. Su recalled the knowledge he learned from the textbooks and thought secretly in his heart. A 3rd-order advanced demon beast, its strength is equivalent to that of a warrior above 6 stars in the Lingtai realm, and its combat power is extremely terrifying. Moreover, the Twisted Tree Demons are social monsters, and it is very difficult to kill them. Even if one has the ability to kill it, whether one can successfully extract its life essence is another big problem. Even if one obtains the life essence of the tree demon, alchemists who have mastered the technique of refining elixirs like the Small Enlightenment Pill are extremely rare. Therefore, the Small Enlightenment Pill is extremely precious. What should I do with this Small Enlightenment Pill? Suanqing went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and Su began to think. He thought of 3 ways to deal with it. First, use it yourself. Second, for my wife Suanqing. Third, trade it out and find a way to exchange it for a 5th-grade elixir of equal value, the Star God Pill. Su thought about it and gave up the first method. His martial arts aptitude was of the lowest level, and even after using the Small Enlightenment Pill, there was no obvious improvement. After all, the base is here. For the lowest aptitude, relying on Small Enlightenment Pills, even if one doubles or tenfolds the aptitude for enlightenment, it won't have much effect. So it was impossible for Su to use it on himself. As for giving it to Suanqing, he hesitated for a moment and rejected the idea. The reason is that the effect is uncertain. What Suanqing needs to deal with most at the moment is her injuries, the abnormality that her strength has decreased instead of increased after training, and the awakening of her physical condition. The effect of the Small Enlightenment Pill cannot stably solve any of these 3 problems. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Su only has the 3rd option. Star God Pill. A 5th-grade elixir that can awaken your physique. Some people don't have special physiques, like myself. Even if they take the Star God Pill, it would be a waste. Suanqing's physique has been identified by the system, and she possesses the Ice Phoenix divine body. All that is left is an opportunity to awaken. With the Star God Pill, her physique can be awakened immediately. Although Su was not sure what special abilities this Ice Phoenix divine body had, but since it was called a divine body, it must be extraordinary. Now that the decision has been made, the next thing to consider is how to trade it out safely. Su first thought of Yi Shuiwei. In fact, Star God Pills are also found in the Resources Department of Shinlong Academy. But even if there are, in your own substitution plan, you can only substitute pills of the same type. With the Su family surrounding him, Su didn't want to rely on luck and wait for the lucky chance of winning the Star God Pill one day in the future. After pondering for a moment, Su decided to try directly with Yi Shuiwei. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the other party. Miss Yi, are you interested in the 5th-grade elixir, the Small Enlightenment Pill? Chapter 17 Yi Shuiwei's Brain. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Yi Shuiwei saw Su message. Looking at the content of the message, her heart was suddenly filled with huge waves. 5th-grade elixir, the Small Enlightenment Pill. This pill is too attractive to her. It is no exaggeration to say that the Poji pill that she values so highly is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon in front of the Zaya Wudeo pill. The question is, how did Su get elixirs of this level? Where did an ordinary college employee, a peer who just got married to Suanqing yesterday, get the elixir that was difficult even for the Yi family to obtain? Yes, Yi Shuiwei had investigated Su Mu's information. One of her greatest characteristics is her strong desire for knowledge. Before, at the gate of Shinlong Academy, after she became curious about Su Mu, she asked someone to investigate Su Mu. With just one phone call, Su Mu's information was in front of her. Yi Shuiwei was just wondering where he could get the Foundation Establishment pill and the Extreme Breaking pill, but now he sent her a message asking if she was interested in the Small Enlightenment pill? Of course she was interested. Not only is she interested in the Little Wudao pill, she is now also interested in Su Mu. The previous Foundation Establishment pill, Boiling Blood pill, and Extreme Breaking pill can be regarded as the legacy left to Su Mu by his parents and grandfather. Now where did this Little Enlightenment pill come from? This kind of thing is hard to get even for my Yi family. Could it be that Su Mu is the white glove of some alchemy master? Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Yi Shuiwei's eyes. She suddenly remembered that Su Mu was an alchemy apprentice at Shinlong Academy, and a name suddenly flashed through her mind. Lu Qingfeng. Could it be that Su Mu is related to Master Lu? That's right. Master Lu hasn't recruited an alchemy apprentice for a long time, but this time he suddenly accepted him as his disciple. The two of them must be related. But this is not right. Even Master Lu is only a 4th grade advanced alchemist at present. It is impossible for him to refine a 5th grade elixir. Is this Su Mu really an ordinary person? Yi Shuiwei frowned in thought. She couldn't help but guess that behind Su Mu, there might be a master alchemist who could make 5th grade elixirs. But after thinking about it, Yi Shuiwei gave up the idea. In the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city, there seems to have not yet been a 5th grade alchemy master. Could it be that I am wrong, and the pills he took out were all left by the elders? Yi Shuiwei also learned from the owner of the treasure pavilion that Su Mu sold 9 2nd grade pills last night. What made her even more puzzled was why he sold the Qi and blood pills and the mind concentrating pills and then bought them back. Is there something fishy about the elixir? But when I came back late from get off work, I had already used a foundation building pill, and the effect was definitely real. I don't understand, I have absolutely no idea why he did this. Forget it. There's still a long future ahead of me. One day I'll figure out what he's hiding. Yi Shuiwei shook her head and looked back at the chat interface on her phone. Interested, selling, or bartering? Trade, I need a Star God pill, and also a Blood Rage pill, a Purification pill, and a Foundation Building pill, in exchange for a Vitality pill. Looking at the message the other party replied on the chat interface, Yi Shuiwei's eyes flashed again. Not only the Small Enlightenment pill, but also 3 3rd grade pills. She roughly understood why Su Mu needed so many Vitality pills. She knew Suanqing, and although they were not close friends, she was clearly aware of her recent situation. So many Vitality pills must be used to treat Suanqing's body, right? I didn't expect he was such a lovesick person. No matter what, this deal is good for me anyway. Yi Shuiwei made a decision in her heart. I agree, but I don't have the Star God pill right now. I need some time. Can we trade tomorrow afternoon? The Star God pill was also a 5th grade pill. Yi Shuiwei's father had once bought one for her to use and knew how precious this pill was. However, each person can only take 1 Star God pill. She has taken it before and it is no longer useful. To her, the Small Enlightenment pill is naturally more important. Okay, see you tomorrow afternoon. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Yi Shuiwei stood up immediately. No matter what, she must get this Small Enlightenment pill. More importantly, regardless of whether there is an alchemy master behind Su Mu. Since he could take out a Small Enlightenment pill, perhaps he could continue to take out other precious pills to trade with himself. This is an opportunity. Yi Shuiwei roughly understood why Su Mu was looking for her. Just like he asked himself to keep it secret in the afternoon, he simply thought that he was a qualified trading target and wanted to avoid the spread of news about him possessing precious elixirs, which would lead to him being targeted by interested parties. Yi Shuiwei decided to seize the opportunity and lay a foundation of trust for subsequent cooperation. Thinking of this, she walked out of the room and prepared to find her father to find a way to get another Star God pill. I should think about finding another trading partner. There are still too many limitations if we rely on Yi Shuiwei alone. In the bedroom, Su Mu put down his phone and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't talk much with Yi Shuiwei during this transaction. But it gave him a sense of urgency. During this period of time, he has produced too many pills. There are so many that even a rich lady like Yi Shuiyue would probably be curious. Su Mu believed that his information might have been thoroughly investigated by the other party. Therefore, if he continued to cooperate with Yi Shuiyue at this frequency, it would easily bring trouble to himself. Indeed, Yi Shuiyue seems to be fine for the time being. But human nature cannot stand the test. Only by finding more trading partners can he be safer. At the same time, the more powerful forces he came into contact with through the elixir, the more wary the Su family became, and they dared not take risks easily. But there is no rush for this matter. Su Mu knew very well that there were not many people who were qualified to trade elixirs of grade 3 or above with him, and even fewer who were suitable, so he had to select them slowly, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. As for the Star God Pill, with the Yi family's ability, we should be able to get it soon. By then, Suanqing's Ice Phoenix divine body will probably be awakened. Su Mu thought secretly. He couldn't help but look forward to how many times the critical hit rebate the system would trigger. My heart was boiling for a while, then I took a deep breath and gradually calmed myself down. After listening carefully, he heard that Suanqing in the next bedroom was still practicing in healing. There was nothing else to do, so Su Mu simply sat there and meditated and started practicing. Time passes quietly. Soon the next day arrived. Suanqing prepared breakfast again. After the couple finished their meal, Suanqing continued to stay at home to meditate and practice martial arts, while Su Mu leisurely went to Shinlong Academy with Lin Xiang. Today is their first official day at work. However, Su Mu did not expect that they would be blocked by a group of people as soon as they arrived at the school gate. Chapter 18, Trouble Comes to Your Door, Is This All Your Strength? He is Su Mu? He looks pretty good, no wonder he caught Suanqing's eye. A loser like him can actually marry the campus beauty of Suqiao University. He is so lucky. Waste? I'm afraid you haven't heard yet that Su Mu has been hired by Master Lu Qingfeng as an alchemy apprentice in our academy. He may very well become an alchemist in the future. Is this true? He can become an alchemy apprentice? If he is really that capable, how could he marry Suanqing? That's right. Everyone knows that Suanqing has been abandoned by the Su family, and the Shinlong Academy also forced her to drop out. She has become a useless person. This Su Mu looks ordinary except for being handsome. He must have gotten a backdoor to become an alchemy apprentice, right? At the entrance of Shinlong Academy, more than a dozen men and women surrounded Su Mu and Lin Xiang. Some looked at him with contempt, some with jealousy. In short, all of them had malicious intent. Actually, this is no wonder. Before coming to Shinlong Academy, Suanqing also warned him to try not to expose their marital relationship, otherwise it would cause unnecessary trouble. But there is no way such a thing can be kept secret. After all, there are always a few clowns in this world who are here to disgust people. I saw 3 male students with gloomy faces coming from the outskirts of the crowd. Are you Su Mu? What a narrow road. Xia Fei looked at Su Mu viciously. He once pursued Suanqing, and although she never accepted him, he always regarded her as his goddess. But today, when he came to school with his 2 followers, he heard that Suanqing already had a husband, which immediately made him furious. Now it turns out that Suanqing's husband was the culprit who destroyed her relationship with Yi Shuiyue yesterday morning. How could he bear it? You are just a little alchemy apprentice, but you really think you are an alchemist. Do you really think we don't know how you got this alchemy apprenticeship? You little ant, you actually dream of being with Suanqing, and you even interfere with the relationship between me and Yi Shuiyue. You are simply courting death. I'm giving you a chance. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, I can spare your life. Otherwise. Xia Fei's face was gloomy and his words were threatening. Su Mu was speechless. Let us not talk about whether he is worthy of Suanqing. How could he destroy the relationship between you and Yi Shuiyue? When you two were talking in the treasure pavilion yesterday, he clearly didn't say a word. Can you blame him for this? There are all kinds of birds in the forest. No matter how arrogant and domineering they are, they have to be reasonable. I was going to work happily, but ended up meeting this kind of idiot so early in the morning. What bad luck! A good dog doesn't block the road. Su Mu said unhappily. How dare you scold me? Xia Fei couldn't believe it, and then his expression turned cold. You're looking for death. When the people around saw that there was something interesting to watch, they immediately dispersed. Xia Fei relied on his family background to do whatever he wanted in Shinlong Academy. Seeing that he was about to take action, no one wanted to be the first to take action. Not to mention, the people gathered here were already unhappy with Su Mu, so they were naturally happy to see Su Mu being beaten up. We are under the protection of Zhang Yu, you don't mess around. Lin Xiang spoke, his voice tense. Zhang Yu is the security supervisor who tested Lin Xiang and others yesterday. He is very capable. One of the security duties of Shinlong Academy is to call superiors when encountering danger, and this superior is Zhang Yu. Lin Xiang wanted to bring up Zhang Yu's name to scare CFA away. It's a pity that CFA doesn't t-buy it. Who the hell is Zhang Yu? With a sneer, CFA took action without saying a word. Punched Lin Xiang. Because Lin Xiang was standing in front of Su Mu, it was obvious that he was in the same group with Su Mu. The punch came at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xiang tried to dodge in a hurry, but he was unable to react in time. Just as it was about to fall on his head, at this moment, a hand reached out and tightly grasped CFA's wrist. Su Mu took action. You are also a warrior? Feeling the power coming from the other party's hand, CFA's face changed. He wanted to break free, but found that his wrists were firmly clamped as if by a pair of pliers, and he could not move at all. Although CFA was born into a large family, he had been living a life of debauchery since childhood and is now only a one-star warrior in the body-tempering realm. Naturally, he is no match for Su Mu in strength. Is this all your strength? Su Mu sneered and slapped CFA in the face with his backhand. Bang! With a crisp sound, CFA was knocked back repeatedly by the palm and finally sat down on the ground. There were also clear 5 finger marks on his face. You dare to hit me! CFA covered his face and looked at Su Mu in disbelief. This palm strike was not actually very powerful, but it was extremely insulting. Feeling the burning pain on his face and seeing his classmates surrounding him, his expression suddenly became ferocious. What are you still standing there for? Hit me! I want him dead! CFA roared fiercely. At a command, the 2 followers who came with him immediately surrounded him viciously. These 2 people are also uneducated and their strength is at the 1-star level of the body-tempering realm. Su Mu faced the 2 of them alone, not afraid at all. With 3 punches and 5 kicks, he made them fall to the ground, covering their wounds and wailing in pain. The onlookers couldn't hold back any longer and started pointing and talking. You can't even defeat an ordinary person, and you are worthy of being called the bully of Shinlong Academy. How shameful. That's normal. CFA is just a loser who is addicted to women. If he didn't rely on his family, how could he dare to be so arrogant? I didn't expect that Suanqing's husband is also a warrior. His name is Su Mu, right? I remember him. What's the point of remembering him? This kid dared to hit CFA, his fate is already determined. That's right. Although he is an apprentice of alchemy, everyone knows Master Lu's style. It is the greatest gift for him to help Su Mu as an apprentice of alchemy. Master Lu will not help him deal with the Xie family. Moreover, Master Lu announced yesterday that he would go into seclusion to challenge the 5th grade alchemy master. It is not known how long it will take for him to come out. Su Mu will definitely not end well if he provokes the Xie family. The discussions around him reached CFA's ears. How could he tolerate this when he was being bullied in the Shinlong Academy? Su Mu made him suffer setbacks one after another, which was simply a lifelong humiliation. I'm going to kill you. With a roar, CFA's eyes turned fierce. He took out a dagger from behind and stabbed Su Mu quickly. That's enough. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Mu and slapped CFA away. CFA, have you made enough trouble? Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? The voice was as clear as a silver bell, but it was filled with anger. The person who came was none other than Yi Shuiwei. Chapter 19: Su Mu's murderous intent. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. But soon, there was a commotion at the scene. Is this Yi Shuiwei? Am I seeing things? Oh my god, am I hallucinating? Yi Shuiwei is actually defending Su Mu? Could it be? Shut up. Yi De, the school beauty, must have come to the aid of the weak when she saw injustice. She has nothing to do with Su Mu, a little warrior. I didn't say anything, why are you so anxious? But this makes CFA look like a clown, ha ha. The scene suddenly became as lively as a vegetable market. Everyone recognized the campus beauty Yi in front of them. Even if they didn't recognize her at first, they understood after hearing the explanation from people around them. Yi Shuiwei transferred to Shinlong Academy just last month. She is as beautiful as Suanqing and is also very strong. She is already a favored girl in the foundation establishment stage. What's more, she is still the eldest daughter of the Yi family. With beauty, background and strength, she became the new campus beauty of Shinlong Academy on the day she transferred to the school. But no one expected that this beautiful schoolgirl would actually protect Sumu. Moreover, CFA was so anxious that he pulled out a knife for Yi Shuiwei, but was slapped away by Yi Shuiwei. Seeing CFA's face swollen like a pig's head, many people couldn't help laughing on the spot. Many people saw how CFA clung to Yi Shuiwei like a plaster, but he was slapped in public. It's really a clown. However, while people were laughing at CFA, more people were wondering why Yi Shuiwei wanted to help Sumu. CFA didn't understand this question either. You hit me? Yeah, you hit me for a lowly ant. Are you attracted to him too? Bang! Another slap landed on CFA's face. I've already told you not to call me Yeye anymore, or you deserve a beating. Yi Shuiwei said with a cold face. But if someone looked closely, they would see that her ears were red. Not out of shyness, but out of anger. CFA's words were simply slandering her reputation. Sumu and I are friends. You bullied my friend and even dared to use a knife. I'm going to beat you up so that you can wake up. Friend? CFA was stunned. You and him just met yesterday, how could you be friends? Why, do I, Yi Shuiwei, need to report to you when I make friends? Yi Shuiwei glanced at CFA coldly. Just this one glance made CFA's heart break down again. Yi Shuiwei. I'm your friend too. He was the one beating me. How could you help him? CFA glared at Sumu and Lin Ziang again. Ants, and you, a stinky security guard, just wait, this matter is not. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sneer. I just heard someone scolding me. Let me see who is scolding me. Zhang Yu walked over with a gloomy face. He had just received a report from his subordinates and rushed over, only to see CFA's arrogant look. He looked down at CFA and said, CFA, you are so brave. I just heard that you don't even take me seriously. If you have the guts, can you tell me what you just said again? When CFA took action earlier, he shouted that he did not take Zhang Yu seriously. The security guard at the door heard it and immediately called Zhang Yu urgently. After all, Lin Ziang is also a security guard, and the college guard naturally cannot watch his colleague being bullied. What's more, CFA's notoriety had long spread throughout the college, and the security guard also had a bad impression of him, so he certainly would not miss the opportunity to tell on him. Teacher Zhang, he hit me first. CFA pointed at Sumu and said that he was the first to complain. Zhang Yu's position as security supervisor is a part-time job, and he is also one of the tutors for the second-year students at Shinlong Academy. CFA relied on his family background to do whatever he wanted, but that was only among the student group. Don't dare to be presumptuous in front of the instructor at Shinlong Academy. No matter how strong his family background is, it cannot be stronger than the Shinlong Academy, which has the support of the country. So he thought quickly and changed the subject. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu already knew the whole cause of the incident before he arrived. Alright, I don't know who you are, so stop quibbling in front of me. Come with me to see the principal. Zhang Yu didn't tolerate CFA and picked him up and left. As a teacher, he hated students like CFA from the bottom of his heart. In the past, CFA had done all those bad things, using threats and bribes to silence the victims, and the school couldn't take action without evidence. Now that the opportunity has finally come, he will not let it go. Everything is fine here, don't just stand there, hurry up and go to work. Zhang Yu turned around and said to Sumu. The Shinlong Academy respects strong martial artists, and fighting is a trivial matter. The cause of the incident was CFA, and it was CFA who wanted to use weapons. This was a provocation. Although Sumu beat him up, it was because he was very capable. What's more, he is the school's alchemist apprentice. Even if Lu Qingfeng didn't give any special instructions, most people would not choose to provoke him. After all, no one can guess what Master Lu is thinking. As long as Sumu didn't beat CFA to death or maim him, he wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Good job, sir. Sumu nodded and walked into the school as if nothing had happened. But no one noticed that there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. CFA just said that this matter is not over yet. He also agreed with this point. He came to pick a fight with me for no reason and even pulled a knife. If he had not bound himself to the system the day before yesterday and advanced to a 2-star warrior in the body-tempering realm, one can imagine what the consequences would be. This matter is indeed not over. But he still needs to grow now, so he will keep track of the account first. Sooner or later, he will solve the problem of CFA. The turmoil at the entrance of the campus calmed down after Zhang Yu intervened. But the impact has only just begun. Martial arts are respected in today's world, but the world has not fallen behind in science and technology. The technological level is not much different from the Earth in Su Mu's previous life. At least mobile phones have become popular. With mobile phones and the internet, there are naturally social forums. Someone shared the incident at the school gate on the Shinlong Academy forum, which immediately caused quite a stir. That's great. CFA, that scumbag, has finally hit the wall. It's really satisfying. He took the initiative to provoke, but was beaten up. CFA, who always looked down on others, finally got what he deserved. He's such a clown. Let's say the man who beat him up is no ordinary man. He's Suanqing's husband. It's such a pity for Suanqing. She is obviously a blessed girl, but she has a serious health problem. I'm curious about why the campus beauty of Yi University wants to help Su Mu. Is it true that, as CFA said, she also has a crush on Su Mu? You are not allowed to slander the goddess in my heart. Su Mu is finished. The Xia family is very protective of their people. He felt good about beating up CFA, but he will probably be retaliated by the Xia family soon. School Beauty Yi said that Su Mu is her friend. I think School Beauty Yi will definitely not sit idly by. The forum is very lively. CFA's notoriety had already caused public outrage in Shinlong Academy. But due to his family background, few people dared to target him. Now that he was beaten up by Su Mu and Yi Shuiwei, and was taken by Zhang Yu to see the principal, many students felt very happy. Some people were also discussing Yi Shuiwei and Su Mu. Su Mu, the person involved, had already arrived at the Resources Department building. As soon as he arrived here, a guard at the door gave him a thumbs up. Su Mu, you are really good. Chapter 20. The Star God Pill is obtained. His name is Zhang Feng. He is the security captain stationed at the Ministry of Energy and was once insulted by CFA. At that time, he had not yet entered the realm of warriors and was just an ordinary security guard at Shinlong Academy. When CFA came to the Resources Department to collect resources, he had repeatedly humiliated him as a waste. Zhang Feng had no power or influence, and because of the other party's notoriety and background, he dared not speak out. Now hearing that Su Mu beat CFA up in public, he naturally felt refreshed. However, Su Mu, you have to be careful, the Xia family is not to be trifled with. After Zhang Feng praised, his expression became a little serious. The Xia family is a business family. Although they are not as good as the top families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, such as the Yi family and the Su family, they should not be underestimated. CFA's parents only have him as their son, and they always respond to his requests. Especially CFA's mother, she dotes on CFA to the sky. Your wife is Suanqing, right? I remember that one time Suanqing got so annoyed by the tangle that she beat up CFA. As a result, CFA's mother found several warriors to retaliate. If Suanqing had not been at the 3-star level of the Foundation establishment realm at that time, she would have suffered a great loss. Later, the Su family didn't even say a word and even pressured Suanqing to apologize to CFA. Fortunately, the principal stepped in and the matter was dropped. Anyway, since you beat up CFA this time, the Xia family will definitely retaliate. You must be careful in the future. By the way, my name is Zhang Feng. If you have any problems at school in the future, come find me. Those who carry firewood for the public should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. He admired Su Mu's feat very much. Although he didn't dare to confront CFA, he had no problem helping Su Mu to the best of his ability. Thank you, Zhang. I understand. Su Mu thanked him seriously. If Zhang Feng hadn't told me, I really wouldn't know who the Xia family is. First there was the Su family, then there was the Xia family. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. No, it's about improving my wife's abilities as quickly as possible. In Su Mu's opinion, his strength cannot be improved too much in a short period of time. Even if there is a sharp increase in the price, it cannot be easily revealed. He still understands the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Therefore, the most appropriate way is to improve the strength of my wife Suanqing. After all, she is currently a 1-star foundation establishment realm powerhouse. I am too far away from the foundation establishment stage. The Su family is surrounding us, and now there is trouble with the Xie family. These are all threats. I hope Yi Shuiwei can successfully obtain the Star God Pill before leaving get off work. Only in this way can we alleviate the urgent need. Sumu looked forward to it silently in his heart. Just now at the school gate, Yi Shuiwei whispered to himself that his father had asked someone to buy a Star God Pill, which would be delivered to the school in the afternoon, and he would then trade with him. With the Star God Pill, Sumu was confident that his wife could recover her fighting power. At least I don't have to be tortured by pain like I am now, staying at home all day practicing the everlasting energy. Sumu, you have just become an alchemy apprentice, so you may not know the content of the job. Familiarize yourself with it first. I will help Lin Xiang get familiar with the work first. Okay, Jiang. Sumu put away his messy thoughts, entered the alchemy room and started his work. It's actually very simple. All you have to do is count the stored items according to the list. All the materials in the alchemy room are stored in different categories, and the pills are arranged in order, making them clear at a glance. In less than 20 minutes, Sumu had completed a tour. Finding nothing unusual, he picked up the simple experience and medicinal notes that Lu Qingfeng had given him and began to read them. Although I don't plan to really learn alchemy for the time being, it would be good to know more about the types of elixirs, just to pass the time. As for Jiang Feng, after taking Lin Xiang to inspect the resources department building, the two of them squatted in the corner of the door and played with their mobile phones. Next to them, there were 2 bottles of drinks. The two of them played and took a sip from time to time, looking very comfortable. If it weren't for the system, I would really like to be a security guard. At least it would be much more relaxed. Sumu shook his head and laughed. The college resources building will be closed for 2 hours at noon. Sumu went with Jiang Feng and Lin Xiang to finish their work lunch, took a break, and continued reading in the afternoon. Before I knew it, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. I counted the materials in the area I was responsible for again, and it was exactly 5 o'clock, so it was time to get off work. It is worth mentioning that the enthusiastic Jiang Feng originally wanted to invite Sumu and Lin Xiang to have dinner together, but when he arrived at the school gate, he saw Yi Shuiwei standing there. The two men looked at Yi Shuiwei, then at Sumu, then frowned and left consciously. Sumu was speechless. There is no doubt that Jiang Feng and Lin Xiang must have been thinking about somewhere else. This is the Star God Pill and Vitality Pill you requested. They are so precious that I'm giving you an extra lowest level space ring. Don't despise it. Yi Shuiwei handed Sumu a brass metal ring. The space ring is a very special storage tool in this era. It is said that it was made by a weapon refiner who ground the bones of a space-type monster into powder and then mixed it with special metal. Wear it on your finger and you can store and access non-living objects using your mind, which is very convenient. On the market, the lowest level space ring starts at 1 million. Sumu never expected that Yi Shuiwei would give him such a thing. But he was not polite. He was at a loss in the first place when he exchanged the small enlightenment pill for the Star God Pill. When you wear it on your hand, a special space of about 1 cubic meter immediately appears in your mind perception, with several medicine bottles stored in it. As soon as he thought about it, the medicine bottle containing the Star God Pill appeared in his hand. After taking a look, Sumu put the medicine bottle back into the space ring. Don't you want to inspect the goods? Yi Shuiwei looked at him in surprise. Sumu shook his head. No need, I believe Miss Yu will not use fake goods to deceive me. That being said, it was actually the first time he had seen the Star God Pill and he had no idea whether it was real or fake. Yi Shuiwei didn't know what Sumu was thinking, but when she heard him say that, she immediately smiled. Thank you for your trust. By the way, since we are friends, don't call me Miss Yu from now on. Just call me Shuiwei. Yi Shuiwei said with a smile. Okay. Sumu nodded. The two of them completed the transaction, and Yi Shuiwei was supposed to leave, but she suddenly said, Do you want me to take you back? Obviously, she also knew that the Xie family would take revenge on Sumu, so she wanted to escort him. Okay. Upon hearing this, Sumu nodded immediately. He won't try to be brave. Okay, let's go together. Missy is very low-key and travels on a bicycle. Sumu doesn't have a bicycle, but fortunately there are shared bicycles at the school gate. He took out his cell phone, scanned the code, and immediately caught up with Yi Shuiwei's car. The two of them walked in silence all the way until they arrived at the gate of the East Lake community, but they did not meet anyone from the Su family. Su Mu invited Yi Shuyue to go up and sit with him, but she declined. He didn't force it. After waving goodbye to Yi Shuyue, he returned home happily. Honey, look what good stuff I brought you. Chapter 21,000 times critical strike, awakening vision. As usual, when Su Mu just returned home, he saw that Suanqing had already prepared dinner. But he was not in the mood to eat at this moment. He couldn't wait to take out the Star God pill and handed it to Suanqing. Honey, what is this? Star God pill. Ah. Suanqing was stunned. Of course she knew what the Star God pill was. But she never expected that when she was at the Su family, the elixir that even the Su family couldn't buy was actually taken out by Su Mu at this time. She also knew clearly the value and effect of the Star God pill. Suanqing was a little confused when she saw the young man in front of her, whom she had just married a few days ago, giving her a Star God pill. Honey, where did this come from? Don't ask, don't worry, just eat the Star God pill first. But Suanqing hesitated. As a 5th grade elixir, the value of the Star God pill starts at least 8 figures. And the most important thing is that this thing is still out of stock. The Star God pill can awaken the user's special physique, but the prerequisite is that the user has a special physique. If not, it will be useless even if the user takes 100 pills. In the past, when Su Mu gave her the rejuvenation pill and the vitality pill, she was already very nervous. At the moment, Suanqing was really a little scared about this Star God pill. What if I don't have a special physique? Wouldn't it be a waste if I eat it? She didn't want to gamble with a pill that was so valuable. No buts. Su Mu's words were full of doubt. Husband and wife are one. What's mine is yours, don't refuse, eat it quickly. His wife is good in every way except for this stingy tendency. Su Mu thinks she needs to change that. Of course, he also understood that Suanqing had a hard time after being expelled from the Su family, so it was normal for her to have frugal thoughts. But he had to make the other party understand that there was still a long way to go. I might give her more things in the future, and I don't have to worry about it every time. This is so tiring. All right. Suanqing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Su Mu's unquestionable expression, she could only nod. That's right, come on, open your mouth. Su Mu smiled, took the Star God pill from Suanqing's hand and put it into her mouth. The reason why he didn't do this at the beginning was because he still had some concerns. What if there is something wrong with this Star God pill? It is indeed very likely that Yi Shuyue would not deceive himself, but what if the Star God pill was actually a fake? But after Suanqing accepted it just now, this trace of concern completely disappeared. Because a prompt message about the critical hit rebate system appeared in Su Mu's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 5th grade Star God pill. This investment allows the target to awaken the Ice Phoenix Divine Body, promote the target's destiny effect to be more vigorous, trigger 1,000 times the critical strike rebate, and reward, Chaos Body. Warning, the physical transformation process is expected to take 30 minutes, please be prepared before receiving the reward. Su Mu couldn't tell whether the Star God pill was real or fake, but the system could. Hearing the prompt at this moment, he finally let go of the last bit of worry. This is indeed the genuine Star God pill. But at this moment Su Mu didn't have the energy to think about these things anymore. All his attention was focused on the 1,000-fold critical hit and the rewards he got. Chaos Body. The system actually rewarded me with a martial arts physique? Su Mu's breathing stagnated. He glanced at Suanqing, who was refining the Star God pill, and seeing that she seemed not to be surprised, he immediately returned to his bedroom. Get your reward. As soon as he entered the room, Su Mu sat down cross-legged and couldn't wait to receive the reward. Boom! The next moment, like a thunderclap out of nowhere, Su Mu's mind seemed to have suddenly exploded, and his consciousness went blank in an instant. Immediately following, every inch of muscle and every bone in his body was beating wildly. He could feel it clearly. That is because the cells in the body are boiling and the level of life is sublimating. I don't know how much time passed. A circular hole appeared in the air above Su Mu's head, and black and white auras fell from the hole. The auras swirled around each other, gradually merging together, and finally forming a gray light that enveloped his entire body. At the same time, Suanqing, who lives across a wall from Su Mu, is also undergoing a transformation. An icy blue cold current surged out of her body, and within a few breaths, it filled the entire room. The black and white aura from next door seemed to be attracted, and a small stream separated out, passing through the wall unhindered and entering Suanqing's body. make her cold and beautiful face even softer. Awakening the physical condition is a very long process, and Su Mu and the other two's bodies are changing little by little. What they don't know is, just as their bodies were transforming, in the outside world, a series of strange phenomena that could only be viewed from afar but not touched suddenly appeared. Yi Shuiwei was riding her bicycle leisurely on the road, feeling very happy. Today's transaction with Su Mu went very smoothly. He accepted the space ring that I gave him on my own initiative and agreed to travel with me. This is a good start. It laid a solid foundation for their future cooperation. If he wants to sell any elixirs in the future, he should consider himself first. And as I get more familiar with him, maybe after a while I won't have to wait passively for him to speak. If I have any needs for elixirs, I can talk to him directly. But this guy is so young and a warrior, why does he want to get married so early? This thought suddenly popped up in Yi Shuyue's mind. But before she could think about it carefully, her attention was immediately diverted. It is dusk now. The sun sets and the sky turns blood red. Suddenly, a vast aura swept over, and then a majestic and clear cry was heard. Yi Shuiwe looked up subconsciously, and saw a huge ice crystal phoenix flapping its wings and soaring. The phoenix is lifelike, with its wings spread and the feathers on its tail gleaming icy blue in the setting sun. Each feather reflected the broken sunset, dragging winding ice marks across the sky. And in the sky above the phoenix, black and white airwaves, representing the yin and yang colors, surged and intertwined, forming a spiral vortex. The vortex grew bigger and bigger until it stretched to the horizon as far as the eye could see. She also heard obscure scriptures, and it seemed that countless invisible people were singing and praying in chorus. A point of golden light appeared from the center of the vortex in the sky, and then one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. In an instant, golden lights as numerous as stars enveloped the sky and the earth, forming a golden rain curtain. The majestic power changes the color of heaven and earth and makes all living beings speechless. Yi Shuiwe subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the golden raindrops, but the golden raindrops penetrated her palm and disappeared into the ground. Awakening vision. This is the awakening vision. Yi Shuiwe muttered to herself, her expression gradually becoming horrified. Then, she seemed to think of something and suddenly turned her head to look in the direction she came from. Chapter 22, All Parties Are Shocked, 7 Stars of Bodybuilding. The awakening vision stretched for hundreds of kilometers, and the clear cry of the phoenix echoed in the ears of everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yi Shuiwei is just a drop in the ocean of this strange phenomenon. At this moment, countless people in Suzhou and Hangzhou looked towards the sky, staring at the awakening phenomenon that changed the color of the sky and the earth, their eyes widened with astonished expressions. The ice crystal phoenix spread its wings and soared for a long time, then dived into the sky and disappeared without a trace. And after it disappeared for a long time, the swirling dark clouds that looked like the falling sky slowly dissipated. The entire vision did not last long, only about half an hour. But everyone who knows something about martial arts knows what this means. Someone has awakened a powerful special physique. This news instantly exploded all social platforms in Suzhou and Hangzhou. At the same time, it has also attracted the attention of countless ambitious people. Awakening vision, a top genius has appeared in our Suzhou and Hangzhou city. Suzhou and Hangzhou City Center. In the Warrior Building, a meeting was suddenly interrupted due to the appearance of a strange phenomenon. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. He stood in front of the French window with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining, and he spoke in a deep voice. His name is Guo Wuheng. He is the director of the Suanqing branch of the Dragon Country's Supernatural Department and also the deputy mayor of Suanqing. His strength is at the peak of Lingtai realm, and he is only one step away from entering Qinghai realm. In Suzhou and Hangzhou City, he is the strongest warrior in public. That ice phoenix is probably the awakening phenomenon of the ice phoenix divine body, but what exactly is that huge vortex covering the sky? Do you have any guesses? Guo Wuheng turned around and asked everyone in the conference room with a burning gaze. Those who can attend this meeting are the pillars of the Suzhou and Hangzhou super branch, and each of them is at the level of deputy director or captain. Almost all of them are strong people in Lingtai realm. When the words Ice Phoenix Divine Body came out, everyone gasped. This is because those who have awakened this constitution have left a strong mark in history. 80 years ago, in a certain Western country, a person revered as the Ice Queen appeared. She was the one who had awakened the Ice Phoenix Divine Body. Eventually, with this special physique, he entered the realm of supernatural powers in just 10 years and became one of the most powerful people in the world at that time. Unfortunately, her life was lost in a tide of monsters. Many people speculated that if she had not died, she would have probably grown to the venerable realm by now, or even entered the legendary Holy Realm. But even so, it has left a great reputation in history. Because of this, the Ice Phoenix divine body has become one of the strongest physiques known in the world. However, in the 100 years since the development of the martial arts era, the Ice Queen is the only one who has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body. No one expected that a second one would appear in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After 80 years, the Ice Phoenix divine body reappears. May God bless our dragon nation. The situation on all sides is very strange now. We must find the person who has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body and protect him strictly so that he can grow up smoothly. That's right. As for what the other vision Minister Guo mentioned is, I don't know. I can't find a similar vision in my memory no matter how hard I try. But judging from its scale, it might be another special physique that is not weaker than the Ice Phoenix divine body. Maybe it's a talent for martial arts, but in any case, he must be a genius. I have a different idea. Two powerful phenomena appeared at the same time. Why weren't they caused by the same person? Everyone, we need to open up our minds. Impossible. Although they appear at the same time, they are two completely different phenomena and cannot be compatible at all. These are definitely two different people. In the meeting room, everyone began to discuss excitedly. Some people are racking their brains to guess. Some people were arguing with red faces. But no matter what, everyone has one thought in mind. Find them as soon as possible. As an official national organization, I am now issuing an order to find them before any other forces discover them. We must protect them and let them grow under the organization. Wu Wuhong said in a deep voice. His idea was also shared by everyone in the conference room. The Great Elder has issued an order that we must find the person who has awakened the vision. What do you think, brother? At the Su family, Su Tianxiang came out of the family secret room and looked at his younger brother Su Tianliang with a complicated expression. The Great Elder is right. Su Tianliang thought for a moment and said, compared with other top families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, our Su family is still far behind in terms of foundation. This may be our opportunity. Besides, Ming'er is destined to become the strongest person in Suzhou and Hangzhou in the future. It would be nice to find him two partners to grow together. The Ming'er that Su Tianliang mentioned is Su Ming, the only son of Su Tianxiang. The God-given bones that were dug out of Suanqing were transplanted into his body. Okay, let's do it quickly. By the way, my friend in the Misty Forest said that our good sister-in-law seems to have quietly returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou. The plan has changed. Next, we need to increase the intensity of monitoring Suanqing. If necessary, we can take action to force the sister-in-law to show up. Remember, you have to do this yourself. Don't take it lightly. The Great Elder said that only by capturing the eldest sister-in-law can we completely erase what we have done. Su Tianliang nodded, okay. Long Quan Group. Headquarters building, top floor office. Yi Chongshan looked at the horizon. The strange vision disappeared for a long time before he finally came to his senses. Ye asked me to find a star god pill for her during the day, and this awakening phenomenon occurred at night. Is this a coincidence? The chance is too low. Maybe he is a lucky person who awakens naturally. No matter what, let's look for him first. Investing in this kind of genius is the most cost-effective business. In a dark basement, a figure emitting a black aura looked at the disappearing vision, and only after a long time did he look away. A genius who has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body has appeared. Shadow, find them out. I have a feeling that devouring these two geniuses may help me break through to the Starsea realm. A hoarse voice sounded. Immediately, a ripple-like water surface appeared in the air, and a black dwarf figure knelt down to receive the order, and then quickly disappeared. The city of Suzhou and Hangzhou was destined to be uneasy that night. Various forces surged up, trying to find the person who had awakened the vision. At this time, Su Mu and Su Wanqing had successfully completed their physical awakening. In the room, Su Mu felt the seemingly endless power in his body. He thought about it and opened the system's personal panel. Name, Su Mu. Realm, 7 stars in the body forging realm. Talent, perfect. Constitution, chaos early growth stage. Martial arts, endless life skill great mastery. Just by awakening my physique, I have forcibly raised my strength from the 2nd star of the physical forging realm to the 7th star, and my martial arts talent has also been raised to perfection. The effect of the chaos body is truly terrifying. And Sumu stretched out his hand, and black and white energy appeared instantly, jumping in his palm. The aura of chaos has never been recorded in textbooks. Chapter 23 The Phantom Inside Suanqing's Body, Lu Yao. There are 9 realms in martial arts. Initial bodybuilding, as the name suggests, is to temper the body and hone the physique. And when the body's chi and blood are refined to a certain degree, that is, after breaking through from the 9th star realm of the body tempering realm to the foundation establishment realm, cultivation is no longer limited to increasing chi and blood, but begins to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chi, blood, and spiritual energy are the foundation of martial arts in this world. Going further up, when your strength reaches the Lingtai realm and the Xinghai realm, you will come into contact with various free auras between heaven and earth, such as evil spirits and gang energy. But there is no aura of chaos. Maybe Sumu is ignorant, but at least it can prove the uniqueness of this chaotic aura. He carefully felt the intertwining and blending of the black and white auras in his palms, and a strange feeling surged in his heart, sometimes gentle and sometimes violent. The white aura seems to be able to save everything, and the black aura seems to be able to destroy everything. The two auras with completely opposite properties merged into a chaotic aura. This was not Sumu's random guess, but after awakening the chaotic body, information about it automatically appeared in his mind. My body and every part of my body are filled with the energy of the chaos aura, which makes my strength, speed, and ability to withstand attacks far surpass those of warriors at the same level. Moreover, this aura can be drawn out of the body when necessary to attack the enemy. My physique is currently in the early stages of growth, and the chaos aura is still constantly transforming and strengthening my body. When it is strengthened to a certain degree, it will break through to the middle stages of growth, and then I will be able to receive the baptism of chaos aura again. The aura of chaos encompasses everything and is the mother of all things. When you advance to the foundation building stage and can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the absorbed spiritual energy will also be assimilated by the aura of chaos. Sumu pondered the information in his mind for a while and muttered to himself. With the help of this sudden memory, he understood the aura of chaos and mastered the aura of chaos. The key is, I also understand how to obtain the aura of chaos. The chaos body is definitely an extremely powerful divine body. After roughly figuring out the peculiarities of the chaotic body, Sumu asserted. Then, he set his sights on his own talent. After obtaining the chaos body, his martial arts talent also advanced and reached a perfect level. There are also differences in talent. From low to high, they are lowest, lower, medium, higher, and perfect. The gap from imperfection to perfection is like a chasm. This gap will be reflected in the speed of martial arts comprehension and the speed of strength growth. You can say that. From now on, even without counting the chaos body, just based on his perfect talent, he would be among the geniuses of Suzhou and Hangzhou. And all this. It's just that he invested a star god pill in his wife Suanqing. I have to say, the investment critical rebate system is really powerful. My wife Suanqing has almost awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body. Just as Sumu was thinking of this, suddenly, a silver bell-like laughter came from the bedroom next door. Ice Phoenix divine body, I have awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, and my strength has recovered to the 2nd star of the foundation establishment realm. My body problems have also been fixed, goose goose goose. It's the laughter of my wife Suanqing. This was the first time Sumu heard Suanqing laugh so happily since they got married. It's normal if you think about it carefully. What is Suanqing's biggest problem? It wasn't the horrific injury caused by the God-given bone being dug out, but the mysterious phenomenon that started half a year ago that no matter how she practiced, her strength did not increase but decreased. Now that her physique has been awakened and her strength has recovered from the 1-star level of the foundation establishment stage to the 2-star level, it would be strange if she was not happy. But before Sumu could get up, he heard Suanqing's trembling voice coming from the next room. No. I only absorbed a small portion of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth when I awakened my physique, and the majority was swallowed up by the black hole in my body. You, who are you? Husband. Hearing Suanqing scream, Sumu's heart tightened. Without thinking too much, he hurried to her room. When he opened the door, Sumu was stunned. I saw another figure appear beside Suanqing at some point. That was a woman. She was wearing a white ancient costume, and her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, clear and flawless. On her delicate little face, her eyebrows are like distant mountains with dark black, her eyes are like frost on autumn water, and her hair cascades to her waist like moonlight. Her whole temperament is cold and holy. If it weren't for the faint milky white glow lingering around her body, which seemed like it would disappear with the wind in the next second, Sumu almost thought she was a real person with flesh and blood. Sumu saw it. This is a phantom. A phantom that looks like a legendary soul. Hubby, don't come over here. Suanqing stood up instantly and stood in front of Sumu with a serious expression on her face. After she screamed and saw Sumu open the door, she felt something in her heart and knew where the other person came from. This person has been hiding in my body for a long time. Since half a year ago, no matter how much spiritual energy I absorbed from heaven and earth, my strength could not grow. This is because all the spiritual energy I absorbed was devoured by her. What the hell are you? Suanqing looked at the strange shadow in the room with fear and anger. It was both a question to the other party and a reminder to Sumu behind him. This scene was beyond her understanding. How could there be such a guy hidden inside my body? Why would she absorb the spiritual energy that I have worked so hard to cultivate like a parasite? And now, why is it coming out again? What is her purpose? Suanqing had too many doubts in her heart at this moment. But at this moment, she didn't care too much. Instead, he subconsciously protected Sumu behind him, with only one thought in his mind. I absolutely cannot let this guy who persecutes me hurt my man, the only light of hope in my heart. Sumu also noticed her actions and was very touched, but he didn't say much. He just stared at her intently, just like Suanqing, and was secretly alert in his heart. He also didn't know whether the fairy-like figure in front of him was a human or a ghost, and what its purpose was. Under the gaze of the couple, the shadow's expression showed visibly confusion. Who am I? Who am I? I think my name is Lu Yao? Yes. I am Lu Yao, but why am I called Lu Yao? The woman's voice was pleasant, but Sumu frowned slightly. This guy seems to be mentally unstable. Did he lose his memory? Sumu didn't know whether this was good or bad, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least the other party doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions at the moment. Seems like they can communicate. Lu Yao, why are you hiding inside me? Suanqing asked. She didn't care what the other person's name was. Unfortunately, in response to the question she asked, Lu Yao did not answer at all. She was in a daze for a while and looked at Sumu with burning eyes. Chaos breath. It was the aura of chaos that woke me up. You smell like chaos. It smells so good. Give it to me. Give me some more. Lu Yao subconsciously walked towards Sumu. Suanqing immediately stopped in front. At this time, she also realized that there was something wrong with this woman. While secretly on guard, he was also wondering what the chaotic aura the other party meant. Just as Sumu was about to speak, he suddenly looked up at Lu Yao's head with a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 24: The Second Investment Target. Heaven Swallowing Holy Body Awakening, investment available. A familiar line of information appeared above Lu Yao's head. Heaven Swallowing Sacred Body. So the owner of the Heaven Swallowing Sacred Body is her? Sumu's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered that when he had just activated the system, he saw 2 investment targets in Suanqing. He was still weird at that time. Why was Suanqing expelled from Shinlong Academy even though she had 2 physiques, one of which had already awakened? Now after seeing Lu Yao, he finally understood. It turned out that 2 different destiny investors were detected at the beginning. At that time, Lu Yao was hiding in Suanqing's body, so she was not discovered. Chaos aura, I want chaos aura. While Sumu was thinking, Lu Yao continued to move closer to him, murmuring constantly. Stop right there. Suanqing became anxious. She hadn't figured out what the chaotic aura was yet, and when she saw the other party approaching, she subconsciously punched him. Suanqing is very fast. Sumu's eyes blurred and her fist pierced through Lu Yao's body. As expected of a 2-star Foundation Establishment Realm Warrior, his punch was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. This was the first time that Suanqing demonstrated her strength in front of him. The talent and strength are truly amazing. However, although he was surprised, Sumu was not afraid. After all, the other party's sudden attack was obviously to protect himself. Only. Sumu looked at Lu Yao. He could clearly feel that the other party's current condition was obviously not something that could be hurt by ordinary fists. Wife, don't be in a hurry. Sumu shook his head and signaled Suanqing to calm down. Then he stared at Lu Yao, who seemed a little frightened after being attacked by Suanqing. You want the aura of chaos, I can give it to you. But what good will it do me? He wanted to test whether the other party had really lost his memory or was faking it. This question is very critical. If you were lying just now, then you had ulterior motives. Although Sumu really wanted to find another investment target, he would never keep a potential threat. If Lu Yao had ill intentions, he would kill her without hesitation. At worst, I can just invest in my wife Suanqing. So after asking the question, Sumu stared at the other person with burning eyes to see how she would react. His words seemed to stump Lu Yao. She closed her eyes and thought for a while before answering in a daze, I can help you protect her. Lu Yao pointed at Suanqing. Seeing this, before Sumu could say anything, Suanqing got angry first. Protection? Your protection means sucking my spiritual energy, right? I don't need this kind of protection. In the past 6 months, she has been badly harmed by the other party. So after hearing this, the anger and frustration in my heart completely exploded. It's a pity that Lu Yao seems to be in a special state. No matter how Suanqing attacked, she couldn't hit the opponent. Even using spiritual energy and the ice crystal attack brought by the awakened ice phoenix body, it was ineffective. Sumu walked over and held Suanqing behind him, his eyes never leaving Lu Yao, and asked, how do you protect her? I don't know, give me the aura of chaos, give me the aura of chaos. Lu Yao started to act like a fool again. But this time, perhaps because he was very close to Sumu, he did not move. You can see it. She had some sense, but not a lot. It's not a good idea to remain in a stalemate like this. What do you think, wife? Sumu looked at Suanqing. I have no idea. Suanqing shook her head. She didn't know how to deal with this situation. Husband, you decide. Sumu frowned and fell into deep thought. This person's origins are unknown, he doesn't have much rationality, and he is the culprit who caused Suanqing's health problems. Although I don't know whether this is out of instinct or for some special purpose, who knows if she will become an enemy in the future. To be on the safe side, he also planned to give it a try. And since the other party is so eager for the aura of chaos, maybe the aura of chaos can hurt her. Although I am a little reluctant to give up this new investment target, the most important thing is that things are under control. It would be terrible if the investment turns into capital for the enemy. Thinking of this, Sumu made up his mind. The chaotic energy in the body was mobilized, and then he slapped out with a palm, bombarding Lu Yao. See this scene. Lu Yao's eyes showed fear. When the chaotic aura fell in front of her, it instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into Suanqing's body. You woke me up, why did you hit me? Lu Yao's aggrieved voice came from Suanqing's body. Suanqing was confused and anxious. Get out of my body right now. I won't hurt you. I can't leave. What did you put my body on the spot? Is it your home? I can't leave. If I leave you, I will die. I can protect you. I don't want your protection. I can't leave, give me the aura of chaos, I want the aura of chaos. An absurd scene appeared, Suanqing started arguing with herself. After waiting for a long time, Lu Yao kept meowing, like a kitten begging for food, and it seemed that she would keep meowing until she got what she wanted. Sumu couldn't bear it anymore. He spread out his palms again, and a soft chaotic aura appeared, floating in front of Suanqing. Ouch! Lu Yao reappeared with narrowed eyes, swallowed the chaotic breath into her stomach, and burped with satisfaction. Then, she turned into a stream of light again and shrank back into Suanqing's body. Thank you, I'm going to sleep now, Suanqing, I will protect you. After saying that, Lu Yao's voice disappeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in a wisp of chaos aura. Triggering a 10-fold crit rebate, reward, 10 wisps of chaos aura. As the reminder sounded in my mind. The next moment, Sumu felt a sudden surge of chaotic energy in his body, which was 10 times more than what Lu Yao had just swallowed. Although I got rewarded. But Sumu couldn't feel happy. The special energy of chaotic aura is of great help to oneself, whether in combat or growth. It is always a good thing to be able to get it through investment rebates. But this Lu Yao. It is still a hidden danger after all. That's all. It can be seen that although this woman longs for the aura of chaos, she is also very afraid of it. I guess we don't have to worry about any disturbances in the short term. Let's take it one step at a time. Sumu thought secretly. In fact, he felt that Lu Yao would not hurt them. Moreover, hidden in Suanqing's body, she might even become some kind of portable old grandmother. Husband, are you just going to leave it alone? Suanqing widened her eyes, very confused. You can't let her keep screaming inside you, can you? Sumu shook his head and pulled Suanqing out of the bedroom. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Chapter 25. Sumu saved me again. After dinner, since Sumu and Suanqing were both eager to get familiar with their special physiques, they just stayed in the living room for a while and then went back to their rooms. There is no need to say much about Sumu. He already had a general understanding of his chaotic body before. Now he just needs to dig deeper into the usage and changes of chaotic aura in attack and defense. As for Suanqing, she had a lot more things to consider. The awakening of the Ice Phoenix divine body did not completely heal her injuries caused by the digging out of her God-given bone. In addition, there was a soul named Lu Yao hidden in her body, which made her very worried. So after she returned to the room, she immediately began to meditate and practice the Great Spirit Absorption technique. This is a third-grade martial art. It is the basic martial art she has been practicing since she advanced to the foundation establishment stage. This method can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish your body. Everyone knows. 9 energy points will be opened in the body of a warrior in the foundation establishment stage. At first, each energy cavity is dim, but it will gradually light up under the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every time a cavity is lit up, it means that the warrior in the foundation establishment realm will enter a new level and his strength will surge. This is also the origin of the 9-star realm level in the foundation establishment realm. Half a year ago, 3 of the energy points in Suanqing's body were lit up. When the 4th point was about to be completely lit up, her body underwent a drastic change. His strength level gradually dropped from 4 stars in the foundation establishment realm to 1 star. The Ice Phoenix divine body awakened tonight, and the first chi cavity resumed its lighting state. She was now practicing the Great Evolution Spirit Absorption technique, just to see if the second chi cavity could be baptized by the spiritual energy after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The answer was soon revealed. Can. In the dark night, Suanqing opened her eyes, her gaze as bright as stars. She looked inward at herself and found that the second energy point in her body had been nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and began to flicker with a faint light. Lu Yao has stopped consuming the spiritual energy I absorbed through my practice. Sumu, you saved me again. Suanqing raised the corners of her mouth and a happy smile appeared on her face. As smart as she is, she naturally realized that these were all changes brought about by Sumu. Lu Yao was awakened by the so-called chaotic aura, and fell asleep after swallowing a ball of chaotic aura that Sumu gave her. She was fed, so she let herself go. Certainly. It is also possible that it is because he has eaten the fine bran like the chaotic aura, so he looks down on the coarse grain like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But no matter what the reason was, his martial arts career was finally resumed and he could move forward again. Thinking of this, the smile in Suanqing's eyes became even brighter. Very nice. Suanqing was very fortunate that she met Sumu. However, when Suanqing recalled that during dinner, Sumu had mentioned that he had offended CFA and that the Xie family might retaliate, and that he had to be careful even when staying at home, her mood became heavy again. CFA and the Xie family are indeed a trouble. I have to hurry up and become stronger. I can't let them hurt my husband. Suanqing calmed herself down and began to practice the Great Spirit Absorption technique again. Of course, she was also very curious about Sumu. Where did my husband get so many precious pills? Moreover, Suanqing was puzzled as to what that chaotic aura was and why he had it. That is for sure. Sumu is very mysterious and has many secrets. But smart as she was, she didn't ask. Husband and wife are one. Since Sumu doesn't want to say it, he must have his reasons. She believed that Sumu would not hide anything from her that she should know. I have to say, the training in the past 6 months has made her grow a lot. Brother Mu, did you see any strange phenomena in the sky and earth yesterday? Oh my god, my friends are all going crazy. I wonder which lucky person has awakened a top-level special physique. His life is definitely going to take off. I really want to cling to him. The next morning, at the gate of the community, Lin Xiang and Sumu just got on the shared bicycle and started chatting enthusiastically. Sumu laughed secretly in his heart. This is one of the reasons why Lin Xiang and I are good brothers. Both of them have never hoped for unrealistic good luck and are very pragmatic. When most young people see strange phenomena in heaven and earth, they would definitely wish that they were the lucky ones who awakened, but Lin Xiang only wanted to curry favor with others. When one person becomes enlightened, all the people around him will benefit. Lin Xiang is self-aware. He does not aspire to become a Taoist priest, but only wants to be a servant. Sumu had the same mentality when he despaired of the path of martial arts before. But he is no longer the same as before. Don't worry, your wish will come true. Sumu patted Lin Xiang on the shoulder and said with a smile. What do you mean? Brother Mu, are you the lucky one, or do you know the lucky one? Lin Xiang perked up and looked at Sumu with shining eyes. Sumu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly denied, what are you thinking? If I were the lucky one, would I be able to continue going to work with you now? He would not tell Lin Xiang that the strange phenomenon last night was caused by him and his wife Suanqing. It's not that I don't trust Lin Xiang. But knowing too much will only harm him. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Sumu has lived in this world for 10 years, so he naturally knew that the awakening phenomenon that occurred yesterday with such a huge momentum would definitely attract many interested people to investigate. As steady as he is, he won't seek attention. He didn't even tell his wife Suanqing, so naturally he wouldn't tell Lin Xiang either. Seeing that Lin Xiang wanted to say something, Sumu quickly added, don't be curious, I don't know that lucky guy either, I just wish your dream will come true. Cut. Seeing that there was no hope, Lin Xiang stopped dwelling on the topic. His eyes rolled and he expressed the doubts that had been in his heart all night. Brother Mu, how did you get to know the campus beauty of Yi University, and how did you make her willing to beat up CFA for you? Tell me now. Lin Xiang was too curious. He just saw Yi Shuiyue yesterday and was shocked by her beauty. But after chatting with his patrol colleagues, he finally understood Yi Shuiyue's status and family background in Shinlong Academy. He couldn't understand how his good brother Su Mu could become friends with Yi Shuiyue. They are clearly from two different worlds. Seeing Lin Xiang's envious and eager expression, Su Mu was amused and joked, she and I hit it off right away. We became friends yesterday morning. You're talking nonsense. That second-generation rich kid CFA said that you met Yi Shuiyue the day before yesterday. Don't try to lie to me. Oh, then I remembered it wrong. Brother Mu, you've changed. We used to talk about everything, but now you're hiding something from your brother. Tell me, do you want to work hard secretly and then suddenly surprise me one day? Sumu and Lin Xiang were chatting when suddenly a female voice joined in. What's secretly amazing? It's Yi Shuiyue. She appeared out of nowhere on her bicycle. Seeing the two people looking at her in surprise, she smiled and greeted them. Sumu, your name is Lin what? Good morning. Good morning. Sumu responded with a smile. Lin Xiang was embarrassed, but he smiled and said good morning. Sumu, let's go to the academy together? Yi Shuiyue invited. Sumu naturally would not refuse, so the three of them rode their bicycles together towards the college. Chapter 26 Who Dares to Touch My Husband? The three of them were chatting while riding, but before they reached the college, they saw CFA standing at the intersection, blocking them. Sumu, I finally caught you. This time I'm going to let you know the price of messing with me. CFA said sinisterly. The redness and swelling on his face has disappeared, probably because he has received treatment. Come on, break his legs first. CFA gave orders to the two bodyguards beside him. Two bodyguards came up with expressionless faces. They are the thugs hired by the CF family. They often clean up CFA's mess and are used to this kind of thing. CFA, do you want to die? Yi Shuiyue frowned and looked at him coldly, then stood up and scolded him in a tender voice. It would have been fine if she didn't speak, but as soon as she spoke, CFA's expression became even more ferocious. Yeah, why do you keep helping him to go against me? I am the perfect match for you and your beauty. Yi Shuiyue was too lazy to correct his weird words and responded with just one word. Roll. CFA was angry. Yeah, you must help him to go against me, right? Yes. You make me so mad. Yi Shuiyue's words once again broke CFA's defense. He stopped communicating with Yi Shuiyue and turned his gaze back to the two bodyguards he brought with him. What are you still standing there for? My CF family pays you hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, not for you to eat and do nothing. Come on. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards stopped and started moving again. They often help CFA to oppress the people, so naturally they knew Yi Shuiyue. The hesitation just now was just to see if my young master would change his attitude. Now that we have received the affirmative order, we will take action immediately. Miss Yi, please move aside and don't make things difficult for us. One of the bodyguards said to Yi Shuiwei in a buzzing voice. Yi Shuiwei smiled coldly. What if I don't let you? Then I'm sorry. The battle broke out instantly. The two bodyguards quickly stepped forward and tried to repel Yi Shuiwei. The reason why they dared to take action was because they were also warriors in the Foundation establishment stage. One is at the 3-star level in the Foundation establishment stage, and the other is at the 4-star level. Among them, the 4-star bodyguard attacked Yi Shuiwei head-on. Naturally, he didn't dare to really hurt Miss Yi, he just wanted to give his companions a chance to get around. It's a pity that they both underestimated Yi Shuiwei. Bang bang bang. Yi Shuiwei had a cold face and a strong body as he continued to fight with the two of them. Dull and harsh sounds appeared frequently between the collisions of fists and feet. Warriors at the Foundation establishment stage can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cleanse themselves, but they cannot use it to attack, so the battles between them are not loud. Compared with ordinary people, they are just faster and stronger. But this one was so fast that Su Mu's eyes couldn't keep up. And stronger means that when the two sides are fighting, gravel is flying all over the concrete ground. Neither Yi Shuiwei nor the bodyguards used weapons. After all, this is not a life and death fight. What's more, this is in the urban area of Suzhou and Hangzhou, close to the city center. No matter how arrogant CFA was, he didn't dare let his bodyguards use weapons, otherwise it would be a provocation to the Suzhou and Hangzhou city officials. The situation on the battlefield soon changed. Yi Shuiwei was outnumbered 2 by himself and soon fell into a passive position. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, due to her age, she usually practices martial arts such as the Dian spirit absorption technique to increase her basic physical strength, and she does not master many offensive martial arts. The two bodyguards brought by CFA looked to be around 30 years old. They were skilled in boxing and had good working skills. So under their siege, Yi Shuiwei began to retreat step by step. Brother Mu, what should we do? Should we run? Lin Xiang panicked. In fact, he was very panicked from the beginning. Xiafei and his group were blocking the road leading to Shinlong Academy, and when he called his supervisor Zhang Yu, no one answered. It's instinct to run away when you can't win. He can't help Yi Shuiwei in this fight with the bodyguard. You can't run away. Su Mu's expression was calm and he motioned Lin Xiang to look back. At some point, 2 burly men appeared behind them, with unfriendly eyes. It was obvious that they were Xiafei's backup. Zhang De and Zhang Er, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take action? Xiafei urged loudly. The 2 big men behind Su Mu heard what was said and walked towards them with grim smiles. Sure enough, they were also the thugs brought by Xiafei. Stay away. Su Mu spoke to Lin Xiang calmly, staring at the 2 thugs named Zhang De and Zhang Er, ready for battle. He knew that Yi Shuiwei went to school with him to protect himself and prevent revenge from Xiafei. I just didn't expect Xiafei to be so well prepared. Not only did he bring 2 Foundation Establishment Realm warriors to entangle her, but he also brought 2 backup men to cut off her retreat. At this point, all we have left is a fight. Su Mu couldn't tell the strength of these 2 thugs, so he waited attentively. He just hoped that the other party was not a warrior in the Foundation Establishment Realm. In this way, with his 7-star body forging realm plus chaos body, he would be able to fight even against a warrior in the 9-star body forging realm. Boy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind. We have offended Master Xie. We were just following orders. After Zhang De finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Su Mu. Very fast. But Su Mu's reaction was able to keep up, which showed that the other party was not a Foundation Establishment Realm warrior. However, just as Su Mu was about to take action, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Who dares to touch my husband? It's Suanqing's voice. Su Mu heard it. The next moment, his eyes blurred and he saw his wife Suanqing appear on the side. He was the first to arrive, kicking Zhang De with a flying kick. The latter immediately flew out, spitting blood, like a kite with a broken string. He knew his wife's strength well. She was at the 2nd star in the Foundation Establishment Realm, so it was natural for her to easily defeat the 2 body-tempering realm warriors on the opposite side. Su Mu relaxed and quietly dissipated the chaotic aura condensed in his palm. Now that his wife is here, he is safe. Honey, are you okay? Suanqing looked at Su Mu nervously. I'm fine, why are you here, honey? Su Mu asked curiously. Suanqing opened her mouth. Could she say that Lin Xiang's wife Joshua told her that a female classmate from Shinlong Academy seemed to be very special to Su Mu, so she followed him quietly to see for herself? We'll talk about this later, let's deal with them first. Suanqing didn't know how to explain and could only change the subject. Afterwards, after making sure that her husband was not injured, she decisively joined the battle. First, she knocked down Jiang Er, who was frightened by Jiang Da's injury, with one punch, and then she quickly joined the fight on Yi Shuyue's side. Xia Fei had already noticed her, and his defenses broke down again on the spot. Suanqing, why is it you? You are all really good. I am your licking dog, but you ignore me and go to lick an ant. Xia Fei's words made everyone present dumbfounded for a moment. Chapter 27 Killing Xia Fei. When he saw Suanqing, Xia Fei's defense was completely broken. He had pursued Suanqing for a long time, but she had never shown any interest in him. Originally he thought that he failed to impress the other party. But later I learned that Suanqing actually married an ant. This immediately made him extremely uncomfortable, and out of jealousy, he targeted Su Mu everywhere. But at this moment, when he saw Suanqing calling Su Mu husband all the time and acting like she was doing her best to protect him, Xia Fei suddenly felt that what he had done before was just like a clowning. Suanqing, Yi Shuyue, you forced me to do this. Xia Fei flipped his right hand and took out a palm-sized puppet from the space ring. He cut his palm, letting the blood drip onto the puppet's head, and then smashed the puppet to the ground. The puppet fell to the ground, a red flash appeared, and the next moment, the puppet turned into a 2-meter-tall humanoid puppet. This was a life-saving item his mother had given him. It is a puppet personally refined by the weapon refining master Qing Yun. It can be revived by activating it with essence and blood. The puppet possesses the strength of a 7-star Foundation establishment realm. Su Mu, it's all your fault. Only if you die can Ye Ye and Qingqing return to normal. Kill. Xia Fei's eyes were red as he gave orders to the puppet. The next second, the humanoid puppet looked at Su Mu with its empty eyes, stomped its feet on the ground, and rushed towards Su Mu like a cannonball. It's too fast. No one could have imagined that Xia Fei would dare to kill someone in public. Yi Shuyue was entangled by Xia Fei's 2 bodyguards and had no time to stop them. She also couldn't imagine that Xia Fei would be so crazy and have such a powerful weapon. However, Suanqing reacted. If you touch my husband, I'll kill you. Suanqing was extremely anxious and wanted to go over to stop them. But the puppet was too fast, and given her distance, she simply couldn't make it in time. At the critical moment, Suanqing suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and spurted out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply and fell below zero in the blink of an eye. Then, a kitten-sized ice phoenix shadow appeared from her body. As soon as the ice phoenix appeared, it let out a crisp cry and charged towards the humanoid puppet. Wherever it passed, the air condensed into ice flowers. The extreme coldness made everyone shiver, and even their thoughts seemed to come to a standstill. Except for Su Mu, who had the chaos aura in his body, everyone else was terrified, and then they stared blankly at the ice phoenix. Su Mu's eyes darkened and he looked at Xia Fei not far away. Since the opponent has already used a killing move, there is nothing more to say. Since you want to kill me, I will kill you first. There was a stern look in Su Mu's eyes. Immediately. With a thought, he gathered a tiny wisp of chaotic energy on his fingertips and transformed it into a thin needle through his mind. He clenched his fist and the thin needle shot towards the dazed Xia Fei like lightning. This is the new use of chaos aura that he researched last night. In fact, the lethality of this method is not strong. Su Mu has tried it before, and found that when the chaotic aura is released to protect the body, it can only penetrate about 1 centimeter into the palm of his hand. The effective killing distance is not far either. Beyond 20 meters, the chaotic aura will dissipate. But firstly, Xia Fei's strength was only 1 star in the body tempering realm, and his body defense was very low. Secondly, he was exactly within 20 meters from Su Mu. Therefore, the needle pierced his head instantly, and no one noticed it. At the same time, the ice phoenix condensed by Suanqing also hit the humanoid puppet. Snap! Bang! The 2 voices appeared almost at the same time. The first one was the ice phoenix hitting the humanoid puppet, smashing it into pieces. The second voice was the sound of Xia Fei falling to the ground with his eyes rolled. The puppet was broken into pieces and Xia Fei was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Su Mu remained calm. Suanqing was breathing rapidly. This move obviously consumed a lot of her energy. But fortunately, the battle is over. On the other side, Suanqing was walking on the street in an anxious manner. He hasn't slept all night. As the squad leader of the 3rd Brigade of the Investigation Section of the Supernatural Department of Suzhou and Hangzhou City, he received an order from his superiors when he was off work yesterday, asking him to find out as soon as possible the person who caused the awakening phenomenon last night. There was no clue at all, and Suanqing had no idea where to start if he was forced to look for it. After searching aimlessly all night, in the morning he decided to try his luck at Shinlong Academy. What if the awakened one is a student of Shinlong Academy? The student group is one of the groups with the most awakened martial arts talents and physiques. The target is likely to appear in the martial arts academy. According to the orders from his superiors, he had to find it out as soon as possible and then protect it under the wing of the extraordinary department to prevent it from being persecuted by other forces. As he was walking, Suanqing suddenly heard a commotion coming from the surroundings. When I looked up, I found that I had arrived near the Shinlong Academy, and the commotion originated from a small square nearby. Murder, murder. Someone's dead, call the police. Has anyone seen the murderer? Many people were shouting loudly. A murder occurred? Hearing these voices, Suanqing's heart tightened and he strode into the crowd. As the captain of the extraordinary department, although the murder case is not his responsibility, he naturally has to go up and take a look since he has encountered one. Soon, he arrived at the scene. There was a large empty space in the middle of the crowd, and 3 men who looked like bodyguards or thugs were surrounding 4 students. Next to them, there was a burly young man squatting next to a male student who was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The surrounding cement ground was full of potholes, as if it had been dug up by wild boars. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't kill CFA. We didn't even get close to him, how could it be us? Why are you stopping us? We are the victims. We haven't yet investigated that psychopath CFA for trying to kill people with a Foundation establishment puppet. If Suanqing hadn't exploded, Sumu would have been killed by CFA, so even if CFA died, he deserved it. It's useless for you to stop us. There are so many witnesses around to prove it, and my dad will be here soon. Yi Shuiwei shouted coldly at CFA's bodyguard. Suanqing looked at it for a while and roughly understood the situation. A second-generation rich man took his bodyguards to take revenge on others, but he suddenly died for unknown reasons. In the age of warriors, this was not a particularly rare occurrence. Only when his eyes moved to the broken pieces of the puppet. Ice Phoenix Aura? Ice Phoenix Divine Body? Suanqing shuddered all over. Wasn't this exactly what he had been looking for all night? Suanqing immediately pushed through the crowd, looked at Sumu, Suanqing, and the others, and asked, "Who among you just smashed the puppet?" Chapter 28 Extraordinary Department. In the instructions conveyed by the superiors, it was clearly stated that among the targets of last night's awakening phenomenon, one of them was the Ice Phoenix Divine Body. There were 2 strange phenomena at the time. No one was sure whether it was a mutation of the Ice Phoenix Divine Body or 2 different people. Anyway, the order Suanqing received was to find the confirmed Ice Phoenix Divine Body first. He had originally wanted to try his luck at Shinlong Academy, but unexpectedly he met him halfway. Seeing that the 2 sides were still in a stalemate in the square, Suanqing thought to himself, the opportunity to make a contribution has come. I am from the Extraordinary Department. Who among you has awakened the Ice Phoenix Divine Body? Suanqing took out his work ID, walked over radiantly, and asked again. As soon as the words Supernormal Department came out, the noise at the scene was immediately muted as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone's eyes turned to him. There is no other reason. The Ministry of Extraordinary Affairs is one of the highest institutions in the country and possesses enormous power. After hearing Suanqing's words, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to Suanqing. Classmate, are you the one who awakened the Ice Phoenix Divine Body? Are you interested in joining the Extraordinary Department? Suanqing is a straightforward person. After saying this, he stared at Suanqing closely. Seeing the other party's confused expression, Suanqing quickly added, "Your current situation is very unsafe. You know, there is no shortage of people in this world who want to hunt down our country's geniuses. Only by joining our extraordinary department and accepting the protection of the country can we deter those with ulterior motives. What's more, after joining the extraordinary department, we can provide a lot of resources to train you and ensure that your martial arts will go smoothly. In accordance with the orders issued by superiors. First, it is necessary to find the target of the awakening vision. The second is to absorb him as a member of the extraordinary department, protect him under their wings, and train him. Only. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice appeared. Captain Shui, are you questioning our Shinlong Academy's inability to protect students? Zhang Yu's voice reached everyone's ears. This place is very close to Shinlong Academy. When Xia Fei was confronting Yi Shuiwei, someone ran to Shinlong Academy to call for security, so he was able to rush here so quickly. Zhang Yu and Shui Peng knew each other and had met each other before. Looking at the other person, Shui Peng's heart sank. The reason why he couldn't wait to invite Suanqing was because he was afraid of this scene. As the only officially established martial arts academy among the 4 major academies in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Shinlong Academy's status is not much lower than that of the extraordinary department. Alright, this is our internal matter of the Shinlong Academy, so you guys from the extraordinary department don't have to worry about it. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he ignored Shui Peng, who was still thinking, and turned his gaze to Suanqing. Xiao Su, life's encounters are so wonderful, you really gave me a big surprise. Suanqing was once a favored girl of Shinlong Academy. As the security supervisor and second-year tutor, Zhang Yu naturally knew her. He once thought that after Suanqing was promoted to the 2nd grade, he would find a way to get her into his class. But unfortunately, what happened later was very sad. After all, Shinlong Academy was an official organization. After trying to save Suanqing for half a year without any effect, they could only let her drop out of school and go on a blind date according to the regulations. Zhang Yu once sighed and lamented about this. It feels like a genius has fallen like this. However, what he didn't expect was that, in a sudden turn of events, Suanqing actually awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body. How could we miss such a genius? We must find a way to get her back to school. Let's go back to Shinlong Academy first. Zhang Yu greeted everyone. On the side, Xia Fei's bodyguards were not happy. No one can leave before the master of the house comes. Master? Zhang Yu's face darkened. Since when has a mere family dared to interfere in the affairs of our Shinlong Academy? The 4-star bodyguard at the foundation establishment stage was startled when he heard the chill in Zhang Yu's words. But when he thought of the Xia family's rules, he still said, Manager Zhang, my son was killed by someone, and there must be an explanation. Confess? It's a waste of his life if he tells me he died. He deserves it. Zhang Yu said with a sneer. Before coming here, someone told him the whole story, so in his opinion, Xia Fei's fate was entirely his own fault. Let's not talk about his malicious retaliation. Just because he dared to use the foundation establishment realm puppet, he deserved to be killed. What's more, Suanqing, Yi Shuiwei and the others were not close to Xia Fei at that time. Xia Fei's death had nothing to do with them at all. Zhang Yu's voice was loud and clear. These words immediately left the Xia family's bodyguards speechless. Anyway, I just can't. The bodyguard Zhang Er wanted to insist, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped away by Zhang Yu. I'm giving you face, right? Why are you so stubborn in front of me? Who do you think you are? Zhang Yu sneered. He was a 7-star warrior at the foundation establishment stage and a staff member of the state. It was already merciful enough for him to explain this to Xia Fei's bodyguards. Xiao Su, Xiao Yi, Su Mu, and that guy, let's go. Zhang Yu sneered and asked everyone to follow him. This time, the 4 bodyguards didn't even dare to make a sound. Isn't that Suanqing? It's her. Wasn't she forced to drop out of school? Why is she here at Shinlong Academy again? What are you talking about? What's wrong with my goddess coming to Shinlong Academy? I'm not afraid to tell you that Suanqing has awakened the Ice Phoenix body and just killed Xia Fei. What, Xia Fei is dead? Is this true? It's absolutely true. But don't talk nonsense. Xia Fei wasn't beaten to death by the Suzhou University beauty. He died suddenly. I think there must be something wrong with his body. Good thing he died. This scumbag finally went to hell. Although Xia Fei is dead, those mad dogs in the Xia family will definitely not let it go. Suanqing is in big trouble. She doesn't have the protection of the Su family now. By the way, what is the Ice Phoenix divine body? At the gate of Shinlong College. What happened in the square has spread here. The students coming and going looked at Zhang Yu and his group and started discussing with shock on their faces. There is nothing I can do, the topic is too explosive. First, Yi Shuiwei and Suanqing protected Su Mu, then Xia Fei died, and finally Suanqing awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body. Even just one of these three pieces of news could cause a sensation among many students at Shinlong Academy. Now the three of them together, everyone was shocked. Under everyone's attention, Zhang Yu did not stop and took Su Mu directly to the principal's office. Suanqing still followed without giving up. It turns out that Suanqing was forced to drop out of your Shinlong Academy. Zhang Yu, why didn't you tell me just now? That's so rude. Suanqing joked. You didn't ask? Zhang Yu showed a look of being ungrateful and added, besides, who says that students who drop out of Shinlong Academy are not protected by Shinlong Academy? If it really doesn't work, you can get your student files back after dropping out. Xiao Su, what do you think? Suanqing was not convinced and wanted to make some excuses, but he shut up the next second. Because the vice president of Shinlong College was walking towards them with a smile on his face. Xiao Zhang is right. Classmate Suanqing, do you want to return to our Shinlong Academy? Chapter 29 Treatment at Shinlong Academy. Shinlong College has a total of 2 principals, 1 principal and 1 vice principal. The person who came was Vice President Chen Liangrong. Although he is the vice president in name, he is actually the highest administrator within Shinlong Academy. The principal is a figurehead of the superior leader, mainly responsible for external negotiations, and is not even a warrior. Naturally, Chen Liangrong also knew about the series of events that took place in the square. Regarding CFA's death, he had the same attitude as Zhang Yu and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he is just a second-generation rich kid. No matter how rich his family is, his social status is far lower than that of Shinlong Academy. Therefore, the reason why Chen Liangrong took the initiative to come to the school gate to greet her was naturally because of Suanqing's Ice Phoenix divine body. He is very familiar with the student Suanqing. It was he who decided to implement the Suanqing rescue plan, mobilizing a large amount of school resources in an attempt to reverse the physical reason why Suanqing's strength was declining instead of increasing. Later, there was no effect. The school expelled him in accordance with the rules and regulations. As the vice principal, he could not take the lead in violating them and could only be forced to give up. And now, even though it is not certain whether Suanqing's physical problem has been solved, as long as we know that Suanqing has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, this is enough to invite her back. After all, this is recognized as one of the strongest special physiques in the world. Apart from this, there is another important reason, which is the martial arts Prodigy Cup competition that will be held in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city in a week. Suanqing City's quadrennial Tanja Cup Competition is about to begin. As you know, this competition is only open to students under the age of 20. Among the students under the age of 20 in our Shinlong Academy, only Yi Shuiyue is at or above the 3-star level in the foundation establishment realm. On the other hand, Xuanwu College, Suzaku College, and White Tiger College each have 2 or 3 talented students who are as capable as Yi Shuiyue. Yi Shuiyue can't handle it alone. It's funny to say, perhaps because they want to take advantage of the official popularity, the other 3 martial arts academies in Suzhou and Hangzhou all have names similar to the Shinlong Academy. They are called Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Baihu respectively. It may sound a bit vulgar, but since their 3 martial arts academies can be called the 4 major academies in Suzhou and Hangzhou together with the Shinlong Academy, their strength should not be underestimated. Apart from anything else, in the rankings of the previous 2 Tianjiao Cup competitions, the first place did not belong to Shinlong Academy. As the actual person in charge of the college, Chen Liangrong naturally felt unwilling to this. Seeing Suanqing hesitating, Chen Liangrong quickly added, "Student Suanqing, as long as you return to Shinlong Academy, the academy's resources and benefits will still be given to you at the same level as before. In addition, if you rank in the top 10 in the Tianjiao Cup, in addition to the official rewards, the academy will also award you 1,000 academy points, and for every place you advance, you will get an additional 500 points. Shinlong Academy distributes cultivation resources to each student once a month, classifying them into 4 major grades, A, B, C, and D, and 3 levels above, middle, and lower for each grade, and distributing different cultivation resources. Among them, Grade A is the highest grade. Suanqing used to receive this level of training resource benefits when she was in the academy. As for the college points, this thing can be regarded as the currency within the academy. With it, you can go to the resources department to exchange for elixirs, weapons, martial arts secrets and other cultivation resources. These conditions were indeed tempting, and even Suanqing, who was standing by, was tempted. I have to say, Shinlong Academy is indeed wealthy and powerful. Suanqing was looking at Su Mu. We already know your situation. As long as you ask, your marriage certificate with Su Mu will be immediately invalidated. I will do this personally. Chen Liangron thought that she was worried about Su Mu, so he spoke immediately. Hearing this, Suanqing frowned and said, Dean Chen, I will not divorce Su Mu. This is one of the conditions for me to join the Shinlong Academy. Shinlong Academy must not force Su Mu and I to divorce. The reason I want to return to the academy is because my husband works at Shinlong Academy. Also, although we don't know how CFA died, the Xia family will definitely blame us. The college wants to protect my husband's safety. Therefore, I hope the college can arrange a house for my husband and me. We can pay the rent ourselves. In fact, returning to Shinlong Academy was not in her plan. I agreed to this for two reasons. First, the academy has abundant training resources, which makes it convenient for you to become stronger quickly. The second is to obtain the protection of the college and avoid being targeted by the Xia family and the Su family. In fact, the second point is the most important. I won't say much about the Su family. As for the Xia family, although Suanqing didn't know how CFA died, based on her understanding of the Xia family, she knew that no matter whether they could find the murderer or not, they would definitely vent their anger on her and her husband. The special status of Shinlong Academy can deter the Xia family from acting rashly. She wanted a house to live in because she planned to stay in the Shinlong Academy to practice unless necessary, and to protect her weak husband at the same time. After hearing Suanqing's request, Chen Liangrong, Zhang Yu, Yi Shuiwa and Shuepeng at the scene all looked at Su Mu in surprise, who had little presence. Especially Chen Liangrong and Zhang Yu. They didn't expect Suanqing to value Su Mu so much. It was obvious that the two had only been married for a few days, and after Suanqing awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, she had a bright future. This cheap husband was not worthy of her at all. In the end, Suanqing never left him. This was really beyond their expectations. But because of this, Chen Liangron looked at Suanqing with even higher regard. Not only is he talented, but he is also loyal. Such good character is exactly the kind of talent the country needs. It's a small matter. I agree to all the conditions you mentioned. In addition, the school will pay for the rent. Chen Liangrong laughed and said cheerfully. Finally, he added, I will also say hello to the Xia family. Without further ado, Suanqing, come with me to complete the enrollment procedures again. Zhang Yu, take Su Mu with you to move. Wait a minute, I need to hear my husband's opinion. Suanqing continued. I always listen to my wife. Whatever my wife says is what counts. Su Mu felt warm in his heart and accepted his wife's kindness calmly. He was not against moving. After all, living anywhere was a home, and home was where his wife was. If he can avoid trouble, he will naturally not seek trouble. Just as Suanqing was going through the enrollment procedures again and Su Mu was taking Zhang Yu home to pack their luggage. Hospital morgue. Xia Fei's parents collapsed when they saw their only son had lost all life force. Who did it? My son. Who on earth harmed you? Xia's mother lay on her son's body, crying and wailing. Father Xia stood aside, tears streaming down his face. The two of them are usually busy with business and are not at home all day. Perhaps out of guilt, he doted on his son and made him obey his every word. But I never expected that this morning when my son went to school as usual, I received the bad news. Xia Hong, I'm offering a reward of 10 million, no, 100 million. I must find the murderer who killed my son. Mother Xia wailed for a long time, and suddenly glared at her husband Xia Hong with red eyes. Xia Hong nodded silently and raised his hands twice. 100 million is not enough. I will take out 300 million and mobilize all my connections to find the murderer and avenge my son. Xia's mother's eyes were full of madness. Yes, 300 million. Our Xia family has plenty of money. Not only that, the two bitches Yi Shuiwei and Suanqing, as well as that guy called Su Mu, will all be buried with my son. If they hadn't bullied my son first, my son wouldn't have gone to that square. They are all going to die. Chapter 30 10,000 times critical strike. In the northeast of Shinlong College, in a small townhouse in the residential area. After Su Mu finished cleaning, he looked at the neatly furnished house with a satisfied smile on his face. I can be considered a gigolo. This small villa was where Shinlong Academy arranged for him and his wife Suanqing to live. Originally Su Mu thought that the college would arrange a dormitory for couples to live in temporarily, but he did not expect that they would directly arrange a villa residence. It seems that the hospital's top management attaches great importance to their wives. This is normal. After all, he is a super genius who has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, so it is reasonable for him to have better welfare and benefits. Sumu was very satisfied with this. He didn't actually carry much luggage when moving, just some clothes and sundries. After cleaning and locking the door, Sumu left the villa and went to the college resources department. His wife Suanqing went to class, and he had wasted so much time, it was time for him to go to work. Soon, he arrived at the resources department building. From a distance, I could see security captain Jiang Feng standing at the door looking around. Seeing Sumu, he came forward excitedly. "Sumu, you are this." Jiang Feng gave Sumu a thumbs up. In just 2.5 hours, Xiafei's story had spread throughout the entire campus, so naturally he had heard about it. He admired Sumu for being protected by 2 beautiful schoolgirls. He was truly a role model in life. If a person can achieve this, he is simply a winner in life. Jiang Feng doesn't submit to anyone but him. "Brother Jiang, let's talk later. I want to exchange some points for something first." Sumu interrupted Jiang Feng's endless chatter. He already knew that all items in the Shinlong Academy's resource department could be exchanged for academy points. In addition to being awarded to students by the school, college points can also be exchanged for high-value items. Of course, this is limited to the teachers, students, and staff of Shinlong College. Outsiders have no chance. In Sumu's space ring, there are 8 common 3rd grade pills and 10 2nd grade pills. This was the reward given by the investment critical rebate system after he gave the vitality pill he had exchanged from Yi Shuiwa last night to his wife Suanqing. Sumu planned to take out some of them and exchange them for college points. The prerequisite is to first select the items you like. It would be best if it had offensive martial arts that my wife Suanqing could use, as well as better weapons. In fact, Sumu had not originally intended to be so anxious. He originally planned to be more cautious and collect the money slowly through other channels so as to avoid exposing his wealth and arousing the evil thoughts of people with ulterior motives. But what happened this morning made him feel that he had to prepare for a rainy day. He was not too anxious about improving his basic strength, but the only martial art he mastered was the everlasting life skill, and he lacked any offensive martial arts, so his actual combat power was too low. I was lucky this morning because my wife Suanqing was following me, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. What do you want to exchange? Tell me first. I'm familiar with this place. Jiang Feng said immediately after hearing Sumu's words. When Sumu heard it, he also thought it made sense. Jiang Feng is an old employee. With his help and advice, I can save a lot of effort. So he spoke his mind honestly. Come on, I'll take you there. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and entered the resources department building. The two walked to the warehouse area, where there were 4 rows of shelves filled with neatly arranged martial arts manuals. If we talk about the best martial arts secret book here, it must be the 5th grade martial arts Vajra Indestructible skill. It is the treasure of our Shinlong Academy. But it is a bit expensive. It requires 10,000 academy points. Jiang Feng pointed to the secret book on the top that was placed alone and was 2 centimeters thick, and took the initiative to recommend it. The secret book was sealed intact, with a simple introduction label on the surface. Vajra Indestructible skill, 5th grade martial arts skill. After mastering it, it will stimulate bones and muscles, greatly improving the body's defense capabilities. When it reaches the perfect state, it will be invulnerable to swords and guns, and indestructible. Exchange price, 10,000 academy points. Very expensive. It's expensive, but the key is that this thing is not suitable for Suanqing. Sumu doesn't want his beautiful wife to turn into a Barbie doll one day. Brother Jiang, let me take a look myself. Rejecting Jiang Feng's recommendation, Sumu started searching on his own. There is a row of shelves below the 5th grade Vajra Indestructible skill, with 10 different types of martial arts secrets, all of which are 4th grade martial arts. Jiang Ming looked for a while and quickly selected 2 books. Telepathic Finger. After mastering it, you can use your fingertips to launch sword energy to attack the target. When you reach the perfect state, you can attack the target 100 meters away, and you can launch multiple sword energies at a time. Exchange price, 2,000 academy points. Phantom Footwork. It can greatly improve the body's flexibility and speed. When it reaches the perfect state, the speed can be increased by more than 3 times, and a phantom will be formed to confuse the target. Exchange price, 2,000 academy points. Just these 2 martial arts secret manuals. Sumu made a decision. These 2 martial arts, one for attack and one for increasing speed. Both are suitable for Suanqing. Of course, what is more important is that it also meets Su Mu's needs. After all, judging from the last investment in the secret book of the everlasting life skill, the system will not give back new secret books as rewards, but will directly allow him to master this martial art. With these two books, Su Mu's practical combat ability will be significantly improved. Brother Phone, take me to pick out a long sword weapon. The martial arts selection was over, and Su Mu asked Zhang Feng to take him to choose a long sword. Because he had previously learned that Suanqing mastered a long sword type martial art, and the long sword she used before was left in the Su family. The choice of a long sword is a bit more casual. Not long after, Su Mu set his eyes on a 4th grade rapier, the exchange price of which was also 2,000 academy points. Then, Jiang Ming started to exchange pills for academy points in the lobby downstairs. A 2nd grade pill costs 200 points. A 3rd grade pill costs 2,000 points. Under the surprised gazes of Jiang Feng and the exchange staff, Su Mu took out 10 2nd grade pills and 2 3rd grade pills, pretended to be reluctant to exchange them for academy points, and then used the academy points to buy martial arts secrets and weapons. The reason why the martial arts secrets of Shinlong Academy are so expensive is that the secrets not only contain training methods, but also the training experience of professional teachers. These pills were left by my deceased parents and grandfather. I have no choice but to give them up for my wife. Holding the secret book and the sword, Su Mu explained to Jiang Feng with a sigh. Jiang Feng gave him a thumbs up again. He is handsome and willing to spend money, no wonder he can become Suanqing's husband. A man who loves his wife will have good luck. Jiang Feng patted Su Mu's shoulder and said with emotion. Before we knew it, it was evening. After Su Mu and Suanqing finished their dinner in the school cafeteria, they returned to their new home. As soon as he entered the door, he handed 2 martial arts books and a sword to Suanqing. Suanqing didn't ask as much as before, because she knew her husband would not tell her. Su Mu was very pleased about this. However, what made him even more gratified was that the system seemed to know his urgent needs and gave him huge rewards for this investment. Sure enough, a man who loves his wife will have good luck. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade martial art Lingxi Finger. This investment triggers a 10,000-fold crit rebate, reward. Chapter 31 9th grade martial arts, Liuhatongtian Finger. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade martial art Lingxi Finger. This investment triggers a 10,000-fold crit rebate, and the reward is the entry level of Liuhatongtian Finger. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade martial art Phantom Step. This investment triggers a 200-fold crit rebate, and the reward is Phantom Step Perfection. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade weapon, the Gale Sword. This investment triggers a 100-fold crit rebate, and the reward is a Life and Death Talisman. It exploded. Big bang. The rebate effects of these 3 investments were all over 100 times, and the Lingxi Finger even triggered a 10,000 times critical hit. Su Mu's blood instantly boiled, and 2 different cultivation memories appeared in his mind. After a long while, he gradually calmed down with a click sound coming from his body. Feeling the power in his body suddenly surge several times more than before, Su Mu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Panel. Su Mu's mind moved, and familiar virtual panel information suddenly appeared in his sight. Name, Su Mu. Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm 1 star. Talent, Perfect. Constitution, Chaos Body. Martial Arts, Endless Life Skill Great, 6 in 1 Heaven Reaching Finger Beginner, Phantom Footwork Perfect. The level of strength skyrocketed instantly. From the original 7 stars in the Body Tempering Realm, he jumped to the 1 star in the Foundation Establishment Realm. Phantom Footwork is a purely physical martial art. Regardless of whether it is at the entry level or the perfect level, it is impossible for Su Mu's static physical strength to gain even the slightest improvement. Therefore, the fundamental reason why he was able to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage right away was because he triggered the Liuhatongtian Finger that gave him a 10,000 times critical strike rebate. A 10,000 times return, just for allowing me to enter the 6 Harmonies Tongtian Finger, and allowing me to enter the Foundation Establishment stage. What level of martial arts is this? Su Mu took a breath of cold air. The next moment, he immersed himself in his mind, checking the newly acquired information about Liuhatongtian Finger. 6 in 1 Sky Reaching Finger 9th rank. Realm, Entry. Martial arts effect, gather the energy in the body and circulate it along the unique meridians. At the entry level, you can use the power of 1 finger to make the space around you become sticky. When you reach the proficient level, you can use the power of 2 fingers, and when you reach the mastery level, you can use the power of 3 fingers. At the perfect level, you can combine 5 fingers into one, break the rules, and suppress the world. Looking at the information description about Liu Hatan Tian finger in his mind, Sumu couldn't help but shudder all over. It's actually a 9th grade martial art. Sumu was completely shocked, and then a huge surprise surged in his heart. 9th grade martial arts. Not to mention Suzhou and Hangzhou City, even if you look at the entire country, or even the whole world, there are very few people who master this level of martial arts. At the entry level, one can only use 1 finger, but that 1 finger has the effect of solidifying space. This martial art is simply terrifying. With his own chaotic body cooperating with it, Sumu couldn't imagine who among the warriors of the same level could beat him. Sumu was excited for a while before he finally calmed down. Then, he turned his attention to the martial arts effects of the phantom step. The phantom footwork is also good. It has reached the perfect state and has made my speed soar. Whether I am dodging or attacking, I have achieved significant improvements. The realm of perfection of this martial art is the same as the label annotated by the Shinlong Academy. Once used, it can triple the speed and create an illusion to confuse the enemy. Sumu took a look and turned his attention to the 3rd rebate item. That is the Talisman of Life and Death. With a thought, a jade talisman emitting an ominous red aura appeared in his hand. It looked about the size of an egg. The system did not mark out information for it like it did for martial arts. But the method of use and purpose appeared in Sumu's mind the moment it appeared. It is possible to control the mind of a person whose strength does not exceed the foundation establishment stage, provided that the other party loses the will to resist. The control time is about 12 hours. If the jade talisman breaks during this period, the other party will die immediately. What a good thing! Maybe I can use it in the next operation. Sumu put away the life and death talisman. All 3 rebates from the system have been digested. Suanqing has gone back to her room to practice. The 2 of them are still sleeping in separate rooms because Suanqing's injuries have not recovered yet. It was 7 o'clock in the evening and night had fallen. Sumu thought for a while, quietly opened the door and left Shinlong Academy. He had 2 purposes for leaving Shinlong Academy at this time. One is to go to the auction house. I had fallen into a misconception before. I always think about finding someone to trade with, but I forget that there is an auction house in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tianshui Pavilion is the largest auction house in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He could just sell some items through the auction house and there was no need to be so cautious in dealing with Yi Shuiwe. Not only is the efficiency low, and it will increase the risk. Even though Yi Shuiwe currently has a good impression of him, Sumu does not dare to test people's hearts. Although auction houses also have certain risks, they are at least more efficient. He currently has 6 3rd-grade medicinal pills, and he plans to sell them all through the auction house. He will use the money from the sales to buy other items so that he can continue to invest in his wife Suanqing. As for tonight, he planned to go to Tianshui Pavilion first to explore the route and see if this plan was sound. Also, his second purpose for coming out today was to fish. Although no one knew that he was the one who killed CFA, based on his understanding of the Su family over the past 2 days, he was certain that the other party would vent their anger on him and Suanqing. You don't have to worry about Yi Shuiwe. After all, the other party is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. If the Xie family wants to retaliate, they have to think about whether they have the courage and ability to do so. But it's different for him and his wife Suanqing, especially for himself, an insignificant alchemy apprentice. Unless you stay in the Shinlong Academy all the time and never leave, you will have to face this matter sooner or later. As the saying goes, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're afraid of thieves thinking about. Sumu is not a man who will sit and wait for death, he decides to take the initiative. If the Xie family really wanted to retaliate against me, as long as I left Shinlong Academy openly, I would definitely be targeted by their people. Xie family, you'd better not show up tonight, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sumu thought so when he left the gate of Shinlong Academy. Brother, the guy named Sumu came out from the main gate. Is there anyone with him? No, he was very brave, or very stupid, to come out alone. Should I do anything? Don't worry, follow him first, I'll meet you soon. This is our chance to redeem ourselves, so we must not be careless. In a hotel in front of Shinlong College, a burly young man was looking at Sumu through a telescope while talking on the phone. If Sumu were here, he would recognize that he was one of the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm warriors who followed CFA during the day. Su Mu's guess was correct. The Xie family was indeed thinking about avenging CFA. These two bodyguards are the operatives. Chapter 32 Counterattack. At night, the streets of Suzhou and Hangzhou are bustling with traffic. For many citizens, after get off work in the evening, strolling around the streets with friends and family, or having a midnight snack, are very common pastimes. After Su Mu came out of Shinlong Academy, he did not go directly to Tianshui Pavilion Auction House, but wandered around. He looks very relaxed, just like an ordinary citizen who comes out to shop alone after get off work. But he was always highly alert in his heart. Not long after he walked, he actually discovered something unusual. Someone is following me. They are the two Foundation Establishment Realm bodyguards who followed CFA during the day. Su Mu's eyes fixed. Perhaps it was because in the other party's eyes, he was just a warrior at the low level of the body tempering realm, so the two of them were not particularly careful during the process of tracking him. This allowed Su Mu to discover them. If it was a stranger, Su Mu would definitely be more cautious and try to get rid of the pursuer. But since he is an acquaintance, the next step is easy. A 3-star and a 4-star bodyguard in the Foundation Establishment realm are not too far beyond my realm, so there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Su Mu began to walk towards a sparsely populated area. Now that the fish has taken the bait, I will naturally not let it go. Soon Su Mu arrived at a remote building ruin. This place is overgrown with weeds, and it is obvious that the area has been demolished for a long time, but the developer has not yet come to build a new building. This is quite common in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Just as Su Mu expected, the other party didn't dare to take action in a crowded place, but when he got here, he jumped out immediately. The two bodyguards were much more pragmatic than CFA, and they didn't even utter any harsh words before taking action. They had discussed it when they were tracking just now. They want to kidnap Su Mu. Use him to lure Suanqing out of Shinlong Academy. Second brother, go knock him out and hide him, I'll drive the car over. I know, big brother. Ugh. The bodyguard known as the second one just walked towards Su Mu with his fists rubbed, but the next second, he was hit hard by Su Mu. This punch was too sudden. He could never have imagined that the body-tempering realmant who had been hiding behind Yi Shuiwei and Suanqing during the day not only did not tremble in fear after seeing him, but also dared to fight back. The most important thing is that the speed of this punch was far beyond his reaction ability, leaving him no time to dodge or parry. Puff! He opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with surprise, fear and unwillingness, and finally fell to the ground. Su Mu's punch broke his heart. Second brother. Another bodyguard turned his head upon hearing the sound and saw his companion lying on the ground, twitching continuously. The body-tempering realm ants, who were regarded as prey, looked at him coldly. His mind was blank and he had no time to think about why Su Mu was able to successfully launch a sneak attack. The only thought in his mind was revenge. Just because, the bodyguard known as the second brother is his biological brother. Damn it, I want you dead. With a roar of rage, he attacked Su Mu with all his might. The strength of a 4-star warrior in the Foundation Establishment realm was fully unleashed, and his figure instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters like a cannonball. But Su Mu was well prepared. Although he was only at the 1-star Foundation Establishment realm, his chaos body was too terrifying and the opponent's movements could not escape his eyes at all. Moreover, Su Mu also mastered the Phantom Footwork, a super powerful physical skill that reached the perfect realm. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Su Mu performed the Phantom Footwork, and his figure was like a ghost. When the opponent was 1 meter away from his body, he instantly appeared beside him. The shadow left behind at the original place confused the other party. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Mu punched him hard in the neck. The bodyguard reacted to the punch, but he had no time to dodge and could only subconsciously block it with his elbow. The bodyguard expected that with his strength of a 4-star Foundation Establishment realm, he should be able to block it without getting hurt. I even thought about what move I should use to counterattack after the block. However, at the moment of the collision, he felt a piercing pain in his elbow. This force, which far exceeded his psychological expectations, immediately changed his expression. You are not in the body-tempering realm. He only had time to shout out this sentence before he had no chance to speak again. Su Mu's face was grim, and without saying a word, he punched again. The wind from the fist was so strong that it directly excited his head. There was only a loud thud, and the bodyguard was knocked 2 or 3 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Run! Run! The bodyguard felt as if his head was hit by a heavy hammer. The threat of death frightened him so much that he no longer had the urge to take action. Only one thought remained in his mind. Escape! Escape from here at all costs. The bodyguard lost all his fighting spirit and tried to get up and run away, enduring the severe pain. But the next second, his frightened eyes suddenly froze. Life and death talisman. Call out. A faint red light flashed into his mind from the life and death talisman. The whole person's mind was instantly controlled by the life and death talisman. Next, Su Mu, who holds the talisman of life and death, becomes his absolutely obedient master. Name? Ji Chang. What's your relationship with the one whose heart I broke? My dear brother. How many years have you worked in the Xia family? How many people are there in the Xia family? What is the strength of Xia Fei's parents? Tell me everything. I've been working for 9 years, and there are 17 people in the Xia family from 3 generations. Su Mu began to interrogate bodyguard Ji Chang. This is the real reason why he did not hesitate to use the life and death talisman. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. He knew too little about the Xia family and had to get more information about them. Under the control of the life and death talisman, it didn't take long for Su Mu to get hold of all the information he was interested in. Ji Chang and his brother Ji Sheng have worked in the Xia family for 9 years. They are deeply trusted by Xia Fei's parents and know some basic information about the Xia family. The Xia family is very rich, even richer than the Yi family, and runs a large group spanning 3 provinces. Xia Fei's parents are merely the heads of the Suzhou and Hangzhou branch of this large group. There are a total of 17 people in the Xia family, but only Xia Fei and his parents live in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Xia Fei's parents have no talent for martial arts, they are just businessmen. But they hired a lot of bodyguards, one of whom was even a warrior at the peak of the 9th star in the Foundation establishment realm. Their family of 3 lived in Longyue community, which was the residence of the top dignitaries in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city. It was heavily guarded and had a protective formation similar to the defense shield of the Shinlong Academy. Ordinary people could not get in at all. The Ji Chang brothers were part of a group of people who were ordered by Xia Fei's parents to take revenge on Suanqing and Su Mu. There were more than 10 warriors who received the same order as them. Xia Fei's parents offered a reward of 300 million. People die for money and birds die for food. All the operators are very active. The sudden death of their only son has driven them mad and they will not give up until they achieve their goal. When Su Mu heard this, he had the idea of destroying the Xia family once and for all. Call Mr. and Mrs. Xia Hong and do as I say. Chapter 33, Eliminate the roots and instantly kill those at the peak of foundation building. Longyue Community, Villa number 7. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. But Xia Hong and his wife Wu Xiaoyun did not have dinner. The nanny prepared a table full of dishes, but the 2 of them couldn't finish them at all. The pain of losing their child deeply tormented their hearts. Xia Hong and Wu Xiaoyun certainly knew that their son's personality was somewhat spoiled. But no matter what, he was their only son. Now their son is dead and the murderer is still at large. How can they accept this? In the silence, Wu Xiaoyun's phone suddenly rang. Ji Chang? Yes, old Xia and I are at home. Well, you 2 brothers did a great job. Keep an eye on that kid, I want to fulfill my son's last wish myself. After Wu Xiaoyun hung up the phone, her expression suddenly became extremely excited. She put on her coat and was about to leave. Who's calling? Where are you going? Xia Hong asked. Brothers Ji Chang and Ji Sheng have captured the man named Su. He is in our warehouse number 4 on Lingdong Road. Wu Xiaoyun said sinisterly, and added, do you want to go with us? Xia Hong naturally investigated everything that happened between his son and Su Mu. He didn't think that Su Mu was the murderer of his son. After all, at that time in the morning, Su Mu was the person farthest away from his son at the scene. An alchemy apprentice with no background, even if he was a warrior at the body tempering realm, would definitely not have the ability to kill Xia Fei, who was more than 10 meters away, without making any noise. Logically speaking, he is absolutely innocent. But Xia Hong didn't care at all. Why did his son use the Foundation establishment realm puppet? Wasn't he the purpose to kill him? As a father, he wants to fulfill his son Xia Fei's unfinished wish to commemorate his spirit in heaven. But after years of ups and downs in the business world, Xia Hong instinctively felt that something was wrong. Isn't he living in Shinlong Academy? Why is he out so late? How did the Ji Chang brothers catch him? Xia Hong asked with a frown. put yourself in his shoes. If he were Su Mu, he would definitely stay quietly in Shinlong Academy and would never come out even if you kill him. But the other party actually dared to come out in the middle of the night. This is really weird. But Wu Xiaoyun didn't think so much. You are too suspicious. Brother Ji Chang has been with us for so many years. He said that he has caught Su Mu. What else do you have to doubt? I'm just asking you, are you going or not? If not, I'll go by myself. Anyway, I must kill him with my own hands. Wu Xiaoyun said viciously. Of course I will. After Xia Hong finished speaking, he started to put on his clothes and went downstairs. He was too lazy to think deeply about it. After all, the other party was just an insignificant ant. It's normal to be stupid. However, when going out, Xia Hang always had a bad feeling, so he called Wang Yan, who was resting. This is the most powerful bodyguard around him, at the peak of the 9th star in the Foundation establishment realm. The three of them drove quickly towards Lingdong Road. Second grade rejuvenation pill, second grade blood and chi pill, why are they all these trash? Hey, there's actually another spirit stone? Not bad. On Lingdong Road, in a warehouse of the Su Family Company, Su Mu began to plunder the property of Ji Chang and Ji Shang. As bodyguards who have served the Su family for 9 years, the two of them are quite wealthy. But perhaps because they were brothers, only Ji Chang had a lowest level space ring. Su Mu searched around and found more than 21st and 2nd grade medicinal pills, tens of thousands of cash pocket money, a few miscellaneous equipment, and a fist-sized low-level spirit stone. Su Mu didn't care about things like elixirs and cash. But the moment he saw this spirit stone, his eyes suddenly lit up. Spiritual stones are good things. They contain a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. They are a very expensive and rare resource for cultivation. There are 4 levels of spirit stones: low level, intermediate, high level, and top grade. The higher the quality, the higher the content and purity of the spiritual energy contained inside. Although this is just a low-level spirit stone, it is extremely valuable. At least Su Mu didn't see it in the treasure pavilion. This thing can't be bought with money alone, you also need strong connections. According to Ji Chang, this low-level spirit stone was a reward given to him by Xia Fei's father Xia Hong after he saved him. Because their martial arts talent is limited, the brothers have never been willing to use it, so the spiritual energy in the spirit stone is still full. That is why Su Mu was able to get this great bargain. No wonder the ancients said that killing people and setting fires would earn you a gold belt. The ancients were not lying to me. Su Mu was secretly happy. More importantly, according to the system investment rebate type, if there is such a low-level spirit stone, there will be a steady supply of new spirit stones in the future. Get rich. This thing is very helpful whether it is for my wife Suanqing or for myself. Unfortunately, all the money Ji Chang has saved over the years is in his bank card. In order to avoid exposing my whereabouts, I have no choice but to give it up. Thinking of this, Su Mu shook his head. But after a second of regret, I no longer cared. As for money, you don't have to worry about it at all after you bind your investment critical rebate to yourself. Nothing else to say. Just taking out a 3rd grade pill can bring an income starting from $1 million. There is no shortage of money at all. DD. Someone is coming. Just then, a car horn was heard outside the warehouse. Su Mu instantly regained his composure, hid at the door, and controlled Ji Chang to open the warehouse door. As he expected, the people who came were Xia Hang and Wu Xiaoyun. Ji Chang, the one with the surname Su. Wu Xiaoyun was greeting Ji Chang when suddenly, Wang Yan pulled her and Xia Hang back. Careful. Wang Yan reminded with a frown. As he is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he has strong perception and sharp observation skills. As soon as they met, I noticed that there was something wrong with Ji Chang's expression. And most importantly, he heard a heartbeat behind the door. If it was Ji Shang, he would either come out with Ji Chang or be guarding Su Mu. In any case, it was impossible for him to hide at the door. That's why Wang Yan held back Xia Hong and his wife. But his warning came too late. Suddenly, he felt the air solidify. As ordinary people, Mr. and Mrs. Xia Hong were unable to make any movements for a moment, and Wang Yan tried his best, but the most he could do was to move his little finger slightly. What's going on? Wang Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. The next moment, a young man appeared in his sight. Who is he? Su Mu? Doubt suddenly emerged in Wang Yan's mind. But this was his last thought. As his pupils contracted violently, he saw the other party take out a tang sword flashing with lightning and stabbed it into his heart. And in the last second before his vision became completely dark, Wang Yan saw a long knife cutting through the air, and Xia Hong and his wife's heads fell to the ground. Chapter 34, The Magic Talisman, 1,000 Faces for 1,000 People. It is indeed a 9th grade martial art. Even those at the peak of the foundation establishment realm who are much stronger than me are no match for me. It's just that the energy consumption is a bit high. It only took 1 or 2 seconds to drain 80% of my energy and blood. Sumu supported his body with his sword and spoke while panting. Just now, Wang Yan felt the space solidify because he used his newly acquired martial arts, Liuha Tongtian Finger. When this move was performed, within the 10-foot space around him, only Sumu, the performer, was not affected and could move freely. In this way, he could instantly kill the controlled Wang Yan, as well as Xia Hong and his wife. Friends who often kill people know that the human body has 3 fatal weaknesses. The first is the head, the second is the neck, and the third is the heart. However, the head is protected by the skull, so it is not easy to penetrate it. The neck is protected by tough muscles and cervical vertebrae. Unless it is completely cut off, the opponent will not die immediately. That's why Sumu chose to attack the bodyguard Wang Yan's heart. The Thunderblade is a 4th grade weapon, and was a system rebate item when Suanqing was given the heavenly silk armor 2 days ago. It was so sharp that Sumu didn't even have to use his full strength before it pierced Wang Yan's heart smoothly. Mr. and Mrs. Xia Hong don't need to go through so much trouble. They were not even warriors, so Sumu beheaded them both on the spot with just one sword. Ji Chang, go and take out the things in their space rings. Sumu calmed himself down and gave instructions to Ji Chang. The purpose of doing this was, on the one hand, to test whether Wang Yan was completely dead, and on the other hand, to leave as few traces of oneself as possible. Although the space ring allows the user to store and retrieve items with just thought, it is not binding. But once used, it will leave a spiritual mark. Certain professional talents can grasp the traces of spiritual imprints and find out the user. That's why Sumu didn't touch the corpse himself. Soon, Ji Chang took out 2 space rings. They belonged to Wu Xiaoyun and Wang Yan respectively, while Xia Hong did not carry a space ring with him. Following Sumu's instructions, Ji Chang took out the things in the space ring one by one. 2 piles of items were soon placed on the ground. Among them was a pile of various cosmetics, bags, gold and silver jewelry. It's obviously Wu Xiaoyun's. Sumu glanced at them and turned away. He was not interested in the things that these rich women liked. His attention was soon drawn to another pile of items. 2nd grade elixirs, Qi and Blood Pill, Concentrated Mind Pill. 3rd grade elixirs, Boiling Blood Pill, Foundation Establishment Pill, and 2 low-level Spirit Stones. Hey, what is this pill? And this jade talisman emitting green light, and this mask, both seem a little unusual. Sumu frowned and looked at him. There are many items in Wang Yan's space ring, most of which are elixirs, equipment, and various cultivation resources. He is worthy of being a warrior at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. The pills he carries with him are at least of the 2nd grade. There are a total of 13 2nd grade pills and 4 3rd grade pills. These were all the elixirs that Sumu had obtained in the system, and he recognized them at a glance. There was a pill that made him feel refreshed when he smelled it, but he didn't recognize it. There was also a palm-sized jade talisman with a faint green glow, and a translucent mask that was soft and resilient, and looked like a mask made of some animal skin. Sumu didn't recognize any of these 3 items. But it doesn't matter, there is someone who is right next to you. Ji Chang, do you know these? Sumu asked. Ji Chang, whose mind was controlled, knew everything. He was much more knowledgeable than Sumu, and was also more familiar with Wang Yan. Soon, Sumu understood the functions of these 3 items. The name of that pill is Xingxian Pill, which is only one word different from Xingxian Pill. It is a 4th grade elixir that can increase mental ability after taking it, which is equivalent to an advanced elixir of the Ningxian Pill. The green jade talisman is called the Godspeed Talisman. Once activated, it can increase the user's speed by more than twice within a short period of time. However, after each use, it needs to be left for more than 7 days until it has stored enough spiritual energy before it can be used again, and it will automatically break into pieces after being used a certain number of times. The last translucent mask is called 1,000 Faces and is a very special equipment. It is said that this is a rare treasure that Wang Yan once obtained by chance. This thing can fit the face perfectly, thereby changing one's facial muscles to achieve the effect of changing one's appearance. Yes, they are all very useful things. Sumu put them back into his space ring. It is worth mentioning that in addition to these high-value items, there is also a black dagger. Through Ji Chang's narration, Sumu knew that it was Wang Yan's weapon, a fourth-grade weapon. After collecting all the things, Sumu looked at the bodies of Wang Yan and Xia Heng again. He discovered that he was simply a natural-born killer. He killed Xia Fei in the morning. It was the first time he killed someone in his life, but he felt calm and did not feel uncomfortable. Now that I have killed these 3 people, I feel even more excited. The crisis from the Xia family has been resolved. Should we continue to use Ji Chang to fish and catch his colleagues as well? Sumu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, those people are just thugs, let's not make things more complicated. Sumu gave up the idea of continuing to kill people and steal treasures. How many good things can some Foundation Establishment Realm warriors have in their wealth? I have an investment critical hit rebate system, so what good things will I not have in the future? Instead of being greedy for these things, it is better to resolve the crisis and then develop slowly. As long as you give him time, you will lack nothing in the future. Next, do some cleanup work and then leave. Thinking of this, Sumu took action immediately. He first cleaned up his traces in the warehouse. Then he asked Ji Chang to collect all the cosmetics and other things scattered on the ground into Wu Xiaoyun's space ring. Wu Xiaoyun is indeed a wealthy woman. Her space ring has a large capacity of about 20 cubic meters. Sumu asked Ji Chang to store the bodies of the 3 of them in the space ring. Then Sumu asked Ji Chang to drive Xia Heng and his wife's car to an uninhabited river embankment more than 10 kilometers away, and crushed the life and death talisman with one hand. Ji Chang died suddenly on the spot, and he also put the other party's body and vehicle into the space ring. Finally, Sumu threw the 2 space rings into the middle of the river. After completing the operation of destroying the bodies and covering up the traces, Sumu leisurely returned to the city. As if nothing had happened, he put on the mask he had obtained before and changed his appearance. This treasure is indeed strange. After changing its appearance, it is so real that even if my good brother Lin Xiang stood in front of it, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize it. Now that the trouble has been cleared up, it's time to get down to business. Sumu took a taxi and headed towards Tianshui Pavilion Auction House. Chapter 35 Tianshui Pavilion Auction House, 5th Grade Creation Pill. Welcome. Sir, is this your first time visiting our Suzhou and Hangzhou Tianshui Pavilion Auction House? Is there anything I can help you with? Tianshui Pavilion Auction House. As a national chain and the leading auction house in Dragon Country, the receptionist was very polite. Even when they saw a young man in ordinary clothes, they did not show any attitude of bullying customers. I have some things I need to sell. What is your process? Sumu said calmly. Hearing this, the receptionist became even more enthusiastic, and her face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Sir, you made the right decision to come to our Tianshui Pavilion. The receptionist smiled and said, we are a national chain of Tianshui Pavilion, with branches in major cities. We have a guaranteed reputation and are honest and trustworthy. We are your most trustworthy platform. What is your name, dear guest? Guanzu. Sumu said. This is a name he made up casually. Hello, Mr. Guan. The receptionist smiled and said, may I ask what you want to sell? Friendly reminder, our Tianshui Pavilion's business is mainly auctions, and some common low-value items will not be accepted. The reason? Mr. Guan, you know. Sumu naturally understood. What this means is that low-value items are not eligible for auction, so they will not be accepted. Sumu didn't say much. He flipped his hand and took out a boiling blood pill. 3rd grade elixir, do you qualify? Yes. Absolutely. Please follow me. We at Tianshui Pavilion have a professional appraiser who can estimate the value of your elixir. The receptionist smiled even more brightly. A 3rd grade elixir is already considered a relatively precious item. Tianshui Pavilion Auction House naturally has this level of elixir auctions. Sumu followed the receptionist, went upstairs, and entered an antique-style compartment. He was received by an old man wearing glasses, about 50 or 60 years old. My last name is Wei, you can just call me Mr. Wei. What item do you need to identify? Facing this problem, Sumu had already thought it through when he came. He doesn't plan to take out all the pills that the system rebated. Although you can only invest in Suanqing after transferring at once, there is no need to invest all the system rebates in Suanqing. He was now in the foundation building stage and possessed a perfect talent for martial arts. He could also use some pills for his daily practice. Therefore, he only planned to sell 4 pills this time, and keep the remaining third-grade pills for his own use. 1 third-grade vitality pill, 2 boiling blood pills, and 1 extreme breaking pill. There is hardly a trace of impurities in these pills. They are all top-grade pills. Dear guest, which alchemy master created this? Sorry, I am confused. You don't need to answer. The 4 third-grade pills that Sumu took out shocked Old Man Wei greatly. He didn't take it seriously at first. It was just a third-grade elixir, a low-end item in the Tianshui Pavilion auction house. He had appraised at least 800 of them, if not 1,000. But when he took a closer look, his eyes widened. Because there are differences between the 3-grade elixirs. Take the boiling blood pill in front of him for example. Just by smelling the fragrance of the medicine, Old Man Wei felt his blood surging. Just by feeling, he concluded that this was a top-grade boiling blood pill. After observing it carefully for a moment, he was even more surprised, because there was not a trace of impurities in the boiling blood pill. This is definitely the work of a master alchemist, and a top-notch master at that. Old Man Wei's eyes became a little hot. For perfect third-grade elixirs were not so attractive to him, but could the person who could produce them not have other better elixirs? How do you take these 4 pills and what is the price? Sumu ignored the Old Man Wei's fiery gaze and asked. He was not clear about the auction process of Tianshui Pavilion. This kind of thing is actually not Old Man Wei's business, but he was in a good mood, so he just answered Sumu's question. We have 2 ways to receive goods at Tianshui Pavilion. First, customers sell valuable items directly to us. Second, they send the items to the weekly auction house. The highest bidder wins, but our auction house charges a handling fee of 1% to 5%. Because it is inconvenient for buyers and sellers to reveal their true identities, we do not use money to trade directly in our auction house. Instead, we use Tianshui Pavilion points. 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan at Tianshui Pavilion auction house across the country. If you sell these 4 pills to us directly, I will give you 230 points for each one. Old Man Wei briefly introduced the buying and selling process of Tianshui Pavilion. After listening to this, Sumu couldn't help but nodded secretly. This process is more in line with his wishes. Anonymous buying and selling helps to hide one's identity. The only problem facing Sumu now is that holding an auction once a week is a bit too inefficient for him. You can't save up system rewards for a week and then change it again, right? It takes too much time. Since you can buy directly at a fixed price, do you have any goods that can be sold at a fixed price? Sumu asked. Sorry, no. Old Man Wei shook his head and said that all the items purchased by Tianshui Pavilion would be sold through auction so as to maximize the profits. But when he saw Sumu frowning, he quickly added, but at our auction, there are many rare items that are not circulated on the market. For example, 3 days from now, on the evening of the 7th day, this week's auction will be held. There will be 3 finale items. The first is a 5th-grade fortune pill, the second item is a small bottle of physical essence, and the third is. It's kept secret for the time being. In short, it's very precious and the opportunity is rare. Don't miss it. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Wei saw Sumu's eyes light up. Sumu knew about the 5th-grade elixir, the creation pill. This is one of the most classic 5th-grade elixirs in textbooks. The effect is to directly improve the warrior's strength level without any side effects. However, it is only effective for warriors below the Lingtai realm, and can only be used once a year, otherwise it will have the opposite effect. Sumu really wants to get this good fortune pill. Sumu also wanted to buy the physical essence and invest it in his wife. This auction is a must. Okay, I'll sell you these 4 pills first. And this 4th-grade Thunderblade, you should also take it, right? I'll take it, of course. This Thunderblade is of top quality, worth 1,100 points. What do you think? Okay. The deal was settled, and Sumu left with a Tianshui Pavilion points card. It was getting late, so after finishing his work, he took a taxi directly to Shinlong Academy. When I just got home, I heard noises coming from Suanqing's room. Suanqing, I seem to remember who I am. Sumu narrowed his eyes. This was Lu Yao's voice. Chapter 36, Yao Qi Empress. Hubby, you're here. Hubby, I want to eat the chaos aura. That's my husband, why are you yelling? Can't I scream? Sumu pushed open the door of Suanqing's room and looked at the scene where Suanqing and Lu Yao were arguing. He felt a little amused and helpless. It seemed that Lu Yao was still not fully clear-headed, and she actually called herself husband just like Suanqing did. This made Suanqing put her hands on her hips and glared at her with a cold brow. Lu Yao, I just heard you say that you remembered who you are. Can you tell us about your identity? Sumu interrupted their argument and asked seriously. He was very curious about Lu Yao's identity. This world has never heard of anyone being able to possess another person's body. Hearing this, Suanqing remained silent. He stared at Lu Yao, wanting to hear what she had to say. Empress. Lu Yao said with a firm look, my memory tells me that many people call me Empress. As soon as these words were spoken, a question mark immediately appeared in the minds of Su Mu and Suanqing. The empire has been destroyed for many years. My goodness, are you Wu Zetian? I don't believe you. I also said that I was Qin Shi Huang. Su Mu was speechless. He felt that Lu Yao's mind was still not quite right, but since he had dealt with the Su family's affairs, he was in a good mood and had the patience to chat with her for a few more sentences. You said you are the Empress. What is the name of your empire? Where are your subjects? What are their names? Su Mu jokingly threw out the question. He originally thought that Lu Yao would be stumped by his question, but unexpectedly, Lu Yao became so confident in her answer. Yao Qi Empire, I am the Empress of Yao Qi Empire. In my memory, there were many people, there were also many strange creatures kneeling in a palace, shouting my name. Among them there are flying horses, fire-breathing tigers, giant snakes lying on the ground that look like they're made of stone, and many strange creatures whose appearance I can't describe. By the way, they are under the jurisdiction of a man in white who is called the Demon King. That man in white is not as good-looking as you, my husband. There is no mistake. I am the Empress. Lu Yao spoke excitedly. She seemed to have recovered a little bit of her memory and was very happy. Sumu and Suanqing on the side looked at each other in surprise. Sumu believed it a little bit, but overall he was still skeptical. But Suanqing was just surprised. Lu Yao, who was as innocent as a baby before, can now speak so many words accurately. It is obvious that she has become much smarter. But Suanqing didn't care whether she was the Empress or not. She only cared about when the other person would leave her body. I thought this in my mind and asked this question out loud. Suanqing had raised this question before, but Lu Yao didn't say anything and just kept shaking her head. And today, she apparently remembered this memory. 2 souls and 6 spirits. As long as you retrieve my scattered 2 souls and 6 spirits and merge them with me, I can reshape my body and leave yours. The concept of 3 souls and 6 spirits has existed since ancient times. Lu Yao's meaning was very clear. She only had 1 soul now, and could only leave Suanqing after she found the other 2 souls and 6 spirits. In other words, she will continue to live in Suanqing's body until she recovers her 2 souls and 6 spirits. How do you get your soul back? Sumu and Suanqing asked in unison. I can only think of one. Lu Yao frowned and said, one of my souls is hidden in the secret realm of the hunting ground. As long as you enter the secret realm and find it, you can merge it with me. Hearing this, Sumu and Suanqing fell silent. It's just because the word secret realm is too heavy for the humans in this world. The precursor to the revival of spiritual energy 100 years ago was the appearance of the first secret realm in the world. This is a special world where time and space are confused. Some people say that the secret realm is the root of all evil, that it contains great terror, and that humans will eventually be extinct in the invasion of the secret realm. Some people also say that the secret realm is an opportunity and a decisive factor in how far humans can go in the extraordinary martial arts. Eventually, someone will rely on the resources of the secret realm to become an immortal. No one can give a definite answer as to which of these 2 statements is right or wrong. But looking at the history since the revival of spiritual energy, hundreds of secret realms have appeared in the world so far. Most of these secret realms were opened up by humans and eventually disappeared, while a small number of secret realms came into the real world, competed with humans, and continuously eroded the human living space. Nowadays, all the alien monsters in the world come out of secret realms. So when Lu Yao mentioned the word secret realm, Sumu and Suanqing fell silent. They were wondering which secret place this so-called hunting ground was referring to. But after recalling for a while, both of them shook their heads. I've never heard of any secret place called hunting ground. I haven't heard of it either. After the couple finished speaking, they turned to look at Lu Yao. So, where exactly is the secret hunting ground you mentioned? You were lying to us, right? Suanqing began to suspect whether Lu Yao had deceived them both. At the beginning, the so-called Empress was probably fabricated. However, the next day, a piece of news that exploded Suzhou and Hangzhou City appeared, which shocked them both instantly. Because the secret hunting ground that Lu Yao mentioned appeared. The reason why they had never heard of it was because the secret hunting ground only appeared last night. This is a brand new secret realm. Good morning, fellow citizens of Suzhou and Hangzhou. I am Cui Minghui, a reporter from 1818 Silver Eyes. I am currently in the suburbs of our city, near Choya Mountain. Through the camera, you can see that behind me is a semicircular portal with a diameter of 120 meters, formed by red energy. It is said that it appeared around 10 o'clock last night. I believe that those who are familiar with it have already recognized that this is a portal to a secret realm. The world behind the portal leads to an unknown space. Everyone, look, Wo Wuhong, the deputy director of the Suanqing City Supernatural Department, is also here. I'll go up and interview him first. On TV, reporters are reporting news from the secret place. Hello, everyone who is watching 1818 Silver Eyes. As you can see, behind me is a portal leading to a brand new secret realm. People who often challenge secret realms know that the moment you enter a secret realm, the will of the secret realm will announce its name. This secret realm is called the Hunting Ground. Guo Wuheng, the deputy director of the Extraordinary Department, faced the camera and said, after overnight exploration and experimentation, we found that only warriors at the Foundation establishment stage are allowed to enter the secret realm of the Hunting Ground. As we all know, it takes about a month for the alien races or monsters in the secret realm to flood into the real world. Therefore, I hereby appeal to all the high-level warriors in the Foundation building realm in the city and the country to come to the Extraordinary Department to sign up actively. Within a month, we will unite as one and destroy this secret hunting ground. In the morning, watching the live news, Su Mu and Suanqing looked at each other and their faces became serious. Chapter 37: The Secret of the Hunting Ground. Many people are used to watching the news in the morning. Therefore, in addition to news reports, communication platforms such as WeChat Moments and short video platforms were also quickly flooded with news about the Hunting Ground secret realm. For the vast majority of ordinary citizens in Suzhou and Hangzhou, they just felt like the sky had fallen when they woke up. Secret realm, how can it be a secret realm? It's over. Our Suzhou and Hangzhou cities are going to be devastated. Once the monsters in the secret realm emerge, what can ordinary people like us do to resist? No, I have to hurry up and move. Donghu Community, a 120 square meter apartment with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, fully decorated, ready to move in. Anyone interested? Only 20,000 yuan per square meter. There is a discount for full payment, and the transfer can be completed today. I live in the same residential complex as the guy above me. My house is only 18,000 per square meter. If you are looking to buy at the bottom, please come and save me. Is it that serious? Everyone, this is only the first day that the secret realm has been opened. We have so many Dragon Country warriors. We may be able to kill the ultimate creature in the secret realm in a day or two. By then, the secret realm will be closed. Don't scare yourself. That sounds good, but what if? Think about it, a secret realm appeared in Dabin City of Chicken Country 2 years ago, and the Chicken Country warriors vowed that they would be able to open it, but what happened? Now Dabin City has become a paradise for monsters. That's right. Brothers, be prepared for a rainy day. We ordinary people don't have the ability to resist the danger of such natural disasters. Our country has always been people-oriented. Don't panic. Even if you are forced to move to another city, you won't starve to death. On all major social media platforms, in the streets and alleys of Suzhou and Hangzhou, wherever people gather, they are nervously discussing the news about the secret hunting ground. In the eyes of many warriors, the newly arrived secret realm is a godsend. But for the vast majority of ordinary people, it is a catastrophic disaster that is very likely to happen. People are in panic and have no interest in work or life. This is the current situation of most people in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Some young people were puzzled. According to the historical law that secret realms are definitely not places where one cannot survive without death, the Hunting Ground secret realm restricts entry to warriors in the Foundation building stage, and the monsters inside are at most primary or intermediate level 3. For warriors below 7 stars in the Lingtai stage, what is there to panic about? You should know that there are warriors above the Lingtai realm in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. Looking at the Dragon Country, there are several top martial arts masters at the venerable level. It's just a 3rd level monster. Even if it emerges from the real world, What kind of trouble can it cause in front of these big guys? But these confused young people were soon given new knowledge. It turns out that the strength of the monsters in the secret realm will be suppressed by the rules of the secret realm when they are inside the secret realm. And when they come to the human world, they will show their original strength. From this perspective, the secret realm can be seen as a special channel connecting the two worlds of humans and monsters and alien races. The secret realm limits the strength level of human warriors, and also limits the strength of monsters. Otherwise, since humans entered the era of extraordinary warriors, why would there be so many monsters and alien races emerging and wreaking havoc on the world? While the citizens were in panic, Su Mu and Suanqing were also feeling uneasy. The two of them were not too worried about the so-called secret hunting ground. It's not that I'm confident that I can become the savior, but... Hubby, do you think this is a coincidence or a change brought about by Lu Yao? Suanqing asked with a serious face. Su Mu shook his head, I don't know. The secret hunting ground appeared near Choya Mountain in Suzhou and Hangzhou at around 10 o'clock last night. At that point in time, Su Mu had just returned home and was listening to Lu Yao talk about the 2 souls and 6 spirits. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. Not only does the time match, but the name of the secret realm is also exactly the same. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? And if it's not a coincidence, then... Lu Yao said that a part of her soul was hidden in the secret realm of the hunting ground. What about her other 2 souls and 5 spirits? Is it also hidden in different secret realms? Will these secret realms also appear in the real world? Neither Su Mu nor Suanqing dared to think about these questions. It's terrifying when you think about it. Unfortunately, Lu Yao was already sleeping in Suanqing's body at this moment, and there was no way to ask further. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Lu Yao is asleep at this time. Last night Su Mu also asked a few questions about the secret of the hunting ground, but she looked confused and it was obvious that the memory she had recovered was very limited. Instead of pulling her out to question her now, it's better to wait until she wakes up. After all, I recovered some of my memories when I woke up last night. Maybe when I wake up next time, I will be able to recover more memories. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Suanqing's cell phone rang. Principal Chen, okay, I got it, I'll be there right away. Suanqing hung up the phone. Without waiting for Su Mu to ask, she took the initiative to tell him the purpose of Chen Liangron's call. Principal Chen wants me to report to the extraordinary department with him to discuss matters concerning the secret hunting ground. Although Suanqing is currently only at the 2nd star level in the Foundation Establishment realm, after awakening the Ice Phoenix Divine Body, her combat power is no worse than some people at the 6th or 7th star level in the Foundation Establishment realm. In addition, she originally had the strength of a 4-star Foundation Establishment realm. If she were to go back to her old ways, it would probably not take long for her to recover to her peak level 6 months ago. Therefore, it will naturally come into the eyes of senior leaders. Consider them as the backbone warriors who cleared the secret realm of the hunting grounds. Then go ahead, but remember, don't rush to the secret hunting ground. Wait a few days and it won't be too late to go after you are well prepared. Su Mu thought for a while and said. He had to give his wife a shot of prevention to prevent her from being impulsive. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. He still has a lot of preparation to do. Nothing else to say. There will be an auction at Tianshui Pavilion 2 nights later. After I get the good fortune pill that I have my eyes on, it won't be too late to talk about going to the new secret realm. Don't worry, husband, I'll listen to you. Suanqing said this and left home. And Su Mu then hurried out. Before he went to bed last night, he invested a low-level spirit stone and several 3rd-grade elixirs looted from Ji Cheng and Wang Yan and Suanqing, including the 4th-grade elixir, the awakening spirit pill. Unfortunately, perhaps the winning of the Liuha Tongtian finger has used up all my good luck in recent times, and the return on my investment last night did not exceed 10 times at all. Most of them are between 2 and 5 times. There's nothing eye-catching. But it is still a considerable asset after all. Su Mu kept a small portion for himself, and he planned to exchange most of the rest for new elixirs and training supplies. In this way, he can continue to invest in his wife Suanqing, and then get better things through the system rebates. The cycle continues. It is not only to accumulate resources, but also to prepare for the auction 3 days later. Su Mu was determined to get that good fortune pill. Chapter 38 Yi Shuiwei's request. Su Mu, here are the vitality pill and foundation building pill you asked for, as well as 2 4th-grade spirit gathering pills. Student Yi Shuiwei, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. At noon, in an empty corner next to the Resources Department building, Sumu and Yi Shuyue completed a transaction. Yi Shuyue is a good partner. The previous 2 collaborations were quite pleasant, so Sumu would naturally look for her again. I want to talk about the 3rd grade Vitality Pill. The effect of the 4th grade Spirit Gathering Pill can accelerate the body's absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a certain period of time. When used in conjunction with spirit stones, your practice can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Whether it is to resolve the threat of the hunting ground secret realm to Suanqing City, or to help Lu Yao and Suanqing's body be freed as soon as possible, a trip to the hunting ground secret realm must be taken. Suanqing was going, and Sumu decided to go with her quietly when the time came. Therefore, we must seize the time to improve our strength. With his current strength of 1 star in the Foundation Establishment realm, combined with the Chaos Body and Liu Hatong Tian Finger, although he could kill Wang Yan, who was at the 9th star in the Foundation Establishment realm, it would be a sneak attack. Head-on combat is a different story. Therefore, you must improve your strength to a higher level so that you can have more confidence in the secret hunting ground. After the transaction, Sumu exchanged a few pleasantries and prepared to leave. But who would have thought that at this moment, Yi Shuyue suddenly said, "Sumu, these pills are all prepared for Suanqing, right?" "Of course, she is my wife." Sumu laughed and said so. Looking at his smiling face, Yi Shuyue said, "Have you heard? Mr. and Mrs. Xia Hong are missing, along with the 3 Xia family bodyguards." As she spoke, she stared at Sumu without blinking. "Really? That's great. I was worried that they would vent their anger on my husband and me because of Xiafei's death. It would be best if they disappeared, forever," Sumu said without changing his expression. He had already prepared himself mentally for this matter. "Although I was cautious enough in destroying the body last night, as the saying goes, if you don't want others to know, you better not do it yourself. Sooner or later someone will associate it with themselves. After all, last night, I walked out of the campus openly to go fishing. Later, in order to get Ji Chang to bring out Xia Hong and his wife on the phone, he also mentioned his own name. In the extraordinary era, warriors' abilities are unpredictable and they may be exposed at any time. But you can hide it for a while. Anyway, with my growth rate, it won't take long, so it won't matter even if people find out. The weak prey on the strong. No matter in which world or era, this is an eternal and unchanging truth." With a big fist, even if he stood up and told everyone that he was the one who killed Xia Hang's family of 3, no one would dare to say anything. But Sumu didn't expect that Yi Shuyue would suddenly ask about this at this time. "Is it a test? Otherwise, why would you mention the Xia family to me for no reason? Was it just something he said casually, or was it a test with a deeper meaning?" Sumu pretended on the surface, but actually his heart sank. "Sumu, don't misunderstand me. I wish all the Xia family members would die." Yi Shuyue suddenly laughed again. What Sumu didn't know was that she had awakened her Shinshin Wudi. This is a special physique that greatly improves perception ability. It can infinitely magnify Yi Shuyue's perception and give her meticulous observation skills. When Sumu heard the news from the Xia family, he showed an unnatural look on his face for a moment, which was caught by her. However, as smart as she was, she did not point it out on the spot, but instead revealed her attitude towards the Xia family. "I just want to ask if I can exchange your pills for something else, and ask the alchemy master behind you to sell me another small enlightenment pill. Please." Yi Shuyue clasped his hands together and said sincerely. "The master of alchemy behind me? I'm just an ordinary alchemy apprentice. I don't have any alchemy master to rely on." Sumu replied with a confused look on his face. He was really confused. "Is there an alchemy master behind me? How come I don't know it myself? You can come up with so many 3rd grade, 4th grade, and even 5th grade elixirs. This is not something an alchemy apprentice with no background can do." Seeing Sumu pretending to be stupid, Yi Shuyue slyly continued to explain in a low voice, "In addition to the 3 transactions with me, I also learned that you took out 2 3rd grade pills and 10 2nd grade pills in the resources department yesterday. The most important thing is that these pills are all of the best quality without any flaws. They are obviously made by the same master alchemist. So, I conclude that there must be a highly skilled alchemy master hiding behind you, and you are his public spokesperson, right?" In fact, Yi Shuyue didn't say 2 more things. "Yesterday morning, Xiafei wanted to harm you, but the alchemy master behind you secretly took action and killed him. When Xiafei's parents couldn't find the murderer, they wanted to vent their anger on you and Suanqing, but they were killed by the alchemy master behind you. Yi Shuiwei was not making random guesses when she said these two sentences. Xia Fei's death was very strange. At that time, besides himself and Suanqing, there were only Lin Ziang and Xia Fei's 4 bodyguards at the scene. It couldn't be that they were the ones who killed their young master, right? Besides, they don't have that ability. So there must have been a mysterious powerful person who took action in secret at that time. Combined with the mysterious disappearance of Mr. and Mrs. Xia Han last night, and the fact that she happened to be so absorbed in practicing that she left school at 7 o'clock to go home, she saw Sumu leaving from afar. This is why we have this bold guess now. This is our little secret. Yi Shuiwei had already concluded that her guess was correct, so she moved closer to Sumu and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, Sumu, I will never tell anyone else, not even my dad." Hearing this, Sumu's face was full of surprise. Why didn't he realize before that Yi Shuiwei had such a rich imagination? He actually made up a background as a master alchemist for himself. But, although he was surprised, Sumu did not feel disgusted by Yi Shuiwei's cleverness. First of all, Yi Shuiwei obviously had no bad intentions. Secondly, in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Yi family has much more power than the Xia family. The first 3 collaborations were very pleasant, and Sumu did not want to lose this rare trading partner. What's more, Yi Shuiwei had stopped Xia Fei from harming her twice. Sumu remembered it and was very grateful to her. The last and most important reason. That is why Yi Shuiwei guessed that there was an alchemy master hiding behind him. This idea is simply brilliant. In this way, the pills I sell in the future will have a reasonable source. Okay, you can exchange the elixir for other items of equal value and a small enlightenment elixir, right? It's not a big problem, just wait for my news. Sumu finished thinking in his mind and agreed with a smile. Yeah. Thank you, Sumu. Yi Shuiwei was overjoyed and responded excitedly. Chapter 39 Auction. After agreeing to form a further cooperative relationship with Yi Shuiwei, Sumu was able to exchange resources more efficiently by relying on the power of the Yi family. Time passed quietly, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. 5:30 in the evening. Just like the previous 2 days, Sumu took out a handful of pills and handed them to his wife Suanqing, who was already numb with surprise. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade soul gathering pill. This investment triggers a triple crit rebate, rewards, 1 4th grade awakening pill, 1 4th grade prosperity pill, and 1 4th grade rage pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade soul gathering pill. This investment triggers a 10-fold critical hit rebate, rewards, 3 4th grade soul gathering pills, 2 4th grade boundary breaking pills, 2 4th grade prosperity pills, 2 4th grade purification pills, and 1 4th grade prosperity pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade jeweling pill. This investment triggers a 20-fold critical hit rebate, rewards, 1 5th grade Xingxin pill and 1 5th grade Shengyuan pill. Unfortunately, the host's investment in the 3rd grade vitality pill failed. Reward, none. Unfortunately, the host's investment in the 3rd grade boiling blood pill failed. Reward, none. More than 10 prompt messages flashed through Sumu's mind. He gave his wife Suanqing a total of 12 3rd and 4th grade pills. Perhaps it is because too many elixirs of these 2 qualities have been given away recently, resulting in investment failures in 3rd grade elixirs. But Sumu didn't care. He has achieved freedom in making elixirs below the 5th grade. The amount given to my wife was still small, consisting of only about 40 or 50 3rd and 4th grade pills. However, he had nearly 200 of them stored in his own space ring. All the 2nd grade elixirs were packaged and sold to Yi Shuiwei. For him, there is no need to keep this kind of low-level elixir on hand. However, the only thing that Sumu felt was a drawback was that there were too few 5th grade elixirs. With the Yi family's ability, they can't get one in these 2 days. Normally, losing some blood shouldn't be a problem, but now the secret hunting ground is in Suanqing City, causing Suanqing City's cultivation resources to be extremely scarce. Hubby, you gave me too much. I can't use it all up at all. Suanqing said with a sigh. She never imagined that one day she would feel disgusted with having too many pills. You know. Even at her peak half a year ago, she could only get a few 3rd grade pills every month, and only 1 4th grade pill every quarter. And now, looking at the space ring given by her husband, which was filled with dozens of jade bottles of elixirs, she really felt a little numb. Wife, keep working hard and try to recover to the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage tonight. I believe in you. Sumu encouraged Suanqing. Without Lu Yao causing trouble in her body, and with his massive resources to cultivate her, Suanqing's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Yesterday morning, he had recovered to the 3-star level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It will probably take only a few days to recover to its former 4-star peak. But by that time, her cultivation speed will slow down. But Sumu's strength improved very quickly, and he has now reached the intermediate 1-star level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It is estimated that in another week, I will be able to break through to the 2nd star of the Foundation Establishment realm. There was no way. Although he had a chaotic body, he did not have the appropriate cultivation method, and he was not as hardworking as Suanqing. Yes. These 2 days, Sumu discovered a new trait of Suanqing. She is so ambitious that apart from daily necessities such as eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, sleeping, etc., she spends the rest of her time on cultivation. I can't beat her at all. You can only become stronger by relying on the system rebates. Wife, I have to go out for something. You can practice at home peacefully. Don't be frugal with elixirs and spirit stones. I will give you a surprise when I come back. Don't worry about your realm being unstable due to taking too many drugs. I will try to get a Shangyuan pill in the next 2 days to solve this hidden danger immediately. The 5th grade elixir, Shangyuan Dan, has the effect of strengthening the foundation, consolidating the realm, eliminating hidden physical ailments, and eliminating the inner demons that may arise from a rapid increase in strength. He just received a rebate from the system. I was just thinking about whether I could find an opportunity to exchange it for a new Shangyuan Dan so that I can continue to invest and get returns. Of course, if you can't exchange it, it doesn't matter. Just give the Shangyuan Dan produced by the system to your wife. At worst, you can just give up the reward. After Sumu finished speaking, he went out directly. The Tianshui Pavilion auction starts at 7 in the evening, so he has to rush there early and exchange some points so that he can buy the good fortune pill. He now has 4 5th grade medicinal pills in his space ring thanks to the system rebates, including 2 Shangyuan pills, 1 Xingshan pill, and 1 Xiaowudao pill. He is determined to get the good fortune pill, which is both practical and worth investing in. Mr. Guan, you're finally here. The auction is about to start, hiss. These elixirs are of top quality, all of them are of top quality. Tianshui Pavilion Auction House. In the appraisal room, it was still that old man Wei. His eyes lit up when he saw Sumu, because the last time Sumu came 3 days ago, the elixir he took out was of such good appearance that it left a deep impression on him. After 3 days of waiting, he finally came again, and arrived at the appraisal room before the auction started. It is self-evident why. Sure enough, Sumu took out a handful of pills and placed them in front of him, arrogantly offering to exchange them for points. When old man Wei saw it, his eyes were full of tears. 43rd grade pills and 10 4th grade pills. Each one is in perfect condition as always. After waiting for a long time, old man Wei finally finished the appraisal. Sumu was the first to ask, "Can these pills be exchanged for that good fortune pill? I mean, don't auction it off, just give it to me." Sumu wanted to save some energy. Exchanging so many 3rd grade and 4th grade elixirs for one good fortune pill is actually a bit of a loss. But he doesn't care. The most important thing is to be able to get the good fortune pill steadily in your hands to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, this request was rejected by old man Wei with great difficulty. "Mr. Guan, I'm just a small appraiser. I can't make the decision on such a big matter. What's more, the good fortune pill is one of the most important items in this auction. Many customers come here just for it. If I give it to you in advance, it will have a bad influence. I hope you can understand. Okay, calculate how many points these pills are worth. Each 3rd grade pill costs 260 points, and each 4th grade pill costs 2,500 points. What do you think?" Recently, due to the secret hunting ground, the price of elixirs in Suzhou and Hangzhou has increased. But the price offered by old man Wei was still relatively reasonable. What Sumu learned from Yi Shuiyue was similar to this. "Okay, a total of 35,400 points, transfer them all to my card. Where is the entrance to the auction? I want to participate," Sumu said. After identifying the pills, it was almost 7 o'clock. Sumu didn't want to waste any more time. Although the biggest goal is the good fortune pill, you may also encounter other desirable items. If you have money in your pocket, the important thing is to spend it as soon as possible and exchange it for strength. Chapter 40 Divine Grace Grass. The auction site. Under the personal guidance of old man Wei, Sumu got a number plate 198 and sat in his seat. The entire auction was almost full. Sumu took a few glances and found that most of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. This age group is the time when every man is at the peak of his strength. In today's era, strength means high income. In addition to the middle-aged people, there is also a small group of elderly people with gray hair. Although their strength is not at its peak, they are rich and have the capital to participate in the auction. There are only a dozen people as young as Sumu. They are all the younger generation of large families, and each of them is quite wealthy. Hey, Yi Shuiwei is here too? Sumu glanced ahead and saw the back of a girl with a ponytail. He was already very familiar with Yi Shuiwei and recognized her at the first sight. Yi Shuiwei did not come here alone at this time. There was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit beside her. The two of them behaved very intimately, and it seemed that the middle-aged man should be her father or uncle. Sumu took a look and then looked away. Now that his identity was Guanzu, there was no need to go up and greet Yi Shuiwei. Welcome, distinguished guests. I am Zhou Sa, the host of this auction. I'm sure you've all been waiting impatiently. Let's not waste any more time and the auction will officially begin. At exactly 7 o'clock, a thin young man stood on the podium with a small wooden hammer in his hand. Let's start with some appetizers. The first auction item is a third-grade weapon, the trident. This weapon was made by the eldest disciple of the famous weapon refiner Qin Feng. It is indestructible, tough and durable. The whole process of making it was supervised by Master Qin Feng, so the quality is guaranteed. Attention, guests who like to use halberds, don't miss this fine weapon. Starting price, 80 points. Each bid increase must be no less than 5 points. If no one bids higher within 10 seconds, the deal is done. Now, the bidding begins. As the host excitedly stirred up the atmosphere, sporadic bidding sounds were heard from the scene. Appetizers are just appetizers, and many people are dismissive of third-grade weapons. Not to mention, the number of warriors who use halberds is quite small. In the end, the halberd was won by a customer with 120 points. The second item is the third-grade weapon, the thunder sword. The starting price is 100 points. The bidding begins. The host Zhou Sa shouted hard. There are more people bidding this time. After all, warriors using long swords are quite common. Finally, this thunder sword was bought by a young man for 165 points. Next comes the third and fourth items. Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Just when Sumu was starting to feel drowsy, the appetizer session finally ended. Next is the first high-value item, a plant of divine grace grass, 20 years old. This divine grace grass is one of the key ingredients for refining the 5th-grade elixir, the small enlightenment pill. Even if you take it directly, you can achieve the magical effect of having a clear mind and highly focused mental power for a week. Under this effect, practicing martial arts can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. In addition, if the user has a super talent like God-given bone, it can also promote the growth of God-given bone. Those of you who have awakened such special talents in your family or among your relatives and friends should definitely not miss it. Starting price, 500 points. Each bid increase must be no less than 10 points. If no one bids higher within 30 seconds, the deal is done. Now, the bidding begins. The host Zhou Sa continued to shout hard. It's a pity that the number of people bidding for the divine grace grass is even smaller than the number of people who participated in the trident divine halberd in the beginning. Next. Hurry up and let it go. This god's grace grass is not worth 5 million. Only a fool would buy it. That's right. The greatest use of this divine grace grass is as a material for making small enlightenment pills. But the prerequisite is that you need to know an alchemy master who can make small enlightenment pills. Such alchemy masters are not common. That's right, Zhou Sa, quickly take it down and replace it with the next auction item. The divine grace grass with a reserve price of 500 points. You don't think that one of us has awakened the divine bone, so we would be interested in it, right? There is only one person among a billion who can awaken the God-given bone. Don't expect it, hurry up and get the next one. There was a lot of discussion in the seats. The reason is that many people think that no one will buy this divine grass. Not that it wasn't worth 500 points. Rather, there are very few groups of people who are interested in Shinen grass. Many people already felt that the auction was dragging on and wanted to quickly get to the finale items, so naturally they couldn't help but protest. Even the host Zhou Sa on stage thought so. But just then, someone raised a sign. The 19th guest bids 500 points. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? This is a rare opportunity, dear guests. Even if you don't need it now, you can buy some and store it at home. Divine grace grass is rare, and grass that is 20 years old is even rarer. It's better to act than to be tempted. Xiao Sa started to stir up the atmosphere again. As a host with commission, he naturally tried his best to seduce everyone. You know what, there are really people who are inspired by him. Distinguished guest number 6 bids 520 points. Behind the seat, Sumu opened his eyes wide. If he remembered correctly, the distinguished guest number 6 was Yi Shuiwei. He actually bought the divine grace grass? Could it be that because I haven't given her the second small enlightenment pill, she has started collecting materials? Sumu was right. This was what Yi Shuiwei was thinking when she raised the sign. Only those who have taken the small enlightenment pill know how powerful its effect is. The last time he took the small enlightenment pill, Yi Shuiwei was able to master a 4th grade martial art from proficiency to great perfection in just one day. Anyone who uses it knows the pleasure of improvement. So, naturally, she was eager to buy the second one from Sumu. The purpose of bidding for this divine grace grass was to accumulate materials for the alchemy master behind Sumu, although she herself did not know whether the other party was short of divine grace grass. However, Yi Shuiwei had obviously met his match. The 19th guest bids 550 points. Distinguished guest number 6 offers 600 points. The 19th guest bids 700 points. The 19th guest bids 1,200 points. After more than a minute, both parties made bids, and the price of this divine grace grass, which was supposed to be unsold, was more than doubled. At this time, Sumu also became energetic. It was not because there was something exciting to watch, but because he learned from the discussions of the people around him that the auctioneer number 19 was Su Tianxiang, the patriarch of the Su family. He is the culprit who took the initiative to dig out the God-given bone from Suanqing's body. Now, Sumu has to find justice for his wife. It's just points, he has plenty of them. Dear guest number 198, bid 1,500 points. Chapter 41, Diverting the Trouble. The most important goal of Su Tianxiang coming to the auction this time is to buy this divine grass so that he can use it on his son Su Ming. I originally thought that this goal could be achieved without any effort. After all, the uses of the divine grace grass are very limited, and there shouldn't be many people willing to compete with me. But now he found out that he was wrong, extremely wrong. First, the eldest daughter of the Yi family competed with me. Seeing that the price was so high, the other party was about to lose interest. Then, a new competitor appeared out of nowhere. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he raised the price by 300 points. That's equivalent to 3 million. It's more than enough to buy a 3rd-grade elixir. Su Tianxiang was a little hesitant, but when he thought about his son's future, he gritted his teeth and continued to bargain. The 19th guest bids 1,600 points. Distinguished guest number 198 offers 2,000. Number 19 bids 2,001. Number 198 bids 3,000. The other party kept bidding, but he refused to give in, and each time he made more arrogant bids than the last, which made Su Tianxiang silent. Although the Su family is also a big family, there is still some gap between it and the Yi family. The reason why it has become one of the upper-class families in Suzhou and Hangzhou City is due to the strength of the family's warriors. But in terms of business, he only ran some traditional businesses with low profits, so he, as the head of the Su family, actually lived a tight life. 3,000 points were far beyond what he could bear. It's not that I can't afford it, but it's not worth it. The price of Shinlong grass on the market is only between 2 and 20 million. This plant is a bit older, but the price will not exceed 20 million. The only problem is that the Shinlong grass is hard to buy and there is no demand for it. Ever since he transplanted the God-given bone into his son, it had not been until now that he encountered the first God-given grass. Son, please bear with it for now. I will find a better God's grace herb for you next time when I have the chance. Su Tianxiang comforted himself silently in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at number 198 behind him, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. I began to wonder if I could find an opportunity to use intimidation or bribery, or kill someone and steal the treasure after the auction. At this moment, Su Tianxiang was surprised to find that the other party was also looking at him with a sneer and spoke loudly. Is this the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou? You are reluctant to give up a mere 3,000 points. What's the difference between you and a poor person? Boom! In an instant, Su Tianxiang's mind was like being hit by a stick, and his face suddenly darkened. Presumptuous. Su Tianxiang didn't know the other person, but the other party actually humiliated him and the Su family in this way. It's simply seeking death. There was a murderous look in Su Tianxiang's eyes. With his temper, if there weren't so many people at the scene, he would have killed him on the spot. However, he thought he was restraining himself, but the other party didn't seem to care. I'm anxious. It seems that what I said was right. That's right. If the Su family is wealthy, they will continue to bid. Oh, by the way, the host has already dropped the hammer, so you don't have a chance to bid. Poor thing. If your son Su Ming knew that you didn't buy the god's grace grass, he would definitely be disappointed in you, right? After all, he is the one who owns a god-given bone. Boom! Su Mu's two sentences immediately caused a roar in the hearts of everyone in the venue, and everyone was dumbfounded. There is no other reason. As soon as the three words God-given bones came out, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Many people stood up on the spot in shock, and some even looked at Su Tianxiang at the first moment, with a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. God-given bones. Someone in the Su family actually awakened the God-given bones? No wonder Su Tianxiang is so concerned about the Shen'en grass. The 1 in a billion God-given bone actually appeared in the Su family. Su Tianxiang's son seems to be called Su Ming. I remember he should be studying at Xuanwu College. Xuanwu College? Hey, thanks for letting me know. TSK, number 198 is really fearless. He actually revealed the shocking secret hidden by the Su family in public. Now he has become the mortal enemy of the Su family. We don't know whether the news is true or not. What if he just made it up? Looking at Su Tianxiang's expression, it's probably true. The Su family has God-given bones, it looks like they are going to rise. The prerequisite for rising is that the Su family has the ability to protect Su Ming. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether this is luck or disaster. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Countless burning eyes looked at Su Tianxiang. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Tianxiang's face was extremely gloomy. The God-given bone is the Su family's biggest secret today. When Suanqing first awakened, she was ordered to keep her mouth shut and not let the news spread to the outside world. Just because the God-given bone is different from martial arts talent and special physique, it can be transplanted into the body of an outsider. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. This kind of thing has not been uncommon since ancient times. Even the Su family, as one of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou City, needs to be cautious. But Su Tianxiang never expected it. The secret of his son having God-given bones in his body was revealed in public by a stranger. How did he know? Is there a traitor in the Su family? Several thoughts flashed through Su Tianxiang's mind. But he didn't have time to think about this issue at this time. Feeling the countless greedy eyes around him, Su Tianxiang knew that he had to give an explanation. Otherwise, once the Su family becomes the target of public criticism, destruction will only take a moment. What nonsense! Su Tianxiang snorted coldly and said, I just happen to know an alchemy master, and I want to buy this divine grace grass and ask him to refine the enlightenment pill. You know whether it's nonsense or not. Instead of arguing with me here, you should protect your son. The road of martial arts is full of ups and downs, and it's inevitable that there will be unexpected events. Master Su, what do you think? Su Mu, distinguished guest number 198, said with a smile. His wife Suanqing told him everything about the Su family. The purpose of revealing it at this time was naturally to cause trouble for Su Tianxiang, and to give the Su family something to do so that they would not be able to spare the time to target himself and his wife Suanqing. Judging from the current situation, half of my goal has been achieved. Su Tianxiang is trying his best to deny it now, but it's useless. If you want to blame someone, blame his previous efforts to fight for the divine grace grass. I guess many people would rather believe it than not. Su Tianxiang obviously knew that his excuses could not stop the greed of those with ulterior motives, and his face looked extremely ugly. He looked at Su Mu, with murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. You dare to threaten me, I will remember you. Kid, you'd better pray that you never run into me after the auction is over. Su Tianxiang said coldly, his eyes seemed to be filled with poison. He also reacted at this time. Since the explanation is unclear, we must resort to force, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and deter the small fry. He wanted to let everyone see with their own eyes what would happen if they angered the Su family. Hearing this, Sumu looked calm and didn't seem to care about his clothes. The one who angered you was Guanzu. What does it have to do with me, Sumu? Not to mention whether we can find out about him. Even if we can, we have to deal with external snooping first. By that time, he had already grown up, and it was hard to say whether the Su family still had the qualifications to cause trouble for him. Chapter 42. The 5th grade fortune pill is obtained. The auction continues. However, many people's minds were no longer on the auction, and they began to think about the Su family's divine bones. Su Tianxiang naturally knew this. He did not leave but continued to stay here. His purpose was to buy more elixirs and other resources so as to improve his son Su Ming's strength as soon as possible. However, Sumu has already clearly jumped out to oppose him. Then Sumu would compete with him without hesitation for anything he set his eyes on. For example, this is a 4th grade elixir, the prosperity pill, which can bring back the dead and bring back the dead. It is definitely a rare healing elixir. The starting price is 1,000 points. After the auction host Xiao Sa finished his introduction, Su Tianxiang started quoting immediately. 1,005. The next second, Sumu immediately quoted a price, 2,000. 2,001. 3,000. There was silence, and Su Tianxiang kept silent. This value is beyond his ability to bear. A 4th grade prosperity pill outside usually costs only around 20 million, but he can't bear to part with it. Just a nouveau riche, I'll give it to you, Su Tian said while suppressing his anger. The next second, Sumu immediately sneered, "Ha, poor bastard, just shut up." Su Tianxiang blushed on the spot. He did not forget that Sumu had just said that the Su family was a poor family. The auction was almost coming to an end. After all, it's an auction held every week, and there aren't many items. Soon, another 4th grade pill was brought up by the staff. The 4th grade elixir, the soul gathering pill, has a starting price of 1,000 points. 3,000. Su Tianxiang immediately quoted the price. 4,000. Sumu immediately followed the price. So Su Tianxiang fell silent again. The desire to kill Sumu in his heart became stronger. This guy is really going against me. In fact, what he didn't know was that opposing him was just a superficial act. The main reason was that Sumu also wanted to take this opportunity to buy a few more high-quality pills to invest in his wife Suanqing. I took out so many pills and now I am spending a high price to buy the same pills. It would probably seem very strange to the members behind the Tianshui pavilion. But with the cover of opposing Su Tianxiang, everything makes sense. Unfortunately, Su Tianxiang seemed to have accepted his fate and stopped making offers, so Sumu didn't want to buy the pills openly. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was 9:30 in the evening. The finale item of the auction has finally been brought up. The next item that I will show you is the first of the 3 finale items of this auction, 20 milliliters of physical essence. Starting price, 5,000 points. Sumu once got a portion of physical essence. At that time, I invested in a bottle of physical holy water, and the 100-fold critical hit returned the physical essence. And when he took it, he immediately gained the talent for martial arts. This shows how precious its value is. As this item was taken out, the eyes of everyone present suddenly became heated. 5,001. 5,002. 5,003. 8,008. In just a few minutes, the price had reached an extremely astonishing level. Many people have begun to hesitate. And at this moment, Sumu raised the sign leisurely. 10,000. Physical essence is a good thing. It also has obvious effects on warriors who have awakened special physical constitutions and can promote physical growth. My wife Suanqing will definitely be able to use it, and according to the rules of investment rebate items, I will definitely be able to obtain more or higher level physical essences. So Sumu didn't want to miss it. 101. Another person made an offer. 15,000. Sumu calmly put up the number plate. 15,000 3 times, deal. Congratulations to guest number 198. The host Xiaosa dropped the hammer excitedly. This means that the physical essence was taken by Sumu. Seeing this scene, many people at the scene couldn't help but cast strange looks at Sumu. Tonight, Sumu was definitely the most eye-catching person at the auction. Too arrogant. Too high profile. Sumu also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength does not allow it. Thanks to the system rebates, his wealth is skyrocketing every day, so he doesn't feel bad about spending it. The second to last item is the 5th grade elixir, the creation pill, with a starting price of 10,000 points. Looking at the fortune pill on the stage, many people at the scene suddenly became excited, including Su Tianxiang. The reason why he stayed here and didn't leave, and didn't get too excited during the bidding with Su Mu, was all for this fortune pill. The creation pill sees the fortune of heaven and earth. After eating it, ordinary people can immediately awaken their martial arts talent. After a warrior eats it, his strength level can be significantly improved. The 5th grade elixir is of great use even to warriors at the Lingtai realm. This is Su Tianxiang's second goal for attending this auction. 101. 14,000. 15,000. 26,000 points. Su Tianxiang raised the sign. His offer seemed to be a trigger, and soon other bigwigs followed suit. The ordinary bidders at the scene shut their mouths unwillingly. Few people could afford such a high price. 27,000. 28,000. 35,000. Soon, the frequency of quotes became slower and slower. Rich people are not fools. This good fortune pill is very rare, especially when facing the threat of the secret realm of the hunting ground. This kind of pill that can directly enhance strength is even more precious. But no matter how precious it is, 35,000 points is too much of a premium. Su Mu was also secretly astonished. However, his ultimate purpose of coming here was also to get the fortune pill, so he naturally would not miss it. 36,000. Su Mu starts quoting. There were many bigwigs participating in the auction this time, including the man next to Yi Shuiwa who was suspected to be her father, so Su Mu was not as ostentatious as before. It doesn't matter if he just quarrels with Su Tianxiang. Putting aside this auction, the two sides have irreconcilable conflicts. But it is not easy to offend other people. Su Mu is not a fool and naturally will not make enemies for himself. 37,000. Yi Chongshan spoke up. He was Yi Shuyue's father. As the current patriarch of the Yi family, money was just a number to him. 38,000. After waiting for a while, Su Mu followed. Of course, he didn't have so many points in his Tianshui pavilion card. However, you can call any price during the auction as long as you can afford it after the auction. Su Mu has no money, but he has plenty of pills. Just take out a few dozen 3rd or 4th grade pills later. Yi Chongshan in front opened his mouth and wanted to continue bidding, but at this moment, Yi Shuiwei glanced at his mobile phone, then quickly leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Yi Chongshan raised his eyebrows and put down the number plate he was holding halfway. 38,000 points. Congratulations to guest number 198 for winning this 5th grade elixir, the creation pill. Finally got it. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 43 Alchemy Master, make friends with Yi Chongshan. After obtaining the fortune pill, there is one last item left in this auction. Su Mu was originally looking forward to it, but when this item was carried out, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Because, the finale item is the Star God pill. This thing is of no use to him or Suanqing, so they are not interested in it at all. But when he saw Su Tianxiang with a dark face starting to raise his placard for the Star God pill, he decided to help the other party as well, and raised his placard twice when the deal was about to be made. In the end, Su Tianxiang bought the Star God pill for 36,000 points. I just wonder if in his eyes, the Star God pill is really worth such a high price, or is he just trying to save face in front of Su Mu? Anyway, Su Mu was very satisfied with the result. After all, if he hadn't bid the highest price, he would only have needed to spend 30,000 points. Looking at Su Tianxiang leaving without saying a word after the auction, Su Mu thought that he was probably satisfied as well. Mr. Guan, congratulations on buying 8 items in this auction, for a total of 75,000 points. Our company provides free professional bodyguard escort services to distinguished guests like you. Do you need it? After the auction ended, the host Xiao Sa found Su Mu and said respectfully. Su Mu understood that he was reminding himself in disguise. After buying so many things, it's time to pay. Su Mu was about to reply when he was interrupted by a voice. I'm Yi Chongshan, what's your name, sir? The person who spoke was none other than Yi Chongshan, who was walking over with Yi Shuiwa. His expression was calm but contained a hint of doubt and curiosity. Yi Shuiwa next to him was so excited that he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Guanzu. Su Mu said, and then smiled, I already know why Mr. Yi came. As he said this, he flipped his right hand, took out a pill from the space ring, and put it in his hand. This is the small enlightenment pill. Can it prove my relationship with Su Mu? Just now when bidding for the creation pill, Yi Shuiwei looked down at her phone because Sumu sent her a text message. The content of the text message was in Sumu's tone, asking her to persuade her father not to bid with the owner of number 198, because the other party was the alchemy master behind Sumu. The main reason for sending this text message was that Sumu didn't want to waste money. The more important reason is that he was afraid that he could not compete with Yi Chongshan. After all, everyone living in Suzhou and Hangzhou knows the name of Longquan Group. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, Longquan Group's tentacles reach into every aspect of life, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It's no exaggeration to say. Even if he took out all the pills in his space ring and increased the number tenfold, Yi Chongshan, as the boss of Longquan Group, would probably buy them on the spot at a price higher than the market price without blinking an eye. So Sumu had no choice but to use his connections for the sake of the fortune pill. Anyway, Yi Shuiwei had already determined that there was an alchemy master behind the scenes, and he could definitely play the role of Guanzu. It's indeed the little enlightenment pill. Yi Shuiwei's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated look when she smelled the fragrance of the elixir. She had just eaten one a few days ago, so of course she wouldn't make a mistake. Master Guan, is this small enlightenment pill for sale to me? Yi Shuiwei asked expectantly. But Sumu said that he would get her another small enlightenment pill. Now the alchemy master behind Sumu took it out directly, which made Yi Shuiwei have fantasies. Unfortunately, Sumu took out the small enlightenment pill just to prove his identity indirectly. I can't give you this one. Wait a few days. Be patient. When I refine a new enlightenment pill, I'll let Sumu notify you. Sumu said with a smile. Mr. Guan, are you interested in working for Longquan Group? We have the best alchemy room in Longquan Group. All kinds of equipment and medicinal resources are top-notch in Longhua. You can ask for any salary you want. How about it? Do you want to consider it? A gleam of light flashed in Yi Chongshan's eyes. Compared to his daughter who was only looking forward to the little enlightenment pill, he was more interested in Guanzu, who had a fake name. There is no other way. Only an alchemist who can refine a 5th-grade elixir is worthy of being called an alchemy master. Alchemy is a profession that requires a lot of talent. Longquan Group has spent countless resources but has not yet trained a master alchemist. What's more, it is rare to find a master alchemist who has mastered the method of refining the small enlightenment pill. And the most important thing is that the young man in front of him, named Guanzu, is too young. Right now, he looks to be around 25 years old at most, so his future is definitely limitless. Sorry, I'm used to being free, so don't talk about taking office anymore. Sumu shook his head. All his pills were obtained from the system, and he had no idea how to make pills. Only someone with a mental disorder would agree to join Longquan Group. Okay, I understand. Then Mr. Guan, can you please leave your contact information so we can be friends? Yi Chongshan asked again. The meaning behind this sentence is to discuss cooperation in the future. Of course. Sumu readily agreed. As early as 2 days ago when Yi Shuiwei confessed to him, he had already figured out how to use the identity of Guanzu and purchased an anonymous number. Yi Chongshan's power is much greater than Yi Shuiwei's. After all, he is the helmsman of the Yi family. It will be more convenient to exchange pills from him in the future. For example, if Yi Chongshan put some effort into elixirs of grade 5 or above, he might be able to get them. This is the new toolman for exchanging investment resources. How could Sumu refuse? And this was one of the reasons why he sent a text message to Yi Shuiwei just now. The two exchanged phone numbers and smiled happily. At this time, Sumu turned his gaze to Xiaosha again. You know, I don't have that many points on my card. Take me to the appraisal room to find Old Man Lei. Okay, Master Guan. Xiaosha led the way respectfully. When Sumu was communicating with Yi Chongshan just now, he was watching from the side, so naturally he would not doubt Sumu's strength. This is a master alchemist, he has to inform the boss quickly. Tianshui Pavilion cannot miss the opportunity to make friends with such talents. The payment process was smooth. Under the expectant and excited eyes of Old Manwei, Sumu took out a handful of pills, all of which were 3rd and 4th grade, and also took out a Shengyuan pill and entrusted it to Tianshui Pavilion auction for auction next week. Yi Chongshan and Yi Shuiwei also saw this scene, and became even more convinced of his identity as a master alchemist. After the transaction was completed, Sumu took the fortune pill and other items, refused the escort of Yi Chongshan and Tianshui Pavilion, and left alone. On the way, he walked through the downtown area, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. After making sure that no one was following him, he walked around a few times, then took off his mask in a secluded place and rushed home. Chapter 44, 6th Grade Elixir, Sacred Water. Honey, here comes a surprise. Back home, Su was in high spirits. Without saying a word, he took out a handful of pills and handed them to Suanqing, including the small bottle of physical essence. Even though Suanqing was already accustomed to her husband's arrogance, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful peach blossom eyes when she looked at the 6 4th grade pills, the 5th grade fortune pills, and the physical essence. Is this the creation pill? Yes, it's the fortune pill, I'm giving it to you. Su really likes to see his wife's shocked look. But after he took a look at it, he had no time to appreciate it. After putting the pill into Suanqing's hands, the rebate reminder message immediately appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 5th grade fortune pill. This investment triggers a 25-fold critical strike rebate, rewards 1 6th grade Suanqing pill, 1 6th grade Shinlong pill, 2 5th grade Xiaowudao pills, 2 5th grade Shengyuan pills, and 1 5th grade Shisui pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in a set of physical essence. This investment triggers a 10-fold crit rebate, reward, a drop of sacred water. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade Soul Gathering pill. This investment triggers a 10-fold crit rebate, and the reward is a 5th grade Creation pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade Prosperity pill. This investment triggers 8 times. Looking at the system prompt message, Su felt both surprised and a little disappointed. The reason for disappointment is not that the critical strike multiplier is too low. Instead, the investment in the fortune pill did not return the profits directly to his body as he had expected. You should know that when you invested in the Star God pill before, you received a direct return to your chaos body. It seems that only by investing in something that can greatly enhance my wife Suanqing and make her destiny more vigorous, can the rebate directly affect my body. Su shook his head. Putting this slight regret behind me, I began to check what specific rebates the system offered. A total of 28 4th grade pills, 7 5th grade pills, 2 6th grade pills, and the so-called sacred water. The 4th grade elixir was no longer able to cause Su to feel any fluctuations in his mind, so he just glanced at it and put it away. He examined the 5th grade elixir carefully. Among these 7 pills, there are 3 small enlightenment pills, 2 holy yuan pills, 1 star god pill, 1 creation pill, and 1 marrow cleansing pill that he obtained for the first time. The so-called marrow cleansing pill, as the name suggests, is to cleanse the tendons and marrow and improve martial arts talent. Its value is no less than that of the 5th grade Star God pill. Su himself doesn't need it, as his martial arts talent is perfect. His wife Suanqing might be able to use it, so Su decided to give it to her later. The 6th grade elixir, Suanqing pill, is an elixir that heals injuries and restores physical strength. It's quite good and can be called a life-saving magic item. Shinlong pill, hiss, you can't just take this thing casually. Su looked at the system's introduction to the Shinlong pill and couldn't help but shudder all over. As the name suggests, Shinlong pill will make you as strong as if you were possessed by a god within a period of time after taking it. Of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration. To be precise, it can enable the user to increase his strength to a higher level in a short period of time. For example, Su is now at the 1st star in the Foundation Establishment realm. After taking it, he will be immediately promoted to the 1st star in the Spiritual Platform realm, and the duration will range from 1 minute to 10 minutes. However, after the effect of the elixir ends, you will enter a weak state and your realm will be lowered. The side effects are horrific. But even so, this item is extremely precious. After all, this is a great advancement in realm, and can be used as a killer move in times of crisis. Of course, the effects of taking the Shinlong pill will be different for people of different strengths. For warriors in Lingtai realm, they may only be able to advance to a few small realms. Once you reach the Star Sea realm, it will be useless. But for him at the moment, it is tantamount to a life-saving trump card. After careful calculation, with Suanqing Dan and Shinlong Dan in hand, the safety of him and his wife would undoubtedly be greatly improved, which made Su couldn't help but smile. And the sacred water that gives you a rebate on your physical essence. Su's mind moved, and he accepted the system reward. The next second, a thumb-sized golden bottle appeared in the palm of his hand. The bottle contained a drop of rich golden liquid. Holy water. Effect: after taking it, you can awaken the special physique, the sacred martial body. If you have already awakened the special physique, it will enhance the growth of the physique. After dilution, it can become a physique stock solution. This is the information briefing of the system in my mind. Sumu had never heard of any sacred water before, but since it could be diluted into physical essence, it must be a spiritual object that existed in this world. Physical essences are all controlled items. In order to avoid trouble, Sumu decided to use this sacred water on himself. Thinking of this, he put all these things away. Wife, when are you going to the secret hunting ground? After counting all the rebate items, Sumu came to Suanqing's room and asked. You must visit the secret hunting ground. Whether it is for the safety of Suzhou and Hangzhou or to fulfill Lu Yao's wish. During this period of time, Suanqing did not attend classes during the day and kept asking the school for information about the secret hunting ground. Under the organization of the Extraordinary Department, a large number of Foundation Establishment Realm warriors enter the hunting ground secret realm every day, and information about the terrain, monsters, resources, etc. in the hunting ground secret realm is also continuously transmitted. The principal told me to go and experience it in 3 days. I will go in with the warriors from the Extraordinary Department. Suanqing said. Today is Friday, and 3 days later will be next Tuesday. Originally, that day was supposed to be the opening day of the Tanja Cup Competition of Suzhou and Hangzhou Martial Arts Academy, but due to the emergence of the secret hunting ground, the competition was delayed, and it was unknown when it would restart. Okay then. It's getting late. Take these pills and practice well. I'll try to find a way to completely heal your abdominal injury. As he spoke, Sumu took out 3 pills and a spirit stone. The elixirs are the marrow cleansing pill, the small enlightenment pill, and the holy yuan pill. This time they are not investments, they are items that the system returns rebates to you. It's just that it's too difficult to buy them from the outside world, and Sumu didn't want to delay his wife Suanqing's cultivation progress, so he simply gave them to her. In addition, the fact that Suanqing's injury from the divine bone dug out of her abdomen had not yet healed was something he saw with his own eyes last night when he and Suanqing couldn't help but get close to each other again and took a step towards being honest with each other. The hideous wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen had only healed a little bit after Suanqing awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body and took various healing pills. She could now do strenuous exercise without bleeding. This wound seemed to be cursed by God, or perhaps it was God's punishment for the loss of the God-given bone. It was difficult to completely heal it with ordinary means. Fortunately, as Suanqing's strength recovered, the impact of this wound on her became less and less. Sumu didn't know what method could be used to completely cure it, so he can only take it one step at a time. There is always a way out. I believe that as your strength increases and you come into contact with more and more advanced resources, you will find a solution sooner or later. Chapter 45, Strength Surges. With such a good husband, what else could a wife ask for? Those guys who started pursuing me again are not even a hair better than my husband. After returning to her room, Suanqing looked at the pile of pills and a brand new spirit stone in her hands, and her heart felt warm. During the time she returned to Shinlong Academy, she returned to her original class under the arrangement of the principal. In addition, the Ice Phoenix divine body has been exposed. In the eyes of everyone, she has become the original proud daughter of heaven again. Even though everyone knows that she is married, there are still men who harass her from time to time. This made Suanqing very annoyed. In her eyes, there is only her husband Sumu. It was Sumu who brought himself the light of salvation when he was at the lowest point in his life. And gave so many precious pills and spirit stones. Although I don't know where Sumu got it from, I'm sure he must have paid a lot of price. Suanqing swore that she had only this one husband in her life and would never fall in love with someone else even if she died. However, Suanqing had no time to sigh when she thought about the fact that her husband would have to face 2 powerful enemies, the Xie family and the Su family, because of her. Practice quickly. I want to become stronger as soon as possible and protect my husband. Thinking of this, Suanqing quickly sat down cross-legged, swallowed the creation pill, and began to practice the Dian spirit absorption technique. She had been busy with the secret hunting ground and cultivation these days and didn't know that Xie Hong and his wife had been missing for 3 days. The other side. After Sumu returned to his room, he also began his own practice. Before this, he also bought a book on martial arts cultivation similar to the Dian Lingxi Gong and invested it in Suanqing. It's a pity that Suanqing can't use it. Therefore, the martial arts he is practicing now is still only the skill of everlasting life. But it doesn't matter. The growth of the chaotic body can increase the level of strength. Although Lyoha Tong Tian Finger is an offensive martial art, practicing it can also improve the level. Having accumulated so many cultivation resources, it's time to improve my own strength. Thinking of this, Sumu took out the fortune pill that was given back by the system and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melts in your mouth. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth enters the stomach through the throat, and then flows to the limbs and bones. Under the nourishment of this spiritual energy, Sumu only felt that all the cells in his body became active, and the already strong chaotic aura in his body instantly boiled when he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Absorb, refine, and sublime to the extreme. After an unknown amount of time, all the spiritual energy turned into chaotic aura. The scale of the chaotic aura has expanded by nearly half compared to before. When Sumu looked inside himself, he discovered that 2 of the energy points in his body had been completely lit up, and the 3rd energy point was also beginning to gradually shine. The realm of strength jumped from 1 star in the foundation establishment realm to 3 stars. It's worthy of being called the good fortune pill. It's really effective. After Sumu sighed, he took out another drop of sacred water and swallowed it with his head tilted back. Boom! Just like a cup of water dripping into a boiling oil pan, Sumu could clearly feel that every cell in his body was trembling wildly, as if he had just awakened his chaotic body. His physical condition improved rapidly, moving towards the next stage. But unfortunately, 1 drop of holy water was still too little, and it ultimately only kept his chaotic body at the peak of the early stage. It was only a little bit away from advancing to the middle stage. However, the improvement of physical fitness by the holy water is not achieved overnight. In Sumu's perception, after the most rapid improvement process, its effect did not completely disappear, but was still slowly improving. The chaotic aura in the body is increasing every second. I believe it won't be long before we can enter the mid-term stage. As the chaotic body grew, Sumu's strength level also skyrocketed again. The 3rd energy point in the body became dazzling, and the 4th energy point was about to be completely lit up. In one night, I advanced from 1 star in the foundation establishment realm to 4 stars in the foundation establishment realm. It's so refreshing. Sumu's face was filled with smiles. He felt that he was several times stronger than before. However, after his strength increased rapidly, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was a little mixed. This is the disadvantage of taking elixirs to increase your cultivation. Sumu was prepared for this. He flipped his wrist and a Shengyuan pill appeared. He then tilted his head back and swallowed it. In an instant, a gentle energy slowly flowed into his body, and the somewhat mixed spiritual energy gradually became purer. The effect of Shengyuan Dan is to strengthen the foundation and stabilize the state of mind. Perfect solution to the problem of increasing strength too quickly. Sumu still had a Shengyuan pill in his hand, but unfortunately he didn't have enough fortune pills, otherwise he might be able to advance to the 6th star of the foundation establishment realm or above tonight. There was no way. The critical hit rebate system was a bit ineffective these days, and the number of 4th grade and 5th grade elixirs he could buy on the market was too small. There are still 3 small enlightenment pills. But this pill requires martial arts training. It's too late now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I hope that by then I can successfully train my 6 harmonies sky-reaching finger to the next level. The effect of the small enlightenment pill is to quickly improve your understanding within a period of time. Sumu currently only has 3 martial arts skills, so he will naturally use them in the strongest Liuhatong Tian finger. However, the Liuhatong Tian finger is very noisy to practice and requires a wide open area. Therefore, even though he was still very excited mentally, Sumu had to force himself to sleep. He decided to get up early tomorrow, find a secluded place, and practice well. Time flies. The 2-day weekend passed quickly. At night, not far from Shinlong Academy, in a deserted mountain with few people, Sumu stretched out 2 fingers, clearly just pointing them forward in an ordinary way, but with him as the center point, within a circular area of hundreds of meters around him, even the wind stopped instantly. An indescribable atmosphere of horror permeated the surroundings. The branches, weeds, and even the soil on the ground were trembling slightly, and then spots of light rose from them, forming streams of light that slowly entered Sumu's body. Sumu's spirits lifted and his physical strength was replenished, while the flowers, plants, and trees withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the soil became dull and dry. The 6 harmonies sky-reaching finger at a skilled level is truly terrifying. Sumu looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling depressed. In the past 2 days, he took 2 small enlightenment pills in succession, which enabled this 9th grade martial art to advance from the entry level to the proficient level, and he could use 2 fingers at the same time. Not only has its power become stronger, it also has the ability to plunder vitality. Sumu took a look at his personal dashboard. Name, Sumu. Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm 7 stars. Martial Arts Talent, Perfect. Constitution, Chaos Body Middle Growth Stage. Martial Arts, Endless Life Skill Great Mastery, 6 in 1 Heaven Reaching Finger Proficient, Phantom Footwork Perfect. 2 days. The chaotic body broke through to the middle stage of growth as expected, and its realm was further improved, entering the 7th star of the foundation building realm. At this rate, it won't be long before I can enter the Lingtai realm. By then, we will have a certain degree of self-protection in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Sumu let out a long sigh and thought secretly. Chapter 46 Wind and Thunder Sword Technique, Thundering Long Sword. Sumu, this is the 5th grade sword technique and long sword you wanted. This is the little enlightenment pill, take it. In the early morning, a private transaction was successfully completed in Shinlong Academy. One party to the transaction was Sumu, and the other party was the familiar toolman Yi Shuiwei. Sumu looked at the 5th grade sword technique and the long sword flashing with thunder in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. This was on Saturday morning. He contacted Yi Chongshan using the identity of Guanzu and asked him to get it. At his level, it is impossible for him to find a suitable 5th grade sword-related martial arts book on his own. After all, even the powerful Shinlong Academy only has one 5th grade martial art. The reason why Yi Chongshan bought them was naturally to invest in his wife Suanqing. There was no way Suanqing had already mastered a 4th grade sword technique. Martial arts are something that you can't digest if you try too much. Suanqing doesn't have that much energy to practice. So Sumu couldn't find any better sword skills to invest in for her. Until now, Yi Shuiwei had delivered this 5th grade martial arts secret book called Wind and Thunder Sword Technique into his hands. To this end, he did not hesitate to spend a precious small enlightenment pill. This is definitely not a losing deal. As long as he gives this book of Wind and Thunder Sword Technique to Suanqing, then if nothing unexpected happens, he can directly master this sword technique with the help of the system rebate. In this way, his shortcomings in the art of killing were made up. Currently, his only offensive skills are Phantom Footwork and 6 Harmony Finger. Among them, the Phantom Footwork is a pure dodging martial art, while the 6 Harmony Sky-Reaching Finger consumes too much energy and can only be used as a trump card. In addition to this, he also needs a conventional offensive martial art. As a 5th grade sword secret technique, the Wind and Thunder Sword Technique is quite suitable for him at the moment. Sumu, this book of Wind and Thunder Swordsmanship and the Thunder Sword were prepared by you for Suanqing, right? You are so kind to her. Yi Shuiwei showed envy that she couldn't hide, and said, I will also go to the secret hunting ground tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of Suanqing then. You know, I am a 5-star warrior in the foundation building realm. Sumu laughed secretly in his heart. Not to mention that he was already at the 7th star in the foundation establishment realm. His wife, Suanqing, had also been promoted to the peak of the 5th star in the foundation establishment realm after these 2 days of practice, and was almost able to reach the 6th star. This news was told by Suanqing herself this morning. Besides, if my wife goes to the secret hunting ground, I must go too. There is no need for protection from Yi Shuiwei, a 5-star foundation establishment realm warrior. But she did have good intentions after all, and Sumu appreciated it. This girl is smart and reliable, and a good friend. Time is tight, you should go back and practice, I have to go home. Sumu urged. Okay, see you next time. Yi Shuiwei finally got another small enlightenment pill, so naturally she couldn't wait to go back and practice martial arts. The two separated, and Sumu returned home not long after. Honey, here comes a surprise. Sumu smiled and handed the Wind and Thunder Sword technique to his wife in the numb eyes. He planned to keep the Thunder Sword for his own use for the time being. If he relied on rebates, he might not be able to get a long sword type weapon. The Wind and Thunder Sword technique is a 5th grade martial art. After mastering it, one can control the natural elemental energy of wind and thunder, and it is also considered superior among the 5th grade sword techniques. This martial art is naturally useful to Suanqing. As long as it works, you can invest successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 5th grade martial arts Wind and Thunder Sword technique. This investment triggers a 100-fold crit rebate, and the reward is Wind and Thunder Sword Technique Great Accomplishment Realm. The 100x critical strike rebate has started to appear again. Sumu was secretly happy. The next second, the system's introduction to the Wind and Thunder Sword Technique immediately appeared in my mind. Wind and Thunder Sword Technique Level 5. Realm, Da Shang. Martial Arts Effect, a sword technique that can manipulate the two natural energies of wind and thunder. When swinging the sword, it is as if assisted by the wind and as fast as thunder. When practicing to the minor success level, one can master the preliminary wind and thunder sword intent, which is indestructible. When practicing to the major success level, the sword intent can collapse mountains and split rocks. When practicing to the perfect level, one can guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the sword intent roars, blocking rivers and stopping streams. This is the power of the wind and thunder sword technique. Just by giving the martial arts secrets to Suanqing, Sumu had already mastered the wind and thunder sword technique to the great perfection level. The only thing that made him feel a little unsatisfactory was that the wind and thunder sword technique was a purely killing martial art and did not improve his foundation establishment realm in the slightest. But it's not a big problem. Sumu was very satisfied anyway. "Thank you, husband." Suanqing said with emotion that this wind and thunder sword technique was exactly what she wanted. "Why are you talking about this between husband and wife? We are going to the secret hunting ground tomorrow. Just relax today. Your husband will take you to eat something delicious." Sumu left with Suanqing without saying anything. Today is Monday, but he has taken a day off. As Suanqing's husband, the college leaders were very tolerant of him and directly approved a week's vacation for him. This also allows him to eat his wife's gigolo. The two of them had fun all day long. Before we knew it, it was evening. Sumu bought a lot of vegetables and showed off his cooking skills, which had been neglected since he moved to the new house. All the dishes on the table were delicious. The two of them finished the meal in a loving manner, drank some wine, and took a bath together. As night fell, Suanqing's heart was beating fast today. Her face was red as she lay beside Sumu with no intention of leaving. The secret hunting ground is very dangerous. In the past few days, many warriors have died at the hands of monsters in the secret ground every day. So before leaving, she wanted to do some things between husband and wife with Sumu tonight to avoid any regrets. Therefore, the look in her eyes when she looked at Sumu was almost tearful. "Only. My husband loves me." "Husband." Two different voices appeared. At the critical moment, Sumu was ready to use the quick draw gun, but Lu Yao popped out of Suanqing's body. Awkward. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Suanqing covered herself with the quilt on the spot. Sumu was also helpless. "You said you wouldn't come out earlier or later, so how could you come out at this time? Do you know that I am very angry now? Take it and eat it, then go to sleep quickly and don't disturb me." Sumu didn't say anything and just reached out to feed the chaotic aura. Since Lu Yao woke up, she would wake up almost every day and fall asleep again after consuming the chaotic aura he gave her. Sumu was used to it. "Hubby, I remembered some memories about the secret hunting grounds again. Don't you want to hear it?" Lu Yao said doubtfully. "News about the secret hunting ground?" Hearing this, Sumu's expression changed and he asked, "What do you remember?" He really wanted to find out about the secret hunting ground. At this time, Suanqing no longer cared about being shy, and quietly stuck her head out from under the quilt to listen carefully. "In my memory, the secret hunting ground was the hunting ground when I was the Empress." Chapter 47, Hunting Ground Secret. Good morning, dear audience friends, welcome to the 1818 Silver Eye Morning News Live. I am now standing at the entrance to the secret hunting ground. As everyone knows, the secret hunting ground has appeared for the 6th day. In the past 5 days, under the leadership of our city's extraordinary department, warriors at the Foundation Establishment realm from all over the city have gathered here, including warriors at the Foundation Establishment realm from surrounding urban areas. We have achieved remarkable results in the secret realm of the hunting ground. I believe that it won't be long before we can kill the final monster in the hunting ground and completely eliminate the crisis. Everyone, look! Today's transcendental warriors have arrived here, and there are dozens of enthusiastic Foundation Establishment warriors around to help. It is reported that the team leader this time is Captain Suanqing, a warrior at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. He is a senior warrior in the extraordinary department. I believe that under his leadership, we will be able to make better progress today. Akihabara Mountain, the entrance to the secret hunting ground. The reporter was talking non-stop to the camera. Suanqing was listening nearby, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face. These reporters only know how to report good news but not bad news. Well, forget it. It's all for the sake of order and stability in Suzhou and Hangzhou. There's nothing wrong with him doing this. The warriors from the extraordinary department of Suong City did indeed start sending people into the secret hunting ground on the first day. Unfortunately, over the past 4 days and 5 nights, no remarkable achievements have been made. If we have to say something, it is that after sending in 600 or 700 Foundation Establishment Realm warriors one after another, they finally gained a foothold in the secret realm and had a relatively safe area. But this result was achieved at the cost of nearly 1/3 of the casualties. To destroy a secret realm normally, there are 2 stages. The first is the exploration stage. Continuously send out warriors to explore the types, strengths, and resources of the monsters and alien races in the secret realm, summarize the information about the secret realm as much as possible, and finally find the final monster and alien race in the secret realm. Then came the cleanup. Human warriors assemble and attack with the entire army, or send out a decapitation team to kill the final monster in the secret realm. Because as long as you kill it, the secret realm will completely close the portal after 12 hours. These 2 stages are further divided into several small steps. The exploration phase is divided into exploring the surrounding monster information, exploring the scope of the secret realm, checking and summarizing all sources of danger, and finally determining the location, activity patterns, and strength information of the monsters and alien races. But up to now, the warriors in Suzhou and Hangzhou are still at the first step and have not even fully investigated the scope of the secret realm. This progress is obviously a bit behind schedule. The monsters in the secret realm only have a 1-month buffer period to reach the human world. This 1 month is just an approximate time. Some secret realms only need more than 10 days, while others may take more than a month, but in the end it will not exceed 2 months. Normally, everyone estimates based on the shortest time. But reporter Chui is right. I believe it won't be long before the crisis in the secret hunting ground is completely eliminated. Shui Peng muttered confidently. He knew clearly that the real strong man had not yet appeared. Some warriors in the Foundation Establishment realm who have extraordinary martial arts talents can even rival warriors at the 2nd or 3rd level of the spiritual platform realm in terms of combat power. However, some of these strong men are still on their way to Suzhou and Hangzhou City, while some have already arrived, but will have to wait until the exploration work is completed before carrying out the decapitation mission. Captain, Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei are here. A team member interrupted Shui Peng's thoughts. When he heard that these 2 people were coming, his eyes lit up. After missing the opportunity to win over the Ice Phoenix Divine Body for the Extraordinary Department last time, the Extraordinary Department did not give up. This time, the superiors sent him to lead the team in order to establish a good relationship with Suanqing so that she could work in the Extraordinary Department after graduation. Certainly. A more important reason why he came here this time was to protect Suanqing. Hello, Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei. After we enter the secret realm, you 2 must stay by my side. The hunting ground's secret realm is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. By the way, have you read the monster manual? Let me tell you the latest information from yesterday. Shui Peng is very enthusiastic. Yi Shuiwei is also a favored girl and is his target to win over. Facing his endless chatter, Suanqing looked at him strangely. Because she remembered the story that Lu Yao told herself and her husband Sumu last night. According to Lu Yao, the secret hunting ground was once her hunting ground when she was the empress. There are a total of 108 kinds of monsters inside. She focused on the appearance and information of 10 major monsters, as well as the final creature, the Monster King. It was a cat, a kitten that could call the wind and rain. Lu Yao had no idea what level of strength it was at due to memory loss. She only remembered that it was her pet and she used to hold it in her arms and knead it. And somewhere in the secret hunting ground, there is a small palace. There is a soul bell in the palace, which controls the souls of 10 great demons and the demon beast king. As long as Lu Yao finds the soul bell, she can shake it, and the life and death of the 10 great demons and the demon beast king will all depend on her thoughts. If what Lu Yao said was true, then it would be very easy to open the secret realm of the hunting ground. This is almost equivalent to an open book exam. Sumu and Suanqing decided to believe her this time, thinking that it was better to believe it than not. As for what she said at the beginning that there was a soul of hers hidden in the secret hunting ground, she couldn't remember where it was hidden. We can only take 1 step at a time. Anyway, because we are going to enter the secret realm today, Sumu did not feed Lu Yao the chaotic aura last night. If he encounters any problems, he can just ask her. Captain Shui, it's almost time. The 120 Foundation Establishment Realm Warriors who signed up yesterday have basically all arrived. Only one person has not yet arrived. I guess he won't come. Shall we set off? Suanqing was thinking when a voice interrupted her thoughts. The person who said this was a bald young man, who was also a member of the Extraordinary Department. Okay, let's go. Xue Peng nodded. After reminding Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei again to stay by his side, he took the lead and started walking towards the portal to the secret realm. Soon, a large group of Foundation Establishment Realm warriors all stepped into the portal. Until the crowd disappeared for a minute or two, another person walked towards them from a distance. A young man with ordinary looks came to the entrance of the secret realm portal with a calm expression. Strangers are not allowed to enter this place. A warrior guard stretched out his hand to stop him. In order to prevent someone from dying in the secret realm without anyone knowing, and to prevent crazy people from causing trouble, there are warriors from the Extraordinary Department stationed at the entrance to the secret realm's portal. Everyone who enters the secret realm needs to register basic information. When the guard asked his name, the young man smiled. My name is Yenzu, just call me Azu. I registered yesterday, but was delayed by something, so I'm a little late. Chapter 48, Changes in Chaos Body. The young man who called himself Yenzu was naturally Su Mu. Ever since he confirmed that his wife Suanqing was going to enter the secret hunting ground, he planned to come in and protect her secretly. The main reason why Su Mu did not show his strength in front of Suanqing in advance and retreat with her was to keep a low profile. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The truth left by his ancestors is still fresh in his mind, and Su Mu doesn't want to be seen as a fat pig by others. No one believed that he would possess such powerful strength, and no one believed that he was an ordinary person with no talent before, and yet he became a Foundation Establishment Realm warrior in such a short period of time. Once the news leaks out, it will inevitably attract the attention of those who are interested. For an ordinary person with no background to become a warrior in the body-tempering realm is already a blessing. To become a warrior at the foundation building stage, one must have great opportunities. It will definitely attract a lot of prying eyes. Out of a cautious mentality, Su Mu felt that at least until he had the absolute ability to protect himself, he should hide as much as possible and never show it off. As he stepped into the portal, a white light flashed, and a different scene appeared in front of Su Mu's eyes. An endless prairie appeared before my eyes, the breeze brushed my face gently, the sky and earth were filled with spiritual energy, and a dazzling sun hung above my head. It's like arriving in another world. It was Su Mu's first time to come to the secret realm, and everything about it seemed new to him. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. My chaotic body is automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. Su Mu stood there, felt it carefully for a moment, and suddenly showed a look of surprise. After arriving at this secret realm, he felt as if his chaotic body had broken free of some shackles, and was accelerating the lighting of the 8th acupoint in his body. At the same time, it was also automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into chaotic aura. If he continues like this, even if he does nothing, it will only take 2 or 3 days for him to completely light up the 8th acupoint and advance his strength to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It is as if the chaotic body is the darling of this world, and is naturally favored by the will of the secret realm. Whatever the reason is, it's good news. Follow the main force first. It took quite some time to feel the changes in the chaotic body. Su Mu followed the flow of people and chased after the large group in front. The large army consisted of more than 100 people, and their advancement was not very fast. Not long after, Su Mu quietly caught up and blended into the crowd without anyone noticing. Some people around me were chatting idly. The government subsidy this time is really great. As long as you sign up, the government will give you a subsidy of 50,000 yuan, and for every day you stay in the secret realm, you will get another 50,000 yuan. If you can kill a monster or record the information of a new monster, there will be additional rewards. Yes, although this secret realm is very dangerous, wealth and honor are sought in danger. For the sake of money and resources, we have to fight. Are there any brave and careful people? Let's team up to explore the secret realm together later. The strength required is to be above 5 stars in the foundation building realm, and master a martial art of at least the 3rd level of minor success. I use a bow, have long-range attack capabilities, and have trained Hawkeye-type martial arts. Is there anyone who can take me with him later to form a team? The exploration stage of the secret hunting ground requires a large number of warriors. The number of warriors in the extraordinary department alone is far from enough, so the government steps in to recruit foundation building warriors from the society and provides generous subsidies. As the saying goes, the poor in literature are better off than in martial arts. Not every martial artist has a family background like Yi Shuiwei and Suanqing. There are 50,000 yuan for registration, and another 50,000 yuan for each day of persistence. Such generous rewards are enough to attract many Foundation Establishment Realm warriors. And this is just the basic subsidy. If you make some contributions, there will be more rewards. Obviously, many of these people came here just to get rich. The people around Sumu looked at him. Eh? When did you get here, little brother? Why didn't I see you just now? Never mind, it's not important. What's your strength? Are you interested in forming a team later? No, I'm only at the 1-star Foundation Establishment stage. I won't hold you back. Sumu pretended to be embarrassed and said. As soon as he said this, people around him suddenly lost interest in him. This is just a slacker who only wants to get the basic rewards. Anyone who is ambitious in exploration will not be willing to team up with him. Faced with this scene, Sumu smiled without saying anything. He doesn't want to team up with others. He had only 2 goals in entering the secret hunting ground. One is to help Liu Yao find his soul, and the other is to protect his wife. As for exploring secret information, I am not interested at all. They continued like this for about half an hour, and suddenly a tent area appeared in front of them, joined up with the large force stationed here. However, there are not many warriors here, only about 50 or 60, and many tents are empty. The next moment, a warrior from the extraordinary department wearing camouflage walked up to the crowd. I am the Supreme Commander here, Wang Quan. Time is short and the mission is heavy. I won't say any more nonsense. You should form a team or go alone to explore from 1 to 9 o'clock. If you find anything important, come back and report to me. If not, come back before dark. Be careful, don't get lost. The hunting ground is very dangerous at night. I have finished speaking, you can start taking action now. Wang Quan's words were concise and to the point. When everyone signed up, they already knew what the various tasks were, and those who needed to form teams had also formed teams on the road. Soon, more than 100 people started to set off. Sumu's eyes were fixed on his wife from afar. When he saw her following Shu Ping, Yi Shuiwe and a bearded man to form a team of 4 and start moving forward, he quietly followed behind. In the area from the portal to the camp, all the monsters have been cleared. After leaving the camp, Suanqing and her group walked forward for a while before they encountered a monster with a head like a wolf, but a body that was 70% similar to a crocodile. Armored crocodile wolf. A second-level primary demon beast, characterized by its thick skin and flesh, and its scales can defend against attacks from swords, spears, swords, and halberds of average strength. Fighting with monsters is a real-life opportunity that you won't get in the academy. Wanfeng and I will be guarding on the side. Which of you two wants to give it a try? While Shuepeng was explaining, he looked at Suanqing and Yi Shuiwe. Wanfeng, the bearded man next to him, is his old teammate. I'll go. Suanqing picked up the sword, eager to try. Be careful, the armored crocodile wolf is very powerful, be careful to hide. Forget it, just ignore what I said. Shuepeng was just giving a reminder, but before he could finish his words, he saw Suanqing chopping off the armored crocodile wolf's head with a sword. This scene was beyond his expectations. This also made Ji Shuiwei and Wanfeng couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chapter 49, Peak of the Second Level, Sumo arrives. Student Suanqing, how many stars have you advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage? Looking at the armored crocodile wolf whose body was separated, Shuepeng was surprised for a while and asked curiously. He learned from the Shinlong Academy a few days ago that Suanqing was only at the 2nd star of the Foundation Establishment realm. With this level of strength, it is impossible to kill the armored crocodile wolf with one sword. After all, she obviously didn't use the abilities of the Ice Phoenix divine body. Just broke through to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Suanqing responded with a smile. Shuepeng was a trustworthy person, so she did not hide it. Foundation Establishment realm 6 star? Hiss. It's only been a short time. This is incredible. This is really incredible. Shuepeng was shocked. How long did it take him to advance from the 2nd star to the 6th star in the Foundation Establishment realm? A whole year. In less than a week, Suanqing caught up with his 1 year's efforts, making him feel like he was living a dog's life. Wanfeng on the side didn't say anything, but he looked obviously shocked. However, Yi Shuiwei was the person with the most complicated feelings at the scene. Feelings of shock, understanding, envy, and self-mockery emerged in her heart. What shocked her was that she didn't expect Suanqing's strength level to surpass hers. What is clear is that she knows that the other party's rapid growth is inseparable from having a good husband behind her. Envy the same. She was self-deprecating because she remembered that she had vowed in front of Su Mu yesterday morning that she would take care of Suanqing. Now it seems, who is taking care of whom? You have a good husband. Yi Shuyue said with deep emotion. My husband is indeed very good. He is the best husband in the world. Suanqing's eyes lit up and she said proudly. Little did she know that many of the elixirs she had used came from the transaction between Yi Shuyue and Su Mu. Yi Shuyue did not explain further. The emotion she just expressed was on the tip of her tongue, but she would not point it out before asking Su Mu's opinion. You've dealt with the armored crocodile wolf, so let me deal with the next monster, right? Good. Yi Shuyue and Suanqing made an agreement. The corpse of the armored crocodile wolf was not a precious resource, so the four of them continued to move forward. About 10 minutes later, the group encountered the second monster. This is a strange monster with a crocodile head and a snake body. In the secret hunting ground, most of the monsters are like this, with strange shapes. This time it was Yi Shuyue's turn to take action. Shueping, Wanfeng, and Suanqing were watching from the side. Yi Shuyue took out a crossbow from the space ring. Using spiritual energy as arrows, 3 consecutive arrows shot towards the monster like lightning. One arrow hit its body and was deflected by its scales, another arrow hit its skull, and the third arrow hit its eye. The monster roared and pounced forward, but Yi Shuyue calmly circled around it and finally killed the opponent without any injury by relying on the advantage of long-range attack. Although her performance was not as neat and succinct as Suanqing's, it was still quite good. The group simply packed up and continued on their way forward. They encountered many monsters along the way, but fortunately they were all dealt with successfully. To the four of them, a single monster was not a big threat, unless they encountered a high-level second-order monster. But this is still the outer area of the secret realm, and the monsters here are at most at the intermediate level of the second stage, which is equivalent to a human warrior at the 4 to 6 star level in the foundation building realm. Shueping and Wanfeng didn't even need to take action, Suanqing and Yi Shuyue could handle it alone. Time passed so quietly that it was noon before I knew it. The group rested for a while and had lunch. At this moment, Shueping suddenly pricked up his ears, and then his expression suddenly changed. There's a group of monsters, they're moving very fast, hide quickly. 2 fists are no match for 4 palms. This principle also applies when fighting with monsters. A group of monsters are attacking, so don't be careless. The 3 of them followed Shueping's instructions and hid behind a slope. After a while, the footsteps became louder and louder, and Suanqing and the other 2 also heard them. Looking up quietly, they saw a group of about 20 wolf-like monsters rushing towards them. Second-level intermediate monster, bloodthirsty wolf pack. Shueping's face was a little serious. They may be coming for us. We can't avoid them. Be prepared for battle. Each of the bloodthirsty wolves is more than 2 meters tall and is very powerful. With so many of them now, even if Shueping is a warrior at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, he has to be cautious. But just as he silently took out a long knife and prepared to fight, he suddenly discovered that the wolves were just passing by and their target was not him. This was originally good news, but after carefully watching the actions of the bloodthirsty wolves, Shueping's heart, which had just relaxed, became tense again. They seem to be running away. Not good. There are even more terrifying monsters behind them. Shueping exclaimed. At this time, everyone had already discovered the creature chasing the bloodthirsty wolves. There was a dull sound of landing, and a giant lion appeared in everyone's eyes. This lion is like a small mobile house, and its body is ridiculously large. What's more terrifying is that under the sunlight, its black mane reflects a metallic luster, and its body looks like it is made of bronze. Every jump can advance dozens of meters, and the earth is roaring. The aura of this unprecedented monster is too terrifying. It is at least a peak level 2 monster. How could such a terrifying monster appear here? Shueping and his companions did not have time to think about it. They subconsciously held their breath and waited quietly for the other party to continue chasing the wolves away. Whatever you fear will come true. The giant lion, which was running and jumping, suddenly seemed to have noticed something. It turned its head and ran towards the slope where the 4 people were hiding. Oh no, it has discovered us, get ready to fight. Shueping yelled. In his observation just now, he found that the giant lion moved extremely fast and he could not escape at all, so he was forced to fight with it. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the giant lion's mouth. The moment it saw the four people, it seemed to recall some bad memories, and its basketball-sized eyeballs turned red instantly. The roar made Yi Shuyue lose her mind for a moment. When she came to her senses, she saw a huge shadow appear in the sky. The giant lion jumped into the air, trying to use its size to smash them to death. Fortunately, Suanqing reacted at the critical moment and pulled her out of the landing range of the giant lion, while Wanfeng had already run out in advance. Boom! The sound was deafening, like a cannonball. After the giant lion landed, it swept everyone with one claw. Suanqing's pupils shrank. She couldn't hide anymore. She hastily activated the power of the Ice Phoenix divine body. A 2-meter-high thick ice wall appeared in front of her in an instant. Just as she was ready to withstand the attack, suddenly, the giant lion's movements froze. Suanqing stared intently and saw a young man who seemed strange and yet vaguely familiar to her, appearing beside the giant lion at some point. Chapter 50 Yi Shuyue's Envy. The young man who took action at this time was naturally Su Mu. He had been quietly following behind Suanqing and her group of four, neither too far nor too close, keeping them in his sight. When the wolves appeared, he sensed something was wrong and quickly approached. After the giant lion appeared, he used all his strength to perform phantom steps to hurry on. It was obvious at first glance that this giant lion was no ordinary monster. More than 20 wolves were being chased by it and were fleeing in panic. This showed that its strength should not be underestimated. Sumu was worried that his wife was in danger, so he ran as fast as he could. Fortunately, we finally arrived at the battle scene at the critical moment. Clang! The sound of the sword coming out of the sword suddenly exploded. Then a dazzling sword light appeared, accompanied by thunder, and slashed towards the waving claws of the giant lion monster. The sword light was nearly 4 meters long, carrying with it destructive power, and it seemed to even split the space apart. It's the wind and thunder sword technique. Cut! With a loud shout, in an instant, the wind and thunder sword came whistling and cut the joint of the giant lion's front paw. Sumu originally thought that this sword should be able to stop the giant lion. Unexpectedly, the sword force went straight through the forelimbs like cutting tofu, cutting the giant lion's claws in half. Phew! Dark red blood spurted out from the giant lion's wound like a fountain. Oh! The giant lion felt pain and let out an earth-shattering wail. But before it could make any move, a mysterious wave swept over, causing its body to suddenly freeze in place, unable to move. Although the next moment, it can move. But it was too late. A cold light carrying a fierce murderous aura came like wind and thunder, whistling and piercing straight into its brain. Boom! The giant lion monster collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Its heavy body caused the ground to tremble a few times. A fist-sized milky white ball rolled out from the hole in its skull. Sumu's eyes lit up, he picked it up, wiped it, and looked at it carefully. It was not until this time that Shuepeng, Wanfeng, Suanqing and Yi Shuyue finally came to their senses from the sudden change. Looking at the giant lion corpse lying on the ground, which was taller than a human, the four of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. Such a terrifying giant lion monster must be infinitely close to the 3rd level in strength, comparable to a human warrior in the Lingtai realm. As a result, he was killed with 2 swords by a sudden person. The giant lion monster died just like that? Yi Shuyue muttered to herself with a dull look in her eyes. I am a Peak Foundation establishment realm expert. Even I may not be able to defeat this giant lion monster, but it was killed instantly? Doesn't the Hunting Grounds secret realm restrict entry to Foundation establishment realm warriors? Shuepeng's eyes were also fixed. Wanfeng's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Suanqing was silent for a long time, feeling both grateful for having accepted Yu Sheng and shocked that the giant lion monster was killed instantly. What I feel more is gratitude and curiosity. Thankfully, the other party saved me. What was curious was that she felt that the other person was familiar, but after searching through her memory, she still had no idea who he was. May I ask who you are? In the end, Captain Shuepeng, who was knowledgeable and experienced, regained his composure and asked about the other party's identity. I'm just passing by. Sumu spoke with a smile. Since I have decided to take action, I have naturally thought of an excuse beforehand. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Shuyue, who suddenly became excited. Master Guanzu? Yi Shuyue had seen Su Mu's disguised face at the Tianshui Pavilion auction, so when she took a closer look, she naturally recognized him. That's right, I'm just an alchemy master who happened to pass by here and has a little bit of strength. Sumu spoke, and then threw the ball in the giant lion monster's head, which was the demon pill, towards Suanqing with one hand. This thing is meant for you, so I'm giving it to you. I have something else to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left the scene in a hurry. He had to leave. He noticed that his wife Suanqing was looking at him more and more strangely. He and she are husband and wife, and they are too familiar with each other. If he stays any longer, he is afraid that his identity will be discovered from some clues. This goes against his original intention of low-key development. Moreover, even if Suanqing didn't recognize herself, what about Lu Yao and her body? Before coming to the secret hunting ground this time, he did not feed Lu Yao the chaotic aura, and the other party was still awake. If I get closer, what if she smells the chaotic aura in my body and calls me husband on the spot, then I'm doomed. There are so many people here, Sumu doesn't want anyone to know his true identity. My wife still seems a little suspicious, but fortunately Yi Shuiwei thinks I'm Guanzu, so I should be able to mislead her. After walking several hundred meters away, Sumu thought so in his heart. He was right. Just after he left, because Yi Shuiwei revealed his identity as Guanzu right away, everyone started asking curiously. Student Yi Shuiwei, do you know this senior? He is also a master of alchemy? Suanqing asked curiously. This incident had a great impact on him. Not only is Guanzu powerful, but he is also a master of alchemy. You know. There is only one alchemy master in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou supernatural department, and he is often invited to help in surrounding cities. The power of the alchemy master is too great. Not only does he have an extraordinary social status, but he also has a wide range of friends. Whenever he encounters something, everyone will respond to his call. No matter where he goes, he is treated as a guest of honor by all major forces. But, how could such a being come to the secret realm to adventure? Yes, Master Guan is a master of alchemy. Yi Shuiwei nodded, looked regretfully in the direction where Su Mu's figure disappeared, and then glanced at Suanqing again. I am so envious. As smart as she was, she quickly figured out why Master Guanzu appeared here. It must be because of Su Mu's earnest request that he took time out of his busy schedule to come to the secret hunting ground to protect Suanqing. I don't know how Su Mu persuaded this mysterious alchemy master. With a husband like this, it's no wonder Suanqing loves him so much. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. Thinking of this, when she saw the demon pill in Suanqing's hand, her envy became even stronger. Since it's a gift from Master Guan, Wanqing, just accept it boldly. Without Master Guan's consent, I will not reveal any information about him. In short, you can regard him as someone you can absolutely trust. Seeing that Suanqing still looked confused, Yi Shuiwei kindly tried to persuade her. Seeing that she had said this, everyone decided not to ask any more questions about Master Guan. For a moment, all eyes were focused on the demon pill in Suanqing's hand. Looking at the jade-white demon pill, Suanqing and Wan Feng were also extremely envious. Chapter 51 4th Level Demon Pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in a second-grade top-grade demon pill. This investment triggers a 100-fold crit rebate, and the reward is a 4th-grade top-grade demon pill. The items have been automatically placed in the system space and can be used at any time. On the other side, Sumu stood on the grassland, listening to the prompt information appearing in his mind, and suddenly showed a look of joy. That milky white ball is indeed a demon pill. It actually gave 100 times the critical hit. Sumu was very excited, and then he looked at the system's introduction to the rebate-bearing 4th-grade top-grade demon pill in his mind. Demon Pill 4th Level Ultimate. Effect, a special item that can only be condensed by a peak 4th-level monster with the qualifications of a Monster King. It melts in your mouth when you put it near your mouth and suck it. It can improve the strength of warriors below the Starsea realm, and there is a small chance of improving martial arts talent. However, the monster pill contains the incomplete consciousness of the monster, which may cause the risk of inner demons. Demonic pills are not found in the bodies of every demon beast. It is a special kind of cultivation resource. Combines the special effects of creation pill and sacred water. Just as the system described, using it can improve your cultivation and martial arts talent. Of course, only high-level demon pills can enhance one's martial arts talent. Demonic pills, like demonic beasts, range from level 1 to level 7. Each level corresponds to the realm of a warrior, and is divided into 4 grades, low, medium, high and top. As for whether there are any above level 7, that is not something Sumu can determine now. Just like after a warrior reaches the martial saint realm, no one knows whether there is any future for him. The 4th grade top quality demon pill that the system is currently giving back is equivalent to the essence of a 4th grade peak demon beast. It is of great use to Su Mu, a 7-star warrior in the Foundation establishment realm. As for the side effects that may cause mental disorders, Su Mu didn't care at all. He still has the Shang Yuan pill in his hand. This thing is a 5th grade elixir. For Lingtai realm warriors, it has the effect of strengthening the foundation, stabilizing the realm, and eliminating inner demons. The side effects of this magic pill have no effect on him at all. Refine it directly. Su Mu took out a 4th grade top grade demon pill, put it to his mouth, and sucked it hard. The next moment, a powerful yet gentle force surged into his body, instantly making his face turn red. The 7th energy point in the body was lit up almost instantly. Then came the 8th, and the 9th. In the blink of an eye, all 9 energy points were shining brightly and resonating in Su Mu's body. Then, a special meridian composed of chaotic energy appeared out of thin air, starting from the 1st energy point, gradually connecting to the 2nd, the 3rd, until it connected to the 7th energy point, and finally stopped. According to the information Su Mu understood, when the 9 energy points are fully connected, a huge spiritual platform will be generated in the body. At that time, you will be able to enter the Lingtai realm, and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to kill with just a wave of your hand. The reason why he failed to advance to the Lingtai realm in one go was not because the demon pill was completely consumed. In Su Mu's perception, he had only refined half of the demon pill's energy this time, and the rest was stored in his limbs and bones, and would be slowly absorbed by his body over the next period of time. By then, breaking through the Lingtai realm will be a sure thing. It's only been such a long time since I bound the system, and I've leapt from an ordinary person to a half-step spiritual stage realm warrior. Life's encounters are truly amazing. Su Mu sighed with emotion. Then he regained his composure and quietly looked at Suanqing and others who were about 2 kilometers away. The improvement of his strength made his 5 senses more and more acute, and his visual ability was comparable to that of an eagle. A 2nd grade top grade demon pill. This giant lion demon beast is indeed at the peak of the 2nd grade. It's not an ordinary 2nd level peak demon beast, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to condense such a good thing as a demon pill in its body. This demon pill is of excellent quality, with no impurities visible. It is very rare, and I can swallow it directly. But taking something like a demon pill can easily breed inner demons, so it's best. Shui Peng and others discussed the matter and gave Suanqing suggestions. They had no intention of embezzling this magic pill, nor did they dare to. When the experienced Shui Peng talked about the side effects of the demon pill, he had almost finished speaking when his eyebrows suddenly raised and he shut up instantly. Just because Suanqing silently took out a Shang Yuan pill. This was the one Su Mu had given her before, which she had kept but never used. I didn't expect that Shinlong Academy values you so much that they even prepared Shang Yuan Dan for you. It's not unfair for our transcendent department to lose. Shui Peng shook his head in self-mockery. He thought he had finally figured out the real reason why Suanqing returned to the Shinlong Academy instead of joining the extraordinary department. In response, Suanqing and Yi Shuiwa just smiled and said nothing. Shinlong Academy is indeed very generous to outstanding students, but it is not generous enough to give them 5th grade elixirs. This is all thanks to Su Mu. But there is no need to explain this. Suanqing put the demon pill to her mouth and inhaled. Soon, her eyes lit up. His strength had successfully broken through from the 6th star level, just entering the Foundation establishment realm, to the 7th star level. My strength has increased. Now I am more capable of protecting my husband. Suanqing was in a good mood. In her eyes, although her husband is very mysterious, he is still a weak and powerless 1-star warrior in the body-tempering realm, and she needs to protect him from the wind and rain. Speaking of that alchemy master, why does he give me a very familiar feeling? Especially this act of casually giving me precious resources, it's so familiar. Suanqing was confused. The next second, he silently communicated with Lu Yao in his body. This was a special situation that she had discovered a long time ago, allowing her to communicate with Lu Yao inside her body through her thoughts. Lu Yao, I know you can see the outside world through my vision. Does that alchemy master look familiar to you? Suanqing asked. He is not my husband. My husband is handsome, but he is not handsome. Lu Yao could sense Suanqing's doubts and denied it decisively. Suanqing was speechless. This answer was consistent with her understanding of Lu Yao. The other person is like a simple yet stubborn child. For example, when it comes to the way she addresses her husband, Suanqing has corrected her many times, but she just won't change. Maybe I really am overthinking it. How could my husband kill a powerful peak level second level monster in an instant? He should still be in the academy now. But Master Guan must have a relationship with my husband, otherwise, he wouldn't have given me such a precious demon pill. After all, I was kicked out of the Su family, and my parents apart from my husband. I can't think of why anyone would be so nice to me. Suanqing had a lot of thoughts in her mind. She felt that she had guessed the truth and a happy smile appeared on her face. My husband is not in the secret realm, but he can still help me. He really is the best husband in the world. Chapter 52 Bloody Gate, Shadow. The corpse of a peak second order ferocious beast was very valuable, and Suanqing's space ring could not hold it. Fortunately, Yi Shuyue's space ring was of the best quality with a large space, so she took it away, intending to return it to Suanqing after leaving the secret realm. It is still early now, and at Xuepeng's suggestion, the group continues to explore deeper into the secret realm. As it turned out, the appearance of the giant lion monster was a complete accident. Over the next 3 hours, most of the monsters encountered by the group were intermediate level second level monsters, and only occasionally did they encounter some advanced level second level monsters. Most of these monsters were used by Suanqing and Yi Shuyue to hone their combat experience. Xuepeng would only take action when he accidentally encountered a group of 3 or 5 monsters of the same kind, or some individual second level high level monsters with outstanding strength. He was like a protector, and exploring the secret realm was just a side job. His main purpose was to protect the safety of Suanqing and Yi Shuyue and give them the opportunity to gain practical experience. In fact, this was the order given to him by his superiors in the extraordinary department. After all, Suanqing has awakened the promising Ice Phoenix divine body, and Yi Shuyue is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. In the words of their superiors, even if Xuepeng himself died, no accidents could happen to the two of them. It's almost time to go back. Wait, what's that noise? Xuepeng seemed to have noticed something and his expression suddenly changed. The night in the secret hunting ground is very dangerous, as it is the home turf of monsters. Seeing that it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he was about to suggest returning when he suddenly heard an unusual noise. A moment later, more than 10 monsters appeared on the horizon. The distance is not far, only about 3 or 4 kilometers. The other party also saw the 4 of them and rushed towards them quickly. The second-level advanced demon beast, the Iron Hyena, and the second-level peak demon beast, the Hyena Queen. Be careful, this is going to be a fierce battle. Xuepeng said with a serious expression. Iron Hyena. As the name suggests, this is a monster with excellent ability to withstand blows, and its body seems to be made of steel. A single individual is not scary, as most warriors above 6 stars in the Foundation establishment stage are able to fight. And even if you can't win, you still have the ability to repel the opponent. But this kind of monster often appears in groups. In addition, they run fast and have great endurance, so Xuepeng made an instant judgment that he could only face the enemy and could not escape. The Hyena Queen is the leader of this group of iron hyenas. The Iron Hyena's body is approximately 2 meters tall, while the Hyena Queen's body is over 2.5 meters tall. They are both among the top 5 in terms of difficulty among the second-level peak monsters in the secret realm that Xuepeng knows of. But Xuepeng was not panicked. There are 14 or 15 of them, and we are fully capable of handling them with just the 4 of us. When the fight starts later, Lao Wan, you pay attention to protecting Yi Shuyue, and I will protect Suanqing. Try not to be separated by the Iron Hyena. Xuepeng warned without even turning his head. Okay, Captain. Wan Feng agreed. But no one noticed that there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Soon, the pack of iron hyenas rushed in front of the 4 people. Kill! Xuepeng roared, raised his tang sword with both hands, and rushed towards the leading iron hyena as fast as lightning. Bang! There was a crisp sound like the sound of metal clashing, and the sharp tang sword slashed on the head of the iron hyena, causing only a wound less than 2 centimeters thick. This is enough to prove that the word iron in iron hyena is well deserved of its name. Fortunately, this iron hyena was repelled by Xuepeng, and his subsequent attacks were as crazy as a storm. Swish, swish, swish. Xuepeng turned into a ball of swordlight and slashed continuously. Although he could not kill any iron hyena quickly, as he was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, every strike of his was enough to cause damage to the iron hyena. The scene was covered in blood, and for a moment no iron hyena could get close. Suanqing pursed her lips, picked up her sword, and joined the battle. Her swordsmanship was sharp, although not as good as Shui Peng's. However, the special physique of the Ice Phoenix divine body allowed her to generate a cold current whenever she raised her hands or stepped on a foot, causing a certain slowing effect on the bodies of the surrounding iron hyenas. She did not use her most powerful physical secret technique. Because that move consumes too much physical strength, it is a trump card that is kept in the bottom of the box and cannot be used easily. The most important thing is that the iron hyena's physical defense is extremely terrifying. There are many of them and they are scattered. Suanqing has no confidence that she can reverse the situation after using that move. Yi Shuiwei stood behind the two of them and kept shooting arrows. Unfortunately, the arrow's lethality was too low and it couldn't break through the iron hyena's defense at all. And she couldn't hit the iron hyena's eyes. They are very agile and have excellent instincts for sensing danger. The battlefield suddenly came to a stalemate. However, according to Shui Peng's original expectations, the four of them should have quickly gained the upper hand. After all, this was not his first time to come to the secret hunting ground. He and his teammates had fought against this kind of monster a few days ago. What's more, the hyena queen stayed at the back, staring coldly at the battlefield, and did not join in. Logically, they should have the upper hand. But why? Shui Peng quickly glanced at the battlefield, then understood the reason and turned to look at Wan Feng. "La Wan, what are you doing?" As soon as the words came out, a cold light came rushing towards him. Shui Peng's pupils shrank and he hastily blocked the dagger that was stabbing at him. And the assassin was none other than his trusted old teammate, Wan Feng. After his attack failed, he immediately pulled back. With every step he took back, his body became shorter and his face gradually changed. In the end, he changed from a 1.8-meter tall man to a dwarf with a thin face and a height of less than 1.5 meters. My disguised body is such a hassle. As expected, I am much more flexible now that I am back to my original form. The dwarf said in a hoarse voice, then looked at Shui Peng with a sinister smile. "Hey, Captain Shui, do you still recognize me? You are the killer of the blood demon sect, Shadow." Shui Peng recognized the other person and shouted in shock and anger. The blood demon sect is notorious throughout the eastern coastal cities. This is a killer organization, specializing in murder and robbery. The leader of the organization was declared a Class A wanted criminal by the country several years ago. Unfortunately, the guy did a great job of disguising himself and had no fixed place to live, so he was never caught. And Shadow was one of the silver medal killers in the blood evil sect. The reason why Shui Peng knew him was that one of his teammates was assassinated by him during a mission last year. At that time, Shadow did the same as he does now, suddenly attacking from the dark, and retreating immediately if the attack fails. But that time, his teammate was not on guard and was stabbed in the heart by him on the spot. Shui Peng never expected that he would meet Shadow again at this time. Who was his target this time? Shui Peng suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 53. What a fate, I meet you again. The Shadow of the Blood Demon Sect. No one knows what his real name is, not even Shadow himself. He is an orphan who was trained as a killer by the blood evil sect since childhood. On the day when Suanqing's Ice Phoenix body awakened and strange phenomena occurred in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he was ordered by the sect leader to bring back the target of the awakening phenomenon, regardless of life or death. So he kept on trying to find out information and soon learned about Suanqing's existence from the black market. Unfortunately, Suanqing had been staying in the Shinlong Academy, so he had no chance to take action. It was not until 2 days ago that he bought information from a middleman and confirmed that Suanqing would enter the secret realm under Shui Peng's protection. To this end, he found Shui Peng's old teammate Wan Feng, killed him, and then relied on his excellent camouflage skills to replace him and join the team. If Shui Peng was careful enough, he would find that since entering the secret hunting ground, Wan Feng had not participated in any battle against monsters. It was not until the time came to take action that one was forced to drop the disguise and restore one's original appearance. In fact, Shadow should have taken action a long time ago. Just 3 hours ago, when he encountered the giant lion monster, he almost took action. The giant lion monster was very powerful, and encountering it was an accident, but according to Shadow's plan, it would be difficult for him to kill the 3 people around him and leave the secret realm safely. But the appearance of the giant lion is just an opportunity, and he can take advantage of the chaos to increase his chances of success. But what he didn't expect was that a master alchemist suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. The other party was too powerful, and obviously had some special relationship with Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei, which made him feel wary and continue to lie dormant. After Suanqing ate the magic pill, her strength level skyrocketed, which made him wonder if there would be no hope if he continued to wait. According to the information, she was only at the 1-star foundation establishment realm not long ago, and now she has jumped to the 7-star foundation establishment realm. The speed at which her strength is increasing is really too fast. If he waited any longer, he would not be sure of killing it. So, Shadow decided to take a risk. Fortunately, a pack of iron hyenas attacked at this time. This godsend opportunity allowed him to decide to act instantly. Shadow, what did you do to Lao Wan? How dare the Blood Demon sect send you to commit murder in the secret realm? Your sect leader, who is hiding here and there like a rat in the gutter, isn't he afraid that our supernatural department will retaliate afterward? Suanqing asked angrily. However, as a qualified killer, Shadow did not respond. He pulled back with a cold look in his eyes. The assassination that happened just now was just a test. According to his plan, the best time to take action would be when the Iron Hyenas and Suanqing and his 2 companions were both injured in the fight. After seeing his actions, Suanqing obviously understood this. We can't continue to be in a stalemate here. Suanqing, Yi Shuiwei, follow me to Breakthrough. Suanqing's heart sank, and he decisively made a new judgment. Then, he took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. His body instantly straightened up and his aura became even stronger. It is the 2nd-grade blood rage pill. He wanted to use the elixir to increase his strength rapidly in a short period of time and break through the encirclement of the iron hyenas. Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei didn't say anything and followed Suanqing. The 2 of them didn't know much about the hidden forces in society and had no idea what the Blood Demon sect was like. But through the situation and Suanqing's reaction, he instantly determined that the shadow was not a good thing. They didn't take any elixirs like blood rage pills, because even if they escaped from the Iron Hyena pack, they would definitely have a fierce battle with the shadow, so they had to conserve their strength to deal with it. However, although the idea was correct, they underestimated the strength of the Iron Hyena pack. The Hyena Queen, who had been watching coldly, entered the scene. He instantly pounced on the leader Suanqing. The movement was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared above Suanqing's head. Suanqing's eyes narrowed, and he raised his tang sword and stabbed at the opponent's exposed abdomen. But there was a bang, and the Hyena Queen used her claw to deflect the attacking direction of the tang sword, and it hit Suanqing heavily. Under the same realm, the physical fitness of monsters is often much higher than that of humans. Otherwise, Suanqing wouldn't have had such a hard fight against 14 or 15 level 2 advanced iron hyenas, and he wouldn't have needed to take drugs to break through. The Hyena Queen's strength far exceeds that of ordinary iron hyenas. After being hit by it, Suanqing immediately retreated 7 or 8 steps and a bloody wound appeared on his body. That was the scratch from the Hyena Queen's claws, which were as sharp as a knife. This scene immediately gave the 3 people present, except Suanqing, a new reaction. Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei each took out the pills they had prepared long ago and prepared to swallow them. The shadow not far away held the dagger tightly, and rushed towards Suanqing like a black lightning. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Suanqing, who was the most threatening person at the scene. At the same time, the Hyena Queen pounced on Suanqing again. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This was Suanqing's most obvious feeling at this moment. The 2 girls, Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei, had very little combat experience and had never experienced a real life and death fight. Seeing what was happening, it was too late for them to offer support to Suanqing. However, at this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in everyone's ears. Oh, what a fate, we meet again. The 4 people present were instantly shocked. This tone, this voice. That's right. It's that alchemy master who appears again. A hint of ecstasy flashed in Suanqing and Suanqing's eyes. Very good. Master Guan is here, we are saved. Yi Shuiwei was also surprised, but at the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little confused. Every time there is danger, Master Guan can arrive in time. Is this really a coincidence? Could he be hiding around here? If it was really as he guessed, then how did Sumu get such a powerful and prestigious alchemy master to protect himself and Suanqing? Even if Sumu and Master Guan had a very close relationship, it would be impossible for them to achieve this. Yi Shuiwei was puzzled. But she didn't think much about it. After all, it was a good thing no matter what. Compared to the surprise of the 3 people, Shadow on the other side felt a chill in his heart and his scalp tingling. He admitted that there was an element of gambling involved in this operation. But the bet was not on Suanqing and the other 2 turning over their palms. After all, after watching for most of the day, it was obvious that Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei had very little practical experience. However, Suanqing's strength is weaker than his. He believed that he could avoid any accidents when facing these three people. So, what he was betting on was actually Master Guan, whom he met before when he was with the giant lion monster. Was he really just like he said, just someone who happened to pass by? Now it seems that I lost the bet. Escape. Shadow had only one thought at this moment. But the next moment, before he turned around, he suddenly found that time seemed to have stopped. Chapter 54 Master Guan is a Starsea Realm expert? Liu Hatong Tian Finger. The 9th grade martial arts mastered by Su Mu once again appeared in the sight of others. He had already reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm and was infinitely close to the spiritual platform realm. When he used this technique at this moment, everything within a radius of 200 meters came to a standstill. The dust in the air, the blood dripping from the iron hyenas, the hyena queen leaping in the air, Suanqing half kneeling on the ground trying to parry. At this moment, everything froze. However, although their bodies could not move, their thoughts did not stop. After all, this is not the stopping of time, but the solidification of space. Under everyone's gaze, Su Mu walked slowly to Shadow and chuckled. The killer from the Blood Demon sect? I'll remember you. Don't worry, your colleagues will be down with you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword like lightning and cut off Shadow's head. Then, he kicked his head into the air like a ball. Under the effect of Liu Hatong Tian Finger, the head with neat incisions was frozen more than 3 meters above the ground, and not even a drop of blood flowed out. The shadow of the Blood Demon sect died. After killing with one sword, Su Mu did not stop and aimed at the hyena queen. The hyena queen's red eyes revealed human-like horror and pleading. The monster's instinct made it sense the danger of death and it wanted to surrender. Pity. You're so ugly. Su Mu curled his lips in disdain, then swung his sword hard and cut off the hyena queen's head. The extremely hard head in front of Suanqing could not even withstand Su Mu's sword, and its head flew straight into the sky. He didn't even use the wind and thunder sword technique. It was just an ordinary slash. This is normal. After all, the chaotic body plus the peak of the foundation building stage, plus the blessing of the 5th grade long sword, made his strength far surpass Suanqing. With the fall of the hyena queen. Next, in the eyes of everyone, this Master Guan seemed to be tired of playing, and his figure flashed several times, and all the iron hyenas at the scene followed in the footsteps of the hyena queen. Unfortunately, there is no demon pill in their heads. This made Su Mu a little disappointed. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. See you again if we're lucky. As Su Mu spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. Liu Hatong Xianzi was cancelled instantly. The next moment, the other person moved away dozens of meters until he could no longer be seen, and everyone found that they could finally move. It's over? Is this the end? Suanqing opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide, her eyes were full of disbelief, and she quietly put down the 4th grade anger pill that was about to reach her mouth. She was ready to take drugs and fight to the death with the iron hyenas and shadows. But I didn't expect it. With the arrival of Master Guan, all the enemies were killed in a moment of distraction. Space is stagnant. What kind of martial arts did this Master Guan use to be able to control the power of space? Suanqing looked at Yi Shuiyue beside her and couldn't help asking. In her opinion, Yi Shuiyue obviously knew Master Guan and should know some details. I don't know either. Yi Shuiyue shook her head. She was also very confused now. When facing the giant lion monster before, Master Guan's strength had already shocked her greatly. A master of alchemy. A young master of alchemy. Not only does he have the ability to refine the 5th grade small enlightenment pill, but he also possesses such strong strength. She was already shocked. But now, seeing Master Guan using abilities similar to freezing space shocked her beyond words, and her heart was filled with turmoil. Could this Master Guan be a warrior at the Starsea realm? Suanqing muttered to himself. With their level, they naturally cannot access 9th grade martial arts such as Liu Hatong Tian Finger. In their perception, martial artists in the body-tempering realm refine their chi and blood, martial artists in the foundation-building realm use spiritual energy to lay a solid foundation, and martial artists in the spiritual platform realm can initially utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and possess the ability to collapse mountains and split rocks. This unique ability, which is similar to freezing space, should be a signature ability that only warriors in the Qinghai realm, who are one level higher than the Lingtai realm and have initially mastered various rules and abilities, can possess. The Starsea realm, as the 4th realm of martial arts, can awaken mysterious supernatural powers. The ability to freeze space just now, in their view, is a kind of space-related supernatural power. Therefore, Shui Peng had the idea that Master Guan was a warrior at the Starsea realm. But he quickly denied this speculation. The Hunting Ground Secret Realm only allows warriors who are no higher than the Foundation Establishment realm to enter. This is a rule that cannot be broken, so Master Guan cannot be in the Starsea realm. Unless he was at the Foundation Establishment stage when he came in. But up to now, the Secret Realm has only been opened for a few days. It is impossible to advance to the Starsea realm. Shui Peng shook his head like a rattle. Looking at the 100 years of martial arts development history since the revival of spiritual energy, there has never been such an outrageous thing. He felt that this Master Guan was too mysterious. This Master Guan should not be a warrior at the Starsea realm. However, the ability he possesses to freeze space is comparable to the abilities possessed by warriors at the Starsea realm. Yi Shuiyue said. Shui Peng nodded. It is truly unbelievable and outrageous that a warrior at the Foundation Establishment realm can master the supernatural powers that only warriors at the Starsea realm can possess. However, while he was shocked, Shui Peng also felt hot inside. He had to go back quickly and report the matter to his superiors. The extraordinary department must not miss this kind of talent. Let's go back. Etc. Shui Peng just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Suanqing again. He looked at the other person in confusion. Suanqing was silent for a moment, then pointed her finger to the southeast. Captain Shui, let's go another 30 kilometers in this direction. I have a feeling that we will make a major discovery there. Premonition? Shui Peng and Yi Shuiyue were a little confused. Suanqing had no way to explain. Because just now, it was Lu Yao in her body who suddenly spoke, saying that she remembered the environment under her feet, which had appeared in her memory before. And 30 kilometers to the southeast is the location of the palace in her memory. But Suanqing couldn't reveal Lu Yao's existence and could only say it was a premonition. 30 kilometers is a very fast distance. Let's speed up and go and come back quickly. It won't take long. Suanqing said. Okay, let's go there. Shui Peng looked at Suanqing quietly for a moment, then nodded in agreement. A distance of 30 kilometers would take less than 20 minutes for a Foundation Establishment realm warrior who was trying his best to travel. Soon, the three of them arrived at the location designated by Suanqing. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. On the flat grass, a palace hundreds of meters high appeared before everyone. Chapter 55, Secret Realm of Inheritance. A palace stands on the plain. The whole structure is white jade in color, with carved railings and jade bricks, and is hundreds of meters high. It is decorated with carved beams and painted phoenixes, giving it a majestic look. At this time, the palace gate was closed. Outside was a huge square paved with some unknown stone. It was empty all around and there was not even a trace of a monster to be seen. Looking at this palace, Suanqing and the other two all had dumbfounded expressions. There is actually a palace in the secret realm? Could it be, this is the secret realm of inheritance? Shui Peng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became excited. As soon as the words secret realm of inheritance came out, the expressions of Suanqing and Yi Shuiyue also changed. As we all know, there are two types of secret realms that appear in the human world. One is a pure invasion of the secret realm. Once the monsters in this secret realm come out, they will inevitably cause widespread devastation. In the end, they will either be destroyed by human warriors, or the monsters will occupy the land and establish a new home on the planet. The second kind of secret realm is the secret realm of inheritance. Warriors who enter this secret realm will have the opportunity to obtain a mysterious inheritance. Some inheritances are martial arts, some are weapons, it varies. It is precisely because of the various inheritances obtained from these kinds of secret realms that human warriors go further and further on the road of martial arts and gain extraordinary strength to fight against invading monsters and alien races. For example, the Great Evolution Spirit Absorption technique that Suanqing practiced was a martial art derived from a secret realm inheritance. The threat level of the inheritance secret realm to humans is very low. Even if the monsters in the secret realm come out, they are often not very hostile to humans. According to research, the monsters in these secret realms seem to have been raised by some kind of civilization just to protect the heritage in the secret realms. And many times, if the inheritance in the secret realm is not obtained within a month or so, the portal to the secret realm will disappear directly, and the monsters inside will not be able to come to the human world. Therefore, after seeing this huge palace building and guessing that the hunting ground secret realm belongs to the inherited secret realm type, Suanqing, Suanqing, and Yi Shuiwei were so excited. This means, even if the inheritance cannot be obtained, the threat posed by the secret realm to Suzhou and Hangzhou City can be almost ignored. What should we do now? Yi Shuiwei asked. Suanqing thought for a second and made a decision: go back and report this news to the superiors first. Although the inheritance secret realm does not pose much threat to the human world, it poses many tests to the warriors who enter the secret realm. The most basic test is the monsters outside the palace. With their protection, ordinary warriors cannot reach here without sufficient hard power or good luck. After entering the palace, there will be even more difficult tests. It can be said to be a life or death situation. So after careful consideration, Suanqing decided to go back first and report the news from the palace to his superiors. First, to tell everyone the latest developments in the secret hunting ground so that the people of Suzhou and Hangzhou don't have to panic anymore. Secondly, it is also a way to pool wisdom, jointly solve the test and obtain inheritance. The inheritance of the secret realm is too important. Any inheritance within a secret realm may have a promoting effect on human martial arts. If possible, they would definitely find a way to get it. Suanqing also agreed with this decision. But at this moment, she was trying to calm down the anxious Lu Yao in her body. At this moment, Lu Yao was urging her to enter the palace as if she had seen her hometown. The key is what kind of danger is inside the palace, and where her soul hiding here is, but she has no idea at all. It's too dangerous to go in like this. Suanqing naturally didn't want to take any risks. Lu Yao, be obedient and don't be willful. There is still a lot of time. There must be a chance to find your soul hiding here. Suanqing comforted. Lu Yao's response was, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. If you don't go in, I will come out and go in by myself. Suanqing was helpless. She didn't want Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei to know about Lu Yao's existence. While she was hesitating in a dilemma, the next moment, she no longer had to think about how to comfort Lu Yao. Clang! Only a heavy bell sound was heard, spreading from the palace. Suanqing and the other two went blank for a few seconds. When they came to their senses the next moment, their faces changed. I saw a cloud of dust rising not far away, accompanied by various sounds of people hurrying, and countless monsters appeared on the horizon. There are also several terrifying monsters like the giant lion monster that we encountered before. They seem to be summoned by the bell and gathered from all directions. The retreat route is blocked. What now? Yi Shuiwei felt excited and nervous, and asked Suanqing for his opinion. Suanqing was also very panicked. With so many monsters, they can't go back at all. Enter the palace. At the critical moment, Suanqing said. The other two looked back at the palace, and saw that at some point, the tightly closed door of the palace had opened a crack, as if inviting the three to come in. Looking around, the fastest monsters were already within 1,000-meter range. There is no chance to hesitate. If you don't want to be annihilated by the tide of monsters, you can only fight in the palace. Walk! Suanqing gritted his teeth and decisively took the lead and ran towards the palace. While running, he did not forget to give instructions to Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei. I'll lead the charge first. You guys take care of yourselves and act accordingly. If there is any danger, don't worry about me, just run away. He took the lead, not to be the first to seize the secret realm inheritance. Instead, he planned to take the risk and eliminate the danger for Suanqing and Yi Shuiwei. Soon, the three of them entered the palace. The monsters from outside all stopped 100 meters outside the palace, as if they had received some order and could not get close at all. Seeing this scene, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the monster didn't chase us in. We are safe. Yi Shuiwei patted his chest. However, just after she finished saying this, her face suddenly turned red. It was because all around, in the hall that was originally empty when he entered, suddenly countless majestic voices rang out. How dare you? Why don't you kneel down before the Queen of Yaoqi? Kneel down. Kneel down. Kneel down. Submit. 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 The sound was deafening, like thunder. It was a bit noisy at first, but soon it gradually converged into one. Instantly, invisible pressure suddenly appeared, and Yi Shuiwei and Suanqing could not even raise their heads. Suanqing was the same at the beginning. But before she could resist for long, Lu Yao and her body couldn't wait to come out. Outside the palace. Su Mu, who had been secretly following his wife and her group, was naturally here as well. After seeing Suanqing enter the palace, he immediately headed towards the palace. But before he could reach the palace gate, a little tiger the size of a puppy and with a white jade body blocked his way angrily. Chapter 56, The Third Destiny Goal. Lu Hu was about to explode with anger. As far as it could remember, it had been sleeping for a long time and only woke up a few days ago. After waking up, it lost most of its memory. It forgot where it came from and why it was called Lu Hu. It only clearly remembered one thing, that is, its duty was to guard the palace, wait for the palace owner to wake up, and by the way stop any human who wanted to enter the palace. As for who the owner of the palace is or what relationship he has with it has no memory of anything. There was only one instinct in its mind telling it that when the owner of the palace woke up, he would answer all its questions. Only. What Lu Hu never expected was that his house was robbed after he just went out to play for a while. 3 strange humans entered the palace. How is this possible? They haven't passed their own test yet. Therefore, Lu Hu wanted to correct his mistakes, take them all out of the palace and let them accept his test. It's the only thing that can do this. After all, it discovered in the past few days that, except for itself, none of the other demon companions at the scene could enter the palace. However, just when Lu Hu arrived at the palace square and was about to start the action, he was suddenly stopped by a new human. Ah! Lu Hu raised his head and roared angrily. It wants to stop this human and put him to the test. But the next second, it was confused. The other party hesitated for a while, then suddenly stretched out his hand, and a black and white aura appeared in front of him. Fragrant. So fragrant. Lu Hu opened his mouth wide and drooled. With the delicious food in front of it, it immediately forgot about the 3 people in the palace. Seeing the other party extending this unknown breath in front of him, Lu Hu was not polite and swallowed the breath into his stomach in one gulp. Ouch! Lu Hu burped contentedly and rolled around happily. On the one hand, it's because I ate delicious food. On the other hand, it also instinctively sensed that the person opposite had no ill intentions, so it relaxed. Su Mu, who was standing opposite, couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face when he saw the little white jade tiger rolling around happily. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in a wisp of chaos aura. Triggering a 20-fold critical hit rebate, reward, 20 wisps of chaos aura. I never thought that I would encounter my 3rd investable destiny target so soon. Moreover, the opponent is actually a demon beast. Looking at the rebate information appearing in his mind, Su Mu grinned. The reason why he fed the other party the aura of chaos was because the system gave a prompt when they first met. This white jade tiger has a destiny and possesses the bloodline of the star-eating demon god. This is the 3rd investable target Su Mu encountered. I won't say much about the first one, Suanqing. The second investment target is Lu Yao, but Lu Yao only needs the aura of chaos. This is the 3rd one, so he naturally won't miss it. Just when Su Mu arrived here, he saw through the palace gate that Suanqing and the other 2 were also full of vitality and did not seem to be in any danger. Su Mu simply did not disturb them, but concentrated on studying the little tiger in front of him. With the mentality of giving it a try, he extended a wisp of chaotic aura and fed it. Unexpectedly, the originally fierce little tiger suddenly became friendly. Feeling the chaotic aura in his body suddenly increase in size, Su Mu also smiled. However, it is not enough to just increase the chaos aura, otherwise there will be no difference between you and Lu Yao. The star-devouring demon god's bloodline, since it's called star-devouring, it should be a big eater. I wonder if it can eat the elixir. A bold idea came to Su Mu's mind. With the mentality of giving it a try, he took out a star god pill and placed it in front of the little tiger. The little tiger came forward and sniffed it, as if he thought it was food. He licked it curiously, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 5th grade star god pill. This investment triggers a 25-fold critical strike rebate, rewards, 1 6th grade Shinlong pill, 1 6th grade Xingyu pill, 3 5th grade Zaya Wudao pills, 2 5th grade Shangyuan pills, 2 5th grade Zelhua pills, and 1 5th grade Shisui pill. Success! Su Mu showed a look of delight. He originally just wanted to give it a try and didn't hold out much hope, but it actually worked. The elixir also works on this tiger. And this is not the most important thing. The important thing is, the 5th grade star god pill he took out was the investment rebate he received from Suanqing. You can actually get rebates. This way, we can make a 2-way investment between Little Tiger and Suanqing. The items that earn returns from investing in Suanqing can be invested in Little Tiger, and vice versa. Left foot on right foot, spiral takeoff. Su Mu was overjoyed. Why did he go to so much trouble before, trading with Yi Shuiwei and going to Tianshui Pavilion to participate in the auction? The main reason is that the items that the system returned to Suanqing cannot be reinvested in her. Now this problem has finally been solved. It turns out that as long as there are 2 investment goals, the bug can be encountered. I like this stupid system. Come. Spirit gathering pills, prosperity pills, breaking pills, explosive pills. They are all for you to eat. Sumu took out all the pills in his space ring except 2 6th grade pills and placed them in front of the little tiger. The total number is about 200. They are piled up into a pile of mini hills. Lu Wu stared blankly at the pile of pills. It didn't think the small meatball had any taste, but after eating it, it felt warm in its stomach and instinctively knew it was good for it. So the next moment, it opened its mouth wide and started to eat with relish. At the same time, rebate reminder information kept appearing in Su Mu's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade Juling pill. This investment triggers a 10-fold critical hit rebate, and the reward is a 5th grade Zaya Woodeo pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade Awakening pill. This investment triggers an 8-fold critical strike rebate, rewards 3 4th grade Purification pills, 3 4th grade Gathering Spirit pills, and 2 4th grade Prosperity pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 5th grade Shengyuan pill. This investment triggers a 200-fold critical strike rebate, rewards 1 7th grade Shengjing pill and 1 7th grade Dugdado pill. Within 1 minute, more than 30 prompt messages appeared in Su Mu's mind. The rebate critical hit multiplier ranges from twice as little as possible to 200 times as much. The number of 4th grade pills rebated was countless, dozens of 5th grade pills, more than 10 6th grade pills, and even 2 7th grade pills. Such a generous rebate made Su Mu feel very happy. But he soon discovered something unusual. There are only more than 30 rebates, why did it stop? Su Mu withdrew his attention from the system and took a closer look. The little tiger, who was eating with great delight, had laid down on the ground and started to sleep soundly. Chapter 57, Empress Lu Yao, Sword Cultivator's Visualization. Inside the palace. As Lu Yao emerged from Suanqing's body, the sounds of kneel down and surrender that were ringing in her ears suddenly stopped. Suanqing felt the pressure suddenly disappear. She looked up and saw that there was no other people around except herself and her group. Hallucination, it turns out that everything just now was an illusion. Clang. Just at this moment, another bell rang. Under Suanqing's stunned gaze, Yi Shuiwei and Shuepang, who were beside her, instantly collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Don't worry, they just fainted. It's inconvenient for them to see what happens next. Before Suanqing could speak, Lu Yao seemed to know her doubts and took the initiative to explain. As for what is inconvenient for them to see, Suanqing already understood. In the center of the hall, there hangs a large bell more than 10 meters high. There were complicated golden inscriptions carved on the surface of the bell, and just now, as the bell rang, a shadow slowly condensed from under the bell. The second Lu Yao. She was wearing a dark golden robe, a gilded crown on her head, and holding a golden whip. She was shining with golden light, so dazzling that people could not bear to look directly at her. But Suanqing recognized her, she was also Lu Yao. She looks exactly like Lu Yao in his body. Come, become one with me. Lu Yao number 2, that is, the Empress version of Lu Yao that emerged from the big bell, reached out her hand to the fairy Lu Yao. They were originally one, but for some unknown reason, their souls were separated. When we meet now, we naturally want to merge with each other. Faced with the invitation from Empress Lu Yao, Fairy Lu Yao shook her head. No, you and I are one. What's the difference? The difference lies in the way of survival after fusion. Fairy Lu Yao seemed to recall some memories at this moment, and said, if I take the initiative to merge with you, then the new me can only rely on the soul bell to survive, but if you take the initiative to merge with me, then I can still survive in my own way. Suanqing, who was listening to their conversation, was a little confused. What do you mean by you take the initiative and I take the initiative, and when the two are combined into one, is there still a difference between active and passive? You are all one soul, why are you acting like you have schizophrenia? Then, she saw what the so-called fusion was like. It seems that we can't reach an agreement, so let's decide the winner. Empress Lu Yao snorted coldly, raised her whip, and lashed at Fairy Lu Yao. The whip is silent, but as fast as thunder. Empress Lu Yao was very confident in herself. Although she was not conscious for long, she had inherited some of the magic weapons from her lifetime. The long whip in her hand was one of the magic weapons inherited, which was specially used to attack the soul. Facing her fierce attack, Fairy Lu Yao remained calm. Just before the whip fell, he stretched out his hand and waved it, and a burst of energy came from behind and instantly hit the opponent's body. Chaos aura? How can you have a chaotic aura? The figure of Empress Lu Yao was instantly bound by the chaotic aura, unable to move, and a look of horror appeared on her face. In her memory, the aura of chaos was the highest level of energy in the universe, and even she was unable to use it when she was alive. Without the protection of the physical body, the soul is completely powerless to resist the chaotic aura. Faced with her doubts, Fairy Lu Yao said nothing, but just opened her mouth and sucked. In an instant, the unresisting Empress Lu Yao turned into a stream of light and was sucked into her body. Suddenly, Lu Yao's figure became visibly more solid. This is what they call fusion. Suanqing was dumbfounded. This is called fusion? It's clearly swallowing. It means the same thing. Anyway, we have become one. Lu Yao said with a smile. There are some things that she cannot recall no matter how hard she tries. Only experiencing them can trigger her memory. Only when she stood in front of Empress Lu Yao did she recall how she had merged with her. Now that he has devoured the other party and obtained his memory, he also understands that the other party also knew the specific method of fusion only after seeing him. Although she and I were originally one soul, we have been separated for too long and have developed our own consciousness. You can think of me and her as two people. Now that I have devoured the other, I can destroy the other's consciousness and maintain an independent consciousness. My other self has truly awakened a lot of precious memories, and I also obtained 3 inheritance items. As a reward, I will pass one of them on to you. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she stretched out her finger and pointed. A bright light passed from her fingertips into Suanqing's mind. The next second, a vivid picture suddenly popped up in Suanqing's mind. It was a girl holding a broad-handled long sword, sitting upright in the sea of stars. Her figure seemed to echo the stars in the sky, rising and falling with the movement of the stars. The moment Suanqing saw this scene, her mind was lost. She lost herself in the sea of stars. She didn't know how long it had been, maybe a second, maybe 10 years, until Lu Yao called out, and she came to her senses. What happened? Suanqing was shocked. This is the sword cultivation visualization diagram of the Yaoqi Empire's royal family. Your strength is too weak now, so don't look directly at it. Wait until you reach the Lingtai realm before you can try to visualize it. Its only use to you now is to help you improve your kendo martial arts talent by leaps and bounds. Lu Yao explained patiently. Suanqing was shocked again. The existence of visualization maps has been recorded in college textbooks, but in their research, most of them only increase some mental power. Only through in-depth research can there be a certain chance to comprehend martial arts from the visualization maps. However, this was the first time she had heard of the visualization diagram, which could only be viewed by those at the Lingtai realm. It could greatly improve one's sword-based martial arts skills just by existing in the mind. This effect is so powerful. Well, now that the inheritance is over, it's time for the secret hunting ground to come to an end. Lu Yao suddenly said again. Suanqing was very curious. Can you take the initiative to end the secret realm? Then do you know how the secret realm appeared? The secret realm is the beginning of all disasters and opportunities. How did the secret realm appear? This question has never been answered since humans entered the supernatural age. Since Lu Yao said so, after absorbing the Empress's memory, does she know the answer to this question? I don't know either. Lu Yao shook her head and said sincerely, the other me has also lost her past memories. The memory she has only started after the hunting ground secret realm appeared, and in her memory, there is only how to close the secret realm. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and shook it. The big clock above the palace instantly detached and began to shrink. When it came into Lu Yao's hand, it turned into a bell the size of a palm. This thing is the soul bell. Lu Yao rang the soul bell. Rays of light flew in from outside the palace and rushed into the soul bell. Chapter 58. The secret realm is closed. The interior of the soul bell is a space of its own, which can accommodate and control dozens of monsters. They are the 10 monsters in the secret hunting ground that I told you about before. One of them is the giant lion monster that was killed before. As long as we take back these 10 big monsters, and then let Luhu, that little cat monster king I told you about before, enter the soul bell, the conditions for the secret realm to end will be met. Oh, by the way, my memory was not complete at the time, and the information I provided was a little wrong. Actually, this little cat demon beast king is not my pet, nor is it a cat. Rather, it is a descendant that a good friend once asked me to take care of. As for who that good friend was, I can't remember. Lu Yao chattered on and on. After merging with the Empress's soul, she recalled many memories and her personality became more normal, no longer so immature. As the words fell, 10 streams of light entered the soul bell one after another. Lu Yao was suddenly startled. Where is Lu Hu? Why didn't Lu Hu come back after hearing the soul bell? She was stunned. In my memory, Lu Hu was the guardian monster king of the palace. Think of yourself as a mother. How come didn't he come back after hearing the soul bell's call? Let's go out and take a look. Lu Yao greeted Suanqing and said. Wait, what about them? Suanqing gestured for her to look at Yi Shuyue and Shuepang lying on the ground. The two men are still unconscious. Don't worry, after the secret realm ends, they will wake up automatically when they are teleported to the outside world. Lu Yao said. All right. Suanqing nodded. One man and one soul walked out of the palace. As soon as she arrived at the palace gate, Lu Yao instantly rushed into Suanqing's body. There's someone here, I'll hide. I'll leave the soul bell to you first. Lu Yao knew Suanqing's intentions, and if she appeared in front of others, it would bring her unnecessary trouble. Suanqing also saw that there was a person standing at the gate of the palace. However, after seeing his figure clearly, my vigilance was immediately reduced. Master Guan? You just happened to be passing by again, right? The other party had saved her twice before, and both times he said he was just passing by. So when Suanqing met him for the third time, she couldn't help but laugh and tease him. You guessed it right. Sumu's mouth twitched, and he said something vaguely, skipping the topic and asking curiously, what happened just now? How come so many big monsters suddenly disappeared? Sumu really didn't know what was going on. He stayed beside the little tiger, and kept an eye on the hundreds of other monsters around him. In particular, there are 9 heads with different shapes, which are obviously big monsters of the same level as the giant lion monster. I think there is a high probability that there are demon pills in their bodies, right? Sumu was thinking about how to catch them all in one fell swoop if a fight broke out. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The other monsters also seemed to have lost their command and began to slowly disperse. Something must have happened in the palace. So Sumu did not leave immediately after seeing that Suanqing was safe as he did before, but instead asked. The name Guanzu sounds like a pseudonym. First tell me who you are, why you protect me, and why you gave me the demon pill, and I will answer your questions. Suanqing looked cunning and asked instead of answering. She was too curious about the master alchemist in front of her. The other party gave him an impression that was too familiar. Therefore, she finally seized the opportunity this time and was eager to know his true identity. On the other side, Sumu was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Suanqing spoke first. I guess you must know my husband Sumu, right? My husband always gives me all kinds of pills. You must be supporting him behind the scenes, right? My husband asked you to come to the secret realm to protect me, right? Suanqing said with certainty. This was the most reasonable guess she made after considering Yi Shuyue's reaction. Yi Shuyue is a friend of her husband. She stood up twice when facing CFA's bullying, proving that Yi Shuyue has a close relationship with her husband. Sumu gave him a large number of precious pills almost every day, which were not something that could be bought with money. Therefore, there must be a master alchemist standing behind him. There are only a handful of alchemy masters in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and Yi Shuyue knows this master Guanzu, who happens to be an alchemy master and has repeatedly protected her and herself. Therefore, Suanqing had reason to believe that her guess was correct. Sumu was stunned for a moment, and tried hard to suppress the smile on his face. Yes, I do have a very good relationship with your husband Sumu. He didn't expect that Suanqing had already thought of a reason before he even explained. It's so worry-free. He originally thought that his identity had been discovered by her, but she actually guessed this way. Sumu couldn't help but look forward to what kind of wonderful expression she would show when she found out one day in the future that her husband was Guanzu. Just for this bit of fun, he decided that he would never reveal his disguised identity to his wife and wait for her to reveal the answer herself one day. I don't know how my husband managed to get you to do this, but thank you. Suanqing said seriously and bowed at the same time. This bow is to express gratitude to the other party for protecting herself, and also to thank her husband. Looking at her serious expression, Sumu almost laughed. Okay, you still haven't told me why so many big monsters disappeared? Sumu was afraid that he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he quickly changed the subject. Master Guan, I guess the relationship between you and my husband myself. Why should I answer you? Suanqing said cunningly. Sumu was choked by the words. But I didn't ask any further questions. After all, she was my wife whom I lived with day and night. I would know the truth sooner or later. There was no rush. Thinking of this, Sumu picked up the little tiger on the ground and was about to leave. But at this time, Suanqing called him again. Wait a minute, Master Guanzu. That. Lu Hu, it's my friend, can you give it back to me? Suanqing said hesitantly. Her request was actually a bit excessive. Since Master Guan accepted her husband's commission and followed him into the secret realm, she must know that Lu Hu is a creature in the secret realm. Now that I say this, he must think I am lying. But Suanqing had no choice. Lu Yao in the body was urging Lu Hu to enter the soul bell before the secret hunting ground could be closed and disappear. But, will saying this cause Master Guan to be disgusted? What's more? Will Master Guan become estranged from her husband because of this? Suanqing was still daydreaming, while Sumu on the other side heard what she said and thought that his wife would definitely not harm the little tiger, so he put it on the ground. Its name is Lu Hu, what a good name. I hope I can see it again in the future. Sumu said with a hint of deep meaning. Thank you, Master Guan. Suanqing smiled like a flower and then rang the soul bell. Lu Hu was instantly taken into the soul bell. At the same time, everyone in the secret hunting ground was automatically teleported to the entrance of Akihabara Mountain. Chapter 59 Jiangnan Lu Family. Mr. Lu, we're here. This is the entrance to the secret hunting ground. In the evening, Su Tianqiang accompanied a young man to the foot of Qiuya Mountain. As the patriarch of the Su family, he showed a servile attitude in front of the so-called young Master Lu. He had to please the other party. Because the news that his son Su Ming possessed the God-given bone had spread a few days ago, there had been no less than 5 kidnapping attempts on his son. Despite his personal protection, his son was unharmed. But Su Tianqiang understood that this was just the beginning. As the news spreads to the ears of more and more people, one day they will encounter enemies that neither they nor the entire Su family can deal with. There is no way, the God-given bones are too tempting for warriors. Therefore, after serious discussion with the family elders, Su Tianqiang decided to find a backer. The young man in front of him, Mr. Lu, is the backer that the Su family is looking for. Young Master Lu is the legitimate son of the Jiangnan Lu family. The Lu family is one of the top families in Jiangnan. He has a strong influence in both the political and business circles and in the underworld. The head of the Lu family is a powerful warrior in the Starsea realm. There are even rumors that the Lu family has an elder who is suspected to have broken through to the realm of supernatural powers. This is the realm of supernatural powers. You know. The most powerful elder of their Su family is only at the 4th star of the Lingtai realm. In front of the Lu family, the Su family is no different from ordinary people. The Mr. Lu in front of him was named Lu Shang. Not only was he the Lu family's legitimate son, he was also a top genius, ranking 27th in the national genius rankings. In other words, he is one of the 27 young people with the greatest martial arts talent among all the young people in the country. Of course, this may not be accurate. Some geniuses are very low-key and are not recorded in the national genius rankings. But no matter what, looking at the entire group of young people in Dragon Country, Lu Shang's martial arts talent is among the top 100. With such a background and such abilities, and he needed something from the other party, how could Su Tianqiang not be servile in front of him? Mr. Lu, you are a warrior at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. If you come here in person, you will be able to easily solve this hunting ground secret realm. Su Tianqiang applauded respectfully. The reason why he came to Qiuya Mountain was because of Lu Shang's suggestion. Naturally, he guessed his plan and started to flatter him crazily. Lu Shang was so happy to be photographed that his face was all smiles. Lao Su, you are really good at talking. Don't worry, I will tell the people in my Lu family about your son tonight. When he grows up, he can just follow me. But, remember to send your niece Suanqing to me in the next 2 days. Lu Shang patted Su Tianqiang on the shoulder. His promise to protect Su Ming was naturally conditional. He has the same hobby as Chao Zhe. In order to please him, Su Tianxiang sent him a photo of his niece Suanqing. When Lu Shang looked at Suanqing's photo, his eyes widened. When he learned that Suanqing was already married, he became even more interested. What's more, when he learned that Suanqing had also awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, Lu Shang made a decision on the spot and agreed to cooperate with Su Tianxiang to protect Su Ming's growth. As a price, Su Tianxiang has to find a way to send his niece Suanqing to his bed. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. After hearing Lu Shang's promise, Su Tianxiang bowed repeatedly in excitement. The safety of his son Su Ming is finally guaranteed. As for my niece Suanqing? In Su Tianxiang's eyes, it's just waste utilization. In fact, he also heard a few days ago about Suanqing awakening the Ice Phoenix divine body. But for the sake of his son, and to prevent her from taking revenge on him when she grows up, Su Tianxiang decisively sold her to Lu Shang. Don't worry, Master Lu. In 3 days, at most 3 days, I will definitely send Suanqing to you. Su Tianxiang expressed his position again. I hope you can do what you say. Otherwise, the wrath of the Lu family and me will be something you can't bear. There was a threat in Lu Shang's joke. Su Tianxiang's heart tightened, and he naturally understood what the other party meant. He assured again and again that he would do what he said. Lu Shang was very satisfied seeing this. After chatting for a few more words, he looked towards the portal to the secret hunting ground with a look of disdain on his face. The foundation building warriors in your city of Suanqing are all a bunch of rubbish. It's been almost a week, and you haven't even found the final monster in the secret realm. I was forced to be sent here by my old man. Yes, they are indeed a bunch of rubbish. Su Tianxiang was a qualified supporting actor, and he flattered, it is mainly because you, Mr. Lu, are kind-hearted that you are willing to come and save our Suzhou and Hangzhou city. Without you, our city of Suzhou and Hangzhou will be devastated. No one can solve the crisis of the secret hunting ground except you. You are the savior of our city of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Savior? Ah, I like this title. As for the secret hunting ground, don't worry, as long as I take action, HM? Lu Shang was laughing triumphantly. I was halfway through laughing when suddenly I couldn't laugh anymore. Because he saw with his own eyes the huge portal that was tens of meters high slowly disappearing. At the location where the portal was originally located, hundreds of confused warriors appeared. It's obvious what this means. Someone has ended the secret hunting ground, and the secret realm is closed. Lu Shang's face suddenly turned gloomy. He just said that he likes to be the savior, but in the end the savior became someone else. How could he accept this when he had always been successful? And although he was proud in words, he knew in his heart that it was not an easy task to open the secret realm of the hunting ground. Before he could make a move, someone had already ended the secret hunting ground. This person must also be a genius. In Suzhou and Hangzhou city, or even in the entire Jiangnan province, he would not allow such a powerful person to exist. Compared to Lu Shang's gloominess, Su Tianxiang broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, why did the secret realm have to be ended at this time? Isn't it like flattering the horse's hoof? How could it be such a coincidence? By the way, we clearly received news in the morning that the exploration phase of the secret hunting ground had not been completed yet, so how come it was ended in the afternoon? What on earth happened? Not only Su Tianxiang was puzzled, all the warriors at the scene were also confused. I was fighting a lone wolf demon, how come you suddenly appeared? Someone killed the final monster in the secret realm and ended the secret realm? Who on earth is so fierce? I was still hoping to get the subsidy, but it ended all of a sudden. I can't accept it. Stupid, it's not a good thing to end it. No matter how good the subsidy is, what's the use if you die? Ha ha ha. I was just being chased by 3 monsters. I thought I was dead, but someone ended the secret realm. He is truly a lifesaver. The huge square suddenly became as lively as a vegetable market. Some people cried with joy, some were jealous and envious. Most of the people were confused. They were all puzzled as to why the secret hunting ground was suddenly closed. Chapter 60 Shocked Guo Hong. Hundreds of people discussing at the same time will naturally not produce any conclusion. After a while, the crowd dispersed. Those who go to the government to receive subsidies will receive them, and those who go home will go home. As someone who knew half of the answer, Xuepeng naturally hurried back to the extraordinary department and met with Deputy Minister Guo Wuhong alone on the grounds that it was highly confidential. He told everything about the palace and the secret realm in one go. What did you say? The hunting ground secret realm is actually a heritage secret realm? Guo Wuhang was shocked. He received the news as soon as the hunting ground secret realm was closed, and was very curious about what had happened in the secret realm. Now after Shui Peng's report, he could no longer sit still. As the highest leader of a region in the extraordinary department, it can be said that in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city, no one understands the significance of the secret realm of inheritance better than him. That means powerful martial arts, brand new martial arts, mysterious weapons, and valuable research information about secret realms. Once the inheritance is obtained, it may mean that thousands of warriors will benefit from it. A little more ideal. They might even be able to take this opportunity to find out the rules of how the secret realm comes, how it exists, and how it is closed, so that humans can master the ability to actively close and open the secret realm. This is so important. The last time the secret realm of inheritance appeared was 6 months ago. At that time, the secret realm appeared in North America. It was said that the warriors there obtained an extremely precious 8th grade martial art from it. And when the secret realm of inheritance from the past appeared, humanity has benefited greatly from this. So, when Shui Peng told Guo Wuhang that the hunting ground secret realm actually belonged to the inheritance secret realm, how excited he was. Tell me in detail, everything you know since the discovery of the palace. Guo Wuhang patiently asked Shui Peng to continue reporting. When Suanqing, Yi Shuyue and I discovered the palace, a deafening bell suddenly rang out. Shui Peng told his whole experience in detail. After listening to this, Guo Wuhang analyzed it quietly for a while, and then asked, "So, do you think that one of Yi Shuyue or Suanqing obtained the secret realm inheritance?" Shui Peng nodded and added, "Maybe they both obtained the secret realm inheritance." After he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and added again, "Oh, there is another person, Master Guanzu, maybe he is the one who obtained the inheritance of the secret realm." "Who is Master Guanzu?" Guo Wuhang asked doubtfully. According to Yi Shuyue, he is a master of alchemy, and he himself admitted it. In addition, this Master Guanzu is definitely very powerful, more than 10 times stronger than me, and he has mastered a special ability that can solidify space. Shui Peng shared his understanding of Master Guan. Guo Wuhang felt numb as he listened. A young man who is about 20 years old is not only a master of alchemy, but also possesses skills that are suspected to be only possessed by warriors in the awakening realm. If I didn't know and trust Shui Peng enough. He also pointed out that Yi Shuyue and Suanqing were related to the so-called Master Guanzu. Guo Wuhang almost thought that Shui Peng was making up a story for him. This is outrageous. This Master Guanzu must not be a warrior in the awakening realm, otherwise he would never be able to enter the secret realm of the hunting ground. As for the special ability to solidify space, it is probably a martial art, or a secret technique. Guo Wuhang said. He had much more experience than Shui Peng and guessed the truth instantly. However, the martial arts that could solidify space, he tried to recall it for a long time but couldn't remember it. No matter what, the martial arts that possess this ability must be at least 6th grade or above, and must have been practiced to a certain level. Think of this. Guo Wuhang became even more interested in Master Guan mentioned by Shui Peng. Since he is related to Yi Shuyue and Suanqing, he should not be a person with bad intentions. Shui Peng, your next task is to find him and invite him to join our extraordinary department. Guo Wuhang said excitedly. Ah. Me? Shui Peng was confused. Boss, do you overestimate me a little? Who else could it be if not you? In our extraordinary department, you are the only one who has seen this Master Guanzu. Guo Wuhang said unhappily. Then, he turned the topic to the secret realm inheritance. You said you were unconscious in the palace and woke up when you left the secret realm. Then think carefully about what Yi Shuyue and Suanqing looked like at that time. Who of them is more likely to obtain the inheritance of the secret realm? Boss, don't say that, this sentence really reminded me. I remember that Yi Shuyue's eyes seemed to be as confused as mine, and Suanqing was not by my side at the first moment, so I didn't notice her. Maybe she was the one who obtained the inheritance of the secret realm. Shui Peng recalled carefully for a moment and said. Okay. I'll go find Chen Liangrong and meet Suanqing right now. Go contact Yi Shuyue and make sure if she is unconscious in the palace like you. Guo Wuhang made a decision. He regretted it in his heart. Why did you think at the beginning that Shinlong Academy was also a powerful protective force, so you let Suanqing return to Shinlong Academy and didn't step forward to fight for it? Even if she had not obtained the inheritance of the hunting ground secret realm, in just a few days of not seeing her, she had recovered from the 1-star Foundation establishment realm to her peak 6 months ago, and then was promoted to the 7-star Foundation establishment realm. Plus the top-level physique, the Ice Phoenix divine body. Why don't we try our best to attract such talents? Now he could no longer sit still and had to go to Shinlong Academy in person. Honey, I'm back and I have a surprise for you. That's right, I have a surprise for you too. In the residential area of Shinlong College, Sumu and Suanqing met at home. Suanqing was holding a sleeping little tiger in her arms, while Sumu took out a pill. Hubby, why aren't you curious about why I came back from the secret realm so soon? Suanqing did not take the pill, but narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked. This. Sumu rolled his eyes and looked at the TV. He was about to say that the news reported that the secret realm was closed, but he was embarrassed to find that the TV was not turned on. Suanqing smiled. You still want to hide it from me, I have guessed it. Sumu's heart tightened. Have I been exposed? Suanqing looked like she had everything under control. Master Guan must have told you about the situation in the secret realm, right? She put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. Seeing this, Sumu almost laughed out loud, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, Have you met Master Guanzu? Yes, he has helped me several times. By the way, husband, what is your relationship with Master Guan? Suanqing asked. She is too curious. Her husband was an orphan, so how could he know an enchanting alchemy master like Guanzu? Well, you haven't seen the surprise I gave you yet. Sumu changed the subject abruptly. The main reason is that he hasn't figured out how to make up a perfect excuse. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. I'll know it sooner or later anyway. Suanqing rolled her eyes at her husband, then looked at the pill in his hand and her eyes suddenly widened. This is? Sumu smiled slightly. 7th grade elixir, holy purity pill. Chapter 61. Suanqing recovered. 7th grade elixir. As soon as these 4 words came out, Suanqing's eyes widened on the spot. Before, her husband would just feed her handfuls of 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade medicinal pills like feeding them to beans. After all, she already knew about the existence of the alchemy master Guanzu. But when this 7th grade elixir was taken out, she was shocked again. Although the 5th grade elixir is already considered a valuable elixir, compared with the 7th grade elixir, it is like the difference between a mayfly and the sky. Looking throughout the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city, let alone 7th grade elixirs, even 6th grade elixirs have never been available on the market. The Shinlong Academy is considered to be a wealthy and powerful organization, but as far as Suanqing knows, it has not obtained a single 6th grade elixir in the past 10 years. As for the 7th grade elixir, which is 10 times more precious than the 6th grade elixir, one might not be able to find as many as they are on one hand even if one searches the entire Jiangnan province. This kind of thing is no longer something that can be purchased by just being rich and powerful. In the entire Dragon Country, there are only a few alchemy masters who can refine 7th grade elixirs. No. Alchemy masters, there are only a few. Due to the rarity of refining materials and the success rate of alchemy, the number of 7th grade pills produced by the alchemy masters of Dragon Country each year is estimated to be no more than 100. This is not something Suanqing made up. Rather, it was the accurate knowledge she had learned from the textbook Encyclopedia of Alchemy. Therefore, when Sumu told her that what he took out was a 7th grade elixir, one can imagine how shocked she was. Husband, where did this holy purification pill come from? Suanqing knew that Sumu would most likely not answer her, but she still asked the same question that he had often asked since they got married. Faced with her anxious doubts, Sumu chuckled. Don't worry about it, it's not stealing or robbing. Sumu perfunctorily explained the source of the holy purification pill, and then urged, this holy purification pill has the effect of clearing all negative states such as poisoning, curses, corrosion, etc. in the user's body. I think this might be of great help to your abdominal injury where the God-given bone was dug out. You should try eating it. The holy purification pill is a product of the system, so Sumu naturally knew what its function was at the first moment. My wife's abdominal injury never healed. He thought that it might be a backlash after the divine bones were dug out, a curse from the gods. Simply taking healing pills can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, and even the symptoms are difficult to treat. My wife has taken purification pills and other pills of grade 5 or below that can purify negative states, but it was of no use. Sumu guessed that it might be because the effect of the elixir was too poor. The 7th grade elixir, holy purity pill, might be able to play a role. Hubby, this. Suanqing was hesitant. She had no doubt that her husband was cheating on her. But, the value of the 7th grade elixir is really too precious. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as priceless. It would be such a waste if I ate it like this. If I gave it away, it would be enough for my husband to buy a lot of things for his cultivation. Don't think too much, just eat it. Su Mu said. Oh well. Suanqing didn't dare to hesitate and quickly put the holy purification pill into her mouth. At the same time, she lifted up her shirt to see with her own eyes if there was any change in the injury on her abdomen. She did this in front of Su Mu. Although the two have not yet reached the final step, they have been frank with each other on several occasions and are considered an old couple, so there is no need to be too shy. After waiting for a while, Suanqing said excitedly, "Husband, look, my wound is almost healed." Su Mu took a look and found that it was true. The hideous wound that had almost gone across the entire abdomen had now turned into a shallow scar. Although it hasn't completely disappeared, you can't even notice it unless you look closely. It is worthy of being a 7th grade holy elixir, and its effect is indeed extraordinary. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Only. Investment failed. Warning. The reward items in this system cannot be directly used for reinvestment targets. What the hell? Listening to the prompt information in his mind, Su Mu was confused. The 7th grade holy purification pill was indeed an item rewarded by the system. But it was obtained from investing in Land Rover. Feed the pills that were previously rebates from investing in your wife to Lu Hu, and you can get the reward as usual. Why is it that now, the opposite is true? When the elixir obtained from the investment in Lu Hu was given to my wife, it shows that the investment has failed. What? System, are you also discriminating among humans, gods, ghosts, and monsters based on their hierarchy? Su Mu was heartbroken. However, regardless of whether there is a rebate or not, the holy purification pill cured my wife, so it's not a loss. Whether this is an isolated case or there is some unknown influence requires further research. For example, could it be because of the secret realm? After all, I am in the secret realm, and the chaotic body feels like it has broken through some shackles. Maybe the system's recognition function in the secret realm has also changed? No matter what, we have to wait until Lu Hu wakes up before continuing our research. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Su Mu invited his wife to make dinner together. After dinner, Su Mu, who was thinking about doing something else after a good meal, was just about to wash up and discuss life with his wife, but a call from the principal, Chen Liangrong, called his wife away. After his wife left, Su Mu simply began to take stock of all he had gained in the secret realm during the day. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll take this opportunity to improve my strength. Su Mu began to count. Ignore elixirs below the 5th grade. There are 36 5th grade pills in total. Among them are 9 small enlightenment pills, 4 creation pills, 4 star god pills, 10 holy yuan pills, 6 marrow cleansing pills, and 3 new 5th grade pills, the spiritual movement pills. This is a weakened version of the Shinlong pill. Its effect is somewhat similar to that of the Shinlong pill. After taking it, the combat power will surge for a short period of time, and then the person will enter a weak state. There are a total of 8 6th grade pills. 3 evergreen pills, 2 Shinlong pills, 2 Xingyu pills, and 1 Shengwan pill. Among them, Shenjiuden belongs to the category of healing pills, and its healing effect is stronger than Shankingden, but it does not have the effect of restoring physical strength, nor does it have continuous healing capabilities. The Holy Favor pill is a 3-in-1 enhanced version of the Constitution Essence, Holy Water, and Star God pill. It has a significant effect on the growth of martial arts talent and special physique. Su Mu immediately took it out and put it aside, planning to eat it later. Then he turned his attention to the 7th grade elixirs. Excluding the Holy Purity pill that he had just given to Suanqing, only 1 Great Enlightenment pill was left. As the name suggests, this thing is an upgraded version of the Xiao Wudao pill. Great Enlightenment Pill Grade 7. Effect: after taking it, you can clear your distracting thoughts, increase your martial arts training progress by 100 times, and have a chance to enter a state of enlightenment. The effect of the pill lasts for more than 24 hours, and after the time limit ends, it will slightly improve the user's martial arts comprehension. Looking at the system's simple introduction to the Great Enlightenment pill in my mind, Su Mu immediately understood that his Liuha Tongtian finger had advanced to the next level. It was a sure thing. But now is not the right time to practice the 6 harmony sky-reaching finger. Let's improve our realm first. Su Mu took out a good fortune pill and a holy favor pill, swallowed them in one gulp, and began to refine the medicinal power. Chapter 62 Top-Level Visualization Diagram. Shinlong Academy, inside the principal's office. Guo Wuhan looked at Suanqing, who was full of energy, and couldn't help but smile kindly on his face. But before starting the conversation, he glanced at Chen Liangrong. Next, if he wants to poach people, he naturally has to get rid of the eyesore people first. Thinking of this, Guo Wuhan smiled and said, "Old Chen, I have something to discuss with Suanqing. Can you please leave first?" Hearing this, Chen Liangrong's eyes widened and he said without thinking, "That won't do. Xiao Su is a student of Shinlong Academy. As the principal, I have the responsibility to protect her. What if you talk about something excessive and embarrass my student? I must be there." Guo Wuhong's face darkened. "I am the deputy director of the extraordinary department after all. How could I possibly embarrass a student? Do you think I am so unbearable? That's not necessarily true." Chen Liangrong curled his lips. In fact, he and Guo Wuhong are old acquaintances, so he naturally trusts the other party's ability and character. But he didn't want to leave, simply because he was afraid that Lao Guo would lure the geniuses of the academy to the extraordinary department. There are precedents for this kind of thing, so we have to be on guard. Forget it, Lao Chen, do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? Okay, you can listen if you want, but you must keep it a secret and never tell anyone else. Guo Wuhong sighed and said with a serious expression. Chen Liangrong patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. No one knows how to keep secrets better than me." These words made Guo Wuhong feel that they were unreliable. He shook his head, and finally said nothing more. He turned and looked at Suanqing seriously. "Student Suanqing, I heard that the hunting ground secret realm is a secret realm of inheritance. Have you obtained the inheritance in the secret realm?" As soon as Suanqing said this, before she could say anything, Chen Liangrong's head suddenly started buzzing, as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. "What did you say? Is the hunting ground secret realm a heritage secret realm? Did Xiao Su obtain the heritage in the secret realm?" Chen Liangrong exclaimed. As the president of Shinlong Academy, he is different from people like Guo Wuhong who are always on the front line of battle. He takes time to do research almost every day. It can be said that in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city, no one understands the significance of the inheritance secret realm better than him. Xiao Su, is what he said true? Chen Liangrong looked at Suanqing with burning eyes. While he was shocked, Suanqing had already thought of how to answer. "Yes. Principal, Minister Gua, it is indeed me who has obtained the inheritance of the secret realm of the hunting ground. There's no point in denying this. I was not alone when I entered the palace. Now that the principal and the leaders of the extraordinary department are asking me in person, it is better to just tell it out loud instead of hiding it and leaving a bad impression on them. It's not something that has to be hidden anyway. What inheritance is it? Martial arts, weapons, or elixirs? Can you share them with the extraordinary department?" Hearing Suanqing's words, Guo Wuhong was overjoyed and said excitedly. But then, he paused and added, "Student Suanqing, don't get me wrong. I'm not asking you to hand it in. The extraordinary department will exchange it with something of equal value. Please think about it carefully." From his point of view, if some of the inheritance obtained by Suanqing could be used to benefit the extraordinary department, it would be of great significance to the extraordinary department. Unfortunately, faced with his sincere request, Suanqing shook her head. "I'm sorry, Minister Gua. The only inheritance I received was a visualization picture that was automatically imprinted in my mind. There is really no way to share it." Suanqing said. "Visualization diagram?" Guo Wuhong was stunned. He was originally a little disappointed and thought that Suanqing was not conscious enough. Now it seemed to him that his thinking was too narrow. People have only obtained one piece of inheritance, and it is still a visualization diagram that cannot be taken out, so there is really no way to share it. What does the visualization look like? Seeing Guo Wuhong was silent, Chen Liangrong, who was standing by, quickly interrupted and asked. "An invisible girl, holding a sword, sitting in the starry sky." Suanqing said honestly. "The body is in the starry sky?" Chen Liangrong asked in surprise. "Yes." Suanqing nodded. "No wonder there is only one visualization picture passed down. This is not surprising." "This is not surprising." Chen Liangrong looked dazed and muttered to himself. Guo Wuhong was confused. "Old Chen, do you know something? Tell me." The visualization diagram is a relatively high-end martial arts secret. The number of warriors who have come into contact with the visualization diagram is also very small. Therefore, this kind of thing just touched upon Guo Wuhang's blind spot in knowledge. You also know that visualization diagrams are divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. But do you know what criteria they use to divide the 3 levels? Chen Liangrong laughed and asked instead of answering. According to the effect of the visualization picture? Guo Wuhang answered without thinking. Although he only had a vague idea about the existence of the visualization diagram, this little common sense did not pose any difficulty for him. That's correct. However, the visualization diagram has many directions for martial arts practice, and martial artists have different talents. The effects of comprehending the same visualization diagram are also different. How can we determine the grade? Later, based on the research I conducted with some colleagues, I came up with a new theory: the more magnificent the background of the visualization image, the more powerful the effect. Last year, a warrior from Jaya-Benji country publicly unveiled a samurai sword visualization picture. The background showed a man holding a samurai sword and slashing through the sky, leaving a knife mark above a city. Therefore, it was rated as a top-grade visualization picture. And few people know that 7 years ago, someone obtained the same visualization diagram of the sword slashing the sky. However, the background of that visualization diagram was only the size of a small house, and was eventually classified as a low-grade visualization diagram. And the visualization picture in Xiao Su's mind has a vast sea of stars as its background, which is definitely far beyond the level of a top-grade visualization picture. Chen Liangrong explained this to Guo Wuhang and Suanqing in a serious manner. After listening to this, Suanqing finally realized what level of object the visualization picture that Lu Yao put into her mind was. This is definitely the most advanced visualization picture in the entire human world. Guo Wuhang also became excited again. Although the visualization diagram is in Suanqing's mind and cannot be taken out for everyone to see, this also means that her future achievements in martial arts will surely be even more brilliant. The extraordinary department must strive to win over this kind of genius at all costs. So, he finally said that invitation, which made Chen Liangrong feel a little heartbroken. Student Suanqing, have you ever considered joining our extraordinary department? As soon as the words fell, Chen Liangrong could no longer sit still. Old Gua, you are going too far. How can you snatch people from my Shinlong Academy? Xiao Su, don't agree to him. Whatever conditions he can offer, my Shinlong Academy can definitely do. Old Chen, you are wrong. Guo Wuhang's expression was calm. Since he dared to invite her, he must have thought about how to impress Suanqing. Student Suanqing, I wonder if you have ever heard of Elder Gung Tianqing? He just recently retired from my extraordinary department. If you agree to join my extraordinary department, I will recommend your husband Su Mu to become Master Gung's personal disciple. What do you think? Chapter 63: Joining the Extraordinary Department, the Su Family's Plan. Gung Tianqing is a well-known martial arts master in Jiangnan province. The reason for his fame is not his martial arts strength, but a health-preserving skill that he created and perfected over 60 years. This health-preserving technique is called Zhen Yuan Bu Tian Shu. It was classified as a 5th-grade martial art. The most powerful effect is that it can greatly extend the lifespan of low-level warriors. The lifespan of a warrior in the body-tempering realm is limited, only a dozen or 20 years longer than that of an ordinary person. If one learns the true essence heaven-repairing technique and practices it successfully, theoretically one can increase one's lifespan by more than 100 years. Unless something unexpected happens, the aging of the body will be greatly delayed before the end of life. Even when you are 100 years old, your body can still be as strong and healthy as that of a middle-aged person in his 40s or 50s. Can extend your life by 100 years. It can be said that this is too tempting for warriors in the body tempering and foundation building stages. With Guo Wuhang's popular science explanation, Suanqing gradually understood and then became interested. In her opinion, the health-preserving exercise of Zhenyuan Bu Tian Shu is very suitable for her husband Su Mu to practice. She also wants to grow old with her husband. My husband has limited talent in martial arts, but with this true essence heaven repairing technique, there is hope. Insidious, so insidious. Chen Liangrong shouted, isn't it just the true essence heaven repairing technique? Xiao Su, don't rush to agree. I can help you find a way in no time. Old Chen, please don't ask for trouble. I have this honor because old Gung and I are close friends regardless of age difference. Otherwise, he would not agree to accept me as a disciple. Guo Wuhang said cheerfully. Then he looked at Suanqing and said with a smile, Student Suanqing, what do you think? Suanqing thought for a moment and said, Minister Guo, I need to think about it carefully. After all, I am still in school. Part-time job. I don't need you to drop out of school. Guo Wuhang waved his hand and said, for now, you can work part-time in the extraordinary department. After you graduate, you can come to work in our extraordinary department. How about that? You don't need to hesitate anymore, right? Then I agree. Thank you, Minister Guo. This time, Suanqing didn't hesitate anymore and agreed immediately. In response to this, Guo Wuhang also smiled with satisfaction. Chen Liangrong opened his mouth, but had no reason to object. He thought Lao Guo was here to poach people, but it turned out that he was just booking Suanqing's job direction after graduation in advance. That's no problem. After the matter was settled, Guo Wuhang said, it's getting late. Suanqing, you go back first. I'll ask Shui Peng to come over tomorrow morning to get you a work certificate for the extraordinary department. Okay, Minister Guo. Suanqing nodded and left the principal's office. Walking on the campus, she was still looking forward to seeing what kind of surprised expression her husband would show when he knew the good news. My husband has given me so much, and I can finally give him a little in return. However, just as she walked out of the teaching department and was about to reach the college accommodation area, a male student in school uniform stopped her. Dear Sister Suanqing, long time no see. Su Yanyan. Suanqing's face suddenly turned cold. Because the person who stopped her was her uncle Su Tianliang's eldest son, Su Yanyan. This guy is a sophomore at Shinlong Academy. Suanqing couldn't understand. She had been abandoned by the Su family, so what reason did he have to come to see her? How dare you stop me? A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of my way. Suanqing said coldly. If Su Yanyan had not always been lukewarm towards her in the family and had not directly persecuted her, Suanqing would not have been so polite to him but would have taken action directly. Now the Su family is no longer her relatives, but her enemies. Sister Suanqing, your words hurt my heart. A gloomy look flashed across Su Yanyan's eyes. But thinking of his uncle and his father's plan, he suppressed his impulse and said with a fake smile, I was thinking of talking to you about your mother being alive, but I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded that you don't even want to hear me finish my words. What did you say? My mom is still alive? Suanqing's eyes widened instantly. She is the only daughter of her parents, and her parents dote on her to the core. When the news of her parents' death came, it was such a huge shock to her that it caused her to collapse countless times. That day, it was a colleague of my parents who brought back my father's body and said that my mother's body was nowhere to be found in the misty forest. Now from what Su Yanyan said, his mother is not dead. This is great. Suanqing grabbed Su Yanyan's neck and asked hurriedly, you said my mother is still alive, where is she? How did you know? Tell me quickly. Such strong hands. Su Yanyan felt the pain in his neck, and a hint of viciousness and jealousy flashed across his eyes. He had long heard that his sister, who was expelled from the family, had awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body. Now it seems that it is true. Let go first. Su Yanyan was having trouble breathing and spoke quickly. Only then did Suanqing let go. I won't explain anything else. If you want to see your mother, come to Lufeng Martial Arts School at 9 o'clock in the evening. You should know the capabilities of our Su family. Remember, you are not allowed to tell anyone else, and you must go alone, otherwise, you will never see your mother again in your life. After saying that, Su Yanyan turned his neck and left quickly. Suanqing was left alone, standing there in panic. Naturally, she had heard the threat in Su Yanyan's last sentence. What it meant was simply that his mother had been kidnapped by the Su family, and if he didn't follow the instructions honestly, his mother would be killed. Will the Su family do this? If it was before the divine bone was dug out, Suanqing would definitely not believe it. But she had seen the ruthless side of the Su family, so she knew that Su Yanyan's threat was not a lie. So, there are only two problems left before me. Is the mother really alive? What does the Su family want to get from me? As for the first question, Suanqing would rather believe it than not. As long as there is a little hope, she will never give up. And the second question. Suanqing couldn't understand. The divine thorns were all taken away by the Su family, but the divine Ice Phoenix body could not be taken away at all. Besides, is there anything else about me that the Su family wants? Lufeng Martial Arts School. Whether it's true or not, we have to go and take a look. Suanqing gritted her teeth, turned around and walked out of Shinlong Academy. At the same time, Suanqing, who was secretly noticing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. Then continue walking towards the accommodation area. According to my father and uncle's plan, we have to find a way to shut up that Su guy to prevent the news from leaking out. Sumu, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for marrying someone you shouldn't have married. Chapter 64 Advancement to Lingtai Realm. Name, Sumu. Realm, Lingtai 1 star. Martial arts talent, perfect. Constitution, chaos body mid to late growth. Martial arts, endless life skill grade mastery, 6 in 1 heaven reaching finger proficient, phantom footwork perfect, wind and thunder swordsmanship great mastery. Finally broke through to the Lingtai realm. Just when Suanqing walked out of the gate of Shinlong Academy. At home, Sumu had digested the medicinal properties of the 2 pills and suddenly opened his eyes. Look within yourself. The 9 energy points in the body that were originally lit up at the foundation establishment stage seemed to have undergone a major change like the creation of the world, and all formed mysterious spaces within the body. This is the most basic characteristic of a warrior in the Lingtai realm, 9 Lingtai spaces. Whenever a spiritual platform is filled with spiritual energy, the range of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that can be drawn will increase, the physical fitness will increase across the board, and the warrior's comprehensive strength will be raised to a higher level. When all 9 Lingtai spaces are filled with storage, the realm will reach the peak of the 9-star Lingtai realm. At that time, you only need to break the barrier to enter the Star Sea realm. It is worth mentioning. The size of the Lingtai space opened up in the body of each Lingtai realm warrior is different. This is entirely determined by the warrior's martial arts potential. Some are as big as a water tank, and some are as big as a pond. It is also from this stage that the gap between warriors at the same level will become more and more exaggerated. At this moment, when Sumu felt his 9 spiritual spaces, each of which was as big as the East Lake in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he couldn't help but laugh. According to the textbook, the average capacity of each Lingtai space in the body of Lingtai realm warriors across the country is about 21 cubic meters. Any spiritual space in my body is as vast as a lake or sea. This means that when I break through to the 2nd star of the Lingtai realm, my strength may be enough to rival that of an ordinary 9th star warrior in the Lingtai realm. More importantly, the spiritual space of an ordinary warrior stores spiritual energy, but what I store is the chaotic energy that is countless times higher than the spiritual energy level. When Sumu thought of this, he couldn't help but feel proud. He could already imagine that it wouldn't be long before he would be invincible at the Lingtai realm warrior level. Sumu's heart suddenly relaxed. Ever since the night his wife Suanqing confessed to him about her feud with the Su family, he has always had a lingering sense of crisis in his heart. Now the most dangerous period of development has passed. After advancing to the Lingtai realm, he no longer had to worry about the Su family causing trouble. If the Su family dares to cause trouble, they will definitely not be able to return. Sumu was thinking about it when the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding-a-ling. His first thought was that his wife was back. But I immediately realized something was wrong. If my wife comes, she just opens the door and calls me at the door. If not my wife, then who is it? Sumu went downstairs puzzled, opened the door, and found that the visitor was a student who looked about the same age as him, wearing the uniform of Shinlong Academy. You are Sumu, right? I am Suanqing's brother, Suanqing. Sumu remained calm and said nothing. His wife Suanqing once mentioned Suanqing in front of him. Knowing his relationship with Suanqing, they were like strangers when they were at Su's house. Now that Suanqing's relationship with the Su family has broken down, Sumu is a little curious as to why the other party came to find him. You may know that my sister had some minor conflicts with my family. Since you are already the son-in-law of the Su family, we are a family now. Why don't we have a midnight snack together and talk about how to help my sister resolve the misunderstanding with her family? Su Yonyan forced a smile and said. After listening to this, Sumu was speechless. Who is your family? On the night of her parents' death, they dug up the divine bones and then expelled the penniless Suanqing from the family, leaving her to fend for herself. Such a great hatred. In your mouth, it becomes a small contradiction? How dare the Su family say that? Could it be that he regretted his decision and wanted to redeem himself after seeing Suanqing's resurgence? Sumu thought. But then he thought, since they got married, no one from the Su family had ever come to contact Suanqing. But now, they are not looking for Suanqing, but for me. Does he really want to ease the hatred between the Su family and Suanqing through himself as he said? There's something strange. Sumu became alert. However, he did not rush to get angry. Instead, he smiled and agreed. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. No problem, you can reserve a seat, Su Mu said. Hearing this, Su Yanyan was overjoyed. But at the same time, he also felt more contempt for Su Mu. A poor boy is a poor boy. This guy must have wanted to curry favor with the Su family, so he immediately agreed when he heard my intention. Why did Suanqing find such an idiot? He has no strength, his mind is not very clear, his future is foreseeable, and apart from being a little handsome, he is completely useless. But on second thought, if I wasn't so stupid, I wouldn't have achieved my goal so easily. This is a good thing. Ah. You, who are you? Not far from Shinlong Academy, in a small forest. Su Yanyan covered his chest, lying on the ground unable to get up, blood constantly spitting out of his mouth. He looked in horror at Su Mu, who seemed useless in his eyes. His original plan was to lure Su Mu out and then kill him in a remote location. The first 99% of the steps in the plan went smoothly. But he couldn't figure out, no matter how hard he tried, why at the very last moment, Su Mu, whom he regarded as a waste, was able to punch him back and seriously injure him. Su Yanyan was stunned, and felt an unprecedented fear in his heart. He found that the uninhabited grove he had chosen seemed to be about to become his burial place. Tell me, what is your purpose in looking for me? Su Mu didn't bother to pay attention to the other party's disbelief and began to interrogate. Su Yanyan wanted to hide it at first, but a few minutes later, when Su Mu twisted his left and right hands into twisted shapes, he finally told Su Mu the plan he had with his father and uncle honestly, like pouring beans. What's going on? My mother-in-law is still alive? Su Mu was a little surprised. No, this is just a trap. The purpose is to guide Suanqing to Lufeng martial arts school, Su Yanyan said while spitting out blood. Your Su family deserves to die. Su Mu cursed angrily. Yes, we deserve to die. Now I'm telling you everything I know. Please, let me go, Su Yanyan pleaded. Let you go? You wish. Su Mu sneered, then suddenly punched out, killing Su Yanyan on the spot. Then he glanced at the time and without thinking too much, he went straight to Lufeng Martial Arts School. Chapter 65, Lufeng Martial Arts School. Lufeng Martial Arts School. Suanqing stood in this large martial arts hall, which was an independent two-story building. Her expression showed eagerness, anticipation, disgust, and occasional panic. Lufeng Martial Arts School is one of the Su family's large-scale industries. When her parents were still alive, she came here almost every day to practice hard. But now, looking at the wide gate of Lufeng Martial Arts School, which should have been brightly lit at this time but was dark today, she felt as if she was facing a man-eating monster. I hope my mother is really alive, I hope I can really see her here. Suanqing prayed silently and then stepped into the door of the martial arts hall. Half an hour had passed since she came here from school, and her initial boiling and restless emotions had long since calmed down a lot. If it were him half a year ago, he would not have considered any way out. But after the ups and downs of the past 6 months, she is no longer the innocent self she once was. So on the way, Suanqing had already informed her new boss Guo Wuheng. There is no other reason. If the Su family is really coming for him, then as long as the people from the extraordinary department can get here, all the conspiracies of the Su family will be ruined. The Su family does not have the ability to fight against the extraordinary department. On the phone, Guo Wuheng said that he would come as soon as possible, and at the latest within 20 minutes. However, Suanqing saw that it was already 9 o'clock, so she gritted her teeth and chose to go into the martial arts hall alone. Just in case. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, is my mother really in the hands of the Su family? She didn't dare to gamble, nor was she willing to gamble, so she can only do as the other party instructed. Enter the martial arts hall, pass through the front reception hall, and come to a martial arts training ground. Suddenly, the lights came on. A voice that once frightened Suanqing appeared. Niece, long time no see. Seeing you full of energy now really makes me miss you. Su Tianliang. Suanqing's eyes instantly looked forward. I saw my biological uncle, holding a 2-meter-long iron rod, standing in the middle of the martial arts training ground, talking and looking at me with a smile. Suanqing's body trembled subconsciously. It was this person who had dug out the God-given bone from her body with his own hands, sewed up the wound like sewing a rag, and then threw himself aside. Keep smiling the whole time, like a devil. However, at this time, Suanqing just trembled a little. Su Yanyan is Su Tianliang's biological son, and Su Tianliang is the director of Lufeng Martial Arts School. Seeing him here was normal and not out of the ordinary. The most important thing is that the 7 stars in the Foundation establishment realm and the various elixirs in the ring gave Suanqing confidence again. Where's my mother? Suanqing didn't have time to waste talking to the other party and got straight to the point. Ha ha ha. Do you really think your mother Wang Shufan is still alive? Well, it seems that she is indeed still alive, and has been hiding like a rat in a gutter for the past few days. We still can't find her. Su Tianxiang was like a lunatic. He laughed so hard that tears were about to come out when he said the first half of the sentence, but when he finished the whole sentence, his face was as gloomy as ink. Suanqing has become accustomed to his crazy look when he tears off his disguise in front of her. When she heard that her mother was really still alive, she immediately started crying and laughing. Very good. It's really great. Suanqing had tears in her eyes. The huge surprise made her cry with joy. After a while, she calmed down a little. He glanced at Su Tianliang, turned around and left without saying a word. She had nothing to say to this cold-blooded uncle. However, Su Tianliang tricked her into coming here not just to tell her the news. The figure moved, blocking Suanqing's way out like a cannonball. You are such a good niece of mine. You want to leave without even saying hello to your uncle? Su Tianliang said with a smile. What you up to? Suanqing said with a cold face. If the person standing in front of her at this moment was the cunning Su Tianxiang, he would definitely not waste any words but would just take action directly. But Su Tianliang has a perverse personality. He really enjoys standing from the perspective of a hunter and inflicting both verbal and physical blows on his prey, hoping that the prey will show despair, which will give him a strange pleasure. What do I want to do? You are wrong. It was your second uncle who asked me to keep you. In recent days, news has leaked out that your brother Su Ming has God-given bones. Did you know that? I guess you're the source of the leak, right? You want to take revenge on the Su family who gave birth to you and raised you in this way. I have to say that this move has indeed caused us a lot of trouble. It's just, you miscalculated. In order to protect ourselves, we had to seek help from a super family, and one of the conditions they agreed to was to send you to the bed of a certain young master. This matter was decided by my second brother himself. You never thought that the boomerang you threw out in retaliation against us would eventually hit yourself. Ha 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 ha. Su Tianxiang laughed so hard that he was out of breath. However, on the other side, Suanqing's heart sank to the bottom. Although she was somewhat confused, she did not reveal the news that the God-given bone was in Su Ming's body. But at this point the question is meaningless. Without saying a word, she took out the 4th grade Gale sword from her space ring, took the initiative, and launched a full-scale attack on Su Tianxiang. The sword skills are sharp and the sword light is bright. However, Su Tianliang seemed to be able to handle her attack with ease. Your courage is commendable, but have you forgotten that I have already advanced to the 1st level of the spiritual platform? Su Tianliang laughed wildly. Suddenly, he swung the stick and hit Suanqing in the abdomen. However, he thought that by hitting Suanqing's old wound, she would lose her fighting ability in severe pain, but he didn't know that this was a trap Suanqing deliberately set for him. Swish! Suanqing endured the pain in her abdomen and took the opportunity to slash at Su Tianliang's neck with a sword. Su Tianliang dodged in panic, but ended up leaving a wound about a foot long and an inch deep. Niece, you've completely pissed me off. Su Tianliang said with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry because his niece, who was regarded as prey, almost killed him. But before she could finish her words, a mini ice crystal phoenix flew out from Suanqing's palm. Not good. Su Tianliang's face changed. Cracking. The ice crystal phoenix let out a crisp cry, and Su Tianliang's pupils shrank and his scalp felt tingling. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the moment the ice crystal phoenix appeared, the air around it seemed to begin to freeze, causing his movements to slow down a lot. Finally, the ice crystal phoenix plunged into his abdomen on the right side. The next second, a hole the size of a basketball formed in his abdomen. Chapter 66 Sumu arrives and kills Su Tianliang. Summoning the ice crystal phoenix to kill the enemy is Suanqing's most powerful attack method. She knew very well how powerful this blood uncle was, and that he was just playing cat and mouse with her. The gap between the Lingtai realm and the Foundation establishment realm is too huge. If the other party gets serious, I might be subdued quickly. So, Suanqing took advantage of the other party's arrogance, and after a brief test, she suddenly released this killer move. Intentional versus unintentional. Su Tianliang was caught off guard and had no time to react. Looking at the horrific wound on his abdomen, Suanqing forced herself to cheer up and rushed forward to finish him off. However, in her surprised gaze, Su Tianliang seemed unaffected. He dodged Suanqing's sword pursuit with a flash, and then took out a pill and put it into his mouth. The power of the Ice Phoenix divine body is truly terrifying. It's a pity that you know nothing about the vigorous vitality of Lingtai realm warriors. There is a world of difference between building a foundation and building a spiritual platform. Su Tianxiang was breathing heavily and speaking slowly, still pretending to be cool. The pill in his stomach took effect in the blink of an eye, and the wound on his abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Judging from Suanqing's experience, he had consumed at least one fourth-grade healing pill. Her eyes tightened and she chased after him and continued to attack with all her might. Using that move must have consumed a lot of your energy. Now, it's my turn. Don't worry, the young master who protects our Su family is rich enough to rival a country. I'm just letting you feel the severe pain I just felt. I won't really kill you. Su Tianliang talked incessantly while dodging Suanqing's pursuit. By the time he finished speaking, the wound on his abdomen had almost healed, and he finally started to fight back. He raised the stick like lightning and attacked Suanqing's abdomen. He displayed the strength that a warrior in the Lingtai realm should have. It was so fast that Suanqing could hardly keep up. Just as Suanqing was preparing to take the attack and took out a prosperity pill to save herself, her eyes suddenly blurred and the iron rod did not fall on her as expected. A sword light appeared, and in an instant, it cut off Su Tianliang's outstretched arm. Immediately afterwards, the sword flashed again, like a sharp knife piercing the body of a fish, nailing Su Tianliang firmly to the ground. Looking at the arcs flashing on the sword, Suanqing was stunned. This sword. Suanqing remembered that when she was in the secret hunting ground, she saw this long sword with her own eyes. It had killed the giant lion monster, a group of iron hyenas and the blood demon sect killer Shadow. It's Master Guan's sword. Suanqing exclaimed in surprise. As expected. The next moment, a somewhat familiar figure appeared in front of her. It's Su Mu. After he learned from Su Yanyan that his wife had fallen into a trap, he rushed to Lufeng martial arts school without stopping. As soon as he arrived, he saw Su Tianliang attacking his wife. Without thinking too much, he took action immediately, cutting off Su Tianxiang's arm with one sword, and then nailing him to the ground with another sword. It all happened so fast. It was not until then that Su Tianliang's screams finally resounded throughout the martial arts gym. Aha! Su Mu's sword pierced his chest, and he vomited blood and wailed. Su Mu didn't hesitate at all. If you dare to murder your own wife, even Jesus cannot save you. He walked up to the other person and was ready to draw out his sword to behead him, dismember him, and take him away. But just as her hand was placed on the hilt of the sword, Suanqing spoke. Master Guan, can you please not kill him first? Suanqing had seen Master Guan's decisive and ruthless side. But she still has many questions she wants to ask Su Tianliang. Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then stopped moving, but did not move his feet. The meaning is obvious. Ask whatever you want to ask. After asking, Su Tianliang should report to the King of Hell. Thank you, Master Guan. Suanqing said gratefully, then looked at Su Tianliang. Tell me everything you know about my mother. Also, who is the big family that you mentioned that is protecting the Su family? She wanted to know so much about her mother, and she also wanted to find her as soon as possible and reunite her with her. In addition, she also wanted to know who the Su family's protector was. This matter is not over yet, she needs to have a bottom line in her mind. I don't know any more about your mother than you do. Su Tianliang took a breath and forced his lips to speak. He looked at Su Mu. He never expected that there was such a powerful person standing behind his niece. Just now, he didn't even have a moment to react before he was severely injured. The gap between the two of them is even greater than the gap between him and Suanqing. Looking at the other party's silent expression, he understood that if he dared not to answer Suanqing's question honestly, the other party would kill him instantly. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Su Tianliang didn't want to die, so he made a decisive decision and decided to demonstrate his worth. The person who protected the Su family is called Lu Shang. Have you heard of the Lu family in Jiangnan province? Lu Shang is the legitimate son of the Lu family. He is also ranked high on the Dragon Country's prodigy ranking and is highly regarded by everyone in the Lu family. Once I die, my brother will definitely be on guard, which will bring huge trouble to Suanqing. Let me go, I can be your undercover agent, and I can also use the power of the Su family and the Lu family to find your mother, how about it? Su Tianliang said concisely. He understood that only people with value were qualified to live. And the other side. Hearing the name of the Jiangnan Lu family, Su Mu was confused. He didn't have a high enough social status before and didn't know what the Lu family was like. However, it can be understood from Su Tianxiang's reaction that the Lu family must be a much more powerful force than the Su family. Su Mu didn't say anything, but silently kept the Lu family and the blood demon sect in mind, and labeled these two forces as those that must be dealt with as soon as possible. But Suanqing's face changed. She had long heard of the great name of the Lu family in Jiangnan province. The other party is like a local emperor in Jiangnan province, and even the official agency, the Extraordinary Department, has to give face to the Lu family. She is also very clear about the list of geniuses. As a former favored child, she also thought about entering this ranking, becoming a nationally famous prodigy, and making her parents proud. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. Before she had the chance to make a name for herself and enter the list of geniuses, her father had passed away and her God-given bones had been dug out. Fortunately, my mother is still alive. Her injuries have also recovered. However, Suanqing never expected that her opponent would be the Lu family. This is big trouble. Just when Suanqing was still worried, suddenly, a sound of blood splashing was heard. Suanqing looked closely and saw Su Tianliang's head and body being separated. Su Tianliang showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Chapter 67 Guo Wuhong's Sincerity. Master Guan, you. Suanqing was a little confused. She still had a lot of questions to ask. How could Su Tianliang be killed suddenly? Someone is coming. Su Mu explained. Then, with a wave of his hand, he skillfully packed Su Tianliang's body into the space ring. After advancing to the Lingtai realm, his perception became much sharper, and he heard faint footsteps outside the martial arts hall. The reason why Su Tianliang was killed and packed up was because we didn't know whether the person who came was an enemy or a friend. But no matter who it is, being caught killing someone in the city is always a troublesome thing. This time was different from the previous time when he killed CFA. There were only him and his wife at the scene. It's not a big problem for me. Anyway, what Guanzu did has anything to do with me, Su Mu. But it might be a bit troublesome for his wife Suanqing. So he simply destroyed the body. On the other side, after hearing Su Mu's words, Suanqing was stunned for a moment, and quickly guessed that the visitor might be Guo Wuhong. After all, I called Guo Wuhong for help on the way, and considering the time, it's almost time for him to arrive. It might be Minister Guo Wuhong. He is the head of the supernatural department of Suzhou and Hangzhou. I called him before I came here. Master Guan, rest assured, Minister Gui is one of us. Suanqing said. Hearing this, Su Mu nodded and decisively stopped cleaning up the scene. It seems that my wife is not as stupid as I imagined, and she knew to ask for help in advance. Su Mu simply didn't leave, and even took Su Tianliang's body out of the space ring and threw it on the ground. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to see whether Minister Gua mentioned by Suanqing was reliable. Minister Gua. Xiao Su, you. The identity of the visitor was quickly confirmed, it was Guo Wuhong. He looked at the environment of the martial arts training ground, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Suanqing did not tell him why she came to Fenlu Martial Arts School, but only hinted that the Su family might be unfavorable to her. Looking at the clear traces of battle in the martial arts training ground and smelling the faint smell of blood in the air, Guo Wuhong instantly determined that a battle had just taken place here. Looking at the scene of Su Tianliang's body being separated, his brows suddenly jumped. He knew Su Tianliang and had met him several times. The opponent is a warrior at the Lingtai realm and is very powerful. So after Guo Wuhong received the call, he hurried over. On the way, he thought of many possibilities, but he never thought of this scene. Su Tianliang died, but Suanqing was safe and sound. Xiao Su, what's going on? What happened? Guo Wuhong asked curiously. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Mu standing beside him. Guo Wuhong felt a faint sense of crisis from Su Mu. This shows that the opponent's strength is not inferior to yours, and may even be stronger than yours. Looking at his young face, Guo Wuhong was very confused. When did such a young Lingtai realm expert appear in Suzhou and Hangzhou city? On the other side, Suanqing hesitated for a moment, and then told him exactly what had happened. As he listened, Guo Wuhong was filled with uproar. He knew that the Su family's family tradition was a bit bad, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. In order to curry favor with the eldest son of the Lu family, the uncle actually wanted to kidnap his married niece and send her to his bed. Is this something a human being can do? It's worse than a beast. As for Lu family's eldest son Lu Shang, he doesn't sound like a good person either. No matter how capable such people are, they are still a scourge to society. Guo Wuhang had to admit that he was disgusted. And then, when he knew who appeared and saved Suanqing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Well done. It's not a pity that a scum like Su Tianliang should die. If I were here, I would make the same choice. You must be Master Guan, right? I have heard of your great name for a long time. On behalf of the Extraordinary Department, I want to thank you for saving Xuepeng, Suanqing, and Yi Shuiyue in the secret realm. Now you have killed the beast Su Tianliang, I am so grateful. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Extraordinary Department. Guo Wuhang couldn't wait to extend the invitation. He had already been thinking about this matter when he heard Xuepeng mention the other party in the afternoon. The Extraordinary Department is in great need of a master alchemist. Although we don't know where the other party came from, judging from his deeds, it is basically certain that he is a decent person. In addition, seeing the other person in person this time, he felt his huge potential. You know. The fact that Master Guan was able to enter the secret realm of the hunting ground before shows that his basic strength level is only at the foundation building stage. Now that he has killed Su Tianliang and made himself feel the crisis, it shows that he has entered the Lingtai realm. As a master of alchemy, he can also practice to the Lingtai realm. And so young. How could Guo Wuhang, who was eager to recruit talents, resist this? Su Mu, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but feel moved when he heard Guo Wuhang's invitation. The Extraordinary Department has the support of the country and is rich in resources, so it can obtain resources that many big families cannot get. I have a lot of precious elixirs in my hands, and the system has no bugs, so I can cooperate with the Extraordinary Department and achieve a win-win situation. What's more, he did not forget the existence of the Blood Demon sect. He must take severe revenge on this organization that dared to send assassins to attack his wife. However, it is still too difficult to investigate the information of the members of the Bleeding Demon sect by one's own strength. But if we can use the channels of the Extraordinary Department, it will surely be much smoother. In short, there are many benefits to joining the Extraordinary Department. But there is one thing that needs to be solved. Therefore, Su Mu did not immediately agree or reject Guo Wuhang's invitation. Instead, after thinking about it, he deliberately said, Minister Guo, you should know that my name is Guan Zhu, which is just an alias. Su Mu didn't say anything else. But Guo Wuhang is also a smart man, so he understood it immediately. Entering the Extraordinary Department requires real name registration and various information, and the reason why Su Mu used a pseudonym was that he did not want to reveal his identity. So, he thought for a while, then nodded and said, Master Guan, you can rest assured. As the saying goes, we should make more friends and fewer enemies. As an official organization, our Extraordinary Department understands the concerns of some comrades who are reluctant to reveal their identities. Therefore, as long as someone guarantees you can join the Extraordinary Department even if you use a pseudonym. Of course, the treatment of these pseudonymous comrades will be somewhat different from that of official members. After all, one is registered and the other is anonymous. But please rest assured that all necessary safeguards will be provided. We in the Extraordinary Department will not let down our like-minded comrades. I already know Master Guan's character, and I believe he won't make a mistake, so I can personally vouch for you. Master Guan, what do you think? Chapter 68 Master Guan is a good person. After Guo Wuhang finished his explanation and extended the invitation again, he couldn't help but look at Su Mu expectantly. And in his delighted eyes, Su Mu smiled and nodded. Minister Guo, we are all colleagues from now on. Since he can join the Extraordinary Department under a pseudonym, the biggest problem has been solved, and Su Mu naturally will not refuse. Okay. Guo Wuhang smiled excitedly. A master alchemist with the strength of Lingtai realm joining the Extraordinary Department is of great significance to the Extraordinary Department. In particular, this alchemy master looks very young, and no one knows what he will become in the future. It is not impossible to become a master of alchemy in a few years or even decades. At that time, the Extraordinary Department will no longer have to worry about the logistics of the high-end warriors. Welcome Master Guan to join our Suanqing City Supernatural Department family. This is a communication phone prepared by the organization for important members. Take it first. Don't underestimate this thing. This communicator has a precise positioning function. Just press the asterisk button in the lower right corner, and the headquarters will receive the signal and send people to support us. You should also keep this card. This is the A-level member ID card of the Extraordinary Department. It is specially prepared for comrades who are not convenient to use their real names. With the A-level card, you can exchange items in the Extraordinary Department's Resource Department. In the Extraordinary Department, the job levels range from F to S, and the corresponding benefits and wages for each level also vary. Guo Wuhang seemed to be afraid that Su Mu would regret it, so he immediately began to introduce himself in a torrent of words. He first took out a black mobile phone that looked like an old person's phone. He took out another silver metal card with the mark, Grade A of the Extraordinary Department issued by Suzhou and Hangzhou branch, written on it. The highest position in the Extraordinary Department is S level. I was given an A-level identity card right after joining, which is enough to prove how much Guo Wuhang values me. Su Mu was in a very good mood. After Guo Wuhang finally finished his rambling, he finally took out a bunch of pills from his space ring. These are 204th grade pills of various types, and 25th grade pills. I don't need to explain their value. Minister Guo, take these pills and exchange them for something useful for a Foundation establishment warrior. It can be martial arts, weapons, protective gear, or anything like that. Just make your own decisions and notify me when you have any news. The higher the value of each piece, the better, and the faster the time, the better. Su Mu said with a smile. For him, having too many pills is also a trouble. Even if it is a 4th grade elixir, one day Suanqing will not be able to use it. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to sell these pills in exchange for other things that would be more useful to Suanqing, and then continue to invest in her. If you join the Extraordinary Department now, you can use the channels of the Extraordinary Department for replacement. Too much, Master Guan, this is too much. Guo Wuhang stared at the pile of medicine bottles with wide eyes, and his breathing stagnated. Master Guan, he said this willingly. Even though he was the de facto top leader of the Suang City's Extraordinary Department, he couldn't help but feel dizzy at this moment. 204th grade pills. Based on the average market price of tens of millions per pill, this is a pill worth 2 billion. The value of 10 5th grade medicinal pills is even more astonishing. The key point is that these pills may not be available for purchase even if you have money. You know. Now in the resource library of the Supernatural Department of Suzhou and Hangzhou City, there are less than 200 4th grade elixirs of various types, and there are not even 10 5th grade elixirs. What Su Mu took out was equivalent to more elixirs than the entire resource library of the Extraordinary Department. How could this not make him feel shocked and ecstatic? Suanqing, who was standing by, looked at Guo Wuhang's expression and couldn't help but smile knowingly. She thought about how she had the same expression when faced with the scene of feeding various pills almost every day since she married her husband Su Mu. It was only in the last few days that she began to feel numb. The elixir that her husband Su Mu gave her was indeed obtained from Master Guan. I just don't know what the relationship between him and Master Guan is? Suanqing was confused but didn't ask. She planned to investigate quietly on her own, and then tell the truth to shock her husband so much that he would have to hide things from her all day long. Humph. Master Guan, I understand your request. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory result in 2 days at most. After Guo Wuhang calmed down a little, he promised solemnly. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Su Mu smiled slightly. After finishing the business, he felt it was about time for him to leave. But before leaving, Su Mu took another look at Su Tianliang's body, then turned to look at Guo Wuhang and asked, Minister Guo, what do you think about this matter between Su Tianliang and the Su family? Guo Wuhang understood it again immediately. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Su Tianliang deserved his death. The Su family. I will warn them to be honest. How do you think of handling it this way, Master Guan? Guo Wuhang thought carefully and replied. The Su family has a certain social status, and in the absence of evidence, it is indeed inconvenient to directly cause trouble for the Su family. After all, it is official, and everything must be compliant and legal. After much thought, I can only give a stern warning. Fortunately, Su Mu didn't expect him to clean up the Su family, nor did he want him to interfere too deeply. The Su family can be dealt with by myself and my wife, so there is nothing to be afraid of now. He spoke at this time just to let Guo Wuhang clean up the mess. After hearing his expression, Su Mu nodded with satisfaction. Well, call me if you have anything. Yes, call. After saying that, Sumu's figure flashed and he immediately left Lu Feng martial arts school. Xiao Su, this Master Guan is really nice, he is a good man. After Sumu left, Guo Wuhang was filled with emotion. He is indeed a good man. Suanqing also nodded. But Guo Wuhang looked at Suanqing and said hesitantly, but why does he seem to be paying attention to you? Could it be that he could see that the things that Master Guan took out so many precious elixirs and exchanged for them seemed to be prepared for Suanqing? There is no good in the world without reason. He felt that Master Guan must have some special feelings for Suanqing. But before he finished speaking, he heard Suanqing say, Minister Guo, you misunderstood. The reason why Master Guan is so kind to me is because of my husband Su Mu. Guo Wuhang was stunned and a little confused. As far as he knew, Suanqing's husband Su Mu was just an ordinary person. How could he be related to Master Guan? I can't explain the details, I just know that Master Guan and my husband have a very good relationship. The reason why he looks at me differently is probably because of my husband Su Mu's face. Suanqing said. I see. I didn't expect your husband to have such good fortune. It's his good luck. As Guo Wuhang spoke, he couldn't help but look up to Su Mu. After all, being able to have a close relationship with Master Guan naturally means that one's status is different. After chatting for a while, Guo Wuhang said, I will let the extraordinary department investigate your mother's matter. Now that it's over, you should go back to Shinlong Academy first. I will call the Su family and ask them to behave themselves. After saying, he took out his cell phone, opened the address book, and called Su Tianxiang. Chapter 69 The Su Family's Plan. Hello, Minister Guo? Who said that? That's not true. My Su family treats Suanqing very well. What? My brother is dead. Who did it? You? Why? Okay, I believe in Minister Guo's character. I will go to the scene later. We in the Su family are all good citizens who abide by the law. Minister Guo, what you said makes me feel strange. Okay, I will control my family members. Su family compound. After Su Tianxiang hung up the phone, his face immediately turned gloomy. At this point in time, he originally expected his brother to come back with Suanqing tied up. Although I promised Lu Sheng that it would be delivered to him within 3 days, the earlier it is delivered, the more sincerity it shows. I thought it was a foolproof plan, but I never expected that someone would show up halfway. Guo Wuhang. Naturally, he had dealt with the strongest person in the supernatural department of Suzhou and Hangzhou City. Su Tianxiang didn't understand why Guo Wuhang would interfere in his Su family's affairs. But he soon figured it out. Guo Wuhang doesn't care about the Su family. What he cares about is Suanqing, who has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body and regained her status as the proud daughter of the Shinlong Academy. He is protecting Suanqing's growth. This is going to be tricky. When Su Tianxiang thought of this, his heart became heavy. He was only slightly sad for a few seconds about the news of his brother's death and then put it out of his mind. What he is worried about now is what to do next. In the long run, even if Guo Wuhang will not take action against the Su family personally, won't Suanqing seek revenge when she grows up? And the worst thing was that she had promised Lu Sheng that she would give her niece Suanqing to him for his enjoyment. If they can't do this, will the Lu family still protect the Su family? Will Lu Sheng vent his anger on the Su family because of this? Therefore, we must not sit still and wait for death, we must come up with a solution. Notify all elders to hold a meeting. Su Tianxiang made a phone call. Soon, the 3 elders of the Su family gathered together. Su Tianxiang did not hold back and told everyone the whole story of his brother's death and how Suanqing was protected by Guo Wuhang. However, he concealed the fact that he intended to force Suanqing to Lu Sheng, and instead stated that he wanted Suanqing to be with Lu Sheng. After hearing his words, the 3 family elders could no longer sit still. What does Guo Wuhang want to do? Why does he interfere in our Su family's affairs? Xiao Liang was a 1-star warrior in the Lingtai realm with a promising future. He was killed just like that. We must give our Su family an explanation. A hot-tempered 3rd elder Su Zhongyong glared and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2nd elder Su Zhongyu also echoed with anger on his face. That damned girl Suanqing, does she think that with Guo Wuhang's protection, she can turn around and deal with my Su family? She actually dared to help outsiders kill her blood relatives. If she were still in the Su family, I would immediately cut her into pieces. She has not yet cleansed herself of the sin of seducing her brother Su Ming, and now she is colluding with outsiders to murder her blood relative. This is simply unforgivable. What's wrong with letting her accompany young Master Lu? It's her blessing. My Su family has raised her from childhood to adulthood, spending so many resources, but she doesn't know how to be grateful at all. The second elder and the third elder are both old bachelors. They are usually obsessed with spiritual practice, have little knowledge or attention, and rarely pay attention to other things. Almost all the news inside and outside the family was reported by Su Tianxiang. So in their eyes, Suanqing is still that useless person with physical problems and bad behavior. As for the transplantation of God-given bones, they knew about it and agreed on the spot after Su Tianxiang proposed it. Because according to Su Tianxiang, Suanqing is already useless. It would be a waste if the God-given bone remained on her. Transplanting it to Su Ming and allowing Su Ming to rise is the most advantageous option for the Su family. Therefore, in their view at this moment, Suanqing's act of helping outsiders to murder her own uncle was simply treasonous. Okay, it's already happened, let's think about what to do. At this time, the great elder Su Zhongxing stretched out his hand to signal his two younger brothers to be quiet and stop saying these meaningless words. They should brainstorm to think of how to solve the problem. What else can we do? In my opinion, we should just arrest that stinky girl Suanqing. The second elder, Su Zhongyu, was a straightforward person and answered without thinking. That's right. I think so too. Suanqing must apologize for the death of her uncle and must make contributions to the Su family. The third elder echoed. But what about Guo Wuheng? The elder frowned and said, Guo Wuheng is the deputy minister of the extraordinary department. He is in a high position and has great power. He has already warned us that if our Su family does not know what to do, he will use the extraordinary department to target the Su family, and we will suffer heavy losses. In this world, strength is everything. Our Su family is not afraid of Guo Wuheng. That's right. Our three elders are all warriors above the 6-star level in the spiritual realm. I don't believe that Guo Wuheng would really dare to turn against us for Suanqing. The second elder and the third elder spoke up. Hearing this, a hint of impatience flashed across the eyes of the great elder. He was too lazy to pay attention to these two idiots who were so busy practicing that their brains were useless, and turned his gaze to Su Tianxiang. Tianxiang, tell us what you think. I think the second elder and the third elder are right. Su Tianxiang nodded first, then said in a deep voice, Suanqing has gone against the will of the family. Her last value to our Su family now is to let us make friends with Lu Shang. In this way, Lu Shang will be truly willing to protect Minger's growth. As for Guo Wuheng's warning, as long as the relationship between our Su family and the Lu family is good enough, we don't have to worry about Guo Wuheng, let alone the entire supernatural department, in this area of Jiangnan. It's just, now that this has happened, it's not easy to touch Suanqing anymore, so I would like to ask the two elders if they can personally take action and bring Suanqing back at lightning speed. This matter should be dealt with as soon as possible. It just so happens that the Suang City Martial Arts Tanja Cup Competition, which was delayed due to some matters, will be reopened. As a student of Shinlong Academy, Suanqing will definitely leave the academy. We can take advantage of the opportunity to make a move then. This is the real reason why Su Tianxiang convened this family management meeting. He would not do it himself, and warriors whose strength was lower than Lingtai realm did not have the ability, so he wanted to encourage the two elders to do it themselves and capture Suanqing. No problem. The third brother and I will take action ourselves. After hearing his words, the second elder and the third elder looked at each other and agreed without hesitation. They all thought it was a relatively simple matter. Seeing this, Su Tianxiang nodded secretly with satisfaction. With two elders taking personal action, the situation is finally stable. Chapter 70: The Secret Realm of Germination. Sumu didn't know at this time that the Su family was still determined to do something evil and had started planning a new round of kidnappings. At this time, he had already returned home early, and Suanqing also returned with a heavy heart after asking Guo Wuheng to help her find her mother. Husband. Wife, why are you back so late? I met with Guo Wuheng, the deputy director of the extraordinary department. We discussed for a long time about my part-time job in the extraordinary department. Oh, and I have a surprise for you. Suanqing pulled the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. She didn't want Sumu to know about the latest conflict between her and the Su family. After all, my husband is just an ordinary warrior. It is difficult for him to intervene in the conflict with the Su family. Speaking out would only cause him more trouble. Have you heard of Gung Tianxing? He is a powerful man who developed the Jinyuanbu Tianshu health-preserving martial arts. Husband, do you want to become his disciple and learn the Jinyuanbu Tianshu? Suanqing said. Gung Tianxing is very famous in Jiangning province. As a 5th-grade martial art that was listed in the Martial Arts Encyclopedia, Su Mu had naturally heard of the Jinyuanbu Tianshu. But he had no interest in this purely health-preserving martial art. However, facing Suanqing's forced smile, Su Mu did not agree or refuse, but looked at her steadily. When her eyes began to panic, he said, "Wife, do you have anything else to tell me besides this?" "No, no more, ah." Suanqing insisted on her own opinion. She didn't want to tell Su Mu about her latest conflict with the Su family and her mother's affairs, so as not to make him worry. Only. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mu pulled him to his side and spanked him hard. In an instant, Suanqing's face turned red. Lie. I didn't. Suanqing said weakly. She did not resist, for fear that if she used too much force she would dig her beloved husband away. You're still lying to me. Master Guan told me everything. Woo-woo. Suanqing suddenly burst into tears. It is ultimately difficult to hide one's emotions in front of the people closest to and whom one trusts the most. Seeing that Su Mu had mentioned Master Guan, Suanqing finally couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears. She was worried about her mother. It has been so many days. Since she is still alive, why doesn't she come to find me or even call me? Could there be some accident? On the way back from Lufeng martial arts school, she became more and more worried. And because he didn't want to cause Su Muchu more trouble, he forced himself to suppress his emotions. Now I couldn't help crying. Hubby, do you know? My mother is probably still alive. My mother dotes on me the most. Suanqing lay in Su Mu's arms, sobbing and expressing her concerns about her mother. Su Mu kept sighing and stroking her back to comfort her. After a long while, Suanqing's emotions gradually calmed down. Don't worry, since my mother-in-law has come out of the misty forest, she must be blessed by God. Maybe he's been delayed by something now, and he'll come back to find us when he's done. And you already said that Minister Guo will help with the search. You also know how powerful the Extraordinary Department is. I believe that good news will come soon. Su Mu said. I hope so. Suanqing nodded. She was terrified of losing her mother again and could only think of the best possible scenario. At this moment, Lu Yao emerged from Suanqing's body. After she left the secret realm, she fell into a deep sleep again in order to stabilize her soul, and only woke up now. As soon as he came out, he stared at Su Mu with pitiful eyes. Hubby, I'm hungry, I want the aura of chaos. Before Su Mu could respond, Suanqing said anxiously, how many times have I reminded you that Su Mu is my husband? Weren't you much more normal when we were in the secret realm? Why are you still so shameless? Shut up, wife. Husband, feed me the chaos aura. Lu Yao does what she wants. I really don't know if she did it on purpose or by accident. Su Mu didn't care about this little thing, but he didn't immediately meet Lu Yao's needs. I can give it to you, but first tell me, where is your next soul? Lu Yao is still a soul now and can only invest chaotic energy. Su Mu wants to restore her flesh and blood body as soon as possible. Hearing this, Suanqing stopped showing her anger. Perhaps to outsiders, it is a blessing to have a female emperor with a mysterious origin like Lu Yao hidden in her body. After all, she gained a lot in the secret hunting ground. But Suanqing still wanted her to leave her body as soon as possible, otherwise it would be inconvenient to do anything and she would have no privacy at all. The next soul, let me think. I remember it, it's in the germination secret realm. Lu Yao thought for a moment and said firmly. Another secret place? Su Mu and Suanqing felt a tightness in their hearts. Last time, Lu Yao said that her soul was in the secret hunting ground. As a result, the next day, the secret hunting ground landed in Suanqing City. Now that she mentioned a new secret realm, is it possible that another secret realm is about to appear? Fortunately, Suanqing seemed to remember something soon. The Sprout Secret Realm, are there many tree monsters in the secret realm? Suanqing asked with a frown. Yes, there are a lot of tree demons. Lu Yao nodded repeatedly. Okay, I think I know where the secret realm of germination is. Suanqing sighed. Looking at the curious eyes of Lu Yao and Su Mu, she told them the information she knew. 8 years ago, a secret realm called Sprout descended upon the western region of our country. Hundreds of warriors were sacrificed, but in the end no one was able to break through it, causing the tree demons in the secret realm to flood into the human world. These tree monsters are powerful and numerous, forming a life-forbidden zone in the west of our country. According to the textbooks, only warriors who have entered the Lingtai realm can barely protect themselves in the outer area there. This is not a place I can explore now. Good news, the Germination secret realm has already appeared, so there is no need to worry that it will suddenly appear like the Hunting Ground secret realm. The bad news is that the Germination secret realm has become a life-forbidden zone. Her strength at that moment was far from enough and she had no ability to get involved at all. Su Mu thought he could give it a try. But if you think about it carefully, there is no rush. There was no point in going alone, after all, Lu Yao was possessed by his wife's body. Then we can only talk about it later. Su Mu said, and then asked Lu Yao, besides the Germination secret realm, do you remember where the other souls are? Lu Yao shook her head, I don't know, but I have a hunch that only by integrating my soul in the Germination secret realm and recovering more memories can I remember it. Okay, then you should go to bed. Su Mu smiled helplessly, too lazy to look at the other person again, and took out a stream of chaotic energy and stuffed it into Lu Yao's mouth. Chapter 71 Taking the Initiative. Originally Su Mu was quite looking forward to tonight. His wife Suanqing's health has finally recovered, and it's time for them to do what they love as a couple. Unexpectedly, I suddenly received news about my mother-in-law. Looking at Suanqing in tears, he no longer had the mood to think about that. He could only comfort her and tell her to rest and go to sleep. Anyway, we are husband and wife, we can't run away, and we will deal with everything after we find my mother-in-law. No words were spoken that night. The next morning after breakfast, Suanqing went back to the classroom for class, while Su Mu left Shinlong Academy. Because of the matter in the secret hunting ground, he had taken a week off. Although it was resolved on the first day, he did not plan to cancel the leave as he had other things to do. Master Guan, here is all the information you want about the Blood Demon sect. Downstairs of Longquan building. Yi Chongshan handed Su Mu a stack of information and then went back. This was what Su Mu asked him to do before he went to bed last night. Shadow, a killer from the Blood Evil sect, entered the secret realm to assassinate Suanqing. Although he was solved by himself, no one knows whether this killer organization will continue to send people to assassinate. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as being on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Su Mu was not someone who would sit and wait for death. There was no time before. Now that he has some free time, he decides to root out this bloody evil sect and clean it up. Revitalize the martial arts school? After reading all the information, Su Mu focused his attention on a piece of information introducing the Jinqing Martial Arts School. The Blood Demon sect is a mature killer organization. Its internal organizational structure is clear, with professional action teams, namely killers of different levels, gold, silver, and bronze. In addition, there are two main departments, the order-taking group and the information collection group. Members of the order-taking team are responsible for accepting assassination orders from people from all walks of life, and are also responsible for after-sales service. There are very few members in this group, but almost all of them are special personnel who can connect with several leaders of the Blood Demon sect. The members of the information collection team are complex. Most of these people are peripheral henchmen, and many of them are part-time workers, who are only responsible for providing some fragmented information to the Blood Evil sect. According to the information provided by Yi Chongshan, there are 3 gray forces in the Jiangnan region that are suspected to be closely connected with the Blood Evil sect, one of which is in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. It is to revitalize the martial arts school. This is a large martial arts school located in Wengsuzai, Xixia district. Wengsuzai is considered to be the most backward and the area with the worst public security in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Most of the people living there are from the lower classes of society, and they will do anything to survive. There are all kinds of people from all walks of life. Many of them are vicious, aggressive, and reckless desperados, so the degree of chaos can be imagined. The Jinqing Martial Arts School is the largest underground force in Wenzhou village. He has a group of desperate criminals under his command, and ordinary people dare not provoke him. But Su Mu was not afraid. The strength of Lingtai realm is already among the top few in the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city. So he was not worried about his own safety. However, this trip is to scout and kill people. Master Guan's identity is not suitable for doing this kind of thing. We should find someone else. Sumu pondered secretly. Now he is disguised as Master Guan, and is an A-level member of the Extraordinary Department. The Extraordinary Department is a national institution that values compliance with laws and regulations the most. Master Guan's identity has been hard to penetrate into the upper echelons, and he cannot leave any stains. But this did not pose a problem for him. With a thought, the muscle lines on Thousand Man's face quickly changed, and soon he turned into the image of a middle-aged man with a square face. Not bad, not bad. There is no trace of disguise at all. Sumu took a look and nodded with satisfaction. Then, without hesitation, he put away the information and took a taxi to Wenzhou village. Revitalize the martial arts school. Brother Chang, good afternoon. Going out for lunch again, Brother Chang, I envy you so much. Brother Chang, 3 beautiful female students came to Lao Ma's place on Rambo Street today. I heard they are still virgins. Do you want to go and enjoy some fun together tonight? Old man Ma has a good eye. Brother Chang must take you to get checked out tonight. While greeting the people in the martial arts hall, Lu Chan walked out of the hall with a look of not caring about his relatives. As the youngest son of Lu Yangdong, the owner of Jinqing Martial Arts School, he holds a lofty status in Jinqing Martial Arts School, second only to Lu Yangdong. Even the 20 top fighters at the foundation building stage in the martial arts hall could not ignore him. It's no exaggeration to say. In Wenzhou village, he was just like a prince in ancient times, able to do whatever he wanted. It was lunchtime, and lunch was provided at the martial arts gym, but he was used to going out for a big meal every day. In his opinion, people should enjoy life. Today is no exception. However, when he left the martial arts hall with 2 two-star bodyguards at the foundation establishment realm as usual and just reached a deserted place, a strong wind suddenly blew. Plop! Before Lu Chang could react to what was happening, he saw his 2 hand-picked bodyguards lying on the ground. His head was like a burst watermelon, with red and white liquid flowing all over the ground. It was obvious that he was dead. Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir. Lu Chang realized that he was being attacked and was about to shout, but before he could make a sound, he saw a sword across his neck. The sharp edge of the sword made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to say anything and immediately begged for mercy. Lu Chang, the son of Lu Yangdong of Jinqing Martial Arts School, a 6-star warrior in the body-tempering realm. Am I right? When Lu Chang heard the person next to him asking this question, he secretly groaned inwardly. The worst result happened. The other party was not coming for money, but for me. My dear, if my Lu family has ever offended you, I can make amends and apologize, but please don't kill me. Lu Chang said tremblingly. He is still young and has plenty of life to enjoy, so he is very afraid of death. However, what relieved him was that the attacker obviously had no intention of killing him, otherwise he would have killed him as well when he killed the 2 bodyguards. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me, I can spare your life. Okay, I will cooperate. Let's go to the old bridge over the Yuanshui River. Also, call your father and ask him to come over. The Yuanshui River is near Wenzhou village. Because it was destroyed by a monster invasion in the early years, it has now become an overgrown area with weeds and few people, making it a good place to kill people and bury the bodies. Lu Chang was a little hesitant. It was obvious that the other party was using himself to threaten my father. He is not stupid. If something happens to his father, he will definitely have a hard time. Why, do you have any objection? Feeling the sword tip close to his skin on his neck, Lu Chang's mind suddenly became clear. No. Just do as you say, my good man. Lu Chang took out his cell phone tremblingly and made the call honestly, not daring to do anything fancy. Finally, he plucked up the courage to ask, my dear, what is your name? My name is Hua Xiang. Chapter 72 Mother-in-law's Traces. Sumu's plan was very simple, which was to directly find Lu Yangdong, the owner of Jinqing Martial Arts School. The information showed that the other party was the strongest person in Jinqing Martial Arts School, but he was only at the 7th-star foundation establishment stage. Sumu did not choose to attack openly, but took a roundabout way and lured Lu Yangdong out by tying up Lu Yangdong's son Lu Chang. The main purpose is to keep a low profile so as not to alert the Blood Evil sect. After all, Lu Yangdong is not the target. The members of the Blood Evil sect who are related to him are Sumu's target. The people of the Blood Evil sect are extremely cunning, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived despite official crackdowns. Sumu felt that he couldn't be careless. Shortly after arriving at the old bridge over the Yuanshui River, Lu Yangdong, who loved his son dearly, arrived with a group of people. "Who are you? Let my son go, and I will spare your life." Lu Yangdong was about 50 years old, wearing a black training suit, and had a strong and muscular body. He brought with him 10 younger brothers, all of whom were experts in the foundation establishment stage from Shinlong martial arts school. He originally thought that some ignorant little force in Wangzhou village had kidnapped his son. This kind of thing had happened to his eldest son before, but his eldest son is still alive and well, and the small force that kidnapped him has been eradicated from top to bottom. But now, seeing that there was only one target, he suddenly felt a little angry and laughed. In the area of Wangzhou village, there are actually such blind guys. This is simply not taking their efforts to revitalize the martial arts school seriously. Without any nonsense, Lu Yangdong waved his hand and led his men to rush forward. "Please spare my life, sir." Half a minute later, Lu Yangdong slid to his knees with a plop, his eyes full of fear. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that in less than half a minute, the 10 Foundation Establishment Realm brothers around him were all blown up one by the opponent's punch. It's a blast in the physical sense. A strong person in Lingtai Realm must be a strong person in Lingtai Realm. Although he didn't know why the other party, a warrior at the Lingtai Realm, came to such a poor and desolate place like Wangzhou village, this did not affect Lu Yangdong's instant activation of his survival instinct. "I have no grudge against you and your son. As long as you cooperate with me, you can survive," Sumu said calmly. After hearing this, Lu Yangdong finally calmed down a little. He bravely asked, "Excuse me, sir, what are your instructions?" "As long as I, Lu Yangdong, can do it, I will do my best. Tell me everything you know about the Blood Demon sect." Sumu went straight to the point. Blood Demon sect? When Lu Yangdong heard these 3 words, his face suddenly turned pale. He is a member of the Blood Demon sect's information collection team. He thought he had concealed the matter very well, not even telling his own son. How did the other party know about it? This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it is obvious that the other party wants to cause trouble for the Blood Evil sect through himself. If I hand over my communication channel with the Blood Demon sect to them, once they find out, my entire family will be killed. After all, the Blood Demon sect is a well-known killer organization. Lu Yangdong rolled his eyes and said, "The Blood Demon sect is a killer organization wanted by the country. No one knows who its leader is. It is said that there are 3 levels of killers in the organization: bronze, silver, and gold." He told everyone the information he could find on the internet, hoping to get away with it. However, Sumu realized his deception after hearing half of it. Without saying a word, he swung his sword at the trembling Lu Chang beside him, cutting off his left arm at the root. "Aha!" Lu Chang screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. "Don't try to test my patience. If you don't answer honestly, the next sword will be your son's head," Sumu warned with a stern face. Yes. I'll tell you. Lu Yangdong didn't care about feeling sorry for his little son and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Telling the truth might bring revenge from the Blood Demon clan. But if he continued to fool around, this ruthless Lingtai realm expert in front of him would definitely kill both him and his son immediately. Everyone knows which one to choose from these 2 options. So, Lu Yangdong gritted his teeth and told out all the information he knew about the Blood Demon sect. "I became a member of the Blood Demon sect's information collection team by chance 2 years ago. The person who pulled me in was codenamed Zhuang. He was my superior. When there was a mission, he would call me and ask me to send my subordinates to collect information about the target, mainly to collect information about the target's activities. The first mission I accepted was to investigate a vice president of a bank named Li Aiju. The second mission objective is. The latest mission was a week ago. It asked me to find a woman named Wang Shufan. It is said that this woman used to be the woman of Su Tianxiao, the head of the Su family." Lu Yangdong explained everything in detail, first talking about the tasks assigned to him by the Blood Evil sect, and then began to honestly explain what tasks he had completed. "Don't dare hide anything." Sumu was very patient. He had plenty of time anyway, so he just listened quietly. But when he heard the last part, his expression suddenly changed. "Wang Shufan? Isn't the Suanqing's mother?" The Blood Evil sect actually asked Lu Yangdong to find her. Was it a commission issued by the Su family? What results did you get from your investigation into Wang Shufan? Sumu had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he remained calm on the surface and asked. "This. Lu Yangdong's eyes rolled. With his wisdom, he instantly realized that Wang Shufan must have a close relationship with the other party, otherwise she would not have asked. This is an opportunity. Should I take this opportunity to negotiate some terms? However, before he could make a decision, Sumu's face darkened. You are such a fool. Sumu stretched out his hand, and in an instant, two thin needles formed by chaotic aura pierced into Lu Yangdong's chest and right elbow. Then, with a thought, Lu Yangdong's right arm exploded. Bones exploded and flesh and blood flew everywhere. This is the new way of application that Sumu has gained as he has advanced to the Lingtai realm and his chaotic body has developed to the middle and late stages of growth. He has become more and more adept at controlling the chaotic aura. After injecting the chaotic energy into the opponent's body, it will explode like a remote-controlled bomb. Unless the other party can absorb and digest the chaotic aura like Lu Yao, this energy, one of the highest levels in the universe, will be Sumu's trump card to control others. It's a pity that this trick can only be used against people who are weaker than you. Because the strength is strong enough, the fine needles formed by the chaotic aura may not be able to break through the defense. Apart from detonating a chaotic aura as small as a needle, Sumu's current control over the chaotic aura is unable to detonate a larger scale. This made him feel very sorry. Fortunately, with the growth of the chaotic body and his increasing strength, the lethality of this move will inevitably increase day by day. Therefore, Sumu was not in a hurry. Mercy, mercy, I say. The severe pain from his right arm exploding made Lu Yangdong wail loudly. He didn't dare to hide it anymore and told everything. 2 days ago, my subordinate saw Wang Shufan being captured by the Bloody Evil God Church. Chapter 73 The Bloody Evil God Church. The Bloody Evil God Church? After hearing these 5 words, Sumu was confused. He had never heard of this cult. But it's not a big problem. Isn't Lu Yangdong in front of us the ready-made answer? What kind of organization is the Bloody Evil God Church? Tell me everything you know. Sumu asked. This time, Lu Yangdong no longer dared to have any ulterior motives and honestly answered everything he knew. In fact, Lu Yangdong didn't know much about the Bloody Evil God Church. He only knew that it had only started to show signs of activity in the Jiangnan region in the last 2 years. The members of the organization believe in an evil god whose title is Bloody. Of course, according to their own statements, this should be the bloody true god. This church has been kidnapping people secretly, and then at midnight on the 15th of every month, all the kidnapped people are gathered together and sacrificed to the evil god. The reason why Lu Yangdong knew this was when he reported it to the Zushaman organization's superior leader Tea House. The leader was in a good mood at the time and told it as a little anecdote. As for where the Bloody Evil God Society's headquarters was and where they hid the kidnapped people, Lu Yangdong had no idea. How did you know that the Bloody Evil God Church kidnapped Wang Shufan? Where did the incident happen? Sumu asked. Lu Yangdong said, it's in a rural village about 30 kilometers west of here. At that time, I was a younger brother of mine who went back to his hometown to visit his lover. I saw her by chance. After comparing the photos, I confirmed that it was Wang Shufan. She must have been seriously injured at the time, but those guys from the Bloody Evil God Society will probably treat her. Those people are very fanatical about the evil god and will not let a warrior at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm die before the sacrifice. As for the little brother who discovered this, he is already dead. He is the one with the butterfly tattoo on his left arm. Lu Yangdong stretched out his left hand and pointed at a headless corpse on the ground. He was one of the Tenjinsing martial arts school thugs that Sumu had just killed. Sumu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Anyway, this unlucky unknown guy just happened to see his mother-in-law being taken away by the people from the Bloody Evil God Society, and he knew nothing else. Today is May 8th, and there are still 7 days until the 15th of this month. Sumu thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Yangdong. Cats have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. Lu Yangdong, you should know how to find the members of this Bloody Evil God Society as soon as possible, right? Sumu had no idea how to find the members of the Bloody Evil God Society among the vast crowd. Leave professional matters to professionals. Lu Yangdong was originally an outer member of the Blood Evil sect who collected information, so Sumu simply asked for his opinion. When Lu Yangdong heard this, he was immediately excited. He is so cruel and ruthless that he can scare the children of Wingzhou village to tears, and he is very clear about his current situation. When the powerful Lingtai realm expert opposite him digs out all the information he knows, he will completely lose his value and will most likely be killed. Only those who have proved themselves to be useful are qualified to live. Now, it's time to prove your worth. Sir, I can find a chance to meet up with my superior, Zhuang. He is stronger than me, but he has definitely not reached the Lingtai realm. He is no match for you. As long as we can lead the tea house out, we can follow the clues and get more information about the bloody evil church and the blood demon sect. At the same time, I can mobilize the people in Wangzhou village and ask them to spread out and look for members of the bloody evil god church and capture them for interrogation. In order to survive, Lu Yangdong tried his best. I'll consider the consequences of offending the blood demon sect later. If I can't survive now, I'll lose everything. We'll talk about the future in the future. The most important thing is to get through this crisis first. On the other side, after listening to Lu Yangdong's plan, Sumu nodded lightly. Sounds like a feasible plan. When can you arrange to have the member of the blood demon sect nicknamed Tea House come out? Sumu asked. 3 days. Just give me 3 days and I will definitely be able to get him out. Lu Yangdong said. 3 days is too long. Sumu frowned. Hearing this, Lu Yangdong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can still talk, it means there is a high probability that you can survive. Although he was relieved, he still explained respectfully, My lord, you don't know that the blood demon sect is too powerful. Usually, the tea house only contacts me one way. Now there is no mission, so it is not easy to arrange a meeting with him. I hope you can understand. Hearing this, Sumu didn't say anything for a while. If it was something else, he really wouldn't mind waiting for 3 days. But now, every day I delay, my cheap mother-in-law will be in more danger. It took 3 days to contact the tea house, and he didn't know whether the subsequent investigation would go smoothly. Sumu couldn't accept this. The matter with the blood demon sect is not so urgent for now, but for the bloody evil god church, I'll give you 2 days. No matter what method you use, you must find me information of great value at noon 2 days later, otherwise. Sumu laughed and pointed at Lu Yangdong's chest. This time 2 days from now, this part of your body will explode like your right arm. You can try to see if you can use other methods to remove my tricks. Anyway, the choice is yours. By the way, this is a 3rd-grade vitality pill as compensation for you. If you can give me a satisfactory answer in 2 days, I don't mind giving you some more benefits. After saying this under Lu Yangdong's sweaty and terrified gaze, Sumu left his phone number and quickly left. He was not deceiving Lu Yangdong. The chaotic energy hidden in his body was condensed and not released. If it was not resolved by himself within 2 days, it would definitely explode. As for whether it will be on time, that is not certain. Sumu's control over the chaotic aura is not that fine now, especially after he has released the chaotic aura in his body. Whether Lu Yangdong can survive depends on whether he can be efficient enough. Certainly. If Lu Yangdong can satisfy him during this period, Sumu doesn't mind letting him go, or even spending some resources to support him. He was very clear about one thing. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. There is always a dark side in society, no matter what era it is. People like Lu Dongyang are like endless leaks. Instead of letting them grow wildly, it is better to control them from behind. Of course, the most important thing is that Sumu needs someone like Lu Yangdong to do things for him, especially some things that are not allowed to be made public. Having such a person to do the job for him would save him a lot of trouble. But the prerequisite is that Lu Yangdong can climb up the wall. Otherwise he wouldn't mind changing someone. It was for this reason that Sumu took out a 3rd-grade vitality pill that he had no use for and gave it to him. Chapter 74 Holy Relic. Minister Gua, I received news that Suanqing's mother, Wang Shufan, may have been kidnapped by an organization called the Bloody Evil God Church. You can investigate further in this direction. After returning home, Sumu called Guo Wuhan using the identity of Master Guan. This concerns the personal safety of my mother-in-law and the physical and mental health of my wife. It is not enough to rely on Lu Yangdong alone. The extraordinary department must also contribute. Considering that he gave away so many pills last night, Guo Wu would definitely put some thought into it. After notifying Guo Wuhong, Sumu hung up the phone and started petting the big cat Lu Hu. This guy has been sleeping soundly ever since he was fed a lot of pills by me in the secret realm. I don't know when he will wake up. Sumu also wanted to study the system bugs and wanted to directly put the elixir into Lu Hu's mouth. But after thinking about it, I decided to give it up. There is no need to rush. There are enough pills of various qualities available now. Thinking of this, Sumu simply stayed at home and did not go out. He continued to take out the fortune pill and started taking drugs, and even took out spirit stones to use. With Guayuan pills, you can remove the negative buff. At least before you advance to the Starseed realm, you can improve your strength by taking pills. The only problem now is that the spiritual space in his body is too huge, and the efficiency of improving his cultivation is quite slow. After taking and completely digesting a fortune pill, it was already past 5 in the evening. One good fortune pill, plus more than 4 hours of cultivation with spirit stones, has increased the chaos aura in my spirit platform space by about 1/10. It will probably take another week to reach the second level of the spiritual stage realm. I really miss the days when my strength was increasing by leaps and bounds when I was in the body forging and foundation building stages. Sumu shook his head and sighed. If other people knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would definitely be furious. A spiritual platform space is dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary person, and at this efficiency, it only takes 1 week to advance, which is simply exaggerated. You know. It takes at least 1 year for an ordinary 1-star warrior in the Lingtai realm to advance to the 2-star level. Sumu's achievement in 1 day is equivalent to others' 1 month of hard practice, which is terrifying enough. Time is spent in boring practice. Soon it was the second night. During this period, Lu Hu was in a deep sleep. Luya woke up once, but fell asleep again after being fed a breath of chaotic energy by Sumu. Suanqing received a notice from the school that the Suzhou and Hangzhou Tanja Cup Competition will reopen on May 10, so she has been busy practicing. It was at this time. Sumu, who had been practicing, received a call from Guo Wuheng. Minister Guo. Sumu answered the phone and asked, "Have you found any news about the bloody evil god church?" "Not yet." Guo Wuheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. "We are still investigating. This time we called you because we have determined the final value of the elixir you gave us, Master Guan. And, after serious discussions between me and some leaders of the extraordinary department, we decided to come up with 3 feedback plans. Because the treasures we are giving back are too precious, we would like to ask Master Guan to come to the extraordinary department in person." Listening to Guo Wuhan's words, Sumu became interested. What kind of treasure is it that is so precious that even the extraordinary department dares not take it out? "Okay, I'll be right there." Sumu was curious and spoke immediately. In the extraordinary department building, after Sumu arrived here, he exchanged a few simple greetings with Guo Wuheng and then got straight to the point. The first option is a rune fragment with vitality effect. Guo Wuheng took out a palm-sized prismatic metal piece from his space ring, with a hazy white light on its surface. This is a special loot obtained from the secret realm of the spider's lair 16 years ago. Its purpose is to be embedded in personal protective gear, which can greatly increase one's self-healing ability and physical recovery. Moreover, when activated with mental power, it can instantly restore to peak condition when exhausted. However, after using this effect once, it needs to be recharged for a month before it can be used again. Guo Wuheng took the initiative to explain. Sumu fixed his eyes on the power of this rune and instantly became interested. He had heard of the secret realm of the spider's lair. This was a high-risk secret realm 16 years ago that could accommodate warriors at the Starsea realm. This secret realm was opened up by human warriors more than half a month after it appeared, and then closed. Therefore, the value of this rune fragment is self-evident. At least Sumu had never known before that there was such a thing in the world. Recovering to peak condition when exhausted is like a second life at times. The second reward plan is the 7th grade martial arts starry body tempering technique and the 6th grade weapon blazing sun sword, plus 10,000 points of extraordinary department points. Guo Wuheng took out a thick martial arts secret book and a long sword. As soon as he took it out, the air around him was distorted due to the high temperature. This starry body tempering art has 9 levels in total. It is a cultivation type martial art and one of the famous martial arts of unparalleled fist Saint Yang Qiming. When you cultivate to the 9th level, you can enter the great perfection of the supernatural power realm. However, this secret book only contains the cultivation methods for the first 7 realms, and only contains Yang Qiming's cultivation experience for the first realm. As for the value of the 6th grade weapon, the blazing sun sword, there is no need for me to introduce it in detail. It can be said to be a priceless existence. And 10,000 points of the extraordinary department can be exchanged for items in warehouses of the extraordinary department across the country. At that time, it will be printed on your A-level ID card. Listening to Guo Wuhan's explanation, Sumu couldn't help but sit up straight. He had never come across the starry body tempering technique, so he didn't quite understand it. But he knew about the unparalleled boxing saint Yang Qiming. This strong man is a big shot who often appears on TV news. He is now about 80 years old, which is a good age for struggle. His strength is at the venerable realm above the divine ability realm, and he is one of the strongest men in Dragon Country. His famous martial arts and training experiences are so precious. It is no exaggeration to say that it is priceless. Add to that the 6th grade Flaming Sun Sword in 10,000 points from the Extraordinary Department, it's totally worth it. Su Mu was indeed moved. However, he did not make a decision immediately, but asked, "What is the third option?" The third option. Wo Wuhong took a deep breath and took out another item from the space ring. It's a medium-grade spirit stone, plus a holy object. Speaking of, a coin appeared in Guo Wuhong's hand. One side is golden, the other side is black, and it looks extremely ordinary. This thing is called the Coin of Destiny. Its origin is unknown. It is said to have been handed down from the Great Destruction 100 years ago. There are only a few of them in the world today. Its function is that you can throw it once a day. If the front side faces up, your strength will increase by 1/5 within an hour. If the back side faces up, your strength will weaken by 1/5 for the next hour. But please note that this thing has no effect on warriors at the Star Sea level and above, and it cannot be controlled manually when thrown. Hearing this, Su Mu showed an interested look again. This thing works amazingly well. Whether you become a help or a hindrance depends entirely on luck. But it is undeniable that it can sometimes have the effect of risking one's life. You can only choose one from these three options. Think about it carefully. Guo Wuhong said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Mu showed a thoughtful look. But then he looked at Guo Wuhong and smiled. Only children make choices, I want them all. Chapter 75, Star Body Tempering Technique, 3 stars in Lingtai Realm. Ah! Guo Wuhong was dumbfounded. Brother, I'm asking you to choose one out of 3, how can you take all of them? But the next second, he stopped talking and his eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't even sit still. Because when Su Mu said he wanted them all, he had already taken out the pills. An evergreen pill. A divine pill. A total of 2 6th grade pills. It's not that Su Mu doesn't have enough 4th and 5th grade pills, but it's most cost effective to take out 2 6th grade pills. One reason is that the 4th and 5th grade elixirs are currently the most consumed and are needed during cultivation. Moreover, it is easy to sell it by exchanging it for other items of equal value. Although 6th grade elixirs can be sold, their value is too high and can easily cause unnecessary trouble, such as the greed of some people with ulterior motives. Although 5th grade elixirs are also precious, they are not that attractive to the vast majority of powerful people at the Starsea realm and above. But the 6th grade elixir is different. The efficacy of the medicine is several times stronger than that of the 5th grade, and the amount circulating in the market is extremely small. Scarcity makes things valuable. Not to mention the warriors in the Starsea realm, even some powerful warriors in the Divine Power realm might be very interested in the 6th grade elixir. Furthermore, Su Mu wanted to add some weight to his identity as Master Guan. It took Guo Wuhong only 2 days to collect these 3 precious items. If he works harder, won't he be able to come up with something more precious and useful in the future? Taking out a 6th grade elixir is the best proof of one's own value. I was able to produce 2 6th grade pills today. Does that mean that I, the Master Alchemist, have the ability to refine 6th grade pills? Then, if I make some requests in the future, will you, Guo Wuhong, take them more seriously? Certainly. The most important reason is that he cannot use these 2 6th grade pills in a short period of time. Various 4th and 5th grade elixirs for healing and restoring physical strength, as well as the effects of the everlasting life technique, can fully meet Su Mu's current needs, so the evergreen pill is just a decoration in his hands. Although the effect of Shinlin Dan is overbearing, the side effects are also severe. Su Mu would never use it unless it was a life or death moment. What's more, he has 2 Shinlin pills. If he takes out one, he still has one as a spare, which is enough. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su Mu took out the 2 6th grade pills. At this time, Guo Wuhong had no idea what Su Mu was thinking. His eyes were fixed on the Suanqing pill and the Shinlin pill. The emotions boiled over for a long time before finally calming down a little. If I'm not mistaken, these are the 6th grade elixirs, the evergreen pill and the divine pill, right? Master Guan, I have to say, you've given me another big surprise. How many of these 2 kinds of elixirs do you have? As long as you have any, my extraordinary department will take them all. Guo Wuhong looked at Su Mu and said in a deep voice. Sixth grade elixirs such as Suanqing pills and Shinlong pills are beyond the reach even for him, a martial artist at the peak of the Lingtai realm. So you can imagine how surprised he was. Hearing this, Sumu knew that his goal had been initially achieved. However, he did not continue to show off his wealth, but smiled and shook his head. No more, but I may continue to refine it recently. Minister Gua, please contact me again when you have treasures of this value. The previous pills in exchange for a plan. I'll give you these 2 6th grade pills in exchange for the treasures of the other 2 options. Do you think that's okay? Sumu brought the topic back to the items in front of him. Sure. Guo Wuhan nodded without hesitation. In fact, 200 4th grade pills and 10 5th grade pills are theoretically worth the same as at least 2 6th grade pills. But first of all, there is a high price for 6th grade elixirs, and those that occasionally sell on the market often have a high premium. And money alone can't buy it. You must have a certain identity and status. Secondly, the 3 types of items that Guo Wuhan took out were all very valuable. Even if it is a coin of destiny. Although using it before a battle is equivalent to taking a gamble. If you win the bet, everyone is happy. If you lose the bet, you will die faster. But in the hands of those who need them, these treasures are priceless. For example, Sumu needed to use these treasures for investment, so it was not a loss for him to take out the 6th grade elixir to exchange it. Now, both parties to a successful transaction feel that they have made a lot of money. Guo Wuhan got 2 6th grade medicinal pills, while Sumu got a treasure of higher quality. Since then, he can use this to invest and get critical rebates from the system. The deal is done, Minister Gua. I'll be back first. Contact me if you have anything else. Sumu put away the rune fragments and other items, turned around and was about to leave. As for the matter of his wife Suanqing's mother, Guo Wuhan also gave the latest progress. The Supernatural Department of Suzhou and Hangzhou City is conducting a full investigation and has discovered several suspected members of the Church of the Bloody Evil God and is currently following the clues to track them down. I believe that good news will come soon. When I got home, it was already a little after 9 in the evening. Suanqing is practicing hard. Sumu knocked on the door and walked in, then took out all the things he had obtained from Guo Wuhan and placed them in front of her. Don't ask where they come from, just use them. Without waiting for Suanqing to speak, Sumu habitually gave her a shot of prevention. The next moment, he left Suanqing's room and returned to his own bedroom. As soon as he sat down cross-legged, Sumu received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 7th grade martial arts Starry Body Tempering Art Remnant. This investment triggers a 30-fold critical strike rebate, and the reward is the Martial Arts Starry Body Tempering Art Remnant Triple Success Realm. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 6th grade Sunflame Sword. This investment triggers a 100-fold crit rebate, and the reward is 8th grade Golden Body Soft Armor. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Rune Fragment Vitality. This investment triggers a double crit rebate, rewards Rune Fragment Speed, Rune Fragment Kendo. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in a mid-grade Spirit Stone. This investment triggers a 10-fold critical rebate, reward, a high-grade Spirit Stone. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the Destiny Coin. This investment triggers a 200-fold critical rebate, and the reward is a 6-sided Destiny Dice. Looking at the rebate information in his mind, Sumu was extremely excited. It's harvest time. Look what we got. Sumu's mind moved, and he began to accept the rewards one by one. The first reward received is the martial arts skill Star Body Tempering Technique. In an instant, Sumu's blood boiled, and invisible pressure began to spread outward from him like falling stars. The table, the floor, the bed, began to twist and crack. Fortunately, Sumu reacted in time and instantly retracted the power of the Star Body Tempering Technique, so as to prevent greater damage. After a while, he finally calmed down and Sumu immediately looked inward. At this time, he discovered that the 2 spiritual spaces in his body were already filled with chaotic aura, and even the 3rd spiritual space was about 1/3 full. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. Name, Sumu. Realm, 3 stars in Lingtai Realm. Martial arts talent, perfect. Constitution, chaos body mid to late growth. Martial arts, endless life skill grade mastery, 6 in 1 heaven reaching finger proficient, phantom footwork perfect, wind and thunder sword skill grade mastery, Star Body Tempering Skill Remnant 3rd Grade Mastery. Chapter 76, Goddess Relic, the 6-sided Dice of Fate. As a 7th grade martial art, the starry body tempering technique is naturally extraordinary. This method is to nourish oneself by absorbing the light of the stars in the universe, thereby enhancing physical fitness, martial arts talent, and potential. This is a martial art that comprehensively improves the basic abilities of practitioners in all aspects. But when practicing the first 2 levels, it was just a pure practice type martial art with almost no offensive ability. Fortunately, Su Mu's wave triggered a 30-fold critical hit, successfully entering the 3rd level, and it was the 3rd level of great success, and he was about to touch the threshold of the 4th level. This awakened an ability in him. Starry Field. When practicing the skills, you can form a force field around yourself with double the gravity. In addition to yourself, all enemies who enter the force field will be negatively affected. Just now when he was collecting the reward, the furniture and floor in the room were twisted and deformed in an unconscious state. This was the effect of the leakage of the Starlight Domain force field. As for how many times the gravity can be caused and how large the impact range is, Su Mu needs to conduct further research. It's not a good time to explore at home right now. Next is the second rebate, the 8th grade golden body soft armor. Su Mu's mind moved, and a vest-shaped soft armor made of unknown metal that was shining with dark golden light appeared in front of him. 8th grade protective gear. It was the first time that Su Mu had come into contact with such high-quality equipment. On the market. Equipment of the same quality is more common than elixirs, but there are only a few protective gear of the 8th grade in the entire Jiangnan region. According to the system's introduction to its functions, it can reduce the attacks of most Lingtai realm warriors, and can completely offset the attacks of Foundation Establishment realm warriors. In addition, it also has a built-in micro-defense formation. After being injected with spiritual energy and activated, a defensive film can be formed on the surface of the skin, which can withstand the fatal blow of a warrior in the Starsea realm. Overall, this is a treasure with very strong protective capabilities. Not bad, not bad. Su Mu smiled brightly. Then, his eyes turned to the 2 rune fragments of rebate. Rune fragment speed. Use: the combination of high purity spiritual energy and the rules of heaven and earth can increase your body speed by 30%. Rune fragment kendo. Function: a combination of high purity spiritual energy and the rules of heaven and earth. When using sword-based martial arts, the overall power increases by 30%. Compared with the vitality rune fragments obtained from Guo Wuhang before, the current rebate speed and sword rune fragments are relatively simple and violent in effect. But Su Mu was already very satisfied. These 2 rune fragments can significantly increase your combat power. The key is that through them, Su Mu discovered a new way to become stronger. There seems to be no limit on the number of rune fragments that can be carried. If I can find a way to get more in the future, can I make a rune suit? Su Mu couldn't even imagine how powerful the boost to his abilities would be by then. The only question is where to get it. But it's not a big problem. As long as there are enough elixirs and other resources, Wo Wuhan can take out one today and get another one from others tomorrow. Little by little, one day you can use the rune fragments to weave a rune battlesuit. Finally, it's the Dice of Fate. Su Mu fixed his eyes on the Dice of Fate. After he finished reading the information annotated by the system, he couldn't help but gasp. 6-sided Dice of Fate. Purpose: an exquisite toy left by the God of Destiny, with a total of 6 sides. It can be thrown once a day. When throwing 1 to 6 points, the basic strength can be increased by 10% to 60% in the next hour. However, all gifts of destiny are secretly marked with a price, so please use it with caution. There are no obvious side effects, only combat power bonus. This thing is much stronger than the coin of destiny obtained from Guo Wuhang before. The key is a relic of the gods? Su Mu muttered to himself, frowning. There are gods in this world, or rather, gods hidden somewhere unknown are annotating this world. The bones given by God are one of the evidences of the existence of gods. But since the Great Ruining, the gods have never descended upon the earth. The word legacy made Su Mu think a lot. This can be seen as the legacy left behind by the God of Destiny after his death, or it can be seen as the items left behind after he left. As to whether it fell or left, it is unknown. Forget it, let's not think about it. Su Mu shook his head. The existence of gods is still too far away from him, so there is no need to worry about it too much. It's getting late, go take a shower and go to bed. Su Mu put away the golden body soft armor and the Dice of Destiny. As for the high-quality spirit stones rebated by the system, it is just a spirit stone, nothing much to say. It was a dreamless night and time quickly came to the next morning. After Su Mu and Suanqing finished their breakfast in the Shinlong College cafeteria, they were led by their teacher to the college gate. Today is the day when the Suzhou and Hangzhou Tanja Cup Competition reopens. This competition will last for 3 days in total. All young people up to 20 years old are welcome to participate. Not only students of the Martial Arts Academy, but also people from the society can sign up. However, in the past, the top 10 places in each Tianjiao Cup were almost always taken by students from the 4 major martial arts academies, so there were very few independent martial artists participating. The entire Tianjiao Cup competition process includes registration, drawing lots, and competition. The people who draw the lots are divided into 4 groups. The winners of the one-on-one battles in each group will advance to compete for the top 3 in each group. The final 12 contestants will compete against each other and their rankings will be determined at the end of the 3rd day. Drugs are not allowed in the competition, and the weapons used are all provided by the government to ensure fairness as much as possible. This year's competition venue was chosen to be Xuanwu College, which is 60 kilometers away from Shinlong College. So Suanqing and other participating students have to take the school bus. Sumu decided not to go, he just came to see Suanqing off. After all, participating in the Tianjiao Cup requires real name registration, and he doesn't want to expose himself. He originally planned to just send Suanqing to the car and then leave to meet Lu Yangdong in Wenzhou village. But when he saw that among the 3 teachers leading the team, only Zhang Yu was the strongest, he immediately decided to wait a while before going to Wenzhou village. Zhang Yu's strength is only at the Lingtai level. The Su family, the Lu family, and the Blood Demon clan all have ulterior motives towards their wives. There is no need to worry about danger in Shinlong Academy and Xuanwu Academy, but you may encounter crises on the way there. Therefore, Sumu decided to escort them, since it wouldn't take much time anyway. Thinking of this, Sumu followed the school bus from a distance. After driving about 10 kilometers, the car came to a sparsely populated suburban road and suddenly stopped. Because in front of the car, 2 old men with extraordinary aura suddenly appeared and stood in the middle of the road. Suanqing, come down. These 2 people are none other than the Su family's 2nd elder Su Zhangyang and the 3rd elder Su Zhangyu. Chapter 77 Suppress with one punch. Who are these 2 old guys, Suanqing, do you know them? They seem to be the elders of the Su family. I have met them once. The Su family? Didn't the Su family expel Suanqing from the family? Why are they looking for her now? It looks like he is up to no good. In the school bus, the 20 or so students who participated in the competition began to talk, and their eyes frequently turned to Suanqing and the 2 elders of the Su family outside the front of the car. Teacher Zhang Yu had a grim look on his face and took the initiative to open the car door and walk in front of them. Student Suanqing is a key student at our Shinlong Academy. She has nothing to do with your Su family anymore. What do you want to do? Why is it okay? Su Zhangyang blew his beard and glared. She is a member of our Su family in life and a ghost of our Su family in death. Now the family needs her to help, she must go back with us. Hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. Your Su family is so powerful that you dare to ride on the heads of the students protected by our Shinlong Academy? For your Su family, is there still law and justice in Suzhou and Hangzhou? We are going to Xuanwu College to participate in the competition. I hope you will consciously get out of the way and not cause trouble for your Su family. Zhang Yu was very concerned about Suanqing and knew that her relationship with the Su family had broken down. As a teacher who wanted to accept Suanqing into his class, how could he easily let Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu take her away? Not to mention, Suanqing is now a 7-star warrior in the Foundation establishment realm and a seeded player for the Shinlong Academy to participate in the Tianjiao Cup competition. It was simply a pipe dream for the other party to take her away in front of him. If I really agree to them, I can just resign. This is not up to you. We must take Suanqing away today. Su Zhangyang said calmly. In the past, he would never dare to provoke the Shinlong Academy, which was backed by the government. But now that his family has established a relationship with the Lu family, and Suanqing is the woman that the Lu family's young master likes, she is the key to strengthening the close relationship between the 2 sides. Since he and Su Zhangyu dared to come out to stop the car, they had already considered the consequences of offending Shinlong Academy. Afterwards, as long as young Master Lu is satisfied, it doesn't matter if Shinlong Academy is offended. There is nothing to be afraid of. Are you, the Su family, sure you want to be the enemy of our Shinlong Academy? Zhang Yu said this with a gloomy face, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. The strength of the 2 opponents was much higher than his. He had no confidence if they really wanted to fight, so he tried his best to rely on the deterrent power of the Shinlong Academy to persuade them to retreat. Unfortunately, Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu simply ignored him. "Suanqing, you damned girl, get out of the car now, don't force us to go up and look for you in person," Su Zhangyang said loudly. In the car, Suanqing's heart sank to the bottom. She never thought that the two elders of the Su family would dare to stop the school bus and intercept her openly. Suanqing knew their purpose very well. It's nothing more than doing the same as Su Tianxiang, giving himself to the young master of the Lu family named Lu Shang. It seems that Guo Wuhang's warning has failed, and the Su family has not given up. Suanqing stood up with a cold face. She didn't want to embarrass the teachers, and she also knew that the teachers were not strong enough to stop Su Zhangyang and the other two. When Zhang Yu was communicating with them just now, she had already called Guo Wuhang, but unfortunately, Guo Wuhang was busy with something and didn't answer the call. She was ready to get off the car and fight with the two elders. "Even if I die, I will never go back to the Su family with them. Student Suanqing, don't go down. Principal Chen is on his way. He will be here in 10 minutes. A female teacher comforted Suanqing. "As long as Chen Liangrong comes here, no matter what the two elders of the Su family want, they will not be able to achieve their goals." Outside the car, Su Zhangyong and Su Zhangyu obviously also knew this truth. They don't have much time left, so they must act quickly. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll let anyone dare to stop me." Su Zhangyang had a bad temper and immediately wanted to bypass Zhangyu to get into the car and take Suanqing away. "Don't even think about it." Zhang Yu's face darkened and he took action directly, punching Su Zhangyang. Bang! There was a dull sound of body collision, and Su Zhangyang threw a backhand punch, which hit Zhang Yu first and made him retreat repeatedly, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The gap in strength is too big. Su Zhangyang is a 7-star warrior in the Lingtai realm, and Zhang Yu is no match for him. This is a warning. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Su Zhangyang sneered. Then, without even looking at Zhang Yu, he prepared to get into the car to catch Suanqing. However, at this moment, a black lightning suddenly appeared. The speed was so fast that neither Su Zhangyang nor Su Zhangyu could react. By the time they noticed, the shadow had already approached them and kicked them both. The kick hit Su Zhangyang's chest, and his figure directly crashed into Su Zhangyu, who was caught off guard. The two of them were like a stack of human figures. Under the huge force of the attack, they took off like cannonballs and landed dozens of meters away, and were blocked by a big tree on the side of the road. Snap! Boom! The tree broke and Su Zhangyu collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Su Zhangyang even fainted on the spot. The sudden change made everyone at the scene open their mouths in surprise. "Teacher Zhang, what happened? Oh my god, so strong. I just blurred my eyes, and the two elders of the Su family were knocked away. This kind of strength must be a warrior above the 7 stars of the Lingtai realm, right? Look, who is that?" Amidst the discussion, Suanqing blinked in confusion. "Master Guan? Suanqing, do you know that person? Looks like I'm here to help you. School beauty Su, his name is Master Guan? Can you introduce him to us?" The classmates around looked at Suanqing and said. But Suanqing had no time to communicate with her classmates. She was hesitant about whether to get out of the car just now, but now she opened the door at the speed of light and shouted loudly towards Master Guan, heading towards Su Zhangyang. "Master Guan, can you spare their lives?" Suanqing is not a saint. She knew how decisive and ruthless Master Guan was. When he faced Shadow in the Secret Realm and Su Tianliang in Jinqing Martial Arts School, he killed them without saying a word. The reason why I now ask Master Guan to let Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu go is mainly because I don't want to implicate Master Guan. Killing someone in public will bring a stain. She would also feel bad if these two people caused unnecessary trouble to Master Guan. After all, she really didn't know how close Su Mu and Master Guan's relationship was. "Master Guan, Principal Chen will be here soon. Can you let us handle them?" Zhang Yu on the side also spoke quickly. In response, Su Mu thought about it and did not refuse. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly moved forward and punched Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu respectively. All of them hit the abdomen and were accompanied by a chaotic aura. It will directly mess up their spiritual space and destroy it. Chapter 78. Mother-in-law is still alive. Lingtai space is the foundation of Lingtai realm warriors. The spiritual spaces of Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu were directly shattered. Unless they were treated with the 6th grade holy healing pill, their strength would fall to the foundation establishment stage. This is why Su Mu was willing to let them go. Dare to bully your wife, this is the price. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was the first time he fought against a warrior of the 7th level of Lingtai realm, but the opponent didn't even have time to react. This gave him a further understanding of his own specific strength. Just like what I guessed when I had just made the breakthrough, my spiritual space is as big as East Lake, and every time I advance 1 star, my strength will surpass others by several small realms. They've handed it over to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After Su Mu defeated Su Zhongyang and the other man, he determined that they posed no threat and left without saying a word. He didn't want to be entangled by the incoming Chen Liangrong. Given Chen Liangrong's eagerness to recruit talented people, if he knew my identity as Master Guan, he would definitely invite me to join the Shinlong Academy. Su Mu was too lazy to deal with him. He just came to protect his wife and didn't want to cause any trouble. Master Guan, thank you. Suanqing's voice of thanks came from behind. Su Mu waved his hand and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. But he did not leave, but hid in the dark. Before Chen Liangrong arrives, be careful of other people like Su Zhongyang coming. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. A few minutes later, when Chen Liangrong arrived, no more accidents occurred. Seeing this, he finally left here with peace of mind. The Su family is provoking our Shinlong Academy. Chen Liangrong hurried here, and after listening to Zhang Yu's report, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He never thought that the Su family would be so arrogant that they even dared to offend the Shinlong Academy. Is this really a bold move? Xiao Su, are you okay? Chen Liangrong looked at Suanqing with concern. No. Suanqing shook her head. Who exactly is that Master Guan? He looks to be only about 20 years old, but even Su Zhongyang and Su Zhongyu, 2 martial artists of the 7th star in the spiritual stage realm, are no match for him. Zhang Yu suppressed his curiosity for several minutes, but finally couldn't help it. Seeing this, Chen Liangrong also looked at Suanqing with burning eyes. He was also very interested in the so-called Master Guan. In his early 20s, he is already a strong man in the Lingtai realm. Such a genius must be recruited to the Shinlong Academy. Suanqing hesitated for a while and said, Master Guan is from the extraordinary department. Minister Guo personally invited him. Yi Shuyue knew him before me. She didn't explain too much because she knew that Master Guan was a very low-key person. Of course, there are also reasons why I am feeling too complicated at the moment and don't want to explain in detail. On the one hand, it was the elders of the Su family who came forward. On the other hand, there is the terrifying strength of Master Guan. How did he do it? He was at the foundation establishment stage a few days ago, but now he can defeat Su Zhongyang and Su Tianyu, 2 7-star powerhouses at the Lingtai stage, with just one move? It's incredible. But no matter what, Master Guan saved me once again, and I can never repay his kindness. When everyone heard this, they looked at Yi Shuyue who was in the same car. I don't know much about Master Guan. I won't reveal any information about him before I get his permission. Yi Shuyue also quickly shook her head and said. She was also shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Master Guan. All right. Chen Liangrong stopped hesitating and decided to ask Guo Wuhang about it later. Then he turned his gaze back to Suanqing and asked, Xiao Su, do you know why the Su family wanted to take you back? This issue must be clarified, otherwise there is no way to completely cut off the Su family's intentions. Suanqing hesitated for a while. She needed the protection of Shinlong Academy now, and she had a huge rage in her heart that she needed to vent, so she briefly talked about the feud between herself and the Su family. The bones were dug out on the night of his parents' death. She fabricated a story out of thin air and expelled the Su family from the house on the pretext of seducing her cousin, and ended up living on the streets. He wanted to use me to hook up with the Jiangnan Lu family. Suanqing told all the stories, including the fact that her mother was not dead or missing. Everyone at the scene was stunned, followed by indignation. This Su family is so inhumane. My cousin is a classmate of Su Ming. No wonder his strength has improved so much recently. It turns out that it's because he received the divine bone from Suanqing. How abominable. I heard that Su Ming will also participate in this Tanja Cup Competition. I really hope I can meet him. I wish I could beat him up right now. Fortunately, classmate Suanqing, you left the Su family, otherwise, sooner or later, even your bones would be swallowed. The Lu family is not a good family either. They are all not human. Look, the two elders of the Su family have woken up. Bah, I'm going to spit on these two old beasts. I'm coming too. Everyone knew that Suanqing had a story, but no one expected her to be so miserable. For a moment, everyone was united in their hatred of the Su family. At this time, Su Zhangyon and Su Zhangyu happened to wake up from their coma, and some hot-tempered classmates immediately spat on them to vent their anger. Some even wanted to beat them up. But Chen Liangrong stopped him. We from the Shinlong Academy and the Supernatural Department will send people to the Su family to ask for an explanation. You two disrespectful guys, just wait for the trial obediently. Chen Liangrong said with cold eyes. Just one look at them makes me feel like my eyes are dirty. But Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu no longer care about these things. At this moment, they felt their broken spiritual space and were almost going crazy. After so many years of hard training, they finally reached the 7th star of Lingtai realm, but they were ruined just like that. They felt that they might as well just die. At the same time, Su Mu on the other side had already arrived at Wengzhou village. In the office of the owner of Jinqing Martial Arts School, he met Lu Yangdong, who looked respectful. It's almost time. Tell me if you have any news. Su Mu looked at him playfully. The meaning is very clear. If you don't reveal some valuable information, you will die. He could feel that the chaotic aura in the opponent's heart was still lurking and could be detonated by him at any time. Sir, I mobilized all my subordinates these past 2 days to find and capture a peripheral member of the bloody evil God Church. He was one of the people who captured Wang Shufan. From him, I learned that Wang Shufan is still alive and well. However, he doesn't know where the evil God Church has hidden Wang Shufan. Another good news is that the Blood Demon sect has assigned me a new information collection job. I used this job to successfully fish out the superior tea house. She said she would hand it over to me at 10 o'clock this morning at the old bridge over the Yuanshui River. Lu Yangdong replied respectfully. In order to survive, he has been fighting hard these past 2 days. Chapter 79, Can't Live, Can't Die. Old bridge over Yuanshui River. Tea house arrived here in advance. She is in a very good mood today. Lu Yangdong, who was offline, had completed a task of collecting information on assassination targets issued the night before yesterday in such a short time. In addition, last night, she accepted the order from the deputy sect leader and negotiated a cooperation agreement with the people from the bloody evil God Church on her own. Several things have been going so smoothly in succession. If this trend continues, it won't be long before she is promoted to the team leader of the Blood Evil Sect's information collection team. With promotion and salary increase just around the corner, she naturally feels happy. The reason I came to see Lu Yangdong today was, firstly, to receive the information he collected, and secondly, to give him generous rewards to appease him. Because during the phone call last night, Lu Yangdong was very dissatisfied and hoped that the Blood Evil Sect could increase the mission rewards. This person is still very useful, so the tea house is willing to take the time to meet him in person. Of course, just appeasement is not enough, as human greed is endless. Shuang is an 8-star warrior in the Foundation establishment realm, and she is also prepared to give him a good beating to let him know that the Blood Demon sect is not to be trifled with. Here it comes. When the tea house heard the footsteps, it stopped its scattered thoughts and looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. When she saw this, her pupils shrank immediately. Lu Yangdong did not come alone. Beside him, there was a guy who looked like he had bad intentions. Lu Yangdong, why did you bring outsiders here? Tea house said sternly. She had met Lu Yangdong 3 times, and each time he specifically reminded her to come alone, and this time was no exception. Lu Yangdong broke the rules, which made her feel bad. Most importantly, the tea house felt a strong and tangible sense of crisis from the stranger next to Lu Yangdong. His strength must exceed mine. Lu Yangdong, are you going to betray the Blood Demon sect? Tea house yelled. She brought up the Blood Demon sect organization, hoping to intimidate the other two and tell them that she had an organization protecting her. Unfortunately, Su Mu and Lu Yangdong came just for her. My lord, she is tea house. Lu Yangdong pointed and said. Lu Yangdong, if anything happens to me, the Blood Demon sect will never let you go. Your entire family will be destroyed. Tea house no longer had any hope in his heart. After leaving a threat, he fled in the opposite direction of the two men. But just as she turned around, a piercing pain suddenly came from her legs. Aha, my legs! Tea house screamed. The bones in her legs had been broken into several pieces. It was Su Mu who broke them with one kick of his leg with such force, Even Su Zhangyang, who was at the 7th star of the Lingtai realm, could not dodge this attack. How could she, a mere 8th-star warrior at the Foundation Establishment realm, possibly dodge it? So he knelt on the ground and couldn't run anymore. Lu Yangdong, and you, the two of you should wait for the revenge of the Blood Demon sect. Tea House looked at Lu Yangdong and Sumu viciously, and then he gritted his teeth and crushed the poison hidden in his teeth. The Blood Evil sect does the work of killers and has enemies everywhere. If a team leader like her falls into the hands of her enemies, she will definitely be severely tortured. Plus, she is different from the killers in the organization. On the surface, she is an ordinary 30-year-old woman with a family. If her family background is known to her enemies, or if she is tortured and reveals the information about the blood-selling sect, her whole family will be killed. So, she had already prepared to commit suicide. It's just that this day came earlier than she expected. Xiaofeng, take good care of yourself when mom is not around, eh? The tea house was thinking about her son's figure, when suddenly, a pill was forced into her mouth. The pill melts in your mouth. Before she could react, the poison had been neutralized and then eliminated. 4th grade elixir, purification elixir. The tea house was shocked. The poison hidden in her teeth is not ordinary, even the 3rd grade detoxification pill cannot remove it. Who on earth was this person, and how could he have used an extremely precious 4th grade purification pill on himself? No, I will definitely be severely tortured next. When Tea House thought of this, she made up her mind. She understood that in the face of the absolute gap in strength, it was impossible to use weapons to end her life, so she bit off her tongue. He. Blood gushed out of his mouth and he felt an excruciating pain. But the tea house felt relieved. She actually occasionally played the role of an assassin in the organization, so of course she knew that biting off the tongue would not actually kill her directly. But the root of the tongue will retract due to severe pain, and the blockage of blood will make it difficult to breathe in the throat, which is the real cause of death. Hubby, you must give birth well in the future. Tea House was leaving herself a last message in her heart, and the next moment she was stunned again. Because the mysterious man took out another pill and forced it into his mouth. A rich vitality enveloped her tongue, and as she felt the severe pain quickly disappear, her heart became completely numb. 4th grade prosperity pill. After a few breaths, feeling his tongue intact again, an unspeakable fear finally appeared on his face. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for a mere leader of the Blood Demon Sect's information group to spend 2 such precious 4th grade elixirs on me? This is a 4th grade elixir worth tens of millions. You think you can commit suicide in front of me? You're overthinking it. Sumu smiled coldly. He doesn't have much else, but he has a lot of pills. A 4th grade elixir is enough to allow a Foundation Establishment realm warrior to quickly regenerate a severed limb. It is simply wishful thinking for the other party to commit suicide in front of him. Who the hell are you? Tea House asked tremblingly. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you tell me all the information about the Blood Demon sect, and then I might spare your life. Sumu said. The tea shop shut up. She didn't dare to say another word. Her face was gloomy and she didn't know what she was thinking. Sumu was a little impatient and turned to look at Lu Dongyang. You have committed all kinds of evil in Wengzhou village. You should have some experience in interrogating people, right? Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. Lu Yangdong understood what Sumu meant, and now he had no choice but to go down this path. So, he then used all his life skills to severely torture Tea House. All kinds of cruel methods were used. With Sumu at the side, the tea house was covered in blood, but it just couldn't die. After more than 20 minutes of torture, the tea house finally collapsed. I confess everything, please stop torturing me. Tea House kowtowed and cried bitterly. This feeling of being unable to live or die was like a hell haunting her, and she simply couldn't bear it. Chapter 80 Desperate Wang Shufan. The tea house finally confessed. Through her confession, we learned that her real name was Yang Xian. He is 30 years old this year, a native of Suzhou in Hangzhou City, with elderly parents and young children to take care of. He joined the Blood Evil sect 6 years ago and has been working diligently ever since. She is the leader of all the information collection team members of the Shueisha sect in Suzhou and Hangzhou. There are more than 10 team leaders like her in the Blood Evil sect. According to her identity, she is not qualified to meet the leader of the Blood Evil sect. Above her, there is a deputy sect leader, whose code name she only knows as Mo Yun. Sending out the shadow to hunt down Suanqing was Mo Yun's order. The purpose was said to be to practice a top-level magical skill within the Blood Evil sect, called the Devouring Demon skill, which could devour the bodies of powerful warriors and strengthen oneself. Suanqing awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, and that's why he took a fancy to her. His strength is suspected to be at the peak of Lingtai realm. Mo Yun has no fixed place to live, and Yang Xian doesn't know where to find him, but that is not the point. The point is that tonight, she knows where Mo Yun will go. Because just last night, she received an order from Mo Yun to meet with people from the Bloody Evil God Church in an underground tunnel to communicate and cooperate with them. He was willing to exchange 2 Peak Foundation Establishment Realm Warriors for Wang Shufan tonight. The reason for doing this is that the higher-ups have taken a fancy to the capabilities of the Church of the Bloody Evil God and want to achieve common prosperity through cooperation. Second, the organization received another task regarding Wang Shufan. The employer of this announcement was very generous, and Zhu Shaman was tempted. But for the people of the Bloody Evil God Church, it doesn't matter who they sacrifice to the evil god. They can make a fortune by exchanging 1 Peak Foundation Establishment Realm Warrior for 2. Therefore, the 2 sides quickly reached a cooperation. The exchange time is 9 o'clock tonight, and the location is at the foot of a mountain called Dongguo Mountain in the east of Suzhou and Hangzhou City. Yang Xian was not an order taker and follow-up staff in the organization, so she didn't know who the employer was who wanted to hunt down Wang Shufan a few days ago. She didn't have a deep understanding of the Bloody Evil God Church. Sumu was satisfied when he heard this. The information he collected far exceeded his expectations. If all went well, he could rescue his cheap mother-in-law tonight. Take her back and hide her. I'll call you in the evening. If what she says is false, continue to use these torture methods. Sumu said this to Lu Yangdong and gave him 2 prosperity pills. Sumu left as Lu Yangdong bowed and nodded to say goodbye. Dongguo Mountain is not close to Wangzhou village, and he also needs to get there early to familiarize himself with the terrain so that he can take action at night. In fact, at the beginning, Sumu was a little hesitant, wondering whether he should act alone. After all, the deputy leader of the Blood Evil sect named Mo Yun might be a martial artist at the peak of the Lingtai realm. He didn't have the confidence that he could defeat a warrior of this level, so he thought of using Master Guan's identity to ask Guo Wuhong to send warriors from the Extraordinary Department. But after thinking about it carefully, I gave up the idea. Firstly, he had used the Liu Hatong Tian finger when he was in the secret hunting ground, and Guo Wuhong must have known this through Shuepang. If a battle breaks out with Mo Yun at that time, he will definitely be able to make the connection. By then, the identity he concealed would be related to the identity of Master Guan. This is not what Sumu wants to see. Master Guan was a guest of honor in the Extraordinary Department and a positive character, but his current identity is that of a negative character specially created to deal with underground forces. Once Guo Wuhong finds out, it may have some adverse effects on his identity as Master Guan. Maybe it will still make Guo Wuhong suspicious. Furthermore, Sumu's purpose of this trip was not to kill Mo Yun. The most important thing is to rescue my cheap mother-in-law. With his level far exceeding that of a 3-star warrior in the Lingtai realm, coupled with the 9th grade martial arts Liu Hatong Tian finger, the 8th grade defensive gear golden body soft armor, 2-3 rune fragments, and the 6-sided destiny dice. With so many treasures on him, Sumu thought that there should be no problem for him to save his mother-in-law. So he simply decided to act alone. An hour later, Sumu arrived at Dongguo Mountain. According to Yang Xian, tonight's transaction will be held in a pavilion at the foot of the West Mountain. He looked around for a long time before quietly waiting for the night to fall. Under the cover of night, Wang Shufan was tied up with ropes like a dumpling and was dragged from a cart to the foot of Dongguo Mountain. As a native of Suzhou and Hangzhou, she recognizes this place. A sense of despair rose in my heart. A few months ago, she and her husband were in the misty forest, searching for something called the Fruit of the Divine Grace. It is said that this thing is one of the important items to stimulate the growth of Shin Siaigu, and it is also the core material for refining the 6th grade Qian Kuan Dan. The effect of Qian Kuan Dan is to eliminate all hidden diseases in the body and activate the activity of every cell in the body. She and her husband wanted to find a fruit from the God's Grace tree and give it directly to their daughter, or spend a large sum of money to hire an alchemy master to make a Qian Kuan pill, so as to change their daughter's painful situation where her strength had not increased but decreased in the past 6 months. But what they didn't expect was that although the fruit of the Divine Grace tree was found, it wasn't just the couple who were found, but also a warrior at the peak of the Lingtai realm. There was only one fruit of the Grace tree, and a fight broke out between the couple and each other. Unfortunately, her husband's strength was only at the 6th star level of the Lingtai realm, and he was no match for her at all. After the fight, the husband was seriously injured and died at the edge of the misty forest during the evacuation. She was unconscious for a long time before she walked out of the misty forest with her seriously injured life. But just when she called the Su family and asked them to send someone to support her and her husband, a scene that made her sad and angry happened. The people sent by the Su family actually wanted to hunt her down. Wang Shufan managed to escape and quietly returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou with her seriously injured body, intending to visit her daughter and then think carefully about her next plan. However, what she didn't expect was that she had the bad luck to meet people from the bloody evil God Church and was kidnapped and used as a sacrifice. During the time she was imprisoned, she tried every way to save herself, but to no avail. It wasn't until today that she finally gave up hope. Because the black-robed priest of the bloody evil God Church who tied her up told her that she would be exchanged to the bloody evil sect next. Wang Shufan had naturally heard of the killer organization called the Blood Demon Sect. At first she was puzzled as to why the other party wanted to exchange herself with the bloody evil God Church. But after learning the truth, she was so angry that her body was shaking. For your daughter, of course. Mo Yun, the deputy leader of the Blood Evil sect, seemed to be in a good mood after exchanging ideas with the black-robed priest, and took the initiative to answer Wang Shufan's questions. You may not know yet, but your daughter Suanqing has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body. In order to protect themselves, the Su family decided to give her to the young master of the Lu family as a lover. However, the Lu family was afraid that the Su family's action would fail, so they entrusted me, the Blood Evil sect, to find you and use it to threaten your daughter Suanqing to submit. And one of the conditions set by the Lu family is that when young Master Lu gets tired of playing with your daughter, he will send her to me for me to devour. Chapter 81, Instantly cut through the peak of the spiritual platform. After listening to Mo Yun's well-intentioned explanation, Wang Shufan was angry and surprised. To my surprise, my daughter actually awakened the Ice Phoenix body. The anger lies in the Su family as shamelessness. Not only did they backstab my husband and me, but now they are even turning their attention to my daughter. Not just the Su family. And the Lu family. The Lu family, one of the largest families in Jiangnan province, actually wanted to humiliate their own daughter. And the deputy leader of the Blood Evil sect, Mo Yun, even wanted to eat his own daughter afterwards. Aha! Wang Shufan opened her mouth wide and let out a hoarse roar like a wild beast. She was so angry that she couldn't utter complete words. But she quickly calmed down. The Su family, the Lu family, and the Blood Evil clan plan to use herself to threaten my daughter. I have become my daughter's weakness. Thinking of this, a hint of cruelty flashed in Wang Shufan's eyes. She suddenly exerted all her strength and slammed her head hard against a sharp stone on the side of the road. However, in the eyes of Mo Yun, a martial artist at the peak of the Lingtai realm, her movements were too slow. Ha, you can't die now, who? Mo Yun was just about to chop Wang Shufan's neck with his knife, knock her unconscious and take her away. But just as I stretched out my hand, alarm bells suddenly rang in my heart. A creepy sense of crisis arose. He didn't have time to think and instinctively began to dodge back. His reaction was quick, but unfortunately he was still a step too late. The air around him suddenly seemed to become solid, and a man who looked like a bad guy suddenly appeared in front of him. The other party raised an index finger with his left hand and held a 7-foot-long sword in his right hand that was flashing with lightning, shining brightly in the night environment of Dongwu Mountain. The other party is coming for me. Mo Yun made an instant judgment in his mind. He subconsciously wanted to step back, but only then did he realize that his body was no longer obeying his commands and only his pupils could still move. What kind of trick is this? Mo Yun screamed in horror. He had no idea what methods the other party used. In fact, he will never understand this problem. Because the next second, the deep purple thunder stung his eyes, and then his vision dropped rapidly, the world spun, and then he saw his headless body standing there. Mo Yun died just like that. Is this the warrior at the peak of the 9 stars in the Lingtai realm? It turns out that it's so easy for me to kill. I really overestimated you. Sumu looked at Mo Yun's beheaded body and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had been watching secretly when the bloody evil God Church was trading with Mo Yun. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, he did not take action immediately, but waited until the people from the bloody evil God Church left before quietly following Mo Yun. Before taking action, in order to increase the success rate of the action as much as possible, Sumu took a blood rage pill and threw the 6-sided dice of fate again, and rolled 3 points, which meant that his basic strength was increased by another 30%. Then, this scene appeared. The left hand has the 6 combination Tongtian finger, and the right hand has the wind and thunder sword. Just one encounter and Mo Yun was killed instantly. It has to be said that even Su Mu, who was very confident in his own abilities, couldn't help but secretly smack his lips in amazement. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Coming back to his senses, Su Mu glanced at his cheap mother-in-law who had a dull look in her eyes. Su Mu also heard what Mo Yun said to her just now, and knew why she suddenly wanted to commit suicide. In order not to drag down his daughter, he simply chose to end his own life. Is this motherly love? Don't take what this guy just said to heart. I'm your daughter's friend. Your daughter is safe and she misses you. Su Mu hid his true identity. He had no intention of telling his mother-in-law everything. After all, if I tell her, I won't be able to hide it from my wife Suanqing. Only secrets hidden in one's heart are called secrets. This was inconsistent with his plan to quietly grow into a strong person and then show off as much as he wanted. The same thing. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. My strength is growing too fast. Once the news gets out, it will bring unnecessary trouble. Apart from anything else, at least after being promoted to a Star Sea Realm warrior, one will have a certain ability to protect himself in Jiangnan. Don't worry, the danger is over, you are safe. I'm a friend of your daughter's husband, but to avoid trouble, just don't tell anyone else about this relationship. Seeing that his mother-in-law still had a dazed look on her face, Su Mu continued speaking. Thank you, brother, for saving me. Wang Shufan finally came to her senses from the series of mishaps and said gratefully. This sentence almost made Su Mu confused. I call you mom and you call me brother? Although the face I'm disguising myself in makes me look a bit old, the seniority really can't be messed up. No, just call me Hua Qiang. Su Mu quickly corrected him. Hua Qiang? Wang Shufan opened her mouth and shouted. At this moment, she, who had survived the disaster, had too many doubts in her heart. It hasn't been long since I left Suzhou and Hangzhou. I don't know what happened to my daughter in such a short time. First, awaken the Ice Phoenix divine body. How come you even have a husband now? And who on earth is her husband? He actually knows a friend who can kill a peak Lingtai realm warrior in seconds. Could it be that he is a young man whose family background is not inferior to that of the Lu family? This is a prosperity pill. Take it to heal your wounds first. We can talk later if you have anything to say. Seeing Wang Shufan's hesitant look, Su Mu cut the ropes that bound her body with a sword, and then took out a prosperity pill from his space ring. My mother-in-law must have had a miserable time during this period. Although she was a warrior at the Foundation establishment stage, her face was pale, her steps were unsteady and she looked very weak. 4th grade prosperity pill? Wang Shufan looked at the pill in her hand with a look of shock. This is too precious, how can I use this kind of pill? As a warrior at the Foundation establishment stage, she usually used mostly 2nd grade elixirs. Occasionally, when she saw a 3rd grade elixir, she would treasure it up and would not dare to use it easily. As for the 4th grade elixir, I have only seen it in large stores, even if I am willing to use it. No problem. Su Mu smiled faintly, it's just a 4th grade elixir. When you meet your daughter, you will know that this kind of elixir is nothing. Don't worry about it. After saying this, Su Mu no longer cared about his mother-in-law. He looked at Mo Yun's body. To be precise, it was a space ring on the right hand of his corpse. It's that familiar time of touching corpses again. This guy is the deputy leader of the Blood Demon sect and a martial artist at the peak of the spiritual stage realm. There must be a lot of good stuff in his ring, right? Su Mu rubbed his hands, picked up his space ring and started checking. Chapter 82. Where did this powerful person from the Star Sea realm come from? Damn it! You're just a poor fellow. After looking at all the items in Mo Yun's space ring, Su Mu's face couldn't help but darken. There aren't many items in this guy's space ring. More than 20 medicinal pills, a bunch of keys, 3 spirit stones, several corpses of unknown monsters, and a martial arts secret book. To be honest, if an ordinary Lingtai realm warrior saw these things, he would definitely be ecstatic. Apart from anything else, those 20-odd pills are at least 3rd grade, and there are 2 5th grade pills among them. Among the 3 spirit stones, only 1 is of low quality, and the other 2 are of medium quality. These things alone are valuable enough. But for Su Mu, 2 5th grade pills? Does he look like he's in need of a 5th grade elixir? Spiritual stones were not particularly attractive to him. No way. After these days of system rebates, he has too many of these 2 types of items. Apart from these two types of items, Sumu simply ignored the bunch of keys. The corpses of monsters are not needed either. We don't lack meat, but what if it contains poison? As for that martial arts secret book, Devouring Demonic Art, 6th grade martial arts secrets, complete set. It's a pity that this method belongs to the magic method. I have no shortage of ways to become stronger, and I don't need this kind of evil and crooked method. Sumu curled his lips. He was not interested in this magic devouring skill. If I were willing to be more diligent, wouldn't it be nice to practice the star body tempering technique? The starry body tempering technique is a 7th grade martial art. Although the skills are not complete, they are sufficient for my own use. After checking Mo Yun's storage ring, Sumu looked at Wang Shufan. It must be said that the effect of the prosperity pill was indeed immediate. Her complexion had regained its rosy color and her injuries seemed to have improved a lot. Auntie, please wait here for a moment. I will notify Guo Wuhang of the extraordinary department to come over immediately. He is now the superior of your daughter Suanqing. Sumu signaled her not to leave, and then took out his cell phone from the space ring. He has 3 mobile phones, corresponding to the identity of Sumu, Master Guan, and the current identity of Huaqiang. At this time, he took out Ing Huaqiang's mobile phone and dialed Guo Wuhang's number. The reason for doing this was, firstly, to get away as soon as possible and go back before his mother-in-law came home, and secondly, to let Guo Wuhang come and see Mo Yun's body. Mo Yun is the deputy leader of the Blood Demon sect. The country will offer a bounty for killing him. Although this bounty is dispensable to Sumu, it is very important to maintain a good scene. The Ministry of Extraordinary Things is a national department with a large number of professionals, and more useful information may be found here. Mo Yun is just the beginning. As the deputy sect leader, he is able to practice the evil martial art of devouring demon. The sect leader of the Blood Evil sect, including other people, may also be practicing it. And since Mo Yun is interested in his wife's Ice Phoenix divine body, other people from the Blood Evil sect may also regard his wife Suanqing as a target for devouring. Faced with such a great disaster, for Sumu, the Blood Demon sect is no longer an ordinary killer organization, and he must strike hard. Hello, Ms. Wang, I'm Guo Wuhang. Hello, Minister Guo, we meet again. Half an hour later. At the foot of Dongwu Mountain, Guo Wuhang brought Lucky Star Xuepang and his 4 team members here to meet with Wang Shufan. Wang Shufan was once the wife of the head of the Su family. Guo Wuhang had met her several times, so he naturally recognized her at a glance. Looking at her healthy complexion, Guo Wuhang was filled with doubts. In the past 2 days, he has ordered most members of the extraordinary department to find the other party. The information we received also confirmed that he was kidnapped by people from the Bloody Evil God Church, just as Master Guan said. The Bloody Evil God Society is not simple, and its ability to hide itself is even better than that of the Bloody Evil sect. The Extraordinary Department tracked several members of the Church of the Evil God, but did not find anything important. I originally thought that this matter would take some time to come to fruition. But he never expected that half an hour ago, a mysterious man named Huaqiang, who claimed to be commissioned by Master Guan, suddenly called him and told him that Wang Shufan had been found. Not only that, in the process of finding Wang Shufan, he also killed the deputy leader of the Blood Evil sect, Mo Yun. Guo Wuhang was originally skeptical about this. But now the facts are right before his eyes, and he can't help but believe it. Ms. Wang, what on earth happened here? Also, where did Mr. Huaqiang go? Guo Wuhang asked curiously. At this time, Wang Shufan had completely calmed down. Guo Wuhang is a trustworthy person. Therefore, she told him everything about how she was kidnapped by the people from the Bloody Evil God Church, how she was brought to trade with the Bloody Evil sect, and the appearance and departure of the mysterious strong man Huaqiang. As Guo Wuhang listened, his emotions fluctuated. The Su family and the Lu family are so outrageous. It turns out that he is related to the Blood Demon sect and the Bloody Evil God Church, which are wanted by the country. This made him very angry. There is no need to say much to the Su family, he can take care of it himself. However, the Lu family, as one of the largest families in the Jiangnan region, one of its members, Lu Shang, was involved with the Bloody Evil God Church because he fell in love with Suanqing. Was this his personal behavior, or did the Lu family have a relationship with the Blood Demon sect? If it's the former, it's fine. If it is the latter, the situation is somewhat serious. You know, the country has been cracking down on the Blood Demon sect and the Bloody Evil God Church for many years, but these two forces are still active in the Jiangnan region. Someone must have tipped them off. Maybe it was the Lu family's doing. Certainly. This is just his own guess. The Lu family is unusual, so if you want to target them, you need to be cautious and consider everything carefully. You must have enough evidence to convince the higher-level leaders of the extraordinary department. As for this Suanqing, he was able to kill Mo Yun instantly. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Guo Wuhong thought secretly in his heart. He knew that Mo Yun, like himself, was also a martial artist at the peak of the Lingtai realm, because he had once fought with him. Being able to kill him instantly is something that is very rare for a warrior of the same level to be able to do. Therefore, the man named Hua Chang is most likely a warrior in the Star Sea realm. Where did this powerful Star Sea realm expert come from? How did Master Guan know him? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to ask him later and see if I can get him to work in the extraordinary department. Minister Gua, I heard that my daughter has joined the extraordinary department. Can you take me to meet her? Just as Guo Wuhong was thinking, Wang Shufan spoke anxiously from the side. At this moment, she was eager to see her daughter as soon as possible. Of course. Xiao Su has just finished the first day of the Tanja Cup Competition and should have returned to Shinlong Academy by now. Let's go now. I will take you to see her in person. Guo Wuhong nodded. He is also a father. Putting yourself in his shoes, if he had experienced the same thing as Wang Shufan, he would definitely be eager to see his child at this moment. Guo Wuhong came here by car. Leaving Shuepang to lead the team to inspect the scene, he quickly drove Wang Shufan towards Shinlong College. On the way, he also called Suanqing to inform her of the good news in advance. Chapter 83 Mother and Daughter Reunion. Hubby, I have good news for you. I finished the first day of the Tinjiao Monument competition and successfully advanced. Besides, my mom is coming back too. At home, Suanqing's face was full of excitement as she spoke to Su Mu, who had just returned home. She had just received news from her mother, Wang Shufan, that she was safe and was on her way under the escort of the extraordinary department. She was extremely excited. This is a double blessing. I'll buy some midnight snacks and we can celebrate. Sumu smiled and touched Suanqing's hair. At the same time, he opened the food delivery app, but it was too late and he didn't have time to cook, so he could only order food delivery. It wasn't too much, I just bought about 10,000 yuan worth of roasted monster meat and lean meat porridge. Honey, Minister Gua said that it was Master Guan's friend who saved my mom. I don't have Master Guan's contact information. Can you give me his phone number? I want to express my gratitude in person. Suanqing said again. Master Guan is a loner and doesn't like to be disturbed. We are husband and wife, so it's the same for me to express my gratitude to him. Sumu rolled his eyes and said. I was thinking to myself, when the day comes that you know that I am Master Guan and that I saved our mother, I wonder what expression you will have. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Okay, I'll leave this to you, husband. I'm going to go to the entrance of the college to greet my mom. She's almost here. Suanqing said impatiently. Let's go together. The store where I ordered the food is only 1 kilometer away from the school gate. It won't take long for it to be delivered. After Sumu finished speaking, he and Suanqing left home and headed for the gate of Shinlong Academy. It was already 10:30. It was quiet at the gate of Shinlong Academy. About 15 minutes later, an SUV and a delivery boy in a yellow robe arrived at the college entrance almost at the same time. Mom! Xingqing! Wang Shufan and Suanqing hugged each other with tears in their eyes. After a month and a half of separation, the mother and daughter finally saw each other again. You've lost weight, you've lost weight. Wang Shufan touched her daughter's delicate face and said while crying and laughing. Of course, this was just her illusion as a mother. Since marrying Sumu, Suanqing has eaten well and full every meal. When we first met, she was 1.7 meters tall and weighed only 80 kilograms. She couldn't be said to be skinny, but she didn't have much flesh either. Now, her face has some flesh, and her weight has returned to over 90 kilograms. I'm not thin at all. Suanqing burst into laughter and then pulled her mother to Sumu, who had just picked up the takeaway. Mom, let me introduce you, this is my husband Sumu. Hello, Auntie. Sumu greeted him with a smile. Although he and Suanqing had been married for a long time, when he met his mother-in-law for the first time, he couldn't even call her mom. Hey, hello to you too. Wang Shufan nodded quickly and looked at Sumu carefully with a complicated look in her eyes. There were surprises, confusion, satisfaction, and finally calmness. On the way here, she asked Guo Wuhang about what had happened to her daughter recently. Not to mention the Su family for now, she knew about her daughter's marriage and that Suanqing often expressed her love for her husband Su Mu. This is good. She could imagine how desperate her daughter was when she was kicked out of the Su family. It is a great fortune for her to meet a husband who loves and spoils her. Seeing her daughter's face full of happy smile when she introduced Su Mu, Wang Shufan couldn't help but reveal a loving look. Auntie, wife, how about we go home and talk about it? By the way, Minister Gua, I bought a lot of midnight snacks. Would you like to eat some together? Su Mu said to Wang Shufan and Guo Wuhang. Guo Wuhang hasn't said a word since he got off the car. It's already been sent here, it would be unreasonable not to treat us. However, facing his invitation, Guo Wuhang shook his head. Forget it, your family is having a gathering, and I, as an outsider, will not get involved. I still have important things to deal with. See you again when there is a chance. After Guo Wuhang finished speaking, he drove away without a trace, regardless of Su Mu and the other two's attempts to persuade him to stay. Su Mu and the other two had no choice but to go home. After returning home, Suanqing took her mother to visit the villa and had some midnight snack together before they finally went back to their rooms to rest. Suanqing will sleep with her mother tonight. After returning to the room, the mother and daughter began a night talk. There is so much to talk about between them. However, Wang Shufan only mentioned her own experience in one sentence, mainly asking about what happened to her daughter Suanqing. In front of her mother, Suanqing had nothing to hide and told her mother truthfully about her experiences during this period. Since the day my father's body was sent back, I was controlled by Su Tianxiang and my God-given bones were forcibly dug out. When I was most desperate, I met my husband Su Mu. He was very good to me. I wanted to grow old with him. Mom, my physical problem has been solved. Do you know that there is an empress hidden inside me? I'm already at the 7th star in the foundation establishment realm. Today, I participated in the Tanja Cup Competition. I fought against 6 opponents and won all of them. Am I awesome? He. Suanqing spoke without reservation for half an hour before she finished telling about her experiences during this period. Wang Shufan was so distressed that her tears almost wet the pillow. She could imagine how desperate her daughter was when she was kicked out of the Su family. The daughter who had been cherished since childhood was treated like this by her family. She must have suffered a heavy blow both physically and mentally. Her will is probably about to be broken. Fortunately, she met Su Mu at this time, and her desperate life was redeemed. She finally understood Su Mu's identity. He was not the nobleman from a wealthy family as I had imagined before, but just an orphan born in an ordinary family. Although it is a bit mysterious and I don't know why he could come up with so many pills to give to his daughter, these are minor problems. As long as she is sure that he is good to her daughter, that is enough. Thank goodness, God has helped my daughter find a good husband. Qingqing, you are much stronger than Su Mu now, but you should never forget your roots. You must never betray Su Mu in the future. Wang Shufan said seriously. Suanqing nodded. This was what she had thought. No matter how far I go on the road of martial arts, my husband is still my husband and I will never abandon him. After all, he was the only ray of light in his desperate world. This feeling is unforgettable. She will remember the scene of their meeting at the blind date square for the rest of her life. What are you going to do about the Su family? After talking about the happy things, Wang Shufan mentioned the Su family. When she mentioned the Su family, she hated it so much that her teeth were almost broken. Hate the cruelty of Su Tianxiang and Su Tianliang. I hate the indifference of the Su family elders even more. Before her husband went to the misty forest, he had always been the head of the Su family and always considered the family's affairs. As a result, when something happened, the only bloodline was treated like this. How could she possibly accept this? Mom, I want to rely on my own hands and ask the Su family for an explanation in the future. Suanqing said seriously. Chapter 84 The second 10,000 times critical attack. If Suanqing wants to take revenge on her own, it will probably take quite a while. After all, the eldest elder of the Su family has the strength of an 8th star in the Lingtai realm. And she felt that even if she had the Ice Phoenix divine body, she would have to at least advance to the 5th star of the spiritual realm in order to surely defeat the opponent. In fact, if the Su family is to pay the price now, there is a simpler way, that is to take advantage of the situation. She has the support of the Dragon Academy and the Extraordinary Department. Now the Su family has offended these two forces again. If she is willing to ask Guo Wuhong and Chen Liangrong to take action, they will definitely teach the Su family a lesson. Let us not talk about whether the Su family can get the protection of the Lu family. Even if they do, the Shinlong Academy and the Supernatural Department are not inferior to the Lu family. After all, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, is there any force more powerful than the country? But Suanqing didn't do that. Even in the morning, when Chen Liangrong and Guo Wuhan learned that the two elders Su Zhangyang and Su Zhangyu wanted to abduct her by force, they expressed their willingness to go to the Su family to ask for an explanation on her behalf, but she actively declined. There is no other reason. She will save this matter for herself to resolve in the future, and then she can vent her anger. Su Wanqing has this confidence, she believes that day will come soon. Okay, Mom supports you. No matter what you do, I will support you. Wang Shufan nodded and said with relief. What made her happy was not anything else, but that her daughter had regained her confidence. In her daughter, Wang Shufan seemed to see herself, the proud girl of heaven half a year ago. Good fortune lies within the foundation of misfortune, and misfortune lies within the foundation of good fortune. After going through the ups and downs in the past 6 months, my daughter has become even more dazzling. This made her, as a mother, sincerely happy. I've finished talking about my business, Mom, what are your plans next? Su Wanqing asked curiously. A trace of confusion appeared in Wang Shufan's eyes. Although she was a martial artist at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, before, almost all matters at home, big and small, were arranged by her husband. After her husband passed away, she returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou despite her serious injuries, just to see her daughter who was still in the Su family. Now I have seen that the daughter has been expelled from the Su family, but she lives a happy life. So, what should I do next? Revenge. Work hard, practice diligently, and avenge your husband one day in the future. While thinking this in her mind, Wang Shufan gave another answer. She didn't want her daughter to bear too much hatred for the time being. My plan is to live well and raise children for you and your wife in the future. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's face suddenly turned red. I haven't thought about having children yet, she said shyly. Wang Shufan said with a smile, your father and I never thought about it at the beginning, and then one day I suddenly got pregnant with you. Having children is never a plan, it's all an accident, and you will experience this day in the future. Oh Mom, what are you talking about? It's getting late, go to bed. Su Wanqing's heart was beating like a deer in her heart. She simply covered herself with the quilt and didn't want to discuss this topic. Naturally, she wanted to have a child with Su Mu. It's just the two of them haven't even consummated their marriage yet. Besides, isn't it too early to discuss children at the age of 18? But if you have a child, what should you name him? Su Wanqing's mind was full of thoughts and she was in a state of confusion. The next morning, it was dawn. Sumu woke up from his sleep and felt his face was wet, as if something had licked him, and there was something warm in the quilt. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge cat as white as jade lying beside him, staring at him with a pair of amber eyes. It was the little tiger brought out from the secret hunting ground, Lu Hu. Little guy, you finally woke up. Sumu was cheered up and couldn't help but touch the little tiger's head. The latter squinted his eyes and purred comfortably. Come, have some snacks. Sumu flipped his right hand, and a handful of pills appeared in his palm. He had been waiting for Lu Hu to wake up so that he could continue studying the system bugs. The last time I fed it the system's output, it was able to return the profits normally, but I wanted to use the returns from it to invest in my wife Su Wanqing, but that didn't work. This stupid system didn't give a detailed explanation, so Sumu could only wait until Lu Hu woke up. Now, the opportunity has finally come. However, when faced with the pill handed over by Sumu, Lu Hu hurriedly took several steps back, his big head showing a humane rejection. Didn't you enjoy the meal last time? What happened this time? Sumu looked at Lu Hu, feeling somewhat confused. As soon as he thought about it, a chaotic aura the size of a basketball rose from the palm of his left hand. When the little tiger saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurried over, wanting to eat the chaotic aura. So you've learned to be picky about food. This is not a good habit. Sumu chuckled. Don't take medicine? You wish. He grabbed the little tiger and forced a Star God pill in his hand into its mouth. This Star God pill was obtained as a rebate from Su Wanqing. The Star God pill that he had to rack his brains to get was now just food to feed his pet in front of him. The star god pill melted in his mouth, and Su Mu's mind suddenly received information. Investment failed. Warning. The reward items in this system cannot be directly used for reinvestment targets. What the hell? Is it not possible to invest in Land Rover? Even though Su Mu had a premonition, he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when the facts came out. The chance to take off by stepping on the left foot with the right foot in a spiral is gone. So, was the previous opportunity to invest in Lu Hu really because of the secret realm? Su Mu guessed and felt that it was very likely that this was the fact. After all, the wonderful feeling of being freed from the shackles of the human body in the secret hunting ground is still vivid in my mind. Apart from the secret realm, he couldn't think of any other reason. I just don't know if this is only possible in the hunting ground secret realm. I hope that when I have the opportunity to enter other secret realms in the future, I can also take advantage of this bug. Su Mu shook his head. At the same time, Lu Hu, who had been force-fed the elixir, came over with a look of grievance on his face. Su Mu had no choice but to pass the chaotic aura over. Ouch! Lu Hu happily swallowed up the chaotic aura in one gulp, and then continued to look at Su Mu greedily. What a greedy little cat! Su Mu smiled helplessly and continued to condense the chaotic aura. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in 5 groups of chaos aura. Triggering 100 times crit rebate, reward, 500 groups of chaos aura. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in 5 groups of chaos aura. Triggering a 10,000-fold crit rebate, reward, 50,000 groups of chaos aura. It actually triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit rebate. Su Mu sat up suddenly, his eyes wide open. But then he shook his head. Unfortunately, the critical hit only gave me chaos aura as a reward, but it's not bad at all. At least I took this opportunity to advance to the 4th star of the spiritual stage realm. Su Mu looked inward at himself and felt that the 3rd spiritual space was completely complete, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is an unexpected little surprise. As for Land Rover, after consuming 2 large balls of chaotic energy, he fell asleep again. Chapter 85. What is the Lu family? After breakfast, just like yesterday, Suanqing took the school bus to Xuanwu College to participate in the Tanja Cup Competition. Su Mu also quietly changed into Master Guan's identity and went to Xuanwu College. He was invited by Guo Wuheng. Originally Su Mu didn't want to go, but after hearing Guo Wuheng say that there were many high-ranking and powerful people in the spectator seats, this struck him as an opportunity. You can make friends with other people and have the opportunity to exchange some resources in the future. Just like elixirs. Since there is no longer any system bug at the moment, I have to go back to the old method and exchange pills from other people and invest them in my wife Suanqing or Lu Hu. The last time he traded rune fragments and other things with Guo Wuheng, he had consumed about 2/3 of the 4th grade elixir. If you want to continue to get good things from Guo Wuheng, resources such as elixirs are indispensable. The second reason was that Su Mu wanted to take this opportunity to see the combat level of the major geniuses in Suzhou and Hangzhou and gain some experience. In the field of martial arts, it is not feasible to work in isolation. You must read more and learn more, and only when you have enough experience can you be able to respond to ever-changing situations with the same approach. The Tanja Cup Competition is held on the playground of Xuanwu College. The large playground of tens of thousands of square meters is divided into 4 areas, which can provide space for 8 students to compete at the same time. There were not too many students from the 4 major colleges participating. There were less than 30 people from the Shinlong College, and the other 3 colleges combined had about 150. In addition, there were about 100 individual warriors participating from outside the academy. There are only more than 300 contestants in total. Taking into account the duration of each battle, 3 days is enough to determine the final ranking. The competition officially started at 9:15 in the morning. When Su Mu arrived here, he found Guo Wuheng sitting in front of the viewing platform, surrounded by more than 20 people who were also watching the game. Among them were 2 other acquaintances of Su Mu, Chen Liangrong and Yi Chongshan. I won't say much about Chen Liangrong. As the vice president of Shinlong College, he decided to lead the team himself after the incident of the elders of the Su family stopping the car yesterday. It is normal for him to appear here. The reason why Yi Chongshan, the head of the Yi family, came here in person despite his busy schedule was probably mainly to watch his daughter Yi Shuyue's battle. Master Guan, you are here. Master Guan, good morning. Guo Wuheng and Yi Chongshan greeted Su Mu almost at the same time. One of them is the deputy director of the extraordinary department, and the other is the head of the Yi family. They have noble status, and people around them immediately cast their eyes over. Minister Gua, Boss Yi, good morning. Sumu nodded to Guo Wuhong and Yi Chongshan, said hello, and then sat next to Guo Wuhong. As soon as I sat down, a bald middle-aged man next to me turned his head and said with a smile, Minister Gua, this Master Guan, can you introduce him to us? When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. There are not many people that Guo Wuhong and Yi Chongshan are willing to call masters, and they are very curious. Master Guan is a master of alchemy and is now an A-level member of my extraordinary department. Seeing that Su Mu had no objection, Guo Wuhong explained to everyone with a smile. Alchemy Master. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's eyes lit up. Even Guo Wuhong was eager to work with a master alchemist, so they were naturally even more so. Hello, Master Guan. I'm Wei Yudao, the vice president of Suzaku College. You can just call me Old Wei. Master Guan is really a young and promising man. I am Li Hao, the dean of White Tiger Academy. Master Guan, it is an honor to meet you. You are welcome to come to White Tiger Academy for guidance when you are free. I'm Wang Xiaoming, the owner of Zhujin Villa. If you need any weapons, you can come to me. You are a friend of Minister Guo and Old Ji, which means you are also a friend of me, Old Wang. I am Qi Haisheng. The people around introduced themselves to Su Mu in an orderly manner. They believed in Guo Wuhong's character and ability, and were eager to seize this opportunity to make friends with a master alchemist. Su Mu welcomed everyone who came and shook hands with them and exchanged contact information. These were all potential tools for him to exchange resources, and since he didn't have autism, he was naturally willing to make friends with them. The scene was full of joy until another young man spoke up. Master Guan, right? I'm Lu Sheng. Are you interested in cooperating with our Jiangnan Lu family? The young man whose words were full of arrogance was none other than the young master of the Lu family, Lu Sheng. He also came to watch the game, of course for Suanqing. The so-called unobtainable things will always cause unrest. He already knew that the Su family had no ability to control Suanqing, so he desired Suanqing even more and couldn't help but come to watch this Tanja Cup competition in person. Before Su Mu came, he was the focus of many people. At this time, the limelight was stolen by Su Mu, but he was not disappointed and even invited Su Mu to cooperate. Because even with the strength of the Jiangnan Lu family, they only maintain close cooperation with a master alchemist, and the intermediate and high-level elixirs they refine are not enough for a large family to enjoy. There are also differences between alchemy masters. Some alchemy masters can only make 1 or 2 fifth-grade elixirs. Therefore, making friends with more alchemy masters will naturally only bring benefits and no harm. After sending the invitation, Lu Sheng waited for the other party to agree. I am representing the Lu family at this moment. Under normal circumstances, would anyone refuse? But obviously Su Mu is an exception. Jiangnan Lu family? What is this? I've never heard of it. Su Mu sneered and turned to look at Guo Wuhong. Minister Guo, have you collected any good things in the past 2 days? I have a lot of elixirs stored here, waiting to exchange with you. Sorry, I'm a bit busy these 2 days. Please wait patiently for a few more days. I will give you a list then. Guo Wuhong said. Okay, then I'll wait. The game has started, let's watch it first. Su Mu talked to Guo Wuhong on his own, as if Lu Sheng didn't exist. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng's face suddenly became gloomy. The air in the spectators' seats also seemed to get colder. Realizing that something was wrong, many people nearby suddenly stopped talking. On one side was the alchemy master who was treated as a guest of honor by Guo Wuhong, and on the other side was the young master of the Lu family. No one dared to interrupt and offend the other side easily, and they all tacitly pretended not to see it. Good, very good. Master Guan, right? My Lu family will remember you. Lu Sheng snorted coldly. He had a bad temper to begin with, and if the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, he would have been unable to resist and resorted to violence. Little did he know that it was this very reason that bound Su Mu. Otherwise, this so-called Lu Sheng would have died on the spot just like Xie Fei did. He is only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, but he dared to have evil thoughts towards his wife. He is already seeking death. There are so many people around now that it is not convenient for Su Mu to take action. But he had already made up his mind that after leaving Xuanwu College, he would find an opportunity to kill this daring young master of the Lu family and put an end to it once and for all. Chapter 86, The Duel Between the Su Family Sisters and Brothers. Su Mu soon had no time to think about how to kill Lu Sheng, and how to deal with the Lu family's revenge after killing Lu Sheng. Because at this moment in the playground, in the number 1 competition area, his wife Suanqing appeared. Many people at the scene also focused their attention on Suanqing. She is the favorite to win the competition this time and everyone is very interested in her. Although there are 2 or 3 young warriors participating in the Tanja Cup Competition whose strength is not inferior to Suanqing, she has awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body and her overall strength far exceeds that of people at the same level. The Suzhou and Hangzhou Tianjiao Cup event has been held for more than 30 years. In the past, there have been some Lingtai realm warriors under the age of 20, but not this time. Therefore, almost half of the spectators believed that Suanqing had a high probability of winning the championship of this competition. But if that were all, it wouldn't be enough for them to care so much. The reason why so much attention is paid at this moment is because his opponent is also highly concerned. Su Ming. This prodigy of the Su family, who has become famous in recent days, has come into the sight of many people. The reason is that it is widely rumored that he possesses a divine bone belonging to Suanqing in his body. Now that the two are facing off, everyone is curious about what the outcome of their battle will be. Are you all clear about the rules of the game? Attacks on fatal parts are not allowed. Whoever has more effective strikes within 10 minutes, or who makes the opponent lose combat effectiveness in advance, will advance to the next round. In the competition area, the referee teacher said to Suanqing and Su Ming. The 2 men nodded. They had participated in several battles yesterday and naturally understood the rules of the competition. Okay, get ready first, choose your weapons, and the battle will begin in 1 minute. After the referee teacher finished speaking, he left the competition area and observed the situation from the outside without blinking. He is both a referee and a protector, and will intervene in the fight when necessary to ensure that no accidental deaths occur on either side. Elder sister. Su Ming was wearing a school uniform and had a clean face. At first glance, he looked like a handsome boy next door. He looked at Suanqing with moist eyes, his tone full of grievance and self-blame. Sister, I can only accept the decision of the elders. There is nothing I can do about it. Besides, you have now awakened the Ice Phoenix divine body, and your future has become bright again. Can you forgive the Su family and return to the Su family? Can we go back to the way we were before? I miss you so much these days. Su Ming said in an innocent manner. Hearing this, Suanqing couldn't help but sneer. She understood her brother, no. Now he should be called the son of her enemy. When she was pushed onto the operating table, she caught a glimpse of the smile that Su Ming couldn't suppress on his lips. Saying these words to myself now makes it seem as if he is innocent. As a vested interest, how could he be innocent? As for forgiving the Su family? Easier said than done. She had suffered so much, even her mother was hunted down by the Su family, how could she possibly forgive? I'm not your sister, stop pretending to be nice, it only makes me feel sick. Suanqing said with disgust. Sister, you've changed. Su Ming covered his chest with a hurt expression, you weren't like this before. You used to be the one who doted on me the most. Shut up and show us the real deal. Suanqing was very impatient. Su Ming took a deep breath. In that case, sister, I am sorry for my brother's wrongdoing. In order to restore the honor of the Su family, I have no choice but to defeat you. Don't worry, I will never hurt you. Su Ming said. Just pretend, and then just show off your abilities. Suanqing was very disdainful. Her brother's strength is only at the 4-star foundation building stage. He is a flower in the Su family's greenhouse that has been carefully nurtured. How dare he speak so arrogantly in front of her? Suanqing was too lazy to say more, and she would let him know how powerful she was later. The 1-minute preparation time passed quickly. Suanqing used an unopened longsword, while Su Ming chose a stick. As the referee announced the start, Suanqing rushed towards Su Ming without saying a word. Bang bang bang. The sound of swords and iron rods colliding frequently was heard, as if someone was playing a piano piece. Su Ming's speed was very fast, but under the absolute suppression of strength, he was struggling to defend himself. The martial arts that Suanqing used was the wind and thunder sword technique that she had newly mastered. After obtaining the visualization diagram of Lu Yao practicing sword in the Hunting Ground Secret Realm last time, she made rapid progress in practicing sword-related martial arts. In just a few days, she had already practiced this 5th-grade martial art to the entry level. And Su Ming used the crazy stick technique, a 4th-grade martial art inherited from the Su family, which he had practiced to a minor level of success. But whether in terms of basic strength or combat skills, he is far inferior to Suanqing. After only 10 seconds, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in a slump. Suanqing is still the best student. She is worthy of being the proud daughter of this class of Shinlong Academy. Congratulations to Principal Chen for receiving such a good student. If I'm not mistaken, she is using the wind and thunder sword technique, right? She has mastered this 5th grade sword technique at such a young age. Her future is bright. Ha ha ha. This is all because of Xiao Su's excellence. She has walked her own path, and our school is just protecting her. Principal Chen is too modest. After all, she is a student trained by Shinlong Academy. I think it won't be long before her name is listed on the national list of geniuses. What a good talent. It's a pity that I'm not good at swordsmanship, otherwise, I would really like to take her in as my personal disciple. You are just a 2-star warrior in the Lingtai realm. Even if you are good at swordsmanship, so what? But don't make a fuss. A genius like Suanqing will probably surpass you in 1 or 2 years. That's right, Minister Gua, a martial artist at the peak of the Lingtai realm, didn't say anything. How can you be qualified to accept a genius like Suanqing as your student? Ha ha ha. In the audience stands, Chen Liangrong and others were watching the game and chatting and laughing. They were all amazed by the strength and potential shown by Suanqing. Listening to their praise, Sumu couldn't help but feel proud. The reason why his wife is so strong is largely due to his silent hard work behind the scenes. However, while the discussion was going on in the spectator stands, something unexpected happened on the field. Su Ming, who was at a disadvantage, suddenly spit out a ball of dark red flame from his mouth. In an instant, it covered the space of more than 10 meters in front of him and submerged Suanqing instantly. It's so sudden. In the last second, Su Ming was still struggling and was about to be defeated, but in the next second, he erupted with raging flames. In the world of warriors, there are countless examples of the weak defeating the strong, and the situation seems to be about to be reversed. This is a secret skill that can only be mastered when the God-given bone reaches the 2nd stage, the Sea of Hellfire? Guo Wuhong couldn't sit still anymore. Being well informed, he recognized the source of Su Ming's move at a glance. Chapter 87 Su Mu's Killing Intentions. That's right. What Su Ming was using at this moment was the new secret technique he had comprehended after the 2nd stage of awakening of the God-given bone. There are 9 stages of growth for God-given bones. In the 1st stage, the body of any owner can be fully enhanced. Starting from the 2nd stage, you will understand a special secret skill with each stage of growth. Hellfire Sea is one of the most common secret skills used by the owners of God-given bone when they grow to the 2nd stage. This secret technique is to spray a large amount of high-temperature flames from the mouth to burn the enemy. It has not been long since Su Ming obtained the God-given bone. The reason why he awakened to the 2nd stage so quickly was that before that, Lu Sheng rewarded him with a ripe blue fruit. This treasure, which Suanqing's parents were willing to risk their lives to obtain, is of great help to the growth of the God-given bone. The most important reason why Lu Sheng gave him the reward was to allow him to deal with Suanqing in this martial arts competition. The Sea of Hellfire is not a killing move, it is just a preliminary measure. The real killer move is... I'm sorry, my dear sister. For the future of our Su family, you should just become Lu Sheng's canary. There was a hint of sneer on Su Ming's lips. With a thought, he took out a palm-sized red jade talisman from his space ring, ready to use this special item as soon as his Sea of Hellfire seriously injured Suanqing. However, as he looked in surprise, the originally hot air suddenly became a little cool. The high temperature in the surrounding area, which was boiling due to the appearance of the Sea of Fire, was also dropping rapidly. But in an instant, even the flames he spewed out were frozen by a layer of ice crystals. What's going on? Su Ming was horrified. The next moment, he felt his body getting colder and colder, as if his blood was about to freeze. Without time to think, he instinctively put the jade talisman in his hand back into the space ring. Immediately afterwards, he lost control of his body. At the same time, the people watching were all stunned when they saw the frozen flame, Su Ming who had turned into a human-shaped popsicle, and Suanqing who was safe and sound. Hiss, hiss, it's so cold. Is this the true power of the Ice Phoenix divine body? As expected, this is a special physique that ranks among the best in the world. It turns out that this is the true strength of classmate Suanqing. It's so terrifying. Even the flames were frozen. How unbelievable. Is Su Ming dead? He deserves to die for daring to use a killing move like the Sea of Hell on his own sister. I heard that the God-given bone in his body was transplanted from Suanqing. Such a person deserves no death. If Su Ming dies, can the God-given bone in his body be transplanted to someone else? Look, the referee is taking action. Unfortunately, Su Ming is not dead, he is just seriously injured. On the playground, countless students started talking. Even the students who were competing in the other 3 areas stopped without realizing it. Compared with the fight between Su Ming and Suanqing, these body-tempering and foundation establishment warriors who only had close combat capabilities were as childish as a fight between elementary school students. Looking at the more than 10-meter high flames and the ice crystals on the surface, sparkling beautifully in the sun, many participating students couldn't help but gasp. Even some teachers who were at the peak of the foundation establishment realm or had just entered the spiritual platform realm could not help but feel shocked. On the viewing platform, seeing Suanqing safe and sound, Wuhong and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, classmate Suanqing has developed the Ice Phoenix divine body to a certain extent, otherwise it would be dangerous. I really underestimated Su Ming. He actually has this killer weapon hidden in his body. He has already developed the God-given bone to the 2nd stage. However, the rules of the competition clearly do not allow the use of such a deadly method. This kid has violated the rules. As expected of Su Tianxiang's son, the father is insidious and the son is not a good guy either. Old Ian, you are the principal of Xuanwu College, you must correct this kid's character later. If he only has strength but not good character, he is not a good student. Yes, that's right, that's why he is facing Suanqing. If it were any other foundation establishment stage student, he would be seriously injured if not dead. For the many bigwigs on the viewing platform, the death of students in the Tanja Cup cannot be tolerated. Especially a gifted girl like Suanqing. Otherwise, the impact will be too bad. Competition, after all, is inseparable from the word competition, and it is not a fight of life and death. What's more, almost everyone present here is a respected senior in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. The growth of Suanqing, a talented young man, will only benefit everyone. No one wants to see her get into an accident. Even Lu Sheng didn't want to see her get into an accident. Although he was the one who directed Su Ming to take such action, his purpose was not to kill Suanqing. What a useless piece of shit. Looking at Suanqing, who was safe and sound, and Su Ming, who was seriously injured on the stage, Lu Sheng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He put a lot of thought into the duel between the two, but in the end Su Ming still disappointed him. On the other side, Su Mu's face also turned gloomy. It's not because I'm worried about Suanqing. He was indeed a little surprised when the flames appeared in the sky, but he did not think that it could threaten his wife. In fact, it is true. When Suanqing activated the power of the Ice Phoenix divine body, even the flames were frozen. Su Ming had no power to resist at all. What made Su Mu angry was that, at the moment when the gunpowder was frozen, he saw a jade talisman in Su Ming's hand. His strength at the Lingtai realm made his eyes extremely sharp. Even from a distance of hundreds of meters, he caught the familiar patterns on the surface of the dark red jade talisman at a glance. Life and Death Talisman. This special jade talisman, the same one he once used to control the Su family bodyguards, now appeared in Su Ming's hand. You can figure out what they are planning just by thinking with your butt. He must want to use the Hellfire Sea to seriously injure Suanqing, and then use the Life and Death Talisman to control her mind. You are really looking for death. An unprecedented murderous intent rose in Su Mu's heart. The Su family had targeted his wife time and again, which really made him unable to suppress his murderous urge. In fact, Su Mu also knew Suanqing's attitude towards the Su family, and he agreed in his heart that she should complete the revenge herself in the future. During this period, cutting flesh with a blunt knife was the greatest revenge on the Su family. But as Suanqing's husband, at this moment, he felt that he could not sit idly by. The Su family and the Lu family must strike hard. Think of this. Su Mu temporarily suppressed his killing intent, turned to look at Guo Wuhong, and said in a deep voice, Minister Guo, I suggest you search Su Ming's space ring carefully. I just saw him take out a life and death talisman. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene suddenly widened their eyes. And Lu Sheng, who was standing aside, had a flash of eyes. Chapter 88 Criminal Su Ming. Life and Death Talisman? Master Guan, are you sure? Guo Wuhong's eyes widened. Of course he also knew about the Life and Death Talisman, an item that could control a person's mind in life and death. This item is a controlled item that is strictly prohibited by the state. Anyone who possesses it without permission is committing a criminal offense. And using it is a serious crime, punishable by at least 10 years. Su Ming actually took out a life and death talisman just now? What does he want to do as a student who has this kind of thing? Looking at Suanqing sitting opposite him, everyone understood. Presumptuous. He actually dared to use the life and death talisman. Su Ming's character is 10 times or even 100 times worse than I thought. This is a serious crime. Laoyin, is this how you usually teach your students at Xuanwu Academy? This has nothing to do with my Xuanwu Academy. It's the Su family that is to blame. Su Tianxiang is a bad parent. He is the culprit. Is it really a life and death talisman? Master Guan, you must have seen it wrong. I can't believe that Su Ming, a student, would dare to do such a thing. There was immediate discussion at the scene. The words life and death talisman came out, which meant that Su Ming's actions were not just ignoring the rules of the competition. It is a serious criminal act and must be dealt with severely. But some people just couldn't believe it. So many of us didn't see it, so how come he, an alchemist, saw it? What's more, even if Su Ming had great courage, he would not dare to possess a prohibited item like the life and death talisman, right? Whether it is true or not, we will know it after testing it. Su Mu said calmly. Then check it out. Wo Wuhong said in a deep voice. He didn't think Master Guan was deceiving him. First of all, he knew that Master Guan paid special attention to Suanqing. Secondly, although Master Guan is a master of alchemy, his strength is not weak. He can even defeat the 2 elders of the Su family in an instant. Combining the 2 reasons, it is natural that he was able to discover details that he and others did not notice. Let's go. Let's go search Su Ming's space ring. That's right. We can tell whether it's true or not by testing it. We can't let this kind of bad apple appear in our student group. Led by Guo Wuhong, everyone stood up and prepared to search the scene for Su Ming's space ring. However, at this moment, Lu Shang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Everyone, just because of a word from a guy who came out of nowhere, you want to invade a student's privacy. Is this appropriate? If you can't find the so-called life and death talisman, have you ever thought about how to make up for the psychological trauma of a student? I have to say, today I have seen the atmosphere of Suzhou and Hangzhou. How can we provide good education with people like you? As soon as Lu Shang spoke in a sarcastic tone, everyone stopped walking immediately. If this sentence was said by an ordinary person, people would naturally not care. But Lu Shang is the son of the Jiangnan Lu family, so everyone has to think carefully about it immediately. Lu Shang has been very close to the Su family recently. If he spoke now and continued to search Su Ming, he would definitely offend the Lu family regardless of whether he found the life and death talisman or not. This is a price many people are unwilling to pay. I believe Master Guan would not wrongly accuse any good person. Guo Wuhong spoke. He understood Master Guan's concern for Suanqing and didn't think he would deceive him. Moreover, the Su family was also very clear about their ill intentions towards Suanqing. I believe in Master Guan too. Chen Liangrong also echoed. This concerns the most valued student in Shinlong Academy, so he cannot sit idly by. Master Guan is a guest of honor in my Yi family, and I trust him as well. Yi Chongshan also spoke. Although the Lu family is scary, Lu Shang is just a young master after all. Faced with an opportunity to please Master Guan, he feels there is no need to back down. Ha, why are you in such a hurry to explain? Could this matter have anything to do with you? Su Mu sneered. I'm just reminding you kindly, if you don't want to listen, forget it. Lu Shang chuckled. Seeing that he couldn't scare Guo Wuhong and the others, he could only pretend that he didn't care. In fact, my heart sank to the bottom. Guo Wuhong, Chen Liangrong, Yi Chongshan, and this Master Guan actually didn't give me face. I will make them pay in the future. Even as he was thinking this, he could only watch Guo Wuhong and his group walk towards the arena. Seeing this, several people at the scene hesitated and then followed Guo Wuhong's footsteps. At this point, it was no longer a question of whether Su Ming was hiding the life and death talisman, but rather about who to stand on the side of the young master of the Lu family and the local forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou City headed by Guo Wuhong. Obviously, Lu Shang, the young master of the Lu family, is not important enough to shock everyone. Su Ming, hand over your space ring. Arena. After the referee announced that Suanqing had won and advanced, Guo Wuhong and his team came to Su Ming, who was about to be carried away on a stretcher, and spoke to him seriously. Su Ming subconsciously retracted his hand, but he had no ability to resist at all. Soon, a space ring on the right hand was forcibly taken off. Crash! A small pile of items was scattered on the ground. Looking at one of the blood-red life and death talismans, Su Ming's face turned pale, and the eyes of everyone at the scene suddenly became dangerous when they looked at him. Su Ming, you are so brave. Tell me the truth, where did you get this life and death talisman? Did you want to use it on Suanqing just now? Guo Wuheng questioned sternly. With the strength of being at the peak of Lingtai realm, coupled with the status of Deputy Minister of the Extraordinary Department, his aura is too powerful. No matter how sinister Su Ming was, he was just a teenager who had just turned 18 years old. At this moment, he panicked and subconsciously looked at Lu Sheng, who was also approaching. Although they quickly shifted their gaze after taking a glance, how many people present were not smart? I guessed what he meant instantly. In the strange atmosphere, Lu Sheng suddenly spoke up. Did Su Zhongyang and Su Zhanyu give you this life and death talisman? He cannot admit this, otherwise it will have a very negative impact on himself and the Lu family. Although the Lu family is powerful, they cannot provoke public anger. Fortunately, he had good adaptability and immediately put the blame on the two elders of the Su family. Yes. Su Ming lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Influenced by his father and the eldest elder, he usually looked down on the other two elders of the Su family. After weighing it over for a moment, in order not to offend Lu Sheng, he had no choice but to admit it. Su Ming, do you know that this is a serious violation of the law? I am so disappointed. Fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake. There's still room for redemption. Lu Sheng said with great sorrow. Then, he looked at everyone and said, Everyone, my Lu family is planning to organize a team to hunt demons on the snowy plateau. Su Ming is quite capable. Instead of letting him go to jail and waste his martial arts skills, why not let him go with us? It can be considered as making up for his crime with merit. What do you think? Su Ming was delighted, knowing that Lu Shan was arranging a way out for him. It's a pity that with Su Mu around, how could he get what he wanted? I do not understand. Does this dragon kingdom belong to the Lu family? Who do you think you are, Lu Shang? How can you have the nerve to control the whereabouts of a criminal? Chapter 89 Ambush and Killing Lu Shang. As soon as Su Mu said this, Lu Shang's face turned pale. His expression was gloomy, and he said in a hard voice, Master Guan misunderstood. I didn't mean to control the criminals of the country. I just felt a little sorry. After all, he was a genius, and it's a pity for him to die like this. Of course, whether you agree or not is up to you to decide, and my Lu family won't say anything more. The words seemed submissive, but in fact, they contained a threat. A sentence. I have expressed my opinions. Anyone who dares to disagree really does not take my Lu family seriously. If you are retaliated by the Lu family, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to choose. Everyone understood what Lu Sheng meant and turned their eyes to Guo Wuheng. He was the only person from the state law enforcement department present. Su Ming's final destination will be decided by him. As a national law enforcement officer, it is my duty to fight criminals. No need to say more, I'll take the person away. Guo Wuheng didn't give Lu Sheng any face at all. Not to mention Lu Sheng, even if the head of the Lu family was here, he would still ignore him. So what if the Lu family is so powerful? He couldn't get any benefits from the Lu family. What's more, as the Deputy Minister of the Extraordinary Department, he cannot tolerate evil. Okay, Minister Gui is indeed upright. Our Lu family admires him. Okay, I don't care about this matter anymore, you can do whatever you want. But I want to remind you that Su Ming is a talented person. I still want to give him a chance to make amends for his crime. Lu Shang laughed angrily, and after he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He can no longer stay here. If I don't leave now, the fire might burn me. It's better to get away from it in time and then think of a solution. With the Lu family's influence in Jiangnan, there is no need to worry about not being able to solve the problem. Minister Guo, Principal, Uncle Yi, and Master Guan, thank you. After Lu Shang left, Su Ming was arrested in a daze, and Suanqing hurriedly thanked everyone. She had been there just now and was very angry. But when she thought of her husband and her returning mother, she held back. She must remain rational while having the power to protect her family. Even though he knew that Lu Shang had ulterior motives towards him, he could only remain silent. She is not alone. Due to family ties, he can't afford to offend the Lu family at this stage. We are just venting our anger for you temporarily. Suanqing, keep practicing. In this world, strength is king after all. Guo Wuhan patted Suanqing on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Thank you, Minister Guo. Suanqing nodded. She naturally understood this principle. The weak prey on the strong, survival of the fittest. When you are weak, no matter what you do, it is original sin. But if you become stronger, you will see smiling faces everywhere you look. Even though the Lu family was strong, they would not dare to act recklessly at that time. I have something else to do, so I'll leave for a moment. You guys continue. Xiao Su, work hard and strive to get first place in the competition. Sumu encouraged Suanqing with a smile, and then left Xuanwu College amid the latter's gratitude. He wants to kill Lu Sheng according to the plan. Previously, he used the blood evil sect to kidnap his cheap mother-in-law and threaten his wife. Now he is forcing Su Ming to use the life and death talisman in an attempt to control his wife. Sumu dared not imagine what he would dare to do in the future. He has no intention of keeping this dangerous person who poses a serious threat to his wife's safety. We must eradicate the roots of the problem. He knew Lu Sheng's strength clearly, which was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. With my current strength, killing him would be a piece of cake. As for the Lu family's revenge after the kill, Sumu didn't care. As long as we deal with Lu Sheng's body and prevent the Lu family from finding the real murderer for the time being, we can use this period of time to practice. Even if it is really found out that it was him, it was done by Master Guan or Hua Chang, and it has nothing to do with him, Sumu, a little alchemy apprentice. And when he grows up, won't the Lu family let him control them? Thinking so, Sumu quietly followed Lu Shun, who was leaving Xuanwu College. In order to prepare for a rainy day, he even took the time to change his clothes and alter his face to look like Hua Xiang. Hua Xiang has to do the dirty and tiring work. Guo Wuhan, Yi Chongshan, Chen Liangrong, and that so-called Master Guan, you have already found your way to death. After leaving Xuanwu College, Lu Shang was furious. That Master Guan had provoked him again and again, making him feel very embarrassed. As the young master of the Lu family, when has he ever suffered such injustice in the land of Jiangnan? He wished he could kill this Master Guan who appeared out of nowhere immediately. Unfortunately, this thought is just a thought in my mind. Let us not talk about whether he has the strength to do it. Even if he can, with so many people present, he wouldn't dare to kill openly. The Lu family still has some dignity and cannot openly go against the country. 1 month. No. Half a month at most, and I will make all of you pay the price. Lu Sheng made a decision silently in his heart. After returning to the hotel, he will inform the leader of the blood evil sect, who has a secret cooperation with the family, and place an order with him. He won't be able to calm down until he takes revenge. However, just as he was still filled with anger, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. Without time to think, he instinctively crushed a jade talisman he was carrying. In an instant, a golden energy shield enveloped his entire body. But even so, he still felt unsafe, and quickly took out a palm-sized rune fragment from the space ring and injected spiritual energy into it to activate it. The next moment, the figure instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. All this happened in a very short period of time. As the son of the Lu family, he has many ways to preserve his life. Only then did I feel relieved and turned to look in the direction of the source of the danger. This is a factory area. It is working hours and there are few people on the road, so he saw the attacker at a glance. I saw a strange man looking at me in surprise. Who are you, sir, and why did you attack me? Lu Sheng spoke solemnly. Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Lu Sheng could actually dodge the thin needles of chaotic energy that he shot out. It seems like there are a lot of hidden cards. I guess after killing Lu Sheng this time, I will make a fortune. Sumu thought so in his heart. Then, he was too lazy to respond. Lu Sheng was just a dead man, so there was no need to say more. Now that the sneak attack has failed, let us attack head-on. Having made up his mind, Sumu exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Lu Sheng like an arrow. But at this moment, a faint sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart, and he quickly changed the direction of his sprint. The next moment, he found himself halfway through his sprint when a figure holding a dagger appeared out of nowhere. This is a middle-aged man wearing brown training clothes, with a thin build and ordinary looks. Uncle Fu. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. As the son of the Lu family, how could he not have a protector when he travels outside? The middle-aged man in front of him, Fu Changfan, is the protector arranged by the family, and his strength is at the 8th star of Lingtai realm. Now that he is here, he will be safe. However, before he could completely relax, Fu Changfan said with a serious expression. Sir, hurry up, this guy is not easy to deal with. Chapter 90 Death of Lu Shang. Hearing this, Lu Shang was stunned for a moment, then he turned around and ran without hesitation. He knew his protector Fu Changfan too well. As an 8-star warrior in the Lingtai realm, he has been in this realm for more than 10 years. For most people, martial arts have bottlenecks. Many martial artists will be stuck at a certain level due to their qualifications or other reasons. No matter how hard they try, they will never make any progress. Fu Changfan is such a person. The 8th level of Lingtai realm was the pinnacle of martial arts that he could never surpass. But in the past 10 years or so, although his realm has not improved, he has mastered many advanced martial arts. For example, the ability to become invisible in the air is a 5th grade martial art called voidwalking. It is said that when this martial art is practiced to perfection, one can escape into the void. Fu Changfan did not have that kind of talent, and he only mastered this martial art to a small level of success, but he was able to blend into the environment and was hardly noticed by those around him. He has extensive combat experience and his perception of danger is far higher than other warriors at the same level. So, when he solemnly told him to leave quickly, Lu Shang turned around and ran without hesitation. Even Fu Changfan felt that such a dangerous person was beyond the reach of him, a warrior at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But how could it be so easy for him to run away from Su Mu? Phantom footwork. 6-in-1 sky-reaching finger. Su Mu didn't know Fu Changfan's level of martial arts, but since the other party had caused him a certain sense of crisis just now, it showed that his strength must be extraordinary. So he was calm and decisive, and decided to go all out and end the battle quickly. He stretched out 2 fingers with his left hand, took out the thunder sword from the space ring with his right hand, and took phantom steps. In an instant, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters and rushed towards Lu Shang. Your opponent is me. Fu Changfan shouted. He also mastered an extraordinary footwork martial arts skill, and he blocked Su Mu like lightning. At the same time, he kicked Su Mu, and with his free left hand he slapped Lu Shang who was not far away. 2 auras that are imperceptible to the naked eye rise into the sky. This is the ability of a warrior in the Lingtai realm to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The kick towards Su Mu created a hurricane, while the slap towards Lu Shang used clever force and sent him further away. Then he raised the dagger in his right hand and wanted to stab Su Mu. However, at this moment, he felt that the air around him seemed to be stagnant, and his body seemed to be pressed down by a huge weight, unable to move. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away like a flood that had been opened. It is exactly the 2-finger effect of Liu Hatongtian finger. All this happened in a flash. Fu Changfan's reaction was quick, but under the absolute suppression of strength, all his efforts were in vain. Swish! Su Mu ignored the fact that he was being controlled, and continued to rush towards Lu Shang's position, swinging a sword far away. However, the sword missed. Lu Shang injected spiritual energy again, activated the rune fragment in his hand, and his figure teleported hundreds of meters again. A rune fragment that can teleport? Su Mu frowned. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have recognized him. Now he had 2 rune fragments on him and recognized them instantly. There are many types of rune fragments. The 3 types that I have handled include vitality, strength, and swordsmanship. It is normal to see space rune fragments that can enable people to teleport. As expected of a member of the Lu family, he even has rune fragments for teleportation. Su Mu's heart sank. He didn't know whether the teleportation rune fragment in Lu Shang's hand had any limitations. Things seemed a little beyond his expectations. We have to hurry and kill him. However, at this moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind him. Su Mu immediately dodged the attack. Looking back, he saw that the Uncle Fu mentioned by Lu Shang had used some unknown means, and was covered in blood, breaking through the spatial confinement effect of his Liu Hatongtian finger. Aha! Fu Changfan seemed to be in endless pain, roaring continuously, and the dagger stabbed at Su Mu like raindrops. Bang bang bang! Su Mu calmly blocked his attack. Although I don't know what means he used it this time, I can feel that his life force is fading away at a faster rate, and he may die of exhaustion soon. This was a desperate tactic and Su Mu couldn't ignore it. Uncle Fu! Looking back and seeing this scene from a distance, Lu Shang shouted in grief. Fu Changfan is not only his protector, but also an elder who has watched him grow up since he was a child. He is like a family member to him. He was very clear that with the martial arts Fu Changfan was using at this moment, even if he repelled the enemy afterwards, he would surely die. Go away, sir. I can't hold on for much longer. Fu Changfan roared and attacked with all his might, displaying his martial arts to the best of his ability. Sumu sneered and activated the chaotic energy in his body. In an instant, a chaotic aura like a vast ocean surged out from his spiritual space. This supreme and powerful energy is obviously not something Fu Changfan can handle. His entire body was enveloped in a chaotic aura. Although he was not destroyed instantly, he was floating up and down under the heavy pressure and could no longer pester Sumu. The next moment, the sword in Sumu's hand burst into light, and he displayed the wind and thunder sword intent. The blazing sword light rushed towards Fu Changfan without any hindrance. Phew! Only a dull sound was heard, and a head flew up. Fu Changfan opened his eyes wide and died with his eyes open. After killing him, Sumu turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Shang and found that Lu Shan was running desperately and did not use teleportation. It seems that his teleportation rune fragment has usage restrictions. Sumu muttered to himself. Forget it, don't think about it for now, just kill him first. Sumu shook his head and rushed towards Lu Shang. His speed was extremely fast. Even though Lu Shang was running for his life, Sumu still easily caught up with him after a few breaths. You can't kill me, spare my life, don't kill me, I am the heir of the Lu family. Lu Shang's face was filled with fear and he wanted to beg for mercy, but Sumu was determined to kill him and didn't listen to what he said. But when he swung his sword, a blazing sword light flashed, and the huge head was separated from the body in an instant. Lu Shang died just like that. At this moment, Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. There's a passerby coming out. The battle dragged on for a long time and caused a lot of noise. Sumu frowned when he saw some people popping up from the surrounding factory area. Without saying a word, he took the space ring from Lu Shang's finger. Then he quickly went back, took off the space ring from Fu Changfan's body and took it away, and at the same time took back the chaotic aura that had just been released from the spiritual space. Then he left the scene quickly without hesitation. Chapter 91, Taking Stock of Harvest. Fuck, killing someone in broad daylight, is there anyone who cares? Such a terrifying might, this must be a battle between warriors in the Lingtai realm. It's horrible. The fight between Sumu and Fu Changfan was so noisy that people noticed them as soon as they started. When the fight was over and Sumu left, people nearby couldn't resist their curiosity and gathered around to talk about it. Someone called the police immediately, but before the police arrived, Wo Wuheng from Xuanwu College not far away had already arrived at the scene with his men. Right now. Looking at the bodies of Fu Changfan and Lu Sheng at the scene, and listening to the discussions of the people around him, Wo Wuheng's face looked extremely ugly. In broad daylight, there were warriors fighting in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. And it is so close to Xuanwu College, which is simply a provocation to all law enforcement agencies in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. Something's wrong. Minister Gua, I think I've seen this guy before. He's from the Lu family. I remember now. His name is Fu Changfan. He is an 8-star warrior in the Lingtai realm. He is deeply trusted by the Lu family. He has come to my sword forging villa several times before. Wang Xiaoming, who came out with Guo Wuheng, looked at Fu Changfan's body on the ground and said in shock. That seems to be Lu Shang. He's dead? Wei Yudao, vice president of Suzaku Academy, exclaimed. As soon as these two sentences came out, Wo Wuheng's mood suddenly fluctuated violently. Although Lu Shang is so arrogant, as the son of the Lu family, he has the capital to be arrogant. No matter how much I hate him, it is not convenient for me to touch him. But now, Lu Shang just died like this. Even though they had bodyguards protecting them, they were both killed. This is going to be a big deal. Wo Wuheng had a bad feeling. Who attacked them? The moment this question arose, Wo Wuheng immediately thought of a figure in his mind. At this moment, his phone rang. Minister Gua, I'm Lu Jiming. I heard from Li how that my brother was stabbed to death in the street. Protect the scene and I will come right over. The other party spoke in a low voice and hung up without waiting for Guo Wuheng to respond. Guo Wuheng put away the phone and turned his gaze to Li Hao, the dean of the White Tiger Academy behind him, with a rather grim expression. The Lu family got the news so quickly, someone must have leaked it. Minister Gua, this is not my fault. After all, Lu Shang had just left my White Tiger Academy when this happened. Naturally, I had to inform the Lu family as soon as possible. I hope you can understand, Li Hao said with an embarrassed look. I understand. Guo Wuhong gritted his teeth. Li Hao's actions left him with no time to operate at all. Okay, Lu Jiming is coming over, send someone to protect the scene, and ask the witnesses around who attacked them, Guo Wuhong said with a gloomy expression. Lu Jiming is Lu Shang's cousin and also the chief of the operations section of the Suanqing City Extraordinary Department under his command. Since he was going to come to the scene in person, I could only suppress all my thoughts for the time being. In fact, he had his own ideas about the follow-up of this incident, which was to cover up all traces of the action at the scene first. Because he had just guessed who did it. As soon as Lu Shang left the academy, he was attacked. What a coincidence! It's like being followed. The key point is, Master Guan also left almost at the same time as him. Coupled with Master Guan's special attention to Suanqing and Lu Shang's repeated attempts to murder Suanqing, Guo Wuhong felt that it was most likely him. Although it is not clear how Master Guan was able to kill Lu Shang and Fu Changfan so quickly, even if he did not do it personally, it is possible that it was done by his friend. For example, the mysterious man Hua Chang who instantly killed the deputy leader of the Blood Evil sect, Mo Yun, and saved Wang Shufan. Even Mo Yun, who was at the peak of the Lingtai realm, couldn't last a second in front of him, so it was not surprising that Fu Changfan was killed. You are still too reckless. You have made such a big fuss. The Lu family will definitely mobilize the family forces to investigate. Master Guan will be in danger. No, I have to inform him immediately and ask him to stay out of the spotlight. Thinking of this, Guo Wuhong gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone. Guo Wuhong was not 100% sure whether his guess was correct. But if this matter is really related to Master Guan, Guo Wuhong has no confidence in protecting him. Although he had no good feelings towards Lu Shang or even the entire Lu family. Even though Lu Shang was a despicable person, he would only clap his hands and cheer if someone was really about to die. But he was very clear about how terrifying the power the Lu family possessed in the Jiangnan area was. 120 second grade pills, 37 third grade pills, 11 fourth grade pills, and 6 fifth grade pills. There are also more than 20 pieces of equipment of extraordinary quality, 3 martial arts manuals, and 10 million in funds. This guy is really fat. Right now. About 5 kilometers away from where the battle took place, on a deserted riverbank. Sumu poured out all the items in Fu Changfan's space, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. This wave of harvest was much richer than he expected. It's enough to invest in my wife Suanqing again. These 3 martial arts secret books, one is the 5th grade Walking in the Void, one is the 4th grade Silent Assassination Technique, and the other one is the 3rd grade martial arts Blood Explosion Technique. Pills and equipment were not very attractive to Sumu, and his eyes quickly shifted to the 3 martial arts secrets books. Void walking is a pretty good stealth-related martial art, and is a perfect match with silent assassination. If one can master these 2 martial arts, one can definitely be considered an extremely skilled assassin. But Sumu shook his head. These 2 martial arts books are not suitable for investing in my wife Suanqing as they do not match her fighting style. And he himself was too lazy to practice. So I just glanced through it and put it behind me. However, he was somewhat surprised by the 3rd grade martial arts secret book Blood Explosion Technique. According to the secret book, once this 3rd grade martial art is mastered, it can allow the warrior to exert the ability of someone who has swallowed a violent elixir. When one reaches the perfect level, one's strength can increase tenfold in a short period of time. But after the peak is the abyss. The price is that if you don't die after using it, you will become disabled, and it is difficult to heal through external treatments such as elixirs. Without a doubt. This is a martial art with polarized effects and side effects, so it is not an exaggeration to rate it as a 3rd grade martial art. Sumu finally understood why Fu Changfan was able to temporarily break free from the control of his Liu Hatong Tian finger just now. After all, it was a desperate move by an 8-star warrior in the Lingtai realm. The power that burst out in an instant was too strong, so he could understand that the space could not be solidified. When I returned to continue practicing and bring the 6 harmonies sky-reaching finger to a higher level, this problem shouldn't arise when I face the scene again. Sumu thought silently in his heart. Afterwards, he put the blood explosion technique back into his space ring. Putting aside the side effects, this can be considered a very powerful martial art. He planned to keep it for now, and if there was a way to solve the side effect problem in the future, he could pick it up and practice it. Hey, this is an account book? Sumu was not interested in the 10 million yuan. Inflation is quite serious in this world, and 10 million is only equivalent to the value of a 4th grade elixir. But just when he was about to casually put away the 10 million funds, Sumu suddenly saw a thick notebook in Fu Changfan's ring. When I opened it, I found it was an account book. Sumu flipped through it curiously, and just this one look made him look serious. Chapter 92. The Lu family's crime is unforgivable. On September 12, 2009, a deal was made with the Blood Demon sect. The other party sent a silver medal assassin to assassinate Guan Zhangbao. The deposit was 1 million. The deal was completed on September 16, and the balance of 4 million was paid. On October 10, I made a deal with the Dark Fire Gang, helping them arrange their identities and new headquarters address. This was completed on October 12, and I received 30 million. On October 29, a deal was made with the Blood Demon sect. The other party sent a gold medal killer to slaughter Wang Youcai's family. The deposit was a 4th grade dagger. The transaction was completed on October 15. The balance was 4 4th grade weapons plus 5 million in cash. New calendar year 99, February 14, made a deal with the Sky Eye cult, helping its deputy leader fake his death and escape from prison, completed on February 15, received 3 violent sheep hills. On February 29, a deal was made with the Blood Demon sect. The other party sent a gold medal killer to assassinate Li Changfu, the leader of the Su City Extraordinary Force. The deal was completed on March 12. The payment was for a student who awakened the fire marshal body. On May 6, 100th year of the new calendar, a deal was made with the Blood Demon sect to kidnap Wang Shufan, pay a deposit of 2 million, and provide 2 death row prisoners at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The year when spiritual energy is revived is the beginning of the new calendar. It is now exactly the 100th year of the new calendar. The first entry in the entire account book started 2 years ago. All the records were of transactions between the owner of the account book and many underground forces, big and small, in the Jiangnan area. Sumu didn't know whether the shocking transactions recorded in this account book were true or false. No one knows why it appeared in Fu Changfan's hands. It is even unknown whether Fu Changfan is the recorder of this account book, and whether he completed the transactions with these underground forces on behalf of the Lu family. But after seeing the last piece of information that had not yet been recorded, these doubts have basically disappeared. This Lu family is really courting death. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Sumu's eyes. He knew that the Lu family had a bad reputation, but he never expected that the Lu family would be so bold. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Sumu's phone suddenly rang. It was the extraordinary mobile phone that Guo Wuhang gave him. Master Guan, did you know that Lu Shang and his protector Fu Changfan were assassinated in the street? As soon as the call was connected, Guo Wuhang's urgent voice rang out. Before Sumu could figure out how to answer, he continued talking to himself. This matter is too serious. Fu Changfan has worked for the Lu family for more than 20 years and has won the Lu family's trust. The Lu family will never let his death go. And Lu Shang is the youngest son of Lu Yang, the head of the Lu family. If he dies, it will definitely lead to crazy revenge from the Lu family. No matter whether this matter has anything to do with you or not, based on your concern for Suanqing, the Lu family will sooner or later investigate you. The situation is very unfavorable to you. Your situation is very dangerous. I suggest you leave Suzhou and Hangzhou for a while and stay out of the spotlight. Guo Wuhang did not ask whether it was Master Guan who did it. This question is no longer meaningful. As long as the Lu family takes action, Master Guan will definitely receive special attention. After all, Lu Sheng's malicious intentions towards Suanqing cannot be hidden from those who are interested, and the Lu family will definitely investigate Suanqing by then. Suanqing was in a martial arts competition and had neither the time nor the ability to kill Lu Shang and Fu Changfan. But given the relationship between Master Guan and Suanqing, the Lu family will definitely investigate it closely. Master Guan is just a pseudonym and he has secrets. Regardless of whether he is related to this matter or not, if Guo Wuhang was a member of the Lu family, he would also trace the case back to Master Guan if he put himself in his shoes. Therefore, Guo Wuhang simply briefly explained the seriousness of the matter and sincerely advised him to leave. Guo Wuhang's attitude made Sumu feel warm in his heart. Guo Wuhang is indeed a good man. However, Sumu had already thought about this situation before taking action. The identity of Master Guan was originally fabricated by him. As long as he gave up this identity, who would suspect an ordinary alchemy apprentice from Shinlong Academy? An alchemy apprentice at the body-tempering realm is not capable of dealing with warriors at the peak of the foundation establishment realm and the spiritual platform realm. What's more, he used Hua Qiang's face before taking action. Secondly, even if the Lu family investigates me one day, this process will take some time. Relying on the rebate system, Sumu is confident that he can become stronger in a short period of time, and it won't even take long for him to break through the shackles of the Lingtai realm and reach the Shintong realm. By then, even if the Su family knew that it was me who did the thing to Lu Shang, it would not be a waste at all. Certainly. Although things may not develop as he expected. After all, plans cannot keep up with changes, but Sumu was willing to take a chance. It was because he really couldn't stand Lu Shang's coveting of his wife. Any man can't stand it. Master Guan, are you listening? On the other end of the phone, Guo Wuhong saw that Sumu was slow to respond and couldn't help but urge him. Minister Guo, I'm listening. Sumu had already thought of how to answer. Let me answer your first question first. I know about Lu Shang's death, and I also know that it was done by a friend of mine. Guo Wuhong was stunned by Sumu's straightforwardness. Is your friend Hua Qiang the mysterious and powerful man who saved Wang Shufan? Guo Wuhong asked. That's right, but that's not the point. The point is that he gave me something and asked me to pass it on to you. Sumu asked. He planned to hand over the account book to Guo Wuhong. It is useless to keep this thing in my hands. Only when I hand it over to Guo Wuhong, the leader of this national institution, can it play its greatest value. Okay, where are you? I'll come see you. Guo Wuhong said. Sumu told him his location, and soon after, Guo Wuhong came into his sight in a hurry. That's it, take a look for yourself first. Sumu handed the account book to Guo Wuhong. Guo Wuhong was a little confused at first, but soon, as he turned the pages of the account book, his face quickly turned red. This is the transaction record between the Lu family and many underground forces in the Jiangnan area. Compared with Sumu's uncertainty, Guo Wuhong was very familiar with the Jiangnan region and made an accurate judgment in an instant. The first record is that I have an impression of Guan Zhongbao. He was the deputy director of the Comprehensive Management Bureau of Honghu City in Jiangnan. At that time, he should have been competing with the Lu family for the top position, but he suddenly died at home. The third record is about Wang Youcai's family, a big local family. They were bidding for a piece of land when they were massacred by the Blood Demon sect overnight. If I remember correctly, that piece of land eventually fell into the pocket of the Lu family. There is a fourth record. Although I don't remember most of the account book, the small part one remember is enough to prove its authenticity. Fu Changfan is probably one of the executors of the Lu family's dealings with these underground forces. No wonder the many wanted underground forces in Jiangnan cannot be completely eradicated. No wonder the Blood Demon sect can survive well under the heavy blows of the country. It turns out that it is because they all have a protective umbrella over their heads. The Lu family is simply extremely evil. Guo Wuhong said this with gritted teeth, furious. Chapter 93 The First Prodigy. Can we bring down the Lu family with this? Sumu waited until Guo Wuhong calmed down a little and asked. This is the purpose of handing the account book to him. Not yet. Guo Wuhong shook his head. To convict a criminal, both human and physical evidence are required. At present, there are only physical evidence, but no witnesses or key evidence, which cannot harm the foundation of the Lu family at all. But, with this account book, I can persuade the higher-ups to focus on investigating the Lu family. Guo Wuhong said in a deep voice. Evidence is actually not that important to the people above. Just doubt is enough. He is confident that this time the Lu family will make a big comeback. After separating from Guo Wuhong, Sumu continued to secretly use the mask to change into another person's appearance and return to Xuanwu College. He was worried about his wife Suanqing. In case Lu Shang had sent underground forces such as the Blood Demon sect to kidnap her, he could still protect Suanqing by her side. The Lu family is a powerful opponent, so we cannot be careless for the time being. On the way, he also cleaned up another space ring that he had not had time to search for just now. This is the space ring belonging to Lu Shang. There are so many good things in the ring of the protector Fu Changfan, so the young master of the Lu family who was protected by him naturally has better items. With such an expectant attitude, Sumu took a look. Then he was stunned. It's because there are very few useful resources in this space ring. There were only 3 healing pills of no more than 5th grade, a mid-grade spirit stone, a spear-like weapon, and the rune fragment that had allowed him to teleport twice just now. There are a lot of other miscellaneous things. For example, in addition to various color magazines, color comics, and various women's underwear that were piled up 1 meter high when taken out. It is probably because Fu Changfan is with him, so there are not many things in the space ring. I waited in vain. What bad luck! Sumu spat. This Lu Sheng should be renamed Lu Samo. If I hadn't acted decisively, many more women would have fallen into his clutches in the future. His death was not unjust, and he had eliminated a threat to the people. How do I use this teleportation rune fragment? Sumu put the elixir and spirit stone into his space ring and studied the strange rune fragment. There was no systematic explanation for this thing, and he didn't quite understand it. Looking at its gray surface, Sumu tried to inject the aura of chaos, but the runes did not respond at all. It's probably the same as the vitality rune fragment I got from Guo Wuheng. It takes time to store energy before it can be injected with spiritual energy to activate the effect, right? Sumu muttered silently in his heart. Then he put the rune fragment back into the space ring. Before the Lu family is destroyed or he has enough strength to deal with the Lu family head-on, he does not plan to invest it in his wife to avoid unnecessary risks. The riot outside Xuanwu College did not have any impact on the college. For an entire afternoon, Sumu secretly kept an eye on his wife, and nothing unexpected happened. There wasn't even anyone to question her. Sumu knew that it was probably Guo Wuheng who exerted his strength, so no one disturbed Suanqing. This made him feel touched again. Guo Wuheng is a good person. The next day, Sumu went to Xuanwu College again. Today is the last day of the Tanja Cup Competition. After it ends, Suanqing will stay in Shinlong Academy for a long time. Only then can she take drugs and practice with peace of mind. Time passed quietly and soon it was evening. Suanqing, come on. Suanqing, come on. Yan Shanhan, you are the best. The Xuanwu College competition field was packed with people, and shouts of cheers were heard one after another. The final battle is now taking place on the stage. Suanqing versus Yan Shanhan. One of the two of them will compete for the first and second place in the Tianjiao Cup competition through this battle. Yan Shanhan is a sophomore at Suzaku Academy. 1 year older than Suanqing, his strength level is at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and he has awakened the indomitable martial body. This is a special physique ranked in the upper middle level, which can comprehensively enhance the physical fitness of the awakened person, far ahead of ordinary warriors of the same level, and has strong resistance to blows. In the past 2.5 days of competition, he relied on his strong strength to attract many fans. If Suanqing had not signed up for this competition, he would have easily won first place. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. As the referee announced the start of the competition, the sound of weapons clashing was immediately heard on the battlefield. Yan Shanhan performed exceptionally well, wielding a spear. He looked like the reincarnation of Zhao Zilong, very handsome. This is also one of the important reasons why he has so many fans. Unfortunately, being handsome is useless, as competition is about strength. Otherwise, Sumu felt that if he went on stage, he would not even need to compete and would directly take first place. Sure enough, after just over 3 minutes, Yan Shanhan fell down. This is normal. Through the actual combat in the previous 2 days, Suanqing's combat experience increased a lot. She mastered the wind and thunder sword technique and successfully practiced it to the 2nd level of proficiency in martial arts. Coupled with the cold current caused by the Ice Phoenix divine body to the surrounding air, Yan Shanhan was very passive. He was hit continuously to the body and was unable to fight again in just 3 minutes. We won. Suanqing is the first place. Suzhou University's campus beauty, awesome. 3 words, invincible. After Yan Shanhan fell down, as the referee announced the result, thunderous cheers suddenly broke out around the arena. Many people have long been impressed by Suanqing's beauty and strength. We were all very excited to see her win first place. At this point, the Suzhou and Hangzhou Tianjiao Cup competition has come to an end, and the next step is the award ceremony. The first place winner will receive a 5th grade martial arts book, a 5th grade elixir, a 5th grade equipment, and a mid-grade spirit stone. Except for the spirit stones, the official will choose the most suitable items for the winner based on her performance, so there is no need to worry about what to choose. Soon, Suanqing and the other top 10 people walked onto the podium. According to the process, Guo Wuheng, the deputy director of the extraordinary department, will personally present awards to the 10 contestants. However, at this moment, he was walking with a heroic woman, and he even deliberately lagged behind by half a step while walking. The woman was about 30 years old, had short hair, and was wearing a dark green military uniform with a dazzling 5-pointed star on her shoulder. This is a major general. Hello, classmates. I am Sun Qingyue. Sun Qingyue greeted the 10 young people on the podium with a smile. As soon as her name was announced, all the contestants at the scene, including Suanqing, became excited. There is no other reason. This name is known to almost everyone in the martial arts circle of Suzhou and Hangzhou. There is even a separate introduction to her on the online encyclopedia. Chapter 94. Sun Qingyue. Sun Qingyue was born in 1978 in an ordinary family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He awakened his top martial arts talent at the age of 17, awakened his Haoyue divine body at the age of 18, and dropped out of school to join the army at the age of 19. At the age of 22, in a small-scale battle that broke out on the border with the southwestern territory of Shiba, he won first-class merit once and third-class merit 4 times, and also achieved the amazing achievement of killing 7 peak Lingtai realm warriors of the enemy country with the 5-star Lingtai realm. At the age of 24, he broke through the peak of Lingtai realm and entered Qinghai realm. In the same year, he turned the tide in a new secret realm that descended upon the northern city of Liao, and successfully led his team to kill the 4th Order Peak Monster King, saving millions of people in Liao City from disaster. Reached the peak of the Star Sea realm at the age of 30. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, warriors who have reached the peak of the Star Sea realm are already very rare. Sun Qingyue is the first one to reach this level at the age of 30. Although there has been no news of her breaking through to the realm of supernatural powers, 2 years ago, when she was leading a team to fight against the demons that invaded the western border of Dragon Country, she fought alone with a 5th-level demon general of the enemy, and finally severely injured the enemy and escaped unscathed. She has made great achievements in battle and has made outstanding contributions. She is the pride of everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and a role model for all young warriors. When she first walked over, many people thought she looked familiar. It was not until she introduced herself that everyone finally believed that they were not mistaken. General Sun, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you later? General Sun, aren't you stationed at the southwest border? When did you come back? Can you give me an autograph? Major General Sun, I admire you so much. On the podium, young students looked at Sun Qingyue excitedly. It's like the most ardent fan meeting his idol. Of course you can take photos and sign autographs, but let me give you the prize first. Sun Qingyue smiled kindly. Then, starting from the 10th place, awards were given to the students one by one. When it was Suanqing's turn, amid everyone's shocked gazes, Sun Qingyue said something that made everyone extremely envious. Student Suanqing, are you interested in becoming my personal disciple and going to the southwest border with me in the future? As everyone knows, Sun Qingyue has never accepted any apprentice in these years. Now he actually fell in love with Suanqing. What an honor it is. Everyone wants to replace Suanqing. However, the next moment, everyone was surprised to hear Suanqing's answer. General Sun, I am honored to be your disciple. But this matter is too important. Can I wait until I go back and discuss it with my husband before I reply to you? Suanqing hesitated for a moment and told the truth. She was very willing to take Sun Qingyue as her master. Although she didn't know why the other party wanted to take her as a disciple the first time he saw her, this was a rare opportunity after all. But she still needs to discuss it with her husband. No, Suanqing is confused, right? General Sun himself wants to take her in as his disciple. Is this something that needs to be considered? The ideas of geniuses are different from those of ordinary people like us. By the way, who is Suanqing's husband? He is so charming that she even has to go back to discuss such a thing? I heard he's a handsome guy. Suanqing must be blinded by love. The students around were talking in shock. If it were them, would they still need to consider it? Any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to Sun Qingyue. Unfortunately, Sun Qingyue only has eyes for Suanqing. Okay, I'll be in the extraordinary department during this time. Come find me anytime you've made up your mind. Sun Changqing nodded and said, not at all displeased with Suanqing's hesitation. Not far away, Sumu watched the scene and couldn't help but feel moved and wanted to laugh. This silly wife. Is there anything else you want to discuss with me? You would never have thought that Sun Qingyue's desire to take you in as her disciple was the result of the joint suggestion made by Guo Wuhang and I during the day. Sun Xingyue just returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou more than an hour ago. But on her way back, Wu Wuhang had already discussed with Su Mu and suggested that she take Suanqing as her apprentice. This is to prevent the Lu family from becoming desperate and taking their anger out on Suanqing. The reason why Sun Xingyue, who is in a high position and at the peak of the Starseed realm, came back was because of the order given by his superior after Guo Wuhang handed the account book to his superior the day before yesterday at noon. Let her stay in Jiangnan province and prepare for the next step of cleaning up the Lu family. That's right, the higher-ups have decided to deal with the Lu family. After seeing the shocking criminal transactions in the account books, the leaders were furious and could not bear it any longer, so they decided to investigate and liquidate the Lu family. In the next period of time, the Jiangnan region is bound to be undercurrent. This is a good thing for Su Mu. With Sun Xingyue in charge, no matter how powerful the Lu family is, they will have to restrain themselves for a period of time and will not dare to act too recklessly. This gives me more time to become stronger. Sun Xingyue, I asked you to accept Suanqing as your apprentice, but I didn't ask you to take her to the border. If old Chen knew, wouldn't he block me and scold me every day? After the award ceremony, Sun Xingyue, Guo Wuhang, and Su Mu came to an office, and Guo Wuhang said to her helplessly, "This is different from the plan we discussed. I only asked you to accept Suanqing as your apprentice in name, so why did you kidnap her away from Suzhou and Hangzhou?" If Chen Liangrong knew this, he would go crazy. Suanqing just won the first place in the Tanja Cup Competition and is a treasure of the Shinlong Academy. I'll talk to Teacher Chen. Don't worry, Sun Xingyue said with a smile. Originally, she did intend to just go through the motions, to deter people with ulterior motives by accepting a disciple, and to protect Suanqing, a rare genius from the Dragon Country. But after seeing the fight between Suanqing and Yin Chang'an with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her talent and really wanted to take her as her apprentice. Sun Xingyue didn't take Guo Wuhang's complaints to heart. Firstly, with her status, she doesn't have to worry about being obstructed by the Shinlong Academy. Secondly, few people know that she dropped out of Shinlong Academy before joining the army. And her homeroom teacher at that time was Chen Liangrong, who had not yet been promoted to vice principal. With this relationship, as long as Suanqing agrees, Sun Xingyue can bring her to his side without any obstacles and train her personally. This is Master Guan, right? Guo Wuhang praised you to bits on the phone, and now that I see you, you are indeed a very handsome man, a young and promising person. Sun Xingyue looked at Su Mu and said admiringly. On the phone, Guo Wuhang told her all the information he knew about Master Guan. I heard that Master Guan had given the extraordinary department more than 200 precious pills, including 3 6th grade pills, which surprised Sun Xingyue. Now the Shenlin pill is in her space ring. General Sun, thank you for your praise. Compared with your achievements, I am still far behind. Su Mu said seriously. No matter in past or present life, he has always admired soldiers, and the word you comes from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 95. Make a baby as soon as possible. I just don't know. Major General Sun specially asked me to come here. Does he have any instructions? Su Mu asked straight to the point. To deal with the Lu family, Sun Xingyue and Guo Wuhang are the main forces. Su Mu felt that he was just an alchemy master whose true identity was unknown, but he didn't have the ability to help much. Unless she has any needs for herself. And the next moment, Su Mu's guess was accurately confirmed. I need more than 10 small enlightenment pills, or a 7th grade great enlightenment pill, or a 7th grade holy purification pill. I wonder if Master Guan can fulfill my wish. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. This is the deposit, an ice rune fragment. As Sun Xingyue spoke, she flipped her hand and took out a palm-sized rune fragment that was flashing with a hazy white light from the space ring. As soon as this thing was taken out, the indoor temperature immediately dropped by several degrees. Su Mu looked at the ice rune fragment and was immediately attracted to it. The rune fragments are very powerful. I can invest them in my wife Suanqing. It can not only increase Suanqing's strength, but also allow me to get system rebates. Definitely not to be missed. Okay, but you have to wait for a while. Su Mu doesn't have 10 small enlightenment pills on him now, but it's not a big problem. If he works hard, he will have them in a few days. As for the 2 kinds of 7th grade elixirs that Sun Xingyue specifically requested, Su Mu did have a 7th grade great enlightenment pill on him at that time, but he planned to use it on himself. I also had the holy purification pill before, but it was used to treat my wife's injuries from when her God-given bones were dug out. Okay, this is my phone number, call me when you have the goods. Sun Qingyue handed Su Mu one of her personal business cards. Good. Su Mu nodded, accepted the business card, and also accepted the ice rune fragment. There was nothing else for him to do here afterwards. After chatting for a few minutes, Su Mu left Xuanwu College and went home. After Su Mu left, Sun Qingyue and Guo Wuheng in the office did not talk about business first, but talked about him instead. General Sun, do you think Master Guan has the ability to refine a 7th grade elixir? Guo Wuheng asked curiously. There are only a handful of alchemists in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can refine 7th grade elixirs, and they can be called alchemy masters. Master Guan looked to be in his early 20s. No matter how amazing his talent in alchemy was, Guo Wuheng could hardly imagine that he could refine a 7th grade elixir. The reason why Sun Qingyue wanted the Enlightenment Pill and the Holy Purity Pill was very simple. 2 years ago, she was cursed by a 5th-level demon general during a battle, and her path to martial arts was cut off. She had to clear the curse before she could continue to strive for a higher level of strength. The Holy Purifying Pill is the most powerful curse-removing pill in the world. As for the 8th grade elixir that is more powerful than the Holy Purity Pill, no one knows whether it has such an effect. The 7th grade elixir is the pinnacle of human alchemy. In the past 100 years of the new calendar, only a handful of people have ever been able to refine an 8th grade elixir. This is a new level that humans have not yet completely established. To remove the curse of the 5th order demon general, the 7th grade Holy Purification Pill should be enough. It's a pity that even Sun Qingyue's strength and status have not been obtained in the past 2 years. This Master Guan is not simple. I have a feeling that he will be promoted to the Grand Master of Alchemy in a few years. Let's take advantage of this rare opportunity to make friends with him. Even if he really can't produce a 7th grade elixir, being able to obtain more than 10 small enlightenment pills will be of great help to me. Sun Qingyue said with a deep gaze. That is true. In fact, I agree with what General Sun said. Master Guan is so young and can produce a 6th grade elixir. It probably won't take him too long to be promoted to the Grand Master of Alchemy. Guo Wuheng nodded and said with deep agreement. Afterwards, the two did not continue chatting, but turned the topic to the Lu family. The Lu family has deep roots in the Jiangnan region, so if they want to investigate, they naturally have to plan carefully. Xiaomu, you're back. Auntie, why did you prepare such a large table of delicious food again? I told you to have a good rest. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Shinlong Academy, inside the villa. Su Mu returned home at 6 in the evening. As soon as I entered the house, I saw my mother-in-law, Wang Shufan, who had prepared a table of food. He couldn't help but feel touched. After a hard day outside, it's so wonderful to have a hot meal ready for you when you get home. Those who understand will understand. My mother-in-law is so good at taking care of people. These 2 days at home, Su Mu didn't have to do any housework. The only thing that made him feel a little disappointed was that she occupied his wife Suanqing. After Mingming cured her abdominal injury, it was time to do some loving things between husband and wife. Unfortunately, now she can only bear it for a while and wait until Suanqing's attachment to her fades before considering this matter again. However, just as Su Mu was thinking this, Wang Shufan spoke. Xiaomu, I have discussed with Minister Guo and have joined the Extraordinary Department today. I plan to move into the Extraordinary Department dormitory tomorrow. Suanqing has been spoiled by me since she was a child. If there is anything wrong with her, tell me and I will teach her a lesson. Wang Shufan is an experienced person and understands the passion of young people. It is not convenient for her to continue living here. So I have already discussed with Guo Wuheng in advance to join the Extraordinary Department and move out tomorrow. Auntie, how can this be possible? It's not like there's no room at home. I swear to God, Su Mu never thought of letting his mother-in-law leave. The villa allocated by Shinlong Academy has 2 floors, so there is no shortage of space for her to live. I've made up my mind, let's just leave it at that. Wang Shufan shook her head without further explanation. She stayed with her daughter Suanqing for the past 2 nights. She was very aware of how precious resources Su Mu had given her daughter, and she felt embarrassed to just eat for free. Hubby, Mom, I'm back. At this moment, Suanqing's energetic voice came from outside the door. Honey, I won first place in the Tanja Cup. Guess what reward I got? Suanqing stood in front of Su Mu with a smile and said that she was very happy today. Wife, please persuade Auntie. She said she wants to move out. Su Mu poured a basin of cold water on her, and Suanqing suddenly became a little anxious. Mom, where are you moving to and why are you moving away? Suanqing pulled Shufan's arm and asked anxiously. I have discussed it with Minister Guo and we are going to the extraordinary department. Wang Shufan was helpless and repeated what she had just said to Su Mu. Then, seeing that Suanqing and Su Mu were still about to say something, she patted Suanqing's hand and said earnestly, Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Minister Guo takes good care of me. The tasks he assigned to me in the extraordinary department are not heavy. Basically, I have to do clerical work. I will have time to come back to see you often in the future. You two young couples, just live your life well. Besides practicing, don't forget your life mission. Try to have a baby as soon as possible so that I can take care of it and enjoy the happiness of family life. This one sentence made Suanqing's face turn red on the spot, and also made Su Mu's heart burn. Chapter 96, Realm Upgrade, Rune Stone. Let's eat now, it won't taste good if it gets cold. The family of three finished their dinner in a warm atmosphere. Wang Shufan was originally a housewife, and her cooking skills were not comparable to those of Su Mu and Suanqing. The food was delicious and tasty, making the couple salivate with appetite and eat until their bellies were full. In the era of martial arts, as long as you work a little harder in your training, you don't have to worry about becoming fat like a ball no matter how much you eat. It was not until after washing the dishes that Suanqing recovered from her shy state. Honey, this is the prize I won for winning the competition. You gave me so many good things, you must accept these. Suanqing took out the competition reward. A 5th grade elixir, Lingdong Dan, a 5th grade protective gear, soft armor, and a medium grade spirit stone. In addition, there is a martial arts secret book and training experience called Golden Body Protection Technique, and another one called True Essence Heaven Repairing Technique. The Golden Body Protection skill is a competition reward. As for the True Essence Heaven Repairing Technique, Suanqing specifically requested it from Guo Wuheng. This martial arts book is the proudest work of martial arts master Gung Tianqing, and it was also an important condition that Guo Wuheng offered when he wanted to win over Suanqing. I finally got it from Guo Wuheng today. Now give it to Su Mu. In Suanqing's opinion, Su Mu is a martial artist at the body tempering stage, and can be considered to have embarked on the path of martial arts. These two martial arts books are very suitable for him to practice. Wife, I will accept the elixir and spirit stones, you can keep the rest, especially these two martial arts books, I am too lazy to practice them. Su Mu told her the truth. Although these two martial arts books are of the 5th grade, they are not very attractive to him. Without waiting for Suanqing to insist, he took out a handful of pills from his space ring. You gave me good things, so I'll give you some too. Here, take these 4th and 5th grade elixirs for your cultivation, and take the spirit stones too. Su Mu placed the pills and spirit stones in front of his wife Suanqing. These pills are all of the 4th grade or above, and most of them are spoils seized from Fu Changfan's space ring. I didn't have time yesterday, but today the competition is over, so I can invest in my wife. Looking at the 20 or 34th grade pills, 6 5th grade pills, and a rune fragment in front of her, Suanqing's mouth twitched and her shoulders suddenly slumped. She suddenly realized how stupid she was. The little reward I got from the competition is nothing compared to my husband. Suanqing did not refuse, she was already used to her husband's kindness. I just swore again in my heart that I must protect my husband well in the future. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade soul gathering pill. This investment triggers a 10-fold critical strike rebate, and the reward is a 5th grade star god pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 4th grade awakening pill. This investment triggers a 20-fold critical hit rebate, rewards, 1 5th grade purification pill and 1 5th grade small enlightenment pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in the 5th grade Sheng Yuan pill. This investment triggers a 1,000-fold critical rebate, and the reward is an 8th grade Han Yuan pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Rune Fragment Ice. This investment triggers a 10-fold crit rebate, reward, Rune Stone Flame. After returning to the room, Su Mu couldn't wait to check the system rebate prompt in his mind. Most of them offer between 2 and 20 times the rebate. And the second to last bit of luck came, a direct critical hit 1,000 times. The 5th grade elixir has turned into an 8th grade elixir, the Han Yuan pill. Su Mu couldn't help but feel ecstatic, and after seeing the effects of the Han Yuan pill, he became even happier. Han Yuan pill 8th grade. Effect, contains a variety of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. After taking it, it can significantly improve the strength of warriors. However, warriors below the Lingtai realm are physically fragile. After using it, they may not be able to fully absorb the medicinal effects, and there is a certain risk of exploding and dying. The lower the strength, the higher the risk of exploding and dying. Please use it with caution. This thing is simply a super enhanced version of the 5th grade creation pill. It can improve Su Mu's basic strength level, which is what he needs to improve the most at the moment. Without much hesitation, he picked up the Hunyuan pill and threw it into his mouth. The Hunyuan pill did not melt in the mouth like other pills Su Mu had used before. As the pill entered the stomach, it seemed to become a mini source of spiritual energy for the world. Pure spiritual energy surged out of the pill and was then swallowed and assimilated by the chaotic aura in Su Mu's body. The 4th spiritual space was like water irrigated by heavenly water. The aura of chaos quickly poured into it and soon filled it up. There was a slight crackling sound inside Su Mu's body, and every cell in his body seemed to be boiling. In his perception, he could clearly feel that the strength of his flesh, blood, limbs and bones seemed to have increased to a higher level. At the same time, the entrance to the 5th spiritual space in the body opened, and a huge amount of chaotic energy continued to pour in. Then came the 6th and 7th spiritual spaces. When the capacity of the 7th spiritual platform space was half filled, the medicinal effect of the Hunyuan pill finally disappeared completely. At this point, this 8th grade pill was digested and absorbed by Su Mu. His realm also jumped from Lingtai realm 4 stars to Lingtai realm 7 stars. The rapid increase in his strength filled his entire body with a surge of power, as if a volcano was surging. Comfortable. Su Mu opened his eyes, a look of relief in his eyes. He had an illusion that he could beat 3 of his previous selves before taking the Hunyuan pill. It's worthy of being an 8th grade elixir. The effect is really abnormal. Su Mu grinned excitedly, and after a long while, he finally calmed down. It was only then that he finally had time to focus on other investment gains. Not counting the pills below the 4th grade, I now have a total of 365 4th grade pills, 66 5th grade pills, and 7 6th grade pills. It's a pity that the only 7th grade elixir is the Great Enlightenment pill. Su Mu took inventory of his current storage of pills. It is worth mentioning that among the 7 6th grade elixirs, in addition to the original Divine Pill, Evergreen Pill, and Holy Healing Pill, there is a brand new elixir called Suanqing Pill. This is a kind of elixir that can help warriors break the shackles of the human body and break through the bottleneck of realm cultivation. Just like the Breaking Extreme Pill and Breaking Realm Pill. The difference is that the Suanqing Pill is useful for warriors below the supernatural power realm, and the lower the strength, the stronger the effect of the Suanqing Pill. But this thing has no effect on Su Mu at the moment. He has not encountered any bottleneck from the body tempering stage to now. It's totally tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. So Su Mu just took a look and put it away. This runestone is quite interesting. Su Mu looked at the runestone that gave a tenfold rebate on rune fragments. Runestone Flame. Use, a complete fragment of the fire rune, which can enable warriors to initially master the power of controlling fire. Control fire? Looking at the information in his mind, Su Mu's eyes lit up. Runestones, like rune fragments, can only be effective if they are activated by injecting energy such as aura. He held the runestone in his left hand, infused it with the aura of chaos, and flattened his right palm. After pondering for a moment, his mind moved, and an orange-yellow flame appeared out of thin air above his palm. As Su Mu injected more chaotic aura, the flames grew higher and higher, rising to 2 meters in the blink of an eye. The color also changed from orange-yellow to orange-blue, and the high temperature caused large-scale distortion of the surrounding air. Forget it. It's not suitable to practice at home. I'll find an empty place tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to study it. Su Mu retracted the flame. He felt that this was still far from the maximum power of the rune stone, but if he continued the experiment, it would be bad if his rune burned down. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep. Su Mu glanced at his cell phone and found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, so he went to bed quickly. He planned to practice well in the next few days and must conserve his energy. Chapter 97, 6 in 1 Sky Reaching Finger Breakthrough. Honey, can I give some of the pills you gave me to my mother? Okay, you decide for yourself. Thank you, husband. There is one more thing. General Sun wants to take me as his apprentice and take me to the border for training. I am very conflicted. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Anyway, I have your husband here, so you don't have to worry about cultivation resources. Besides, the Jiangnan area has been unstable recently, so you should cultivate well in the academy and don't go anywhere else. I know, husband, it's great to have you. The next morning, after breakfast, Suanqing shyly approached Sumu and whispered to him. Sumu naturally agreed with her request to give some pills to her mother-in-law for use. Anyway, he has already received all the cultivation resources such as elixirs and the system rebates he is entitled to, and he even wishes his wife would give all the resources to his mother-in-law. This will make it easier for you to make subsequent investments. This is to avoid a situation where she invests too much in pills and cannot use them, leading to failure. After agreeing to Suanqing's request, Sumu left home and came to the nameless hill north of Shinlong Academy alone. According to the plan, he intends to improve his martial arts. Sumu took out the Great Enlightenment pill from his space ring and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, his mind became clearer than ever before, and all useless emotions disappeared instantly. The Great Enlightenment pill only lasts for 72 hours, so he quickly began to practice martial arts. 6-in-1 sky-reaching finger. Sumu stretched out 2 fingers. His current goal was to practice this 9th-grade martial art to the next level. Liuhatong Tian finger is his most powerful killing skill at present. However, Fu Changfan, a mere 8-star warrior in Lingtai realm, was able to break free from the control of 2 fingers with his desperate burst. This made him realize that simply improving his strength level is not enough. Although the same martial arts can have different effects when used by people with different levels of strength. But Sumu felt that, to be conservative, the level of this martial art must be raised to a new level. So, at this time, he began to practice immersively. As time goes by, Sumu's mastery of Liuhatong Tian finger improves with every use. The sun rose and set, and the time of cultivation passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening 3 days later. 6-in-1 sky-reaching finger. Still on that hilltop, Sumu stretched out his thumb, index finger, and middle finger. The dark red force field instantly covered a circular area of more than 300 meters. The lush flowers, plants, and trees withered in the blink of an eye. As Sumu trembled his middle finger, hundreds of tiny and irregular black cracks in space appeared in the entire force field in an instant. Everything within the entire area, including the soil on the ground, was torn apart by the cracks. This is the power of the 3rd level of Liuhatong Tian finger. Solidify space, plunder life, and then tear space apart. After 3 whole days, I finally broke through. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty of practicing Liuhatong Tian finger is increasing. In the past, with the help of a small enlightenment pill, it only took 2 days to break through from the entry level to the proficient level. But now, with a large enlightenment pill, it takes 3 days to break through from the proficient level to the mastery level. But Sumu was not panicked. Although the big enlightenment pills are gone, there are still a lot of small enlightenment pills. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he wanted to make a final push and cultivate the Liuhatong Tian finger to the minor success stage. Continue practicing. Sumu cheered himself up, swallowed a small enlightenment pill, and began to comprehend. Jiangnan region, Jinling City, at the foot of Purple Mountain. The Lu family courtyard is located here. The entire compound covers an area of more than 200 acres. The architectural style is antique, with carved beams and painted buildings, showing luxury and restraint everywhere. It is no exaggeration to say that compared with the Lu family, the Su family in Suzhou and Hangzhou is almost the same as the families of ordinary people. It was already evening, but under the order of clan leader Lu Yang, more than 100 people from the Lu family, big and small, gathered in an open space in the center of the compound. Among them was Lu Jiming, who came back from Suzhou and Hangzhou to report the news. 2 pieces of bad news. Lu Yuxing from the 2nd house has been isolated for investigation, and Lu Yubang from the 4th house has also been dismissed. Seeing that most people had arrived, clan leader Lu Yang announced with a gloomy face. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Uncle Hanyu is the director. He was fine 2 days ago. Why was he suddenly placed under quarantine? Uncle Yubang is the director of the transportation department of Jiangnan region. He holds a high position of power in Jinling region. How could something like this suddenly happen to him? No wonder my right eye has been twitching these past 2 days. So this is what happened. Something is wrong, very wrong. I have been at work these past 2 days and I always feel like someone is investigating me. Clan leader, is someone targeting our Lu family? Clan leader, what have brother Yuzuru and brother Yubang done wrong? Can you mobilize the family's connections to get them out? The members of the Lu family were in an uproar. This is because Lu Yuxing and Lu Yubang are both high-ranking officials and important figures in the family. Something happened to both of them suddenly, and no one could remain calm. Be quiet and listen to me. Seeing the crowd in turmoil, Lu Yang shouted loudly. As soon as he opened his mouth, no one in the Lu family dared to say a word. 5 days ago, my youngest son Lu Sheng and his protector Fu Changfan were attacked by strangers in Suzhou and Hangzhou and unfortunately died. At that time, the deceased Fu Changfan had an account book of our Lu family in his hand. Now this account book has been circulated in the hands of the authorities. Lu Yuxing and Lu Yubang were arrested because they were caught off guard by the authorities. It's not a big deal, don't worry, I will slowly sort it out, but for the next period of time, you all need to behave yourself and clean up your own mess. If anyone gets into trouble, don't come looking for me, the clan leader. Those from the 1st to the 7th house who have the surname you will stay. Lu Shiming will stay. Everyone else, disband. Lu Yang spoke in a deep voice. The purpose of the family collective meeting is to warn everyone. The next small meeting is the truly important meeting. Soon, 90% of the crowd dispersed. Only 9 people, including Lu Yang, were left at the scene. The leaders of each branch of the Yu generation are deeply involved in the Lu family's business. Clan leader, do you want to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion? Lu Yuming, the boss of the 7th house, couldn't wait to speak after the crowd dispersed. It seems that the authorities are going to take our Su family seriously this time. Sun Qingyue has returned from the border. The situation is not favorable for us. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but nodded subconsciously. It's nothing that the account books appear in the hands of the state. With the power of the Lu family, the worst that can happen is that they can just send out a few scapegoats. But Sun Qingyue's return is a special signal. Generally speaking, warriors of the official Star Sea realm are stationed at the border to defend against foreign enemies. As for Sun Qingyue's sudden return to Jiangnan at this time, there is no doubt that her purpose was to intimidate the Lu family. Chapter 98 Lu Family Plan. Everyone present had a premonition that the Lu family would face a sudden and violent attack from the government. The arrests of Lu Yuxing and Lu Yubang were just the beginning. If they don't deal with it seriously, the Lu family might fall from the status of the top family in Jiangnan, or even suffer a severe blow. Therefore, Lu Yuming wanted to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion at this time. This is because the ancestor is the person with the highest strength and status in the family, and has personal connections with many official powerful people. As long as he shows up, it is very likely that the authorities will give the Lu family a break, and this attack will become a case of much ado about nothing, so they can get through it safely. No. My father is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough realm. Don't disturb him with such a small matter. Lu Yang shook his head and decisively rejected Lu Yuming's proposal. His father is the ancestor of the Lu family and also the eldest elder of the Lu family. What should we do then? Lu Yuping from the 4th room asked anxiously, and the others couldn't help but look at the head of the family, Lu Yang, wanting to get his instructions. I just told you not to worry. Lu Yang signaled his brothers to stay calm. When I received the news from the account book, I had already begun to cut off contact with organizations such as the Blood Demon sect, and contacted people who were friendly with my Lu family to arrange for a few scapegoats to take the blame. From now on, we just need to behave ourselves and the authorities won't be able to do anything to us. As for Sun Qingyue, she can't stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou forever, right? Having said that, Lu Yang sneered. The reason he could become the head of the Lu family was not because of having a father who was a great elder. His own abilities are also very sophisticated. Since the clan leader has made all the arrangements, we can rest assured. Yes. From now on, I will definitely restrain the descendants of my 3rd house and make them behave themselves. There are 2 brats in my 2nd room who have very unruly personalities. I locked them up at home and have been personally supervising them for some time. Second brother, you are talking about the 2 little guys, Lu Hengji and Lu Henghu, right? They are your own grandchildren, are you willing to let them go? Why not let me, the 5th brother, take care of them? Get lost, my 2 grandsons are very well behaved. I'm talking about the 2 young men, Lu Qianmen and Lu Hashan. Ha ha ha. When everyone heard Lu Yang say this, they looked much more relaxed and were in the mood to chat and laugh. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang couldn't help but smile, but he quickly became serious. After discussing family matters, he looked at Lu Jiming. Jiming, have you found any trace of the guy named Hua Qian who assassinated my son Lu Sheng? He had 6 sons, and Lu Sheng was the youngest. Although he had many sons, the death of one would not make him heartbroken. But after all, they are my own flesh and blood. As a father, how could I bear this? So while he was dealing with the official offensive, he did not forget to avenge his son. At that time, there was only one person who attacked his son in Fu Changfan. Several witnesses saw the other person's appearance clearly. The Lu family spent a large sum of money to hire a profiling master to draw the portrait, and the portrait was distributed throughout the Jiangnan region, both in the black and white worlds. The Lu family's power is no joke. The day before yesterday, Lu Yangdong, the owner of Xinqing Hall who was released after being used by Su Mu, was found and handed over to Lu Jiming for interrogation. There was no way Hua Chang's face was too recognizable. After Lu Yangdong knew that Hua Chang had assassinated the son of the Lu family, he was distracted and was discovered by the staff of the martial arts hall, and then betrayed. Chief, that guy hasn't appeared in the past 2 days, as if he had disappeared. But I already know how to find him, Lu Jiming said with a firm look. Oh? What can you do? Lu Yang was cheered up. This was the only good news that made him feel relieved today. Lu Jiming said, it's very simple. As long as we catch Suanqing, we won't have to worry about him not showing up. Suanqing? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew this person. After the death of his youngest son Lu Yang, he had been thinking about how to find the enemy and investigated who his son had offended recently. Then the name Suanqing came into his sight. Lu Yan knew very well that his son had a crush on Suanqing. But he didn't think there was anything wrong. His son is the successor and future head of the Jiangnan Lu family, and is now also a top genius in the country. It is an honor for a married woman to fall in love with her. Dare to resist? That's being ungrateful. Therefore, Lu Yang didn't think his son had done anything wrong at all. That Hua Chang, is he related to Suanqing? Lu Yang asked. Very likely. Lu Jiming nodded and explained, I got the news from Lu Yangdong this afternoon. This guy once rescued Wang Shufan, Suanqing's mother, from the bloody evil god church and the blood demon sect. No matter what his relationship with Wang Shufan is, he definitely values Suanqing very much. I guess he got the information about Lu Sheng's feelings towards Suanqing from somewhere, so he was so angry that he assassinated her. As long as we capture Suanqing and force Hua Chang to show up, it will only be a matter of time. Lu Yang said solemnly. Suanqing, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to do anything to her, right? Lu Yuming frowned slightly. I remember that Sun Qingyue has already accepted Suanqing as his personal disciple. If I touch her, I'm afraid it will completely anger Sun Qingyue. As a senior member of the Lu family, he paid close attention to Sun Qingyue. I know that after the Tanja Cup Competition, she invited Suanqing to become her disciple. 3 days ago, Suanqing had often been with Sun Qingyue, and the relationship between master and disciple had obviously been established. Uncle Qi, you are right. Suanqing is not easy to move, but there are ways. Lu Jiming narrowed his eyes and said, as long as we can lure her out and get rid of her without anyone noticing, who can throw dirty water on our Lu family if there is no evidence? Tell me what your plan is. Lu Yang asked with interest. Lu Jiming told his plan in detail. Suanqing always stays at Shinlong Academy and with Sun Qingyue. Normally, there is nothing you can do to her, but who can blame her for loving her husband so much? As far as I know, her husband is an alchemy apprentice with very low talent. Although he stays at Shinlong Academy all day, he has a childhood friend who is as close to him as a brother. As long as we catch that loser named Lin Xiang and force him to show up, and then force Suanqing to come out alone, we can take Suanqing away. The plan is simple. That is to use Lin Xiang as bait to lure out Su Mu, and then use Su Mu as bait to force Suanqing to submit. Lu Yang listened and nodded. The simpler the plan, the more feasible it is, so he thought it was worth a try. Although this might offend Sun Qingyue, Lu Yan was not too worried. Anyway, he would never let go of anyone who was involved in the assassination of his son. However, Lu Yang thought about it and added, we still can't let our guard down. That man named Hua Chang is quite powerful. The deputy leader of the blood demon sect, Mo Yun, was suspected to have died in his hands a few days ago. Our Lu family is now being targeted by the government, so it is not convenient for us to contact the blood demon sect to take action. I will let Bloodthirsty Monk and Merciless Blade do this. After they capture Suanqing, you, and Old Seven, who is a 1-star warrior in the Starsea realm, both of you will act together. To prevent any accidents, when Hua Chang comes out, kill him. Bloodthirsty Monk and Merciless Blade are the two men's nicknames. They were guests of the Lu family, who had helped them in their revenge and were very kind to them. And because of the death of their entire family, he has lost the desire to live, and now he only wants to repay the Lu family's kindness. If they take action, even if something goes wrong, the Liu family will not be involved. The most important thing is that the strength of these two people are both at the peak level of Lingtai realm. Chapter 99. You are looking for death. Boss, how much is the boiled chicken? Give me 2 kilograms, and add less spicy food. I bought this for my wife, she's pregnant. What? Give me half a pound of boiled chicken. Thank you, boss. In the vegetable market, Lin Xiang was buying vegetables with a silly grin on his face. This morning, his wife's qi and blood circulation were not smooth, so she looked inside her body and found that there was a little life in her belly. He is going to be a father. Counting the days, it hit the target on the first day. This huge surprise made Lin Xiang feel dizzy even when he was walking. Just now, his wife ordered that she wanted to eat boiled chicken from the stewed food shop, so he went out and bought it without saying a word. Today is the weekend. When I go to work tomorrow, Monday, I will go to Brother Mu to show off. My wife Xiao Shui and I, although not as promising as him and Suanqing, are ahead in the race of creating life, hee. Walking out of the vegetable market, Lin Xiang thought so in his heart. However, at this moment, a bald monk suddenly came towards him. The next second, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck and lost consciousness on the spot. Pain. It hurt so much. Lin Xiang woke up again in an abandoned factory. I just felt pain all over my body, as if it went deep into my bones. Boy, I've only been doing this for less than half an hour and you've already fainted 3 times. You're such a loser. So, have you changed your mind? Do you want to call your brother? Lin Xiang opened his eyes and looked at the grinning bald middle-aged man in front of him and the other expressionless man next to him holding a slender tang sword. His body began to tremble violently. This is the body's instinct to feel fear. He had been tortured for half an hour and there was not a single intact part of his body. But the other party asked him to call his brother Su Mu to come out. It was obvious that these two guys were not good people, how could he possibly agree to it? So, this is the scene we are seeing now. Faced with the other party's threat, Lin Xiang gritted his teeth and said nothing. That's pretty tough. Is it worth it? Tell you what, I just found out that your wife Zhao Shui is pregnant. You don't want her to come and accompany you, do you? The bald man threatened. No, I'll listen to you. Lin Xiang mentally collapsed. That's right, come on, do as I say and don't arouse Su Mu's suspicion. The bald man said proudly. Lin Xiang picked up the phone tremblingly and dialed Su Mu's number under the bald man's expectant gaze. Hello? Hearing his brother's voice coming from the other end of the phone, Lin Xiang took a deep breath. Then, he used all his strength to yell, Brother Mu, it's dangerous, call the police. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. In the kitchen, Su Mu started to cook dinner. After Liu Hatong Tian finger broke through the 3rd level, he planned to celebrate properly. Therefore, I did not go to the school cafeteria or order takeout, but bought the ingredients myself. My wife Suanqing hasn't come back yet. After asking for her opinion 3 days ago, she agreed to become Sun Qingyue's apprentice, and then she has been receiving Sun Qingyue's guidance in the extraordinary department until she will come back tonight. Su Mu planned to show off his cooking skills and make sure his wife Suanqing had enough to eat. However, while I was cutting vegetables, the phone suddenly rang. Su Mu, it's dangerous, call the police. Bang! Su Mu immediately put down the kitchen knife and his expression became serious. Naturally, he would recognize his brother Lin Xiang's voice. Danger? What happened? These days, he deliberately distanced himself from Lin Xiang. There is no other reason. He was just afraid that the young couple might be influenced by him and Suanqing and end up in danger. But now, the danger still happened. Lin Xiang, what happened to you? Su Mu asked solemnly. However, his brother on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped talking, and 2 dull sounds were heard, like the sound of flesh being hit by fists and falling to the ground. You are looking for death. Su Mu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said in a deep voice, no matter who it is, you'd better let him go quickly, otherwise I will wipe out your entire family. He knew that there must be someone listening next to Lin Xiang. As expected. As these words fell, a strange and hoarse voice appeared on the other end of the phone, you must be Su Mu, I didn't expect you to be such a tough guy. Without further ado, if you want to see Lin Xiang, remember to come to the Huanyu abandoned factory in East Lake. Come here alone and don't call the police, otherwise you will only see your brother's body. Also remember to hurry, otherwise he won't be able to hold on for that long. Click. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sumu's face was gloomy and uncertain. After more than 10 seconds, he put away his phone, put on a black jacket, walked out of the house, and left Shinlong Academy. He knew the location of the abandoned factory in the universe. It is 5 kilometers away from his original residence in Donghu community. In the past 2 years, he often went there to play with Lin Xiang. Sumu had no intention of telling anyone about this, or listening to Lin Xiang and calling the police. He is now a 7-star warrior in the Lingtai realm. If he can't solve the problem, there is no point in calling the police. As for Sun Qingyue, Sumu had no reason to ask the other party for help. It is impossible to kidnap Lin Xiang, an ordinary person, so a top warrior in the Star Sea realm will be needed to rescue him. That doesn't make sense. Most importantly, he has confidence in himself. A 3-star Lingtai realm master could instantly kill Mo Yun, who was at the peak of the Lingtai realm. Now he is at 7-star and has also practiced the Liu Hatong Tian finger to a new level. It is no exaggeration to say that even when facing a warrior who has just entered the Starsea realm, Sumu has the confidence to fight with the opponent. The Su family, the Liu family, the bloody evil sect, the bloody evil god church. Whoever dares to kidnap my brother and threaten me will die. Sumu took a deep breath and rushed to his destination at lightning speed. Boy, you are so brave that you didn't do what I said. You'd better pray that your brother can come here alone as I requested, otherwise this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, that of your wife and children. 15 minutes have passed. You only have 15 minutes left in your life. Have you thought of your last words? In the abandoned factory, the bloodthirsty monk looked at Lin Xiang, whose spine was broken by his punch, and showed a cruel smile. His original plan was to lure Sumu out through Lin Xiang, instead of threatening him like he is now, because there are too many variables. Lin Xiang had tears in his eyes. The severe pain in his body at this moment had no effect on him at all. Endless sadness welled up in his heart. Lin Xiang didn't know if what he did was right. Between himself, his wife and children, and his brother Sumu, he chose his brother. He was certain that the bald man and the man with the tang sword who were torturing him were both lawless people. They will definitely do what they say. I might really be dying. No. In fact, from the moment they kidnapped me, they probably never thought of letting me live. Otherwise, how could they show their faces in front of me? Even with Lin Xiang's ordinary wisdom and experience, he understood what this meant. I hope Sumu can quickly call the police. The police? No, there are warriors from the extraordinary department who can send someone to protect my wife. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Xiang suddenly heard the bald monk and the man with the tang sword talking. That kid Sumu was here, all alone. This guy really cares about his childhood friend. Good, let's keep him alive for now. He is an important bargaining chip. We can force Sumu to obey us later. Chapter 100. My brother is actually a big boss? Brother Mu is here? Lin Xiang widened his eyes and tried to struggle to get up. But his spine was shattered and he had completely lost control of the part below his head. He could only turn his head to look towards the factory entrance. Sure enough, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It's Su Mu. Ho ho ho. Lin Xiang wanted to shout loudly. But when he opened his mouth, blood kept gushing out and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Then, an incredible scene appeared before his eyes. The bald man named Tang Daonan walked towards Su Mu. Just as he walked out of the factory gate more than 10 meters away, his brother Sumu stretched out 2 fingers. Then his eyes blurred and he saw that the lower bodies of the 2 gangsters who had tortured him to death were almost simultaneously swallowed by a tiny crack. Immediately, Sumu's figure instantly appeared in front of them, and a dazzling sword-light flashed. The 2 gangsters were instantly turned into human pigs with only their heads and bodies left. What happened? Lin Xiang felt like he was dreaming. His brother Sumu was an ordinary person like himself before marriage. His character exploded a few days after marriage, but he was just a low-level warrior who had entered the realm of bodybuilding warrior. Is he possessed by a spirit now? This dreamlike scene made Lin Xiang feel that his brain capacity was not enough. Until Sumu walked up to him, he remained in disbelief, unable to recover. Even when Sumu took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, and his broken body healed on the spot a moment later, he still looked as if he was in a dream. Wake up, it's over, you are safe now. That doesn't make sense. For ordinary people, the 4th grade prosperity pill that can bring back the dead to life is not effective enough. Do we have to use the 6th grade holy healing pill? As Su Mu spoke, he took out a holy healing pill. Seeing that the other party was about to stuff the pill into his mouth, Lin Xiang finally woke up and became completely sober. Brother Mu. No, Godfather. Lin Xiang hugged Su Mu with tears in his eyes. Godfather, you hid it so well. It's so dirty, get out of here. Godfather, please accept my greeting. I will follow you from now on. No, I still like your unruly look from before. Su Mu lifted up Lin Xiang's bent knees, looked at his body with a smile, and was relieved only after he was sure that he had completely recovered. Brother Mu, tell me quietly, are you the reincarnation of the great emperor or the immortal emperor in the novel? Otherwise, how could you kill those 2 bandits in the blink of an eye? They are warriors at the peak of the Lingtai realm. After Lin Xiang's mood went through ups and downs, he returned to normal and asked Su Mu in a low voice. When he was being tortured just now, the bald monk and the man with the Tang sword were chatting, letting Lin Xiang know that they were both warriors at the peak of the Lingtai realm. You know your own brothers very well. Same age of 18, same waist before the blind date. Now, after just a short period of absence, he was able to take care of 2 peak Lingtai realm warriors in the blink of an eye. To Lin Xiang, this was simply too unbelievable. Apart from the rebirth of the great emperor or the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Don't make blind guesses. Wait here for a moment. Those 2 guys are not dead yet. I have to hurry and interrogate them. Su Mu patted Lin Xiang's shoulder unhappily, turned around and walked towards the bloodthirsty monk and the ruthless knife. These 2 people are still wailing. Anyone who often acts like a human pig should understand the pain they are feeling at this moment. As warriors at the Lingtai realm, they can do nothing now. Now, tell me who you are and your purpose, and who sent you here. Tell me clearly, and I can give you a quick death. Su Mu stood in front of the 2 of them and asked sternly. Even though he was laughing and joking with Lin Xiang, the anger in his heart had never gone away. If his strength had not been strong enough, Lin Xiang would have certainly encountered an accident today. The miserable state of Lin Xiang just now was still lingering in his mind. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. The murderer behind the scenes must be found out and blood must be repaid with blood. Kill me, I won't tell you. Wakingdo gritted his teeth, looking very tough. Just like Liu Yang said, he only wanted to repay the Liu family's kindness and would not betray the Liu family. However, the bloodthirsty monk next to him obviously had different ideas. I say, spare my life, sir. Bloodthirsty monk, how dare you betray Liu? Do you want to die? Wakingdo's eyes widened. He never expected that his companion would have the idea of betraying the Liu family. Isn't he as lonely and hopeless as myself? Didn't we agree that if the operation failed, we would never betray the Liu family? I said, of course, because I want to live. The bloodthirsty monk curled his lips and said, do you really think I'm the same as you? 2.5 months ago, I found my true love in Hoshi Street. I don't want to die. As for the Liu family's kindness, since they sent me here, the grudges between us have been written off. What's more, that bastard Liu Yang said that we were only dealing with ordinary people, but in the end we encountered a strong man who was strong enough to kill us in seconds. This was clearly a trick on us. The bloodthirsty monk said this angrily and looked at Su Mu again. He ignored his pain and begged, Su Mu, great man, spare my life. I will tell you everything and do whatever you tell me to do. You. Wakingdo was extremely angry and wanted to say something, but unfortunately he had no chance. Su Mu chopped off his head with a lightning-fast sword. After doing this, Su Mu looked at the bloodthirsty monk again. The Liu family from Jiangnan, right? What plan did they tell you? Do you have any accomplices coming over? It's the Liu family. The bloodthirsty monk nodded, then rolled his eyes and put forward conditions. Su Mu, my hero, if you give me that holy healing pill to eat, I will tell you everything. The bloodthirsty monk just saw Su Mu take out the holy healing pill and prepare to feed it to Lin Xiang. So now I think about negotiating terms. However, before he could finish his words, Su Mu punched him hard in the face, sending him flying several meters away, and only stopped after crashing into a wall. You are not qualified to bargain with me. If you don't tell me, you will die. Su Mu didn't bother to talk nonsense and put his sword across the bloodthirsty monk's neck. Feeling Su Mu's murderous intent, the bloodthirsty monk finally calmed down. While spitting out blood, he told the Liu family the exact plan that they had arranged for him and Wakingdo, including information about Liu Yangdong, the owner of Xinqing Martial Arts School. After all, it was he who tortured and interrogated Lu Yangdong personally under the orders of the Lu family. 5 minutes later. After listening to the bloodthirsty monk's story, Su Mu sneered on the spot. Lu family. You really have a good plan. Unfortunately, you would never have thought that I am Hua Xiang.